Su Mian didn't really poison the aliens. She was thinking about their hierarchy. Everyone knows that each species has a leader. Humans are no exception, and most animals follow this rule too. If we compare aliens to insects, then they must also have ranks, with the strongest one in charge. If she could find the leader behind the aliens, she might not only wipe out all of them but also weaken their strength significantly. Although this was just Su Mian's guess, she truly believed it could work. But finding this leader was a difficult problem. At this moment, her only idea was the native inhabitants. Su Mian shared her plan with Zhao Tian and the other players. They all looked at her with admiration. I thought you were so powerful that you didn't care about anything, so you weren't in a hurry to leave. I never imagined you wanted to kill all the aliens. I wouldn't even dare to think about that. Some saw a chance and eagerly interrupted. Anyway, killing them is fine. You won't need the extra heads. Su Mian, is this okay? We'll follow you, do tasks for you, and give you some rewards. Helping for nothing isn't good, but they also struggled over what reward to get. Still, for survival, they had to try. Su Mian also became interested. What kind of reward? Seeing her interest, more people started to consider it. Tao Feifei was the first to step forward. I got a reward from a previous mission, a long-lasting protective shield. I'm willing to trade it. The shield not only blocks dust and rain but also defends against normal attacks. I wanted to use it in our world, but now I'm about to die, so I just want to stay alive. When Su Mian learned Tao Feifei still had 20 shields left, she agreed. Tao Feifei even took out the shield first. Before use, it was wrapped in a tiny bubble. It's very easy to use, just think to activate it. The only problem is it costs 100 points per day. Afraid she might be rejected, Tao Feifei looked pitiful. Su Mian thought the points cost was a bit high, but decided it was worth keeping as a backup. So she accepted it. Seeing Tao Feifei succeed, others also wanted to try. But only a few had long-lasting items, and most of those weren't very practical. We don't have many points saved, so long-term items can only be obtained through rewards. The most used items are time-limited ones. Hearing this, Su Mian felt a little moved. Time-limited is okay, but I want to choose myself. If the items were useless, she wouldn't accept time-limited ones. When they heard there was room for discussion, everyone cheered happily and eagerly introduced the items they wanted to exchange. Su Mian listened to several, and many were quite good. One player exchanged for a seed of a wood-type special ability. He was originally worried about starving and couldn't find food, so he wanted to rely on himself. But he never used the seed, and the shop wouldn't let him return it. There was also a pill to strengthen the body, a female suit that cleaned itself automatically, and a large sword that could change size freely. All kinds of strange and interesting items amazed Su Mian. To show sincerity, they first gave the items to Su Mian and then left the number of tasks they needed to complete. Su Mian roughly remembered these people and promised to help them finish their tasks as soon as possible today. Those who had no items and really couldn't think of anything else only shamelessly begged Su Mian to let them follow. After all, with a big boss around, they could benefit a little and find it easier to fight the monsters. Su Mian didn't refuse. Zhao Tian didn't understand why Su Mian needed so many time-limited items, but since she had a lot of points and probably wasn't short of money, he didn't ask. However, he and Xia Yurong both refused Su Mian's suggestion to end the game, saying they wanted to help her complete the tasks. After all, they only managed to finish their tasks because of Su Mian. These people had given him items, so it wouldn't be right for him to take advantage. Su Mian thought that even if they died, it wouldn't affect the real world, so she agreed. Then, the group didn't leave, but chose to continue moving inside. After using bombs to attract another wave of monsters, everyone gathered around Su Mian. Following her plan, they first helped Tao Feifei complete her task. This time, everyone worked together, and in less than an hour, Tao Feifei finished her task. She also decided to stay and help here. There were really many monsters in the city. Even after killing wave after wave, many still kept coming. Su Mian arranged for everyone to take turns, so no one would be exhausted. She herself seemed tireless, repeatedly pulling monsters so players could deal with them. This battle lasted a whole day. The repetitive actions made the players somewhat numb, but more and more players completed their tasks. Seeing that the task assigned to the last player was completed, Su Mian stopped and said, "Let's go back." If they waited until nightfall, she might have to start fighting players again. Although she didn't say this out loud, her expression showed her understanding of her personality. The players were all quiet, like quails, and dared not delay even a moment. It took nearly an hour to return to the management area. At the gate, the task performers were already preparing for battle. Seeing the group return in a state of disarray, someone immediately went to report. Soon after, Chin's father came out with a serious face, scolding them for not obeying management and for going out without permission, which could negatively affect the management area. Zhao Tian's advice was ignored. Chin's father strictly arranged for everyone to be quarantined together. It wasn't overcautiousness. It was because night was about to fall. Without a unified plan, he worried that strange changes at night might threaten the safety of everyone in the area. Before entering her room, Su Mian called out to Chin's father, "General Qin, the monsters we encountered today have all evolved into flying forms. It seems your earlier guess was correct. They've returned to their own plans. I hope you can study this further. Maybe you'll find a connection between the monsters." She then shared her idea of being a leader. Qin's father had already formed a much deeper impression of Su Mian in just one day. Seeing her determined and calm eyes, he nodded and agreed. "If you're right, that would be a real breakthrough. I know you're all very capable, but today was too reckless. Later, I will have someone bring you food. Rest well." Su Mian watched them leave and, upon returning to the quarantine room, found everyone looking drowsy. The bright light above was so strong that it felt warmer the longer they looked at it. The staff at the gate mentioned that other parasites also stayed in similar quarantine rooms. She wondered if Wei Xing's injury had healed. She had been so busy that she forgot about him. She hoped they wouldn't cry or look at her with tears when they met again. That night, everyone felt uncomfortable and very sleepy, but dared not sleep. When someone couldn't resist and dozed off, their companions would often slap them to wake them up. The whole night was filled with slaps and scolding, creating a lively scene. Early the next morning, Su Mian heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Soon, she saw Qin's father enter with a complex expression. Father Qin alone approached Su Mian and shared two not-so-good pieces of news. The first was about her suggestion from yesterday. Last night, Father Qin called the official research institute to ask about it. After several hours of discussion, they confirmed that Su Mian's guess was correct. However, there isn't much known so far. They can only confirm that behind the alien creatures is a queen leader who manages the entire alien group and is responsible for creating new aliens. The worst news is that, given the current number of aliens, the queen must be extremely large and powerful. "What's the second bad news?" Su Mian asked. Father Qin's expression grew serious. "We conducted experiments on people who have been parasitized. Currently, we can't break down this transformation. The aliens are gradually eroding the original consciousness, controlling the host, and disguising themselves within it. They are getting smarter. They've learned to disguise as humans. This means that before being discovered, some people might already be fully taken over. Our current equipment can't check everyone thoroughly." Su Mian felt even more uneasy. If the aliens can perfectly disguise themselves and blend in with humans, it means we must always be on guard against everyone around us. I've already arranged for the machines to be updated. Today, everyone will be scanned, just in case the aliens detect us and attack early. The thought of a sudden, indiscriminate attack made Qin father feel overwhelmed. It seemed they were being pushed into a corner with no way out. Qin father said that during the check, Su Mian should go first to help maintain order. He was already searching for the queen's whereabouts. The research institute said the queen controls her subordinates and doesn't stay far away. Since it is large, needs darkness, and has distance limits, the search should be easier. Su Mian agreed. After Qin father left, she told a fellow player about the disguise. Everyone gasped and looked at their teammates, as if the person next to them might be the disguised alien. Su Mian expected this result. She decided to go first for the check and then supervise others, which would save a lot of trouble. When the machines arrived, Su Mian was the first to be tested, followed by the other players. Most of them are partially parasitized by aliens. Their mouths are recognized as being infected, so the management area has marked them with different labels. Su Mian wears a green safety tag, some who are parasitized have orange tags, and red tags are for humans who are about to lose consciousness. A few hours later, most people have finished their checkups. Then, the ordinary people in the management area are checked. Su Mian sees Satellite Xing being helped over. He looks around the crowd and spots Su Mian. His eyes light up, and he struggles to come over, but his teammate stops him and takes him to the checkup machine. Su Mian also walks over. He hears Satellite Xing call out, "Sister," and cooperates quietly with the check. After a few minutes, the results are out. He and Su Mian both have green tags. His teammate helping him comments curiously, "I thought with so many injuries you'd be parasitized too. Turns out, you're the luckiest among us." He looks at the computer scan of Satellite Xing's body. "Good luck is a good thing. It's not a waste that we give you chicken legs every day. Your head has grown a bit more. Soon, you'll be an adult." Satellite Xing blushes and quietly replies, "I am already an adult." He secretly glances at Su Mian, who happens to see him. Su Mian smiles at him and says, Xing has really grown up. He's a real man." At 2:30 p.m., most ordinary people in the management area have been checked. Qin's father, who had been missing for a while, appears again and tells Su Mian that they have a rough idea of the queen's location. But he hasn't had time to explain further when Xie Yurong runs over with a frown. "General Qin, when will Zhao Xiao come back? You should advise Auntie. She shouldn't restrict Zhao Xiao's freedom." Qin's father looks surprised. "He's been with you all along." "I didn't ask his mother to interfere." She agreed. "How can that be? After the checkup this morning, Annie said you took him away for something. I didn't see him at the family area either. It's been several hours now. He thought Zhao Tian was slacking off, so he came to ask." Qin's father senses something is wrong. He immediately orders his subordinates, who quickly leave. 10 minutes later, they return. "We looked everywhere, but no one saw them." Another half-hour passes. The subordinate who checked the security cameras at the entrance comes back with an unexpected report. At 10 a.m., Qin's mother drove away with her son, heading into the city. At that time, the lady said she was going to meet the general, so we didn't stop her. However, Qin's father didn't know about this. Thinking about the alien's current ability to change, Qin's father seemed to realize something bad and looked worried. Su Mian also felt that something was wrong and asked Qin's father about the direction where he found the queen's trail. When they compared, it turned out to be the same as the way the mother and son left. Qin's mother was brave, but not brave enough to go alone into dangerous places, especially since she cared so much about her son's safety. Now, she didn't want to believe it, but the facts were in front of her. Qin's mother was probably controlled by the alien. Qin's father still couldn't believe it. "I don't understand. If we want to catch someone useful, it should be me. What exactly does it want?" No one knew what the alien wanted, but it was definitely not good. They had planned to gather a large team tomorrow and sneak into the alien's nest, but Qin's father couldn't wait anymore. Su Mian looked at the sky. There were 3 or 4 hours before sunset. If they left now, it wouldn't be a problem. Qin's father also made a decision. "I'm going to gather the team now and take people to check it out. You guys handle the management area. I think it would be better if someone else went," Su Mian said. She didn't believe Qin's father could handle the aliens alone. Compared to him, she and the other players who completed the mission were more suitable. Unexpectedly, Su Mian was capable of this, and Qin's father's eyes flickered. He insisted, "Then let's go together. I'll arrange for others to watch the management area. I'll lead this time." Su Mian didn't argue with him. They took half an hour to organize the team, and Qin's father gathered everyone. Su Mian notified the players. When they heard they were going to the suspected alien queen's nest, everyone was nervous, but also a little excited. They were scared, but since they had finished their tasks, they weren't afraid of taking a risk. Most of all, they wanted to make a good impression on Su Mian. After all, they might meet again in another dungeon. Building good relationships now could save their lives later. At 3:10, the team was ready. Just as the vehicle was about to leave, Su Mian saw Satellite Shing running up quickly. He grabbed the car door, determined to go along. Seeing his small, pale face, the players thought he was just going to get himself killed. "Please, sister, I can do it," Satellite Shing begged. Su Mian looked at him for a long moment and finally nodded. "Stay close to me when we get there." Satellite Shing hurriedly nodded, looking happy beyond words. Qin's father and his team led the way, moving quietly to avoid attracting attention. Still, a few groups of aliens were drawn to them. Although there weren't many, it slowed them down a lot. By the time they reached the marked nest area on the Research Institute's map, it was almost 5 p.m. Qin's father got out of the vehicle and found Su Mian. He pointed to a nearby explosion in the tunnel. This connects to most parts of the city. The alien nest is probably northwest here. There's a church above, but it's damaged, so we can't go through it directly. This is the fastest route. Seeing the dark, gaping hole, everyone felt like they were facing. But they knew they had to hurry, or it would get dark soon, and they'd be in a worse situation. Qin's father's team carried flashlights and led the way, while the players followed Su Mian, constantly looking around. At first, they saw no signs of danger, only trash and a foul smell. After about 20 minutes, they turned a corner, and things changed. There was sticky, disgusting slime on the ground, black marks on the walls, and a strong, foul smell filled the corridor. "We're close. Be careful, everyone," came a low warning. Everyone nodded silently and tightened their weapons. "Big sister, I think this place is really dangerous. Do we have to go in?" Wei Xingxing whispered, clutching the corner of Su Mian's clothes. In the dark corridor, Su Mian saw his bright black eyes. She nodded silently. Wei Xingxing didn't say anything else and moved closer to her. "Watch out. Danger, duck down," suddenly shouted ahead. Everyone heard the alien screech, followed by gunfire. A large shadow rushed past overhead, bringing a wet, rotten smell with it. Prepared, Su Mian summoned her fire dragon whip, which shot into the air and lashed toward the alien. Because of her position, she only managed to grab its tail and pull it back. The players reacted quickly, jumping onto the walls and swinging their knives. The alien was hit several times and howled in pain, thrashing on the spot. Su Mian noticed the alien struggling and intensified the fire. Bright red flames lit up the entire tunnel. Those who saw Su Mian use this move for the first time were momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, they finished off the alien. In just 1 minute, the alien was dealt with, but everyone didn't feel much relief. The tunnel was too narrow, which didn't trap the alien, but made them feel restricted. They were lucky to have someone like Su Mian, a strong player. Without her, they would have just watched the alien run around overhead and become food. Father Qin didn't know what was happening at first, but he was surprised that the alien was defeated. He was worried about his wife and child, so he didn't ask questions and hurried forward. 10 minutes later, they saw more hanging human bodies on the wall. At first, there were just a few, but soon the wall was full of them. Most were covered in slime, and some faces could be seen, though many were badly decayed. A few were still alive, silent with open mouths and twisted faces, showing their pain. Rescuing them wouldn't save them, so everyone silently decided to end their suffering with a quick strike. Su Mian was unhappy with their slow pace. She walked to the front and said, "The aliens can sense each other. Most of us have been parasitized. It's clear they knew we were coming from the start. Now, they're just waiting for us to walk into their trap. Let's speed up." This wasn't good news, but there was nothing to do. Father Qin signaled everyone to follow her advice. This time, they almost jogged quickly. Maybe Su Mian was right. They didn't see any aliens this time, as if they had deliberately left a clear path. Soon, they reached a collapsed road following the alien tracks. Someone used a glow stick and threw it into a dark, bottomless hole. Before it hit the ground, a huge head suddenly appeared and swallowed it. Everyone was so scared they couldn't react for a moment. Did you see that? That's not an alien. It looks like a dinosaur, right? Fighting that thing, with just our group, we probably wouldn't even scratch its skin. Father Chin was still looking around. When he saw there were no other humans caught here, he felt very disappointed. Use the explosive devices, he said. Su Mian looked at him and knew he was trying to avoid trouble. She understood that they didn't need to go through all this trouble to get below, but Father Chin still hoped to find his wife and child. Su Mian also wanted to test something, so she didn't say anything. Now, it was clear Father Chin had given up searching. Everyone has started placing bombs around the entrance. Because of the noise, there are rustling sounds below. Soon, they see many strange creatures crawling upward. Not good. I don't want to fight these things now. Let's them all up quickly, said Su Mian. She casually placed a bomb, then swept away a creature that had just climbed up. Her quick action made Chin's father admire her. He was about to go help when Su Mian stopped him, saying, General Chin, you too. Take your people and leave quickly. We can handle this. Seeing him hesitate, she added, You should see that staying won't help much. I believe we can safely retreat. Just go. Chin's father had no choice but to agree. Wait, I just saw something. Wei Xingxing called out as Chin's father and his team left. She tried to stop them, but before she finished, someone covered her mouth. She looked up in surprise and saw Su Mian smiling reassuringly. General Chin is going out to clear the entrance and help us escape. There are many creatures here, but it's nothing unexpected. Stay close to me and I will get you out. Chin's father didn't think much. He knew there wasn't much time left after lighting the bombs. He understood that the explosion might make their situation more dangerous, but Su Mian was very confident. The people around her didn't look scared, so he trusted her and followed her plan. Once Chin's father and his team disappeared from sight, Su Mian let go. Wei Xingxing looked at her sadly and asked, Sister, why did you stop me? General Chin was here to find someone. I really saw his wife and son just now. To prove she wasn't lying, she pointed in a dark direction below. Right there. Everyone looked hard, but saw no one. Only Su Mian nodded and said, If you saw them, then you saw them. I'm not planning to save anyone. Wei Xingxing's pupils shrank in confusion. She didn't understand what Su Mian meant. But weren't we here to save people? Su Mian played with the whip in her hand. It's about saving people, but it depends on who we save. Speaking of which, Xingxing, how did you know we came to save General Chin's wife and son? I don't think I told anyone else about that. The players didn't understand. The aliens were almost surrounding them, but Su Mian was calmly chatting like a child. To avoid a terrible death, they had to act first. Xingxing explained, I overheard it. I know that person is very important to my sister, so I wanted to come and help. He secretly glanced at Su Mian, voice trembling slightly. Anyway, I came to help my sister. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly felt heavy. Xingxing looked at the dark tube in his hand, confused. What is this? You also heard it. We're going to this place up. This is my hidden explosive. Even if it doesn't kill the underground creature, it will disable it. I might be busy later, so I'm leaving this to you. Listen to my commands when the time comes. Can you do it? Xingxing instinctively clenched the detonator in his hand, his eyes firm. I can. The players also saw the detonator. It was a model they hadn't seen before. Seeing Su Mian speak so seriously, they started to worry. What if they couldn't escape in time and got blown to pieces? Some wondered why Su Mian left Xingxing here to die. They were all players. If he died, he died. Xingxing seemed to be a native, though not very familiar, but he looked obedient and seemed to have a good relationship with Su Mian. Just now, he should have been told to leave with General Chin's people. Su Mian only said, I have other plans for him. To others, it sounded like she had a way to save Xingxing, so they didn't ask further. Suddenly, the bombs around them ignited with a flick of Su Mian's fingers. The players received the signal and started rushing toward the exit instinctively. Xingxing, you can also drop yours. Xingxing looked at the ignited fuse in his hand, startled. He hurriedly nodded, threw the bomb away, then grabbed Su Mian's hand and turned to run. Let's go quickly. Su Mian let him pull her, feeling the sweat and coolness on his palm. She was a bit uncomfortable being dragged along. The players had run so far that their shadows disappeared. Su Mian heard the vibrations under her feet and the dense calls of the aliens. She looked back and saw countless aliens chasing after them. Wei Xingxing squeezed her hand. "Sister, don't be afraid. We will definitely escape." Just then, a deafening explosion sounded behind them, and the ground shook more violently. The surface was starting to deform. Su Mian looked at Wei Xingxing. His eyes were full of determination. She couldn't help but ask, "Did you throw that bomb just now?" Wei Xingxing nodded confidently. "Yes, I aimed at that big head and threw it." He even smiled proudly at Su Mian. But Su Mian suddenly grabbed him. "Then why is it inside your clothes?" The dark tunnel was lit by flickering flames from afar, making Wei Xingxing's smile freeze on his face. He looked at his pocket, where a red flashing light was faintly shining through the thin fabric. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The air felt heavy and tense. The aliens in the distance had stopped moving. They stood far away, looking human-like with their black and white sticky eyes fixed on the humans nearby, making various sounds. Finally, Wei Xingxing spoke. "Sister, I think we should leave first." He tried to pull her forward, but Su Mian held his wrist and pulled him in front of her. She stared at his face, unable to look away for a few more moments. "You have a pretty face, but it's a pity." Wei Xingxing felt the intense gaze and wanted to run. He whispered, "I can explain, but we need to save ourselves first, right?" Just as he finished, the explosions continued. The ground behind them was blown up by the flames, which quickly approached. The aliens that had been standing still started to panic and circle around, but they seemed to hesitate, not coming closer. Until the flames got very close, the aliens finally charged forward. But Su Mian stayed still. She watched Wei Xingxing's anxious face, feeling something moving rapidly at her wrist where she was holding him. "Sister, I don't want to die. You love me the most, right? Why are you treating me like this?" she begged. From initial panic to desperate pleading, Wei Xingxing's eyes filled with tears, but nothing changed. Until the flames rushed toward her, burning her face and causing pain all over her body. She screamed, "Let me go! Let me go!" Su Mian's hand remained firm like iron clamps, and strangely, the flames did not burn her. The heat bypassed her and filled the entire corridor. Amid the screams and explosions, the ground collapsed. The roof flew off, and the flames ignited everything nearby that could burn. A few miles away, Qin's father and a group of people were chased by the fire, looking very helpless. Fortunately, they escaped the tunnel alive. Just as they turned back, the tunnel turned into ruins. They saw countless strange creatures wrapped in fireballs flying chaotically in the air, and everywhere was burning buildings. Soon, the surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Someone asked if Su Mian and the others could really escape. Qin's father remained silent in response. The big fire burned for a long time without intervention, enough to alarm the official headquarters. They even sent people to check, but they couldn't put out the fire. They dared not try to extinguish it forcibly, fearing the strange creatures wouldn't burn completely. After 3 days, the surface fire finally died out. Officials sent people to the entrance of the underground cave. Sunlight shone through the hole from above, revealing the huge body of the strange creature. Yes, the creature, as big as a dinosaur, was surprisingly burned to death so easily. Its appearance looked normal, but its head was charred, leaving only an empty skeleton. At the same time, the Research Institute found that the parasitic creatures inside human mouths had crawled out on their own. They had become less aggressive, and anyone could kill them easily. However, the parasitized humans suffered damage to their vocal cords, making it much harder to speak afterward. The corpse of the giant queen creature was moved to a newly built square. The authorities decided to keep this trophy as a memorial to the brief, fierce, and ultimately ended strange battle. At the same time, Su Mian in the endless void let out a short cry of surprise. "My prop." She had activated a protective shield given by Tao Feifei during the explosion, costing 100 points. But just as the system warned her that she was beyond the attack range, the shield was destroyed. This was even more painful than dragging a satellite through a fire of thousands of degrees. She really liked that shield. To ease her regret, the system's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Congratulations, the host has completed the world-saving mission for the first time. Reward, 100,000 points. Total points balance, 102,800. Additionally, a nearby item is about to expire. Would you like to extend its validity? For a moment, Su Mian thought she heard wrong. The system was so generous, awarding her 10,000 points. If she could do a few more missions like this, she might finish quickly and return to her original world. Reminder: the rescue missions are random. Please do not have false hopes, as it may affect your progress. Su Mian. She took a moment to calm her emotions and decided not to argue with the system about this. I need an explanation. How do you determine success in the alien world missions? And this time, it forced me to leave the game. Is Satellite Star really the alien queen? Yes, even now, Su Mian wasn't entirely sure about Satellite Star's identity, but she definitely found her suspicious. Since their first meeting, Su Mian had been suspicious of her. First, the alien who killed Zhou Xinhue passed by her and then fled without reason after close contact. Second, when she first gave Satellite Star a dagger, she saw her fear when she knocked the weapon away. Su Mian clearly noticed she was afraid not of the dagger but of her. Third, when Satellite Star appeared at her door with injuries, she took her inside and briefly looked at her wounds. They didn't seem caused by aliens but more like from human knives. Finally, there was the test everyone had to pass. Su Mian had a good memory. She remembered Satellite Star's previous physical data, which was very different from the data updated by Qin's father's machine. In just over 10 days, she had grown 7 centimeters taller. Even with strong genetics, that was a bit exaggerated. Lastly, she made a test. She deliberately led her into the tunnel, and when they encountered the first alien, she intentionally pulled it towards Satellite Star. She noticed Satellite Star wasn't afraid. Instead, the alien struggled to the side for a moment. Then, Satellite Star tried to call Qin's father, even pretending to see Qin Xiao and Qin Mu and fake throwing a bomb, but she hit it on herself. Su Mian guessed that he just didn't want the food to leave and was deliberately using a trick. She didn't quite understand why he went through so much trouble to save someone. With the alien's current abilities, there was no need for such complicated actions. The system could sense Su Mian's thoughts. It didn't say anything at first, but when she became confused, it finally spoke. Satellite Star is a parasite in the Queen's mind, sharing a symbiotic relationship and controlling the main consciousness. In human form, it learns about human feelings and habits on its own. Clearly, its learning process has gone off track, which caused a series of unexplained actions. Forcing the game to end is to prevent unnecessary harm to the host. Hearing this, Su Mian suddenly understood everything. So, I really burned him to death. At that time, after she put on a protective shield, aside from the shockwave from the explosion, Su Mian used her fire abilities to the fullest, wrapping Satellite Star in flames. She only remembered the intense heat that made her uncomfortable. Satellite Star was burned to reveal its original form, a small, skeletal figure similar to a human. It was hard to imagine that if it kept growing, it might become a perfectly disguised human. The host doesn't need to worry about this. They are all copies, not real, the system said. Su Mian was silent for a moment and then asked her long-standing question. So, they're just data, not real? Even those worlds are fake. Please decide quickly whether to extend the expiration time of the item about to expire, the system prompted. Su Mian sighed. I knew it. Thinking about the items stored in her space, she remembered the 8 items. After some thought, she chose the wood elemental seed. Freeze all the others. Choice accepted. The system automatically deducts 100 points and is now implanting the wood elemental seed into the host. Implant successful. Congratulations, the host has activated a special wood attribute. Item frozen successfully. The system deducts 700 points. The current points balance is 102,000. Since the host has completed 3 world missions, The system will prioritize worlds that are more suitable for the host. Please stay tuned. Soo Mi-yeon couldn't help but say, it's not supposed to be random. If I can choose, I should prioritize worlds with rescue missions. The task filtering mechanism is different. Please do not interfere with or question any decisions made by the system. The system replied. Soo Mi-yeon was speechless. Double standards. When the system asked if she wanted to start the task immediately, Soo Mi-yeon hesitated and decided to wait a bit. This was her first time staying in the endless void. Although she still couldn't see anything clearly, she no longer felt the suffocating anxiety she had when she first arrived. She lay down on the ground, which was warm and comfortable. Maybe because of the previous big fire that drained her energy, she wanted to calm down and review the mission, but she unexpectedly fell asleep. Soo Mi-yeon had a dream about the first virtual base at sea. She saw the room where Soo Jiao's parents lived again. She heard crying inside. She pushed the door open and suddenly found herself inside. She saw Soo's mother crying desperately, Soo's father trying to stay calm, and Soo Chuan frowning with a hint of anger. They were talking about her, or rather, about Soo Jiao. Soo's father scolded his son for bringing up the matter again. His daughter had been gone for a long time, and her body had been taken care of. Yet, his son kept insisting things shouldn't be like this. If you don't believe it, fine. She did come back. Mom gave her the medicine. Strangely, she and everyone she knew all had accidents on the same night. This is a conspiracy. Soo's father had said these words many times, always emphasizing that he had personally checked. His daughter's body had floated at sea for a month. He no longer wanted to remember the pain of their first meeting. He couldn't understand why his son insisted this was a lie. Even if he couldn't accept that Jiao is gone, he shouldn't drive himself crazy. The two of them were old, and he was all they had left. He couldn't bear to see his son become more and more unhinged. Qin Chuan rubbed his aching forehead. Filled with anger, he couldn't vent. He didn't understand why, after just one sleep, everyone seemed to have lost their memories. Was it really his fault? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked toward a part of the room. Soo Mi-yeon was watching the scene unfold. She was caught off guard when she was suddenly stared at. She instinctively took a step back. As she moved, she lost her footing and was jolted awake by the feeling of weightlessness, sitting up abruptly. After adjusting to the darkness around her, she realized she had been dreaming, an incredibly real dream.
She didn't know how much time had passed.
She spoke aloud. System, what does it mean if I have similar dreams 3 or 4 times? Dreams come from overthinking. The system suggests the host rest more, focus on the task, and avoid unnecessary guesses.
Sumian post.
Is this a sign of her losing her mind? Knowing that she couldn't get any honest answers from the other person, Soo Mi-yeon gave up. She stood up and said, let's start the mission. After waiting for a long time, the system's cheerful voice announced, Mission World is loading. When Soo Mi-yeon woke up, she felt something was very wrong. She had never experienced this before, an odd feeling of hunger mixed with fullness. She needed to eat, but her stomach felt bloated, as if she could everything out with just a little food. She also seemed to be lying on the ground. She didn't know how long she had been there. Her whole body was sore, and something seemed to be pressing down on her, especially on her stomach, like a heavy stone. She opened her eyes. The room was very dark, and there was a musty smell in the air. She reached out and touched the ground, feeling it was sticky. She endured her disgust and grabbed the bedpost nearby to stand up. Using her senses, she found the light switch. The room lit up. Soo Mi-yeon looked around. It was about 15 square meters, with a bed and a desk that she could see clearly. The rest of the space was filled with trash. The sticky feeling on the floor was because the marble surface hadn't been cleaned for a long time, and a thick layer of black grease covered it. Honestly, Soo Mi-yeon had never seen such a messy place. As she turned around to find a stool to sit on and recall her memories, her eyes drooped, almost causing her to see black. Because of the heat, her body was wearing a simple floral dress. From her arms, she could tell the owner was very thin, but she had a very large belly. Su Mian wasn't foolish enough to think this person had just eaten too much. Especially when she tentatively reached toward the belly and felt something wriggling in her palm. Her mind was overwhelmed. She couldn't stay calm. Is this the optimal choice the system mentioned? To turn her into a pregnant woman in this world? Her mind went dark. Su Mian couldn't tell if this was the situation left behind by the original owner or if she was just too stimulated. She supported her belly and sat down, beginning to absorb the memories. After 5 minutes, Su Mian opened her eyes again, looking at her prominent belly with complex feelings. She also realized that the protagonists in every world she experienced always had tragic endings and died in unrest. The original owner of her body was named Dai Mei, 22 years old. Not long after the new semester started, she was called back home due to some family issues. What greeted her was a prearranged banquet. She was drugged by her family and taken to the room of a 50-year-old bald man who was her partner. Feeling something was wrong, Dai Mei tried to run but only managed to escape to the next room. The drug took effect, and she ended up having an affair with Li Wenhao, the second son of the wealthy Li family, who was also drunk and aware of what was happening. Li Wenhao had just broken up with his girlfriend and was drunk but conscious. He let the situation happen to upset his ex-girlfriend. No one expected Dai Mei to become pregnant. When the Li family found out, they decided to keep the baby. They agreed that if it was a boy, they would arrange for Li Wenhao to marry her. Dai family saw this as a good thing and agreed without asking Dai Mei what she wanted. They forced her to drop out of school and stay at home to carry the baby. Now, Dai Mei is over 9 months pregnant. She is about to give birth in less than 2 weeks. She often gets angry and refuses to let anyone near her, which makes her family lose patience and lock her in a small room, with someone guarding the door. The Li family also sends people to check on her, but they usually just bring gifts and leave. The father of the baby, Li Wenhao, has never appeared. Dai Mei died from suffocation, overwhelmed by her pregnancy and the pressure, without anyone noticing for over an hour. Su Mian feels for the first time that being in a wealthy but unkind family is not a good thing. She calms herself, takes a small piece of chocolate and a bottle of milk, and forces herself to eat despite feeling sick. There is no bathroom in the room. Dai family deliberately made Dai Mei go outside to walk, so she now lives in the staircase area. Su Mian has no worries and directly knocks on the door to tell the people outside that she wants to go back to her room. This task is quite difficult for Su Mian. After safely giving birth, she must stay for half a year and find a good family to adopt the baby. This is a big challenge for her. She has no knowledge about pregnancy or raising children, but she knows the pain of childbirth and the exhaustion of caring for a baby. Plus, she is in a dangerous world, so she faces even more risks. Dai Mei hasn't been outside for a long time, so Su Mian has no idea what she'll encounter this time. When the door opens, Su Mian immediately orders, "Prepare some hot porridge and send it to my room. I need to take a shower and change clothes." The servant behind her looks at her as if seeing a ghost and decides to inform the master and madam about this. Su Mian didn't care what the servants thought. She went to the second floor to the room that Dai Mei used to occupy. She looked through the wardrobe for a long time before finding a loose dress and went into the bathroom. Seeing the water on the floor turn from black to clear and shiny, she dried her body and changed clothes. Her long hair, which was tangled like a chicken coop, was difficult to comb even with conditioner. She decided to cut it short and trimmed it a bit. After drying, Dai Mei's long hair became a medium length, wolf-tail style. Luckily, her skin was fair, so she didn't look bad. When the servant brought the meal, she saw the refreshed Dai Mei and looked at her several times, but, remembering how she had acted crazy earlier, she didn't dare say anything. Su Mian sat by the computer with a bowl of hot porridge. She had already checked recent events in the city. After nearly 30 minutes, she finally found some clues. For example, the monkeys at the Central Zoo escaped overnight and scratched more than 10 neighbors. They were eventually sedated and taken away. There was also an ancient tree at a scenic spot that suddenly bloomed with flowers overnight, attracting many tourists. Additionally, The city's greenery had improved suddenly, which staff believed was due to soil improvement measures taken recently for environmental protection. All these signs seemed very prosperous. But after ruling out other possibilities, Su Mian suspected these incidents might be related. She then browsed some local forums. After finishing her porridge and starting on some fruit, she gathered useful information. Once she had a rough conclusion, she put down her bowl and plate. Her main priority was to avoid disaster in advance. But more importantly, she needed to figure out how to welcome the child. Honestly, she didn't like children much, but since it was her task, she had to protect the baby. She couldn't find Dai Mei's phone, so she used her payment account to order some maternity supplies online, filling in the storage room next to Dai's house. No one disturbed her, and she learned some pregnancy and childbirth knowledge. She looked up reputable hospitals and doctors nearby and wrote down their addresses. She also took out her old phone, charged it, connected to the internet, downloaded a world map, and took screenshots of major shopping malls and maternity stores. Finally, she found Dai Mei's bank card in a box on the bedside table. She wanted to go out immediately, but after sitting for so long, she realized her stomach was hurting badly. Lacking experience, she could only lie on the bed to rest for a while. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Miss, young Master Li is here to see you." The person talking about young Master Li was probably Li Wenhao, the man who fathered Dai Mei's child. He hadn't shown up for so long, and now he suddenly came to see her. Su Mian guessed it wasn't a good sign. She made an excuse that she was feeling unwell and asked someone to bring Li Wenhao upstairs. During this time, she stayed in bed and didn't get up. The Dai family was eager to please Li Wenhao and wanted to send him to her daughter's room. The servants had already figured out their master's wishes. Before Su Mian could give instructions, Li Wenhao was already inside, accompanied by another servant, showing no hesitation or shame. When he entered, Li Wenhao looked around the room freely, finally focusing on Su Mian. When he saw her belly, which her dress couldn't fully hide, a look of disgust appeared on his face. "Uncle Dai said you miss me very much and hope I come to see you, and the baby, every day. Now that I am here, you're just lying down. Is that how you show you miss me?" Su Mian felt sick hearing that. "Who said that? Go ask him yourself. Do you think I want a man who takes advantage of a woman in trouble and refuses to take responsibility?" She gave him a sharp look. "I'm unlucky to have parents who scheme against their own daughter, but you're not a good person either." Li Wenhao didn't know much about Dai Mei. He had only met her a few times. She was usually quiet, gentle, and timid. This time, he came to vent his anger. He didn't expect to be confronted so quickly and even scolded. He had no way to reply. Normally, a young master like him, who had never been wronged, was also angry now. He decided to abandon his plan and sneered, "Since you don't want this child, I think we should just do it now. Honestly, I've reconciled with my girlfriend. She finally agreed to marry me. If she finds out you're pregnant with my child, all my efforts over the past year will be wasted." He looked at Su Mian with a pitying gaze. "I know having a child can harm your health. If you promise not to keep the baby, I will give you a large sum of compensation afterward. Your family is only interested in me because they need money. I promise to make sure your whole family." Before he could finish, Li Wenhao was suddenly hit in the face with a desk lamp. His eyes immediately blurred, and his nose started to hurt. He reached up to wipe his face and saw his hand covered in blood. He was instantly panicked. "Why did you hit me?" Su Mian had calmed down now. She supported her belly and stood up, coldly staring at Li Wenhao. "What's wrong with you? Letting a woman about to give birth lose her baby? Anyone with a bit of sense knows you're trying to hurt her. You want to kill me, and now you expect me to be polite? Since you came here to vent your anger, I won't hold back anymore." Li Wenhao didn't think much of Su Mian. He came here by his own choice. As soon as he entered, he told the servants to leave. Now only the two of them were in the room. When Su Mian approached, he even threatened to make her pay, until he was grabbed by the collar and pulled forcefully to the window. Before he could react, his upper body was hanging outside. He grabbed Su Mian's hand behind him. "Are you crazy? This is the second floor. If I get hurt, do you think the baby in my belly can save me? I tell you, your whole family will have to apologize for this. Lee Wenhao was sure Su Mian wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. But before he finished his threat, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. He instinctively loosened his grip and realized his collar was also loose. He barely had time to look at Su Mian in shock and fear. With a clumsy turn, he fell out of the window. The servants, hearing the noise, rushed out and saw Lee Wenhao falling. They were terrified and panicked. Su Mian saw Lee Wenhao lying on the ground. Whether from fear or a real fall, she didn't know. She quickly shouted to the servants, "He's trying to kill me. Call the police and an ambulance. I have a bad pain in my belly. I might go into labor." While Lee Wenhao remained unresponsive, Su Mian shouted loudly. The servants, overwhelmed, instinctively made 2 phone calls. When they finished, they looked at what they had done, and their faces turned pale. Seeing her goal achieved, Su Mian slowly returned to her room. She found a lady's bag, pretended to pack a few clothes inside, and then sat on the bed, waiting. The Dai family's home was in the city center, not far from the police station. The hospital was even closer, only 3 kilometers away, a reputable private hospital. In less than 15 minutes, 2 cars arrived one after the other. Su Mian pretended to have stomach pain, broke into a sweat, then sat on the ground, looking exhausted. 5 minutes later, 2 medical staff pushed a wheelchair upstairs. Seeing Su Mian, they immediately helped her sit down and then took her downstairs via the elevator. Lee Wenhao was already taken to the ambulance. Su Mian refused to ride in the same vehicle, so she was arranged to sit in the police car instead. Actually, Su Mian's stomach didn't feel right, but since she had never given birth before, she wasn't sure if this feeling was normal. Luckily, Lee Wenhao's arrival made her change her mind. She wanted to deliver the baby early. Since she was full-term, waiting longer could risk an emergency. If that happened, she wasn't confident she could ensure the baby's safety alone. On the car, she kept her head down and said nothing. The police officer didn't want to upset the pregnant woman, so a female officer was assigned to comfort Su Mian. At the hospital, the obstetric team took over. They checked her blood pressure, drew blood, and performed an emergency ultrasound. They also provided her with oxygen. As Su Mian predicted, she was having noticeable contractions, but they were irregular. It looked like labor might start early. Frightened, the doctor decided to give her labor-inducing medication and prepared for a natural delivery. Meanwhile, they quietly contacted her family. Su Mian's condition was stable at this time. A police officer who had been waiting came to ask about her situation. She explained clearly how Dai Mei was tricked into pregnancy and how she was kept captive. She also mentioned the staircase in Dai's house, saying anyone who saw it would believe her story. Sure enough, when the female officer asked questions, the people nearby started making calls to investigate. To prevent Dai's family from causing trouble, Su Mian also shared some details about the deals and partners involved. Finally, she mentioned how they had pressured her to have an abortion. When she was nervous, she pushed Lee Wenhao, causing him to fall down the stairs. The police saw that Su Mian was probably pushed to her limit and had no choice but to reveal her family's secrets. When she expressed concern that someone might harm her, they promised to protect her until the case was fully investigated. With her goal achieved, Su Mian relaxed. Meanwhile, at Dai's family company, her parents heard that Lee Wenhao was happily visiting his daughter and was about to leave for a meal. Half of the staff had already left. The butler said Lee Wenhao looked upset downstairs and that the young lady was about to give birth and had been taken to the hospital. The police had also arrived. They didn't think of anything else and immediately headed to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital entrance, they ran into the police officer, who had just finished taking her statement. The family member proactively went to ask if the officer was responsible for young Master Lee. They hoped to avoid alarming the Lee family, but this question led to her being taken away for investigation. When Su Mian heard this news from the female officer, she wasn't very happy. She had just gotten into the police car to get a better look at the traffic nearby. Maybe she had already guessed something, because she noticed several odd things along the way. For example, When entering the hospital, the plants at the entrance were overly dense and messy. She felt like she could sense something strange, which made her feel uneasy. Oxytocin doesn't cause rapid contractions. Soo Myeon used these few hours to borrow the female officer's phone and ordered a fast delivery SIM card. She booked a VIP maternity room. Once she got the room number, the staff came to help activate the phone and set it up. She quickly logged into her payment account and changed the delivery address for her baby supplies to the maternity room. She didn't care about the high cost and ordered a batch of formula. She carefully calculated to have enough, with about 10 cans extra for each stage, just in case. The leftovers could be stored in her space and wouldn't spoil, and these items weren't only for babies. She also bought about 10 bottles suitable for different ages, along with diapers and small clothes. For the first time, Soo Myeon realized how many and how mixed up children's items are. Even after following a list from someone else and buying everything, she still felt like she was missing something. At this moment, her stomach started to feel some movement. It turned out to be contractions. They weren't very painful, almost negligible, but Soo Myeon had heard that when real pain begins, it would be several times worse. She hoped she could handle it. By 5 p.m., the contractions became more frequent. The monitor showed a regular curve, and the doctor had arranged the delivery room, reminding her she could take pain relief medication. Soo Myeon refused. She knew that while painkillers would make her more comfortable, they would also slow down her recovery and make the pain after delivery worse. The doctor didn't intervene. After learning that her family members couldn't all be there yet, she asked the female officer to sign and help send her to the delivery room. Soo Myeon had never felt time pass so slowly. She thought that once she entered the delivery room, she could push and have the baby. But she didn't realize her wasn't fully open yet, so she had to endure the pain and couldn't push early. The increasing pain felt like someone was pulling on her intestines, one wave after another. Even though she was prepared, she was sweating heavily from the effort. The doctor assisting her was surprised that she didn't cry. Soo Myeon certainly wouldn't cry. Childbirth is very painful, but she had been injured many times during the apocalypse. The pain was different, but still uncomfortable. She had learned to endure it, and was used to it. This level of pain wasn't enough to make her scream. Maybe because Damei has a small frame, even though the baby wasn't big. It still took another 2 or 3 hours to deliver. When the baby finally came out, it was past 8 p.m. Soo Myeon felt a wave of relief in her stomach, then heard the baby crying. She stared blankly at the baby, who was cleaned with a green surgical cloth and brought to her, feeling like she was dreaming. It's a girl, just like her mother, white and pretty. Soo Myeon looked at the wrinkled, slightly pale baby and couldn't see what was pretty about her. Half an hour later, she was moved to a quarantine room to wait. During this time, a nurse brought the baby over for Soo Myeon to teach her how to nurse. Soo Myeon refused directly, but still held the baby in her arms. After waiting another half hour, Soo Myeon was pushed out of the delivery room. The nanny she hired was already waiting at the door. When they arrived at the designated postpartum room, it was filled with the things Soo Myeon had bought. She thanked the policewoman and told her to go rest. While the baby needed a diaper change, Soo Myeon took the opportunity to put away most of the unused items in the room into the storage space. When the nanny came out, she thought someone was just helping to tidy up and didn't think much of it. The VIP service was very attentive. The water in the thermos was ready, and the air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature for both adults and children. To avoid disturbance, her room was a separate compartment, fully equipped, with a large window. After the nanny brought her a meal, she took the baby to the small bed outside the room. Soo Myeon took the chance to look out the window and observe the outside. The good news was that her room was quite high up, so she could see most of the hospital scenery. The bad news was that there were more trees outside. Staring at them for a long time made her feel like something inside her brain was trying to break free and jump out. She thought of her unused wood-based supernatural ability. Quickly finishing her meal, she changed into a different outfit, picked up a small potted plant in the room, and began practicing her powers. The way to use supernatural powers is similar across different types. Soo Myeon has experience in this area. She only tried a few times, and the potted plant started to move. Originally, a small green plant just a few centimeters tall began to grow under her influence. At first, it grew slowly, then faster. Su-mian didn't dare to show off. After confirming her own limits, she retracted her power before the plant turned into a giant tree. Through this attempt, she discovered that wood-type powers not only give plants vitality, but can also recover or even draw back the energy used, and sometimes take away the plant's life force. This result surprised Su-mian. She looked at the large green plants outside the window and had a bold idea. However, since she had just given birth, Su-mian didn't dare to act recklessly. She lay on the bed, organizing useful information, and took the chance to look around her space, which she hadn't managed before. The space was still full of supplies, exactly as she left it. The only difference was the land that seemed overly lively. The rose she planted last time grew back the next day, with dense flower buds forming a circle around the soil. Now, after many days, the flowers are still vibrant and even greener and more beautiful. A few tomato seeds she casually threw into the soil have also ripened. The red fruits emit a pure aroma. She had tasted one, and the flavor was richer than the stored supplies. She is now almost certain that the growth rate of the land is different from outside. No matter what plant she plants, it will mature in one day and stay in the best condition once ripe. Honestly, this is incredible. Su-mian even feels like she's wasting this power in her hands. Recently, she's been thinking about how to use it well. After much thought, she decided that besides planting fruits, vegetables, and grains, there's not much else she needs. Suddenly, a loud shattering sound broke the quiet night. Su-mian opened her eyes. First, she heard the baby's soft cooing outside. When she saw the night nurse already up, patiently comforting the baby, she looked out the window. She was stunned. The healthy green plants she had before sleep seemed to have grown. One of the trees had even extended its branches into the ward, and the glass was broken by a branch. Fortunately, that room was empty. Su-mian heard the nurse's surprised cry after checking the room and the murmurs of other patients discussing the noise. Her mind was again active with thoughts. She rubbed her forehead, stared at the unusually lively branches, and after a moment of thinking, decided to go downstairs. When Su-mian arrived at the hospital room, which had been torn by branches, the onlookers were still there, happily discussing related matters. Plants have been growing really fast lately. Yesterday, my hometown called to say that the fruit trees bloomed early before their usual time, and the vegetables are taller than usual. Everyone says this will be a good harvest year. That's right. Experts said that improved soil quality makes plants grow faster. At first, I didn't believe it. This isn't a fantasy show. But now I see it's true. In our neighborhood, the sparse land has turned green in the past few days. It looks very nice, but it also makes people a bit worried. It's good that plants grow well, but the trees in this hospital have been trimmed. During the day, they look fine, but overnight, they stretch into the rooms. Isn't that a bit too fast? What's there to worry about? If they grow fast, just trim them more often. What's so special about a tree? It can't eat people, can it? Everyone laughed after they finished talking. It was just a casual chat, and no one took it seriously. After they left, Su-mian went into the room alone. The branches still swung at the window. As they got closer, the strange feeling in her mind became clearer. She guessed that her wood-type supernatural ability was warning her that this tree was unusual. She reached out to touch the branches, but didn't notice anything strange. It wasn't until she started to absorb the supernatural energy in reverse that the branches suddenly retracted like they were electrocuted. Su-mian's eyes flickered slightly. Now she was sure that this disaster was related to plants and animals. For now, she couldn't see any aggressive behavior from the plants, but based on her experience from previous encounters, she thought she would notice something in the next day or two. When she returned to the room, the baby was drinking milk. Su-mian saw the nanny's record book, which matched what she knew. The baby needs to be fed every 3 hours, with 30 milliliters each time, gradually increasing as needed. She observed the nanny's feeding and burping process, learned how to do it, then returned to her space. She took out several electric kettles from her space, filled them with bottled water, and plugged them into boil. Worried about making too much noise, she even closed the door. Once the water boiled and cooled to a suitable temperature for making milk, she took out 2 large cups of 1,500 milliliters each, mixed the water and milk powder in proportion, and placed them in her space. Following that, she continued boiling water and lowering the temperature. People say women become weak after giving birth, but that is not true for Soo-mi-yeon. Maybe because she has a strong body, aside from the difficult labor, she felt almost nothing after resting in the postpartum room. The pain seemed like a distant memory. If it weren't for the postpartum nurse and the nurse checking on her now and then, she thought she could leave the hospital right away. However, considering that her baby needed various tests in the past few days, she also needed time to gather supplies. Staying in the hospital helped avoid disturbances from the families of Dai and Lee. So, she decided to stay for now. She also quickly rented a house online, ready to move in as soon as she signed the papers. The next day was calm and peaceful. Thanks to the postpartum nurse's care, Soo-mi-yeon had almost complete freedom, only watching the baby during meal times. She used this limited time to make plans quickly. At noon, she pretended to go downstairs for a walk. Ignoring the nurse's advice, she went to the public bathroom to change clothes and slipped out of the hospital. The items she ordered online were already prepared. She drove the rented car, loading her things inside quickly. She bought everything she needed, from small snacks like steamed buns, fried dumplings, and beef noodles, to large quantities of bottled water, clothes, food, and living supplies. If Daime's card had more money, she might have bought even more. In the end, she kept some money aside and went to the maternity and baby products street. She used to never pay attention to this place, but this time she chose carefully. She picked baby clothes with good feel, making sure to get every color and size. She considered all seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and didn't forget larger shoes, socks, hats, and blankets. While quickly learning from the sales assistants, Soo-mi-yeon was also calculating how much she could stockpile and whether she missed anything. Finally, she bought a few lightweight baby strollers, safety seats, and various carriers. After spending her last money, Soo-mi-yeon returned to the hospital. She was gone for about 2 hours, but no one knew she had left. Not long after changing back into her original clothes and returning to her room, the female police officer from yesterday came to see her. Seeing her in good condition, she brought up the case. Lee Wenhao was already awake. He had minor leg fractures and some scratches on his arms. The only issue was that Daimei pushed him down the stairs, which made the police officer's job difficult. The family also denies abusing the daughter, claiming she is mentally unstable. They say locking her in the house was to protect her, and that giving her medication to make her pregnant was just her own imagination. Both the family and Lee family have the same explanation. Even a room they found was blamed on the daughter's bad temper, which kept others away and was not their fault. Now, the parents have hired a lawyer to handle the company's affairs. The person has been released, but probably won't come to the hospital in the next few days. As for the Lee family, originally Lee Wenhao wanted to hire a lawyer to make the daughter pay for her injuries. But the family's butler, the head of the Lee family, stopped him. He decided not to pursue this and agreed to pay all the hospital bills for the daughter. They also agreed that the two families would have no further contact. It's clear that the Lee family already knew about Soo-mi-yeon having a girl, and they quickly decided to abandon both mother and daughter. Soo-mi-yeon wasn't surprised at all and didn't react much. The female police officer looked at her with sympathy several times. She has seen many family disputes among the wealthy. She could tell that the daughter was treated unfairly and that her elders were scheming. But as a police officer, she couldn't just follow her feelings, especially without any evidence to support the daughter. She could only advise the girl to accept reality and take good care of her child. After the police left, Soo-mi-yeon paid the nanny's wages early so she could work until tomorrow morning. That evening, Soo-mi-yeon secretly went out again. She checked the rented house, signed the papers with the landlord, paid the final amount, and gave some extra money to help with cleaning and utilities. She was ready to move in at any time. Later that night, something happened at the hospital. Soo-mi-yeon was already in bed, clean and resting, when she heard people downstairs shouting that someone had died. She looked out the window through the lush plants and saw a crowd gathered on a small path. Someone was lying on the ground, and from the panic and the distance people kept, it was clear the person was badly hurt or dead. Soon, hospital staff came and took the person away. About 10 minutes later, the nanny put the baby to sleep and knocked on the door. She told Soo-mi-yeon that the news was spreading in their nanny group. The person who died in the hospital was a doctor. He had gone missing that morning and the security cameras didn't show where he went. Just now, he appeared dead, with all his blood cleaned off. She warned Soo-mi-yeon to stay in her room and not go outside. They suspected there was a murderer in the hospital. At 7:30, the police car arrived. It stayed for nearly 2 hours before leaving. Rumor has it they didn't find any useful clues. The doctor's family was crying badly. They had just married recently, and the couple was in their honeymoon period. Everyone in the hospital was talking about this incident. Soo-mi-yeon could clearly feel that the hospital was much quieter at night than usual, probably because everyone was afraid to speak out about the suspected killer. At 11:30 p.m., Soo-mi-yeon heard faint sounds outside the window. She turned her head and looked. The window was completely dark. She didn't think much of it and was about to close her eyes and go back to sleep when she suddenly remembered that there were small lights on the hospital walls. This meant it couldn't be completely dark outside. Her mind became alert. She pulled back the thin blanket, walked barefoot to the window, and observed carefully. She almost confirmed that the window was covered by some kind of plant. The plants were still spreading around. When Soo-mi-yeon shined her flashlight on them, the branches and leaves stopped moving. But as soon as she turned off the light, they continued to grow. It didn't seem like they were afraid of light. It was more like they instinctively avoided being seen. She looked at the branches and leaves. The plant was a larger version of a climbing vine, which usually liked to take over walls. Now, it was growing wildly and recklessly, taking advantage of the situation. Soo-mi-yeon's strange thoughts appeared again, but she was used to it now. She quietly went outside. The baby was sleeping peacefully in the stroller, and the night nurse was sleeping on the small bed nearby. She looked at the dark window again, then called the front desk. She briefly explained the situation, lying that she almost got hurt by the plants and asked them to send someone to handle it quickly, also warning them to keep staff safe. There was no window next to the front desk, and since it was night, she almost thought it was a prank unless the call was from a VIP room guest. After hanging up, she also informed the security guard at the entrance. He promised to come and check. Less than 5 minutes later, the guard called back, sounding panicked. He told her to call the police immediately. He stammered that he couldn't find the main entrance and had seen the plants moving with his own eyes. The nurse was confused when she heard this. Calling the police was serious. She hesitated, unsure whether to report it or investigate herself, when she heard running footsteps in the corridor. She saw her shift colleague rushing over, looking panicked and disheveled, saying the same thing as the security guard. The plants were moving. Following almost as if it was planned, the patients on the same floor and the nurses on duty started running to the lobby after seeing something terrifying. The nurse finally realized that everyone wasn't just talking nonsense and quickly called the police. However, after waiting a long time, no one answered, and when she called again, the line was busy. The lobby was full of people who had come out of their rooms out of fear to ask what was happening, making the place noisy and chaotic. Seeing that the phone couldn't get through, the nurse asked her colleagues to try calling, while she took a moment to look outside through the corridor window. She saw it was completely dark outside. Instinctively, she opened the window, but suddenly something pushed its way inside. She reacted quickly, but was pulled back by an older man beside her. The window was forcefully shut, and the man scolded her. "What are you doing opening the window?" The nurse stared blankly at the broken branches that had been squeezed in and pulled back. When she realized what had happened, cold sweat broke out on her back. Meanwhile, Soo-mi-yeon was on the phone in her room when the nanny woke up. Seeing that the baby was sleeping well, she quietly took out her phone to check the group messages. At first, the group was very quiet, but after a few minutes, messages started flooding in wildly, as if exploding. When she saw what everyone was saying, the nanny's face turned pale. She quickly typed to ask for more details. "Mommy Meng Meng, you said those plants hurt you. Should I get some medicine to disinfect your wounds?" Before the nanny could get the medicine, Su Mian stopped her, saying, "It's just a small scratch. No need for disinfectant." Seeing the nanny's worried frown, Su Mian added, "These plants are growing faster than natural laws. I'll take Meng Meng away tomorrow. You shouldn't go to work either. Stock up some supplies at home and watch the situation." Meng Meng is the name Su Mian gave to her child. To her, giving birth felt like a dream, so she wanted her child to have a dreamy name. The nanny nodded. The incident with the plants hurt her deeply, and she was still a bit overwhelmed. Honestly, such things are hard for anyone to accept easily. Later that night, Su Mian didn't go back to her room. She lay on the sofa in the living room, not far from the window. This way, she could keep an eye on what was outside and also protect her child. The nanny was worried and told her to stay away from the window, but Su Mian didn't move. The next morning, after the nanny explained the precautions for taking care of the child and left her personal phone number, she departed. When the nanny left, Su Mian packed her belongings into her bag and used a strap to secure the baby to her chest. She made sure the baby wouldn't fall out and that her movements wouldn't affect the child. She then protected the baby's back with one hand and left the room. The nurse station was already in chaos. Most patients had left the hospital after the main gate opened, so Su Mian's departure was easy. She just signed her name and left. But when she stepped outside the inpatient area, she almost didn't recognize the place. Everywhere was green. What was once just dense greenery now covered the roads and buildings indiscriminately. In front of the entrance, people had cleared a half-meter-wide path. Judging by the piled-up branches on both sides, the work was quite extensive. Su Mian stepped over the fallen leaves and successfully exited the hospital. She saw many people leaving the hospital, most of them in a hurry, with worried and serious expressions. It seemed the plant's sudden growth had frightened everyone. The road outside the hospital wasn't much better. Some plants had grown over the main road, turning it green. Workers had struggled for a long time to clear a single lane. Impatient cars drove over the plants, and everyone looked very anxious. Su Mian waited 10 minutes before she managed to get a taxi. She gave her address, comforted her crying baby, and observed the outside situation. The whole city had turned green overnight. Many people already felt uneasy. The streets were busier than usual, especially outside supermarkets and shopping malls, with crowds comparable to big sales days. Her rented house was not far, but traffic was so bad that it added an extra half hour to her trip. When they arrived, the driver said he wouldn't take any more passengers. In other scenarios, even with the crowd, Su Mian might have gone out to join in. But now, holding her baby and with enough supplies, she decided not to join the chaos. Her house was in a nearby village close to the city center. It had few tall buildings, little greenery, and wasn't crowded. Su Mian rented a detached, spacious apartment with a yard, a sturdy door, and high walls. It was the most suitable place she found after looking around. The house was already cleaned. Su Mian added an old-fashioned lock to the door, then went inside to get the baby's crib. She gently put Meng Meng to sleep on the bed. She took out her phone to check for any useful messages on the forum, only to notice 7 missed calls from an unfamiliar local number. While she was looking at it, the same number called again. Su Mian pressed to answer, but when she heard the voice on the line, she immediately hung up. This number had been used at the hospital before. She thought it was a doctor calling, but it turned out to be her adoptive father's voice. As soon as he spoke, he started causing trouble, sounding angry and ready to scold her. Su Mian refused to listen to his nonsense. What she didn't expect was that 5 minutes later, her phone flooded with messages from different numbers. They, pretending to be elders from the adoptive family, accused Su Mian of being selfish, harming the family, and spouting nonsense, which put the family in danger. They even brought up her kindness of over 20 years and said she should obey her parents' arrangements and be a valuable daughter. The last message was from her adoptive mother. As the family's peacemaker, she kindly urged Su Mian to withdraw her accusations against the family. She also said the outside world was chaotic now, and if Su Mian stepped back, they could still be a family. Su Mian read all the messages quickly, then replied with "Get lost" to each one, turned off her phone, removed the SIM card, connected to the house Wi-Fi, and started browsing the forum. Many users on the forum posted about their experiences. It turned out that, besides the plants suddenly spreading on the streets, many people's homes were affected too. Several plant lovers almost got strangled by vine tendrils in the middle of the night. Luckily, they had herbicide at home and sprayed it without hesitation, saving their lives. People shared various methods to deal with the plants: herbicide, insecticide, boiling water, fire, and even sulfuric acid. The tools used were quite diverse, and most of these methods worked. Su Mian followed the tips and found a post about removal. After reading quickly, she felt these methods weren't necessary for her situation. Since it was a plant and animal crisis, the danger couldn't be as minor as last night's rain. The forum users were mostly dealing with ordinary plants, which had limited mutation abilities and wouldn't become overly dangerous. The real concern was those huge, tangled, giant trees. For example, the tree that grew up into the hospital building. Su Mian suspected that the doctor who was drained of blood might have been harmed by that tree. But since the plants had just started mutating, most people thought it was strange if they moved, and they didn't consider the possibility of killing people. Some people in the post also raised the suspicion, but nervous netizens dismissed it for various reasons. Even now, they are still convincing themselves that it was just an accidental overgrowth of plants. Su Mian saw that the official account posted a message to reassure everyone not to worry. The Research Institute is speeding up production of a herbicide that can effectively remove weeds, and it will soon be distributed to all street offices. The official message worked. In the afternoon, Su Mian noticed fewer people on the street, and some even went for walks, touching the strange plants out of curiosity. The street office responded quickly. Around 2 p.m., trucks delivered large barrels of herbicide, which were added to water sprinklers. They started spraying the herbicide over the plants along the roadside in large areas. The herbicide seemed to work. The plants visibly shrank, and sanitation workers quickly cleared them, pulling them out by the roots. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Su Mian looked away from the window and watched Meng Meng, who was whining. She suddenly realized it was time to feed the baby. She picked her up and gave her milk, gently burped her, then put her back. Meng Meng was well-behaved and soon fell asleep. She also chose a lunchbox for herself, with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, and ate happily. By evening, the streets were clean and tidy. Su Mian heard that some people even went out to set off fireworks, attracting many nearby residents outside. She didn't join the festivities, but continued browsing the forum. This time, she found a very interesting post. Battle Axe Sisters Gathering Thread. Everyone who understands, come join us and support each other. It sounded mysterious. Bored, Su Mian clicked in to take a look. Although the content was written in a secretive way, the special words and tone suggested it was a group of players, mostly women. They gathered in this way to find other female players in the same game. From their conversations, it didn't seem to be their first time. They organized very smoothly and weren't worried about being watched. They even left a meeting spot. To Su Mian's surprise, the place they chose was in the same village as her. The organizer was called Qian Jia. From the tone of other members, she was quite skilled, brave, clever, and very experienced, an old player with a lot of know-how. Although they were from the same village, the village was quite large. Su Mian looked at the map and thought that as long as she didn't go there on her own, it was unlikely they would run into each other. It is now evening. This time, Su Mian set an alarm clock deliberately. She set it for 11 o'clock and placed the child beside her to sleep together. After a while, the alarm clock vibrated. Su Mian first looked at Meng Meng, who was still sleeping soundly. She estimated that Meng Meng would need another half-hour to finish nursing. Su Mian got up to check outside. Sure enough, the plants had spread again. The ground, which had been cleaned thoroughly during the day, was now covered with green plants, even denser than before. The village was very quiet, to the point that Su Mian felt it was a bit too quiet. Even though she believed the plants no longer posed a danger, she couldn't ignore the silence. According to Dai Mei's memory, 11 o'clock was a time when most people stayed up late and were energetic. If they looked out the window, they would notice something was wrong and make noise. However, she saw that some houses still had their lights on, but no one appeared. Suddenly, Su Mian's eyes caught a very large flower bud. The flower looked like an animal opening and closing its mouth. At first, only the petals moved, but then something was sprayed from the center of the flower, creating a fog that quickly dissipated into the air. After 10 minutes, the flower withered, and in another place, a similar flower quietly bloomed and repeated the same actions. Su Mian's instincts told her something was wrong. She instinctively took out 2 masks from her space, one put on her face, and the other she folded to cover Meng Meng's nose and mouth. Because of the extra covering, Meng Meng twitched slightly in protest, but was quickly soothed back to sleep by Su Mian. Su Mian also took out a purifier she bought from the Mother and Baby Street. The staff there had praised it highly, claiming it could absorb dust, formaldehyde, and even recognize air quality and humidity. Su Mian initially thought it was unnecessary, but since the price was reasonable and she was worried about poor air quality affecting Meng Meng when moving to a new house, she bought one. To her surprise, she really needed it. The machine, once plugged in, emitted a humming sound, which was barely noticeable. It indicated that the air was polluted and automatically switched to purification mode. As the pollution level gradually decreased, it looked more comfortable to watch, whether or not it was effective. By 12 o'clock, the plants moved even faster, spreading into the residents' homes. The large trees were also rapidly extending their branches. Su Mian heard crackling sounds from the wires being crushed, followed by the explosion of a transformer. She looked back at the machine still running and saw that only the street across was dark. Perhaps the explosion had awakened some people. She heard shouting and yelling from somewhere nearby. Su Mian watched the branches that had already entered her yard. She flipped down from the balcony, and the whip with fire on it immediately made the branches retract several meters. They seemed to have awareness. After retreating from Su Mian, they sneaked in from other places, but Su Mian discovered and dealt with them early each time. After about 10 or so repetitions, the branches finally stopped approaching the yard. Su Mian jumped onto the wall and walked along the path where the branches had retreated. She saw a thick-rooted vine, a type she was unfamiliar with. She threw a ball of fire at it, while using her whip to wrap around the vine's roots and pull it out. During this, she clearly felt a force resisting her. It was very weak, and after a brief struggle, she overpowered it. She used her strength to pull out the vine and its roots. Before the roots could escape, Su Mian quickly moved forward and lifted it with her bare hands. She tried to absorb the strange energy from it. She felt a warm flow traveling along the vine into her body, very comfortable, but it only lasted a few seconds before ending. Looking down, she saw the vine had turned yellow and withered, soft and shriveled, as if it had shrunk several times in her hand. Worried that Meng Meng might be unsafe at home, Su Mian didn't stay long. She returned to her house. Perhaps because she removed one vine, no more greenery climbed into her yard for a long time. To be safe, she fed Meng Meng milk to soothe her to sleep, then placed her in the crib inside. Su Mian took 4 or 5 surveillance cameras from her space. After connecting them to the internet, she linked them to the TV in the room, placing them in different directions around the house. That night, Su Mian watched many scenes of trees growing through the monitors. She woke up 3 times during the night. Only once did she need to clear plants. The other times, she was feeding Meng Meng and changing her diaper. Near dawn, horns sounded on the street. A pickup truck carried 4 or 5 soldiers, each with a horn, going door to door to remind everyone who was awake to gather at the main entrance. Su Mian saw that Meng Meng had already woken up. She simply put the baby in her sling and carried her in her arms, then went downstairs. When she came down, only a few people stood on the street, all looking exhausted and hopeless. The The soldiers on the pickup truck got out with electronic devices, began registering survivors' information, and took photos for records. When it was Soo Myeon's turn, she pretended to be worried and asked about last night. The other person saw she was a young mother living alone with her child and told her that last night, a plant that released calming pollen grew and caused residents to fall into deep sleep. The plant took the chance to invade, and many people were strangled in their sleep. The other person was afraid of saying too much and didn't mention that some people also died from blood loss. They received news last night and started rescue efforts, but due to a lack of people and the danger of the plants at night, they couldn't save many and lost several teammates. When they noticed the plants in the morning deliberately slowed their growth, they sent teams to count the survivors. As for the next steps, there are no clear instructions yet. Today, the official plan will be announced. Please pay attention to the village news. Soo Myeon thanked the other person, watched them continue forward, and prepare to go home. Just as she was about to enter, her neighbor across the street suddenly called out to her. "Wait, you're the resident from Aunt Xiao's house, right? Well, last night, we lost power here. I called Aunt Xiao, and she said if you're willing, you could rent us the room upstairs for a few days. I see you're alone with a child, and we're just a couple. In this situation, looking out for each other might be better. What do you think?" Soo Myeon frowned and looked at the man speaking. He was about 30. She remembered that around dawn he had been standing outside her yard, looking in, so he was probably eyeing her house. It seemed he thought she was easy to bully because she was alone with a baby. Soo Myeon replied calmly, "Sorry, I don't like sharing my home with others. Please find someone else. Hey, little girl, actually Aunt Xiao is my relative. If you agree, I can ask her to have the rent for you," the man said. Soo Myeon ignored him and went straight inside, closing the door. She heard him curse outside, then she opened the door suddenly, swinging out her whip with a loud, "Stop wasting time. Are you coming or not?" The man was almost hit by the whip. Seeing her cold, clear eyes, he looked fearful and finally ran away trembling. Soo Myeon saw some people on the street looking over here. She gave them a cold stare and then closed the door. At noon, the official news finally arrived. For dangerous areas, the authorities had set up temporary safe zones. Those willing to go could do so on their own, but space was limited. People who could stay at home were advised to do so. Sujin saw on the monitor that the man and woman across the street were packing up and leaving with large and small bags. Before leaving, they flipped her the bird. Sujin opened the window and threw a stone at them from the second floor. The man was hit on the forehead and cried out in pain, but he didn't dare say anything else and hurried away in frustration. In the afternoon, about half of the villagers had left, mostly from the opposite street. Around 3 o'clock, a large group of soldiers appeared. They entered the quiet houses and soon brought out several bodies. When they returned, their vehicles were fully loaded with the dead. Sujin also had a close look at the bodies. The bodies were shriveled and pale, similar to how a doctor in the hospital described death. It seems that the plant's killing method prefers blood dash, and strangulation was likely accidental. Seeing the bodies, more villagers left in the evening. As it got dark, someone knocked on Sujin's door. It was the village office. They had received news that the plants would continue to grow widely tonight and worried someone might get hurt again. They advised anyone unwilling to stay to go to the community for the night. Sujin refused, thinking she had surveillance cameras and that staying in the community would be uncomfortable. There was no need to bother. The visitors saw she was determined and didn't insist further, but still told her how to get to the community. She could go there anytime if she'd change her mind. That night, Sujin didn't sleep right away. Instead, she watched the outside situation. This time, before nightfall, the plant started to move and make noise. After waiting a long time, she put her child in a carrier on her back and found the nearest mutated small tree. The tree was about 4 or 5 meters tall, with thin branches. At first glance, it didn't look mutated, but Sujin had seen it move on the monitor. She swung her whip and saw the small tree tremble. Its strength didn't seem very powerful, so Sujin reached out and absorbed energy from it. When the warm current entered her body, she felt a comfortable sensation, as if all her cells had opened up. This time, The effect lasted longer than last night's vine, but it was still too short. Feeling her plant-based powers had improved, Sujin carried the withered small tree back to her house. She tried to recharge it with energy. As the branches regained vitality, a strange connection formed in her mind. She simply transmitted her instructions, and after receiving the response from the small tree, Sujin smiled. Soo-mi-yeon has always wanted to try controlling mutated plants, but since she just gained her special ability and her level is low, she was afraid of backlash and didn't dare to try recklessly. This time, her success gave her confidence. She thought she might be able to use this power to help her relax during this difficult trial. She also kept in mind the potential danger from animals. The plants showed signs of mutation, but the animals hadn't yet appeared openly. Once they do, it could cause big trouble. Most survivors now hold 3 attitudes. First, they think it's not serious and believe the government can handle it. Second, they hoard supplies and hide under the government's protection, like frightened birds. Third, some feel there's no way out and have simply given up. Soo-mi-yeon doesn't want to be crowded with others for now. After having a child, she needs to carry many things with her. A few items are fine, but if she keeps pulling out strange and unusual objects, she might be discovered by the locals quickly, which could cause big problems. She plans to stay here for now, but only if she rebuilds her home. The man who tried to move in here has made Soo-mi-yeon cautious. Her yard is too clean, and if she keeps it that way, more people will become interested, not fewer. Fortunately, her small experiment tonight was successful. Soo-mi-yeon feels she has found the right method. Later, she wandered around the area. She avoided large, thick-rooted trees and chose a few different types of vines with big leaves. She mimicked the process, first absorbing vitality from the plants, then returning it. This way, the plants would respect her and listen to her simple commands. She watched as the clean wall was covered with vines, even leaving space for her surveillance cameras. It might not look very nice, but at least it's safe. These plants also help protect her from small plants that might accidentally grow too close. Only stronger plants might push through, but if they clash with the plants in front of her house, Soo-mi-yeon can sense it immediately, more quickly than her cameras. The little dreamer sleeping in her arms still sleeps soundly, even leaning closer to Soo-mi-yeon. Over the past 2 days, her face has turned a rosy red, making her look quite adorable. Soo-mi-yeon gently pinched her little face, smiling softly. She then adjusted the straps of her bag and looked around once more. It was already 3 a.m. when Soo-mi-yeon confirmed there were no dangerous mutated plants within a 500-meter radius. She finished checking the main gate and transferred some special energy to the plants before going upstairs. She washed Mingming's bottom and fed her milk. After placing the baby in the crib, she returned to her own bed. She was still not used to sleeping next to someone, and she was also afraid that if she got used to it, she might become too comfortable with having someone nearby. After all, she often entered dangerous missions, so this habit was not suitable for her. Soo-mi-yeon slept until dawn, and Mengmeng also slept peacefully for 4 or 5 hours. When the little one woke up, she didn't cry. She lay in bed, kicking her legs and making sounds she couldn't understand. Soo-mi-yeon was now very skilled at taking care of her. Especially since her milk powder was prepared, lifting the less than 8-pound baby was easier than handling her serrated knife. Ignoring the need for careful care, the baby's presence hardly affected her anymore. The most important thing was that Mengmeng was very cooperative, which increased Soo-mi-yeon's patience without her realizing it. At 8 a.m., the village office's loudspeaker reminded everyone to stay alert for the mutated plants. They told people to keep their electronic devices and not to miss any official updates about the danger. Soo-mi-yeon didn't go downstairs. She often browsed online forums. The netizens were more active than before, sharing more detailed news. For example, all provinces had been affected by the mutation, but the authorities quickly set up protective bases and distributed various safety tools. However, only a few people received them. Some people praised the bases for being comfortable, even though there were many people and food was limited. They said safety was not a big concern, which was already quite good for most. Soo-mi-yeon even saw pictures of local shops and streets. Due to slow cleanup, The green plants had taken over the city center. It looked like a deep mountain forest. The person who took the photos only managed to get one set before drones were destroyed by the plants. He was so upset that he posted over 10 angry messages. She also saw the Axe sister team she had come across before. She didn't expect these people to stay. Every night, they sent someone to clear the plants. So far, no one was hurt, but some people were starting to complain about poor rest and insufficient food. They were hesitant about whether to go to the official base. A person called Sister Chien continued recruiting players, apparently planning to take turns going out to find supplies. Yes, the players have experienced a lot and they are not used to being told what to do. Compared to the currently harmless plants, they prefer to stay outside freely. However, from Su Mion's point of view, there are too many of them gathered, which makes collecting supplies later a big problem. They probably won't last very long. That afternoon, Su Mion noticed signs of a strange animal mutation. A local was cleaning nearby plants when they were bitten by a rabbit. When the post was made, it was ridiculed for many floors, but when they showed the wound, everyone was shocked. The wound was bloody and torn, with 2 big tooth holes clearly visible. People wondered if the rabbit had such strong teeth. Some questioned the poster, but half an hour later, they posted a clear photo of the rabbit's body. The picture showed the rabbit was much larger, with sharp claws on its limbs and a huge head. Its teeth looked like those of a wild boar, and its eyes were blood red, looking quite abnormal. When people saw that the picture was not edited, the forum erupted in discussion. At first, everyone thought it was just plants changing because of the soil, a mutation. Now, the mutated rabbit told them that animals could mutate too. Although they didn't know how the mutation happened, it was definitely not a good sign. Someone immediately contacted the authorities. They responded that they had noticed this issue and reassured everyone not to worry. They confirmed that the animal mutation was caused by animals eating mutated plants, not because of air or water. Although this wasn't exactly good news, it was a relief. The road ahead was still open after all. Su Mion left her house at 5 o'clock. She took her neighbor's electric scooter and drove along the main road, passing through the dense plants outside the city center. Ignoring the thick plants, the main road's plants only extended in harmless parts. With an alert system, Su Mion faced almost no obstacles and headed to the commercial street she had previously seen. This area had the highest spending in the vicinity, with many shops. When she was returning by car, she kept an eye on it. She had also studied many maps and routes at home. Although the signs were no longer visible, she remembered the locations well, and it wasn't hard to find. Su Mion first went to the bakery opposite. When she came that day, she saw many people queuing. Now, the glass door was tightly shut. Su Mion unlocked a door, cleared a space big enough for her to enter, and packed all the bagged bread that hadn't been taken away yet. The power in the shopping street was the first to be destroyed. Surveillance cameras were useless now, so Su Mion didn't worry about being seen. She found many freshly baked breads that were still good and not past their expiration date. Following her principle of not wasting, she collected them all, along with plates and transparent display cases, and took everything away. Before leaving, she saw some dolls on the cash register, so she went back and collected them. She planned to give them to Meng Meng to play with later. Next to the bakery was a small coffee shop. It didn't have many items left. Su Mion didn't like coffee, so she only took a box of fresh milk, coconuts, and lemons from the kitchen. Then she moved on to a snack shop. It seemed the owner thought they might come back to do business, so most of the items were still in place. People looking for supplies probably preferred supermarkets, so they didn't come in. Su Mion simply took away a basin and some shelves, which looked like she had opened a small snack store herself. She visited about a dozen shops. Except for a few that had been entered, most still had plenty of goods. After collecting some medicines from the last pharmacy, she turned toward the mother and baby street she had visited before. The once clean floor tiles were now overgrown with plants, making her feel like she was walking in a forest. She gathered a variety of baby quilts of different sizes and thicknesses, packed them into bags, and then picked out some good quality baby strollers, some removable, some portable, all kinds of strange styles. Finally, She took some clothes. She already had enough children's clothes, but these items wouldn't last long if left here, and since her space was large, she decided to keep them. Next door was a shop selling baby accessories, cleaning sets, swimming gear, baby food and snacks, and a whole wall of formula milk. Su Mian chose a brand of formula milk that was reputed to be the most expensive online. The mother and baby store also sold it at a high price. She saw it here too, so she took some. She also collected other brands. Formula milk never went to waste. As it was getting dark, her sensing ability increased, so she stopped in time and started heading back. On the way, she met several groups of people carrying big and small bags. Most were in groups of a few, some riding bikes like her, others in cars, all looking like locals. Su Mian returned home, and it was already completely dark outside. She noticed that the power in her house had also gone out. The engine noise was too loud. Su Mian wasn't worried about others spying on her, but she was concerned it might disturb Meng Meng's sleep, so she decided not to use it. She found some small lamps and placed them where they wouldn't shine directly into anyone's eyes. She also packed away the surveillance equipment and the purifier. After tidying up Meng Meng, she went downstairs and lit a small stove, placing a large iron pot with over 10 liters of water on it to boil. Although she had stored some warm water, she prepared more just in case. Once the water cooled, Su Mian added some milk powder. She then sterilized the empty bottles and large water cups by boiling them, dried them, and filled them with enough for 2 days. The rest she stored away. At night, familiar noises started again. This time, Su Mian didn't go outside because there was a lot of activity nearby. The sounds didn't seem close, but every now and then, there was a loud explosion-like noise. Meng Meng wasn't sleeping very peacefully, so Su Mian stayed beside her. When the noises became more frequent, she gently held the child close, patting her softly. Eventually, Su Mian also fell asleep. At dawn, Su Mian heard running footsteps, shouting, and faint howling, followed by screams. She looked at Meng Meng, who was sleeping peacefully on her chest, then quietly got up and went to the balcony to check outside. On the street, a group of wolves, larger than usual, were gathered, tearing at something. Soon they chased after something else. Not long after, Su Mian heard familiar screams, indicating someone had accidentally encountered the wolves and couldn't escape. She returned inside, turned off the lights, and saw that Meng Meng hadn't woken up. She sat on the sofa and started playing with her new phone. Yesterday, she passed by a well-known brand store and took dozens of their newly released phones. She also took all the power banks from the accessories, along with some tablets, computers, and watches. Fortunately, she found a wireless device used by staff. She initially thought she wouldn't need it because her place had internet, but then the power went out. Now that she was connected to the internet, Su Mian continued browsing the forum for news. Sure enough, the mutated animals had started to appear since yesterday afternoon. Late at night, some residents were suddenly attacked and bitten by nearby animals that rushed into their homes. These animals became very aggressive, craving flesh and biting fiercely. Many people realized too late, as the animals were much stronger than usual. Those who were lucky enough managed to stop them. It is said that a group of mutated tigers in a certain neighborhood ate everything and left nothing behind. The authorities issued an emergency notice, telling those who cannot defend themselves to quickly gather and head to the nearest base. Clearly, they couldn't control this situation either. Su Mian realized why wolves and humans appeared in the village after most people had left. It was probably because people, eager to reach the base before dawn, encountered the wolf pack and were chased. She saw the size of those wolves. They were quite large. But her house had a high wall, so they probably couldn't get in. Still, she knew she had to be prepared. When dawn broke, she took Meng Meng out again. When she returned, she carried a bag of mutated cacti. She placed the cacti on the wall and used her special power. Soon, a spiky fence appeared around the top of the wall. The mutated cacti had yellow and black thorns that looked very sharp. They were quite big, and any animal that tried to climb over would either get pricked or seriously hurt. She also added a few more cacti along the wall. After finishing this, Su Mian visited her nearby neighbors. In just one day, the mutated plants she had cleaned up started to grow vigorously again. Their abilities, which she thought were weak before, also improved. She even sensed a very strong mutated plant about 5 meters away. It seemed too powerful for her to absorb, but she was confident she could fight it. She carefully harvested a small bunch, feeling the pleasant fullness of her power growing. She looked longingly into the distance, but finally decided to go back home. She fed Meng Meng, gave the baby a quick bath, and changed her clothes. Su Mian ate a meal herself, brewed some tea, and sat on a lounge chair on the balcony. She moved Meng Meng's crib nearby. The nanny had said that children should be exposed to sunlight. Su Mian had never raised a child before, so she did her best to do it right. Since there was no strong sun lately, it was a good time to let the baby get some sunlight. While drinking tea and looking at the green outside, she rested for a while, then checked her phone. She took a quick glance at Meng Meng, who was sleeping soundly. It was a rare moment of peace and comfort. Besides her concern about the mutated plant, Su Mian felt that lying here like this was pretty good. The silence was broken by the sound of gunfire nearby. Meng Meng was startled and trembled. Su Mian frowned, quickly went over to pick her up before she started crying. She found 2 small, soft pieces of cotton and placed them near Meng Meng's ears to block the noise, then looked toward the source of the gunfire. A group of people was running quickly from the southwest street, chased by a large pack of mutated wolves. There were at least 10 wolves. The slower ones were caught and bitten on the neck. They screamed as the wolves tore them apart and ate them. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Su Mian had just packed up her lounge chair and stroller when she saw the leading man look in her direction. He saw her upstairs, paused for a moment, then turned and ran toward her house with the others. The group included men and women. Surprisingly, most of the ones at the back were men. The women moved quickly and skillfully. Though scared, they never looked back. They just gritted their teeth and ran after the others. The wind howled louder and closer. When Su Mian realized the men's plan, her face darkened. She saw the man run ahead and suddenly produce some bloody flesh in his hand. He threw it onto the cactus growing on her wall. The blood and flesh made the cactus start to twist and move, instinctively absorbing the blood. The wolves, also attracted by the blood, charged toward the wall. During the chaos, 2 more men and women were torn apart and eaten by the wolves. Su Mian quickly went inside, tied Meng Meng into her carrier, and returned to the balcony. The men used the cactus on the wall to lure the wolves, causing them to jump recklessly. They worked together to kill the lone wolves nearby. These wolves seemed to have mutated recently. Their craving for flesh was wild. Su Mian saw one wolf leap onto the wall like it was on steroids. It overestimated its toughness and underestimated the cactus's sharp spines. It bit into the bloody flesh but was pierced through the chin by the spines, letting out a terrible scream. The struggling wolf fell from the wall, pulling some of the cactus roots loose by half a meter. Realizing how dangerous the spines were, the men kept producing more bloody flesh, skillfully avoiding the attacking wolves, and hung all the flesh on the cactus's sharp thorns. This trick worked. Most of the wolves focused on the bloodied flesh on the wall, easing the pressure on the group significantly. The wolves kept biting and pulling, but the cactus couldn't withstand such force and was quickly pulled to the ground. Its sharp thorns also pierced the wolves' skin, causing them to roll around in pain and cry out, while still trying to bite the flesh they could reach. At that moment, another man spotted Su Mian on the 2nd floor. This woman is very brave, hiding here with a child. She's probably blocked by the mutated cactus and can't get out, he said, giving Su Mian a look that was hard to tell if it was pity or regret. While they spoke, they kept fighting. With the cactus helping, they quickly killed half of the wolves. A young woman in the team frowned and asked, "She has a child with her. What will she do if the wolves come inside?" "She's just a native." "Do you really think she's a real person? Aren't you all experienced players? I didn't expect you to be so kind." No wonder people say female players are weak and overly caring. This comment made the women in the team look at him with angry eyes. What's wrong with female players? Do you look down on us women? And you came all this way to talk about cooperation? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have met the wolves. If I'd known you all looked down on female players, we wouldn't have opened the door for you earlier. Oh, you're getting angry now. I'm just being honest. We're almost at our limit, and you're worried about some numbers? I'm helping you. Otherwise, with your temper, you'd probably fail in the dungeon sooner or later. The woman who first spoke furrowed her brows even more and said to the man who brought out the meat, "If you're going to talk like that, then forget about working together. Let's go our separate ways." The man looked a bit annoyed. They're not saying nice things, but most of what they said is true. If you can't handle these words, then female players are indeed fragile and sensitive. We don't want to work together? Fine, then we're leaving. After saying that, the man was about to call some male players to leave. The remaining women stared in disbelief at what was happening, their eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. The male players, meanwhile, grinned and made funny faces at them. When they saw the two wolves attacking the female players, they didn't help but instead looked proud and said, "If you ask us for help, maybe we can still talk." The male player holding the meat was probably the leader of the group. He played with his weapon and watched the scene with a relaxed attitude, until a flaming whip swung past him. The smell of burning hair reached his nose. He staggered back and looked up. Everyone was surprised by this sudden change. No one noticed the person standing on the wall before. She held a long, flaming whip in her hand and was cradling a child in her arms. She looked down at the man coldly. "Just because I am a native, I have to suffer your unjust trouble? You set fire to my home and want to leave? Did you ask for my opinion?" Su Mion's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the coldness in her words. The man was still angry about his burnt hair. He snorted and said, "It's your luck to die for us. What more do you want from a bunch of data?" He suddenly turned his palm, and a small knife aimed at Su Mion's chest. Someone nearby shouted, "Be careful, there's medicine on that knife." Before the words finished, there was a ding sound. The knife didn't reach Su Mion. Instead, she whipped it away with her whip. She didn't even look at it. The knife, as if guided by an unseen force, flew back along the same path at a faster speed. It pierced into the man's chest before he could react. Only when her companions looked at her with horror did the man realize the blood spreading across his chest. At that moment, a wolf took the opportunity to attack. The man could have escaped, but he suddenly felt his arm go weak. The anesthetic from the knife had taken effect. Terrified, he couldn't struggle and was bitten through the throat by the wolf. Blood splattered everywhere. The wolf pack rushed forward. In a short time, the man, still alive, had his limbs bitten off. He never made a sound before he died. His companions were so frightened by this change that they stayed in place. Even the women looked at Su Mion with fear. She simply held the child with one hand and gently jumped down from the wall. The tangled cactus vines on the ground moved closer, and in everyone's surprised gaze, they nuzzled against her leg like a spoiled child. Her voice remained calm. "You are unreasonable, so I won't bother with words." Realizing something was wrong, the male player turned to run. As he turned, he felt a burning pain in his ankle. Looking down, he saw his leg caught by the fiery whip. He screamed and begged for mercy as he was dragged into the wolf pack, instantly becoming their food. There were only 4 male players left. Su Mion casually killed one, and the other 3 ran in different directions, thinking Su Mion's clone was useless. Su Mion didn't look up and said, "Stop them. I won't argue about the fire you caused earlier." The female players realized she was talking to them and quickly went to help without hesitation. The wolf pack also moved, but before they could catch up, vines suddenly appeared and tied their legs. The wolves struggled fiercely, tearing plants apart everywhere. However, the plants didn't grow back fast enough, and soon the dense vines trapped them completely. Seeing this scene by chance, the female players were shocked and almost couldn't close their mouths. They looked at Su Mion's back with fear and didn't dare delay in chasing after him. Su Mion had just finished dealing with one wolf and threw it into the pack. The other 2 were caught by the female players and brought to him. The once arrogant people were now very miserable, crying and begging for mercy. The female players found them disgusting. They had been so fierce just now, but now they were scared. Just as they were about to ask what to do with these two, Su-mion whipped one and threw them into the wolves. Although the wolves were restrained and couldn't move freely, they could still use their mouths. The food was right in front of them, so they ate the two people quickly and completely. The screams of pain kept ringing out, making people's scalps tingle. At first, the female players wanted to get close to Su-mion, but after seeing the scene, no one dared to speak. Until the ground was covered with torn flesh and blood, and the wolves finally quieted down. But the observant female players soon noticed something was wrong. It wasn't that the wolves were quieting down, but that the vines had silently entered their bodies. They were being absorbed in a regular pattern, one after another. The once strong wolves became shriveled, and in less than 10 minutes, only a skin and bones remained. Could it really be that the wolves, which had almost been wiped out, died so easily? The female players, who had been chasing the wolves in a panic, silently exchanged glances. Someone bravely stepped forward to Su-mion and said, About earlier, we're sorry. We didn't mean to lead the wolves here, but it was indeed our fault.
So,
Is the promise you made earlier about not holding us accountable still valid? The female player's palms were almost pierced by her nails, fearing she might be caught and thrown into the vines by a whip. Unexpectedly, she heard a reply, "Deal." Su-mion looked at the frightened people who didn't dare to look at her directly. "You can go now." The door was locked from the inside. Su-mion fiddled with it before opening and stepping inside. Before going upstairs, she glanced at the messy wall, planning to go out later. Thinking of this, she looked down at the child. The noise just now had been loud, and Dream moved several times. Maybe because Su-mion was holding her, she wasn't scared or crying, which surprised Su-mion a little. But her mood for enjoying the sun was ruined. After going upstairs, she fed Dream milk and tried to soothe her to sleep. When she found she had peed again, she changed her diaper. After placing the child in the crib, Su-mion checked her clothes to make sure there was no bloodstain. Then she had a simple lunch and thought about what to do next. The plants were growing faster and becoming more aggressive every day. Luckily, her special ability was also improving. For now, she could live alone with the child and keep herself safe, but accidents could still happen. She didn't want to go to the base. She preferred to stay here and face the plants. Another reason was that staying here gave her a chance to improve her ability and understand her wood element power better. This way, even if she moved to another challenge, she would have a better way to protect herself. She knew that if it weren't for the child, she might have already gone alone into dangerous places to push her limits. Now that she couldn't abandon the child, she could only slow down her progress. Waiting around here felt like a waste of time. After hesitating for half an hour, Su-mion made her decision. At 4 p.m., she strapped on her backpack and looked at Dream, who was sleeping soundly against her chest. Then she headed toward the nearby plants she had sensed earlier. On the way, she saw many mutated plants. She noted down a few that looked good, planning to take them with her when she returned. Soon, she reached a large tree full of pink fruits. The movement she sensed was coming from it. The tree was about 7 or 8 meters tall. Its shape was similar to ordinary trees, but Su-mion could feel its roots had spread over 100 meters around. The mutated plants nearby kept their distance from it. Because of this, its branches were sturdy and its leaves dense. Especially those small pink fruits look very tempting, making people want to take a bite. Wait, take a bite. Suddenly realizing she had unconsciously moved close to the big tree, Su-mion snapped back to her senses. For her, who was not lacking in fruit, these fruits didn't attract her, but she couldn't help having such thoughts, which shows that these fruits have some confusing effect. Su-mion looked around the big tree to avoid the fruits, then soon saw the terrible scene behind the tree. She didn't expect that what she thought were withered roots were actually human bodies that had been drained and shriveled. These people were almost fused with the tree. The difference was that their branches came out of their mouths, making their dried faces look especially fierce and terrifying. Su-mion tried to cut one of the branches, and suddenly the soil beneath her moved. She quickly stepped back, and a small branch about the thickness of a finger poked out. If she had been a second slower, it would have pierced through her body. This scene didn't scare Su Mian. Instead, it made her feel a warm rush in her chest. She checked her straps to make sure they were secure, then freed both hands, one holding a whip, the other channeling her powers. Countless fireballs were thrown near the roots of the big tree, and the flames spread upward along the branches. Su Mian felt the ground trembling nearby. She remained calm and added a gust of wind to help the fire spread faster. Soon, the ground cracked open and roots burst out of the soil. Some headed towards Su Mian, while others tried to sweep away the flames. The whip in her hand was also infused with fire. It looked like a fiery dragon, and wherever it struck, the roots were either broken or set ablaze. She skillfully dodged numerous sneaky branches, fighting while continuing to throw fireballs at the tree's roots. No matter how powerful the mutated tree was, it couldn't escape its fear of fire. Su Mian was well prepared this time, with abundant energy that even a newly grown mutant couldn't resist. Seeing that the long battle was slowing the tree's resistance, Su Mian remained alert. Suddenly, the tree, which had no strength left, suddenly surged up. It looked like a tree spirit possessed, ignoring the flames on its body and focusing on attacking Su Mian. But it underestimated Su Mian. Its dense roots couldn't touch her at all. Her whip moved almost like a shadow, striking it repeatedly and forcing it to retreat step by step. Seeing the big tree's green leaves start to turn yellow and its life fade away, Su Mian put away her whip, grabbed the tree's branch, and began to absorb its energy wildly. The weak tree had no strength to resist as Su Mian drained its last bit of life force. For the first time, Su Mian felt a different kind of energy. If the previous mutated plants were like gentle streams, then what she was touching now was like a rushing river. Her body was filled with powerful energy, quickly restoring the consumed energy, while the rest warmed and moisturized every part of her body. She noticed that the small cut on her finger had disappeared without her knowing. She was surprised that the vitality of these plants could be directly used on her. Although it wasn't as healing as some special abilities, it was a lifesaver in critical moments. After draining the tree, Su Mian burned the roots connecting to humans, then threw the rest into her space, planning to plant it at the door when she returned. She looked around and, unsurprisingly, found a pile of human bodies under the disturbed ground that hadn't been fully absorbed. She set them on fire and burned them completely. The mutated plants nearby seemed to sense danger and remained very quiet. Su Mian didn't feel any other strong fluctuations or signals. She circled around, took note of everything, and then returned the way she came. On her way back, she took some of the plants she liked. She was initially worried that if she put them into her space, they might die even more thoroughly. But after checking the big tree she had just taken out and seeing it was fine, she felt more confident. She killed and stored all the less impressive plants into her space. The most she took were vine-like plants, along with some mutated plants that looked a bit aggressive, like cacti and roses. By the time she was near her home, it was already dark. The large bloodstains had been absorbed by the plants without anyone noticing. Except for Su Mian, who had a keen sense of smell and could detect the blood scent, there was almost no sign of the previous battle. Even the wolf skins had been pulled underground and buried. Su Mian selected a few healthy-looking cacti and placed them on the wall as she did yesterday. This time, she didn't forget the ground. She placed the big tree on the left side of the house, slightly behind, to prevent its growth from blocking the sunlight to the second floor later. Although most of her newly gained ability had been released, it had become fully integrated with her, so its output did not change her core strength. In fact, she only needed to rest for a short while, and the ability would automatically replenish itself. This was similar to other abilities. The only downside was that having too many abilities meant more options for use, but also higher consumption. She could only try to use them one at a time to avoid sudden, large energy drains that could tire her out. By around 7 o'clock, Meng Meng had been fed, dressed, and placed in her crib, where she was sleeping peacefully. Su Mian had also broken a sweat today, mainly because she was worried about Meng Meng being attacked. This fight focused on long-range attacks, which was a bit tiring, but luckily, the result was good. She didn't rush to take a shower. Instead, she set up a table and a portable stove on the balcony, took out a hot pot still steaming, and prepared some vegetables nearby. Under the relatively nice moonlight, Soo Mi-yeon ate slowly, enjoying her meal while browsing a forum on her phone. When she had a moment, she also took a box of milk, relaxing in this peaceful moment. This meal took quite a while. After washing the dishes, an hour and a half had passed. Another half hour later, she took a shower, washed her hair, and changed clothes. Just as she was about to lie down, Meng started to whimper. Seeing she wasn't hungry, Soo Mi-yeon went over and gently patted her. Finally, she pushed the crib next to her bed, adjusted the height so she could reach easily even when lying down, and kept an eye on Meng. That night, no one disturbed their rest. Besides feeding Meng during the night, Soo Mi-yeon slept until dawn. Around 8 o'clock, after finishing breakfast, she suddenly sensed someone approaching. Just as she was about to pick up Meng, the person left again. When she finished settling Meng and looked around the wall, she noticed a transparent bag about 10 meters outside her door. Vines had carried the bag directly to her, containing some food and water. There was also a small note. A small thank you gift. Please don't refuse. Seeing this, Soo Mi-yeon guessed who it was. She looked into the distance, but the person had already run out of sight. She could only store the items in her space. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the good sunlight, Soo Mi-yeon took Meng out again, heading to the city center's shopping district. This time, she also visited a supermarket. As she expected, most survivors had already raided these stores. The items inside were mostly gone, with only some rarely used goods still on the shelves. Soo Mi-yeon collected everything that might be useful and stored it in her space. Large appliances are often ignored here, along with many fans, heaters, and humidifiers. Soo Mi-yeon saw some small, cute mini slow cookers. She remembered from her research that children would need them for feeding later. Although she wouldn't be there at that time, she wanted to leave some supplies for Meng. So, she cleared out all the small slow cookers. She also packed some adorable bowls and spoons in plastic wrap and put them into a cardboard box. During her walk, Soo Mi-yeon saw a convoy, probably looking for supplies. They were well equipped, with the front vehicle clearing plants and the back vehicle finishing up. They were heading to a more distant area. Soo Mi-yeon didn't show herself. She waited until the convoy left before continuing to wander nearby. She mostly went to narrow roads where most people wouldn't risk going. Her senses warned her that there was no danger, which made it easier for her to collect things. Around 4 p.m., Soo Mi-yeon saw that her storage space had grown a lot with new items. She felt her trip today was worthwhile. She timed herself well and returned home before dark. The cactus at the door moved aside to let her in. Soo Mi-yeon entered, went upstairs to wash up, and spent another night. The next day, familiar sounds came from the door. When a vine carried a bag of food similar to yesterday's arrived upstairs, Soo Mi-yeon fell silent. Was this person planning to come every day? This time, the person didn't run away quickly, probably scared by the tree outside Soo Mi-yeon's door. They looked back every few steps, and when they saw Soo Mi-yeon upstairs, they looked surprised and ran even faster.
Soo Mi-yeon was speechless.
A few kilometers away, a group of about a dozen people waited outside a cleaned house. They relaxed when they saw a figure approaching from afar. Are you okay? Did you encounter any mutated trees? Everyone asked worried questions. The girl who returned, sweaty and tired, shook her head. She took a drink from her companion and then explained what happened earlier. She saw me. I wonder if she dislikes what we're doing. I feel like she doesn't really need these things. She also described how the bag she delivered was directly taken to the second floor by a mutated plant. These people were the team of female players Soo Mi-yeon had helped a couple of days ago. After escaping danger, they returned to their base and shared what happened that day. Most guessed that Soo Mi-yeon was also a player, but no one dared to confirm it. During this time, they even discussed whether to seek help from the other side. Although the other side was ruthless when killing male players, they analyzed and felt she was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. She was just too cold and distant, like those high-level players who prefer to play alone and dislike teaming up. Such people tend to push others away, and if they get angry, they might even attack. So, they didn't dare to try approaching her, only sending small gifts as thanks. Recently, the mutant plants have become more aggressive. Last night, a young watch almost got her throat pierced by a plant that approached unnoticed. Fortunately, her companions pulled her back in time, but she was badly hurt. This incident made everyone very uneasy, and they started considering moving somewhere else. They initially thought there were few plants here, but now they realize the mutated plants have spread widely. The area around their place is now filled with many new trees, which looks very strange. Unaware of being the topic of discussion, Su-mion continued her usual routine. In the following days, she kept receiving thank you gifts from female players, but each time the gifts were smaller. The last time, the bag was stained with blood. When Su-mion received the items, she frowned so hard it could kill a fly. She didn't like this kind of self-congratulatory gratitude, and now supplies are becoming harder for ordinary people to get. Clearly, these resources are already at their limit. If possible, she hoped all players with the right mindset could safely pass each challenge. She packed away the supplies, watched the players leave, and, in the midst of Meng Meng's soft hums, she snapped back to reality and went inside to change her diaper. That night, Su-mion sat on the balcony holding Meng Meng, not going outside. Since last night, she felt a large number of mutant plants approaching. When she checked in the morning, she saw some unfamiliar plants. She also removed a few, but by nightfall, their numbers seemed to double. She knew plants would eventually take over every piece of land they could see, but she didn't expect them to come so fiercely. The big tree at the door was already restless, sensing the invasion of its kind and wanting to fight back. However, Su-mion had restrained it, or it would have attacked already. In the early morning, Su-mion stood alone on the balcony, watching quietly. Recently, the moonlight has been unusually bright, allowing her to see many vines and snakes slithering through the air. The scene is very strange. There are many images of plants crawling on the ground, in the air and on buildings. Su-mion has seen so many that she's used to it. Most of these branches are parts of plants, meant to expand their territory. It's not very difficult to deal with them. The real concern is their roots, which might have a large main body underground. After observing for over an hour, Su-mion didn't interfere and went inside to sleep. The next day, Su-mion didn't receive the thank you gift from the female player she was expecting. She carried her cleanly dressed dream and left the house. If the street was once just covered in green, now it looks like a primitive forest. The air around is damp, and everything you see is green, a deep green that seems endless. The path she used to walk on seems to hide dangers now. Every step feels like falling into a trap at any moment. The only sounds nearby are Su-mion's footsteps and occasional rustling from something crawling, but she can't see what's moving. This atmosphere tests human endurance to the limit. Su-mion isn't afraid, but she's thinking about whether her house might become unsuitable for Dream to live in. Honestly, being in nature feels great. Ignoring the plant mutations, the air here is so clean that she can see it clearly. She hasn't been in such clean air for a long time. She even feels that her wood-based powers might improve automatically just by staying here. Fortunately, she hasn't seen Dream affected. She didn't even check carefully for a few days, but today she noticed Dream seems to have gained some weight. Her face is chubbier, and her eyes dart around when she looks at people. For Su-mion, who is raising a child for the first time, this is both surprising and a little rewarding. Although the little one has always been a burden, she hasn't really held her back. Unconsciously, Su-mion walks into the village. It's her first time coming here. She initially learned about the Axe Sisters from a forum, knowing they are in this area. She didn't come here often, but now she's here to confirm something. She suspects that the female players she let go are members of the Axe Sisters. Normally, Su-mion wouldn't approach players, but she's aware that she's dependent on others. Even if she doesn't use those things, she has to admit she's taken others' belongings. She remembered that the house of the Battle Axe sisters had a flag hanging above it, but now it was covered with green plants, so she couldn't see what was different. Until she almost reached the edge of the village, Su Mian didn't notice any signs of living people. Had everyone died in just 2 days? Or had they moved away? Su Mian hoped it was the second possibility, but her instincts told her that the village wouldn't have been so easy to evacuate in just 2 days. Just as she was about to turn back the way she came, she noticed a small path that looked like it had been stepped on by people. When she passed by earlier, it seemed to lead toward the back mountain, so she didn't go down it. Could people have run into the mountains? Following the path, she realized it wasn't the back mountain at all, but a small villa area that had been overrun. At first glance, it looked like a tiny hill. Su Mian immediately recognized this as the base of the Battle Axe sisters because she saw a sturdy flag in the corner. It was quite unique. The closer she got, the more she could sense signs of human activity. She used her knife to clear away the vines on the path, cutting through almost every one. Only the more stubborn ones she pulled out by the roots and threw into her space. In just 100 meters, it felt like she was farming land herself, cutting step by step, which was quite tiring. When she reached the villa's front door, Su Mian couldn't help but think that these female players had really bad luck. Not only was the door covered with thorny plants, but she also saw at least 2 types of hypnotic flowering vines on each side of the entrance. Luckily, she had put masks and face shields on Meng Meng, and these plants rarely released powder during the day. She set fire to the plants, throwing the dead ones into her space. Once she confirmed there were no other threats nearby, she opened the door. The door was locked from inside. Su Mian used her whip to jump onto the second floor along the protruding part. As soon as she reached the balcony, she saw a face pressed against the glass window. Su Mian wasn't startled. The person was so frightened they turned pale and sat down on the ground. There were clearly many people inside. Su Mian heard chaotic noises coming from a house. About a minute later, the glass door was pushed open. She realized the door was quite thick. "That's her, the powerful player living at the village entrance," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Su Mian recognized the speaker as the female player she had met before, who had asked if she was trustworthy. She nodded at her, and the girl blushed with excitement. Then she remembered something and hurried over, asking, "Did you see our team when you arrived?" When Su Mian shook her head, all the female players in the room looked grim, with a hint of despair in their eyes. One of the female players couldn't help but say to Su Mian, "The plants have been spreading faster these days. Sister Qian thinks this place isn't safe anymore, so we plan to leave. But we can't find a way out." This morning, Sister Qian went ahead with a few others to scout. She said if they find a way, they'll come back for us. They should have returned by now. But they haven't come back yet, which means something might have gone wrong. The girl called Sister Qian is Zhang Qian, the team leader. Usually, everyone listens to her. Now that she's missing, everyone feels a bit lost and worried. Su Mian said, "I didn't see the person you mentioned, but I also didn't find any new bodies on the way. Maybe the plants are harder to deal with, or they're late returning. Still, this place isn't safe to stay in." She has a wood element ability that helps her sense danger and protect herself. That's why she dared to stay with the children here. Most of these female players don't seem capable of acting alone, though. Su Mian admired Sister Qian a little. People who can't help much only slow others down. These women aren't necessarily afraid of death, but they lack confidence. Still, this is a survival mission, and she can't just leave them. They all took turns telling Su Mian about their problems and fears. After talking, they suddenly realized Su Mian wasn't part of their team. "Sorry, we don't know what to do either. That's why we told you. But you're really brave to come alone." She mentioned that they didn't continue to send supplies because they couldn't go far and they had run out of food. Su Mian looked at the apologetic girl. She introduced herself as Lin Xiang, only 20 years old. Su Mian was surprised to learn that she had completed 5 different missions, 2 more than Su Mian. People really can be different from how they look. She seemed delicate and weak. Lin Xiang asked, "Have you all discussed what to do if no one comes to help?" Everyone looked at each other, then finally gathered their courage and said, Sister Qian said that in this situation, the safest option is to head to the base. We plan to wait 2 days. If Sister Qian doesn't come back, we'll try to escape. It's better than just waiting here to die. This was not meant to belittle herself, but to show that after just 1 day of growth, she had a clear understanding of her strength. Su Mian thought that if they waited 2 more days, they would definitely die. After thinking for a moment, she said, "When I came here, I cleared the way. Maybe you can wait at the entrance. There are fewer plants there than inside, so 2 days should be fine." Hearing her words, Lin Xiang was excited and asked, "Are you willing to help us?" Then she realized she might be overstepping and explained, "I mean, are you willing to let us follow you to the entrance?" Since Su Mian's place was not far from the entrance, just a bit off the main path, if they could reach near her home smoothly, leaving the village wouldn't be difficult. Su Mian didn't refuse. Everyone was happy and worried at the same time after hearing her answer. Many people's eyes stayed on the child in Su Mian's arms. They didn't understand why she was still carrying a child in the game, but her ability to come alone while carrying the child showed she was quite capable. Half an hour later, Lin Xiang organized everyone in the villa to pack up and prepare to leave. There were 18 people in total, making the team quite large. Lin Xiang said there used to be more people, many of whom she knew from previous game instances. They connected in the current world in special ways each time they entered the game, and she also told Su Mian how to contact them. She explained that someday she might need her sister's group, joking that more people meant more strength. Su Mian nodded without denying her words. Everyone went downstairs, unlocked the door, and left. Seeing the plants at the door that had been clearly cleared, they finally felt a bit more at ease. The thorny vines on the gate had only appeared last night. They were very aggressive, and during the fight, several people were injured by the thorns. The vines grew back very quickly, and since they didn't have enough medicine, they couldn't keep fighting and had to hide inside. But this meant they couldn't get out the door. Su Mian led the way, and everyone followed behind. Seeing Su Mian, who was thin but brave and fierce, at first they were a bit wary of her. Gradually, their attitude changed to admiration and envy. Especially when a vine suddenly shot out unnoticed, but was precisely struck and broken by a whip, everyone's admiration reached its peak. Lin Xiang was worried that everyone might slow Su Mian down, so she had already told them to help if they could and stay quiet if they were unwell. Although there were many people on the road, they did not make much noise. As Su Mian and her group passed through the main road, which they had been intercepted on several times and almost wiped out, they felt like they were dreaming. That road was originally very dangerous, but now it seemed quiet. They didn't think it was just luck that the mutated plants had left. Instinctively, they all looked ahead at the figure in front. "It's safe now. Follow this road forward, then turn right twice, and you'll see the exit. I remember there are many houses there. Be careful." Su Mian stopped not far from her own house. Lin Xiang gratefully thanked her and persistently asked for Su Mian's name a second time. This time she didn't hide it. "Su Mian." Lin Xiang's eyes lit up as she nodded, then said a few more words before leading her group away without looking back. Su Mian watched the team leave, feeling a bit surprised. The group of women seemed timid, but they moved quickly. They must have some experience with mutated plants, so they weren't entirely a burden. She thought that after splitting up, they wouldn't meet again. But within 2 days, early one morning, Su Mian heard the sound of an explosion at the intersection. She comforted Meng Meng, who had just woken up and was fidgeting at the noise, holding the child in her arms and looking out from the balcony. Not long after she stood still, she saw several vehicles approaching her. However, they changed direction at the second intersection and did not come closer. The vehicles looked somewhat like military trucks. Su Mian saw many people moving around, men and women. They were fighting against a group of large, beautifully patterned mutated tigers. The tigers had round bellies, as if they had eaten a lot, but that didn't slow them down at all. Su Mian occasionally heard screams and gunfire. She also saw flames shooting out. When she looked carefully, she saw that the flames were coming from a mature woman with a ponytail. Her back looked calm and determined. She was clearly a player. A few men with her also fought back, firing their guns and shooting out flames that drove the tigers away and burned nearby plants.
But they were still at a disadvantage.
Su Mian heard quick footsteps circling around the back of the house. When she recognized who it was, she stopped her from being caught by the mutated tree. The person coming was Lin Xiang. She looks very battered now, with 2 or 3 bloodstains on her arm and a new wound on her face. Although she seems badly hurt, her movements are not affected. She stands in front of the house, mentally preparing herself, and suddenly looks up to see Su Mian on the balcony, feeling a bit surprised. Su Mian notices her slightly red and embarrassed expression and glances at the crowd fighting 2 streets away. "Are the people coming to help you?" When Su Mian speaks kindly, not angry, Lin Xiang quickly replies, "Sorry, Sister Qian's arrival disturbed the nearby hiding mutated tiger. We meant to lead it somewhere else, but the tiger was too strong and followed us as we retreated along the safest route. This explains why they retreated near Su Mian. They had nowhere else to run because the tiger was chasing them. They followed what seemed like a safe path, which led the military to choose this direction. Fortunately, they had told others who helped them that some people, including children, were nearby, so they managed to change streets carefully. But now Lin Xiang, feeling a bit shameless, comes to ask for help. The mutated tiger's thick fur makes our weapons useless against her. The sisters waiting at the house at the intersection are surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. If we don't help them soon, they won't last long. No one else can handle this right now. I know you've helped us a lot, but I only thought of you." By the end, Lin Xiang blushes so much she dares not look at Su Mian's expression. She knows her request is a bit of emotional pressure, especially since Su Mian has helped them a lot. Even though Su Mian is very capable, she can't ignore the fact that she has children with her, who would normally risk their children for strangers. Su Mian looks at the girl with her head down, then glances at Meng Meng, who is wide awake and looking around, clearly alert. She leans on the railing, jumps down from the balcony, and steps outside. "Let's go. Let's check it out first." On the way, she changes into a suspender dress, puts Meng Meng inside, and thinks for a moment before grabbing a pacifier. She remembers children like this. The pacifier is pink and cute. Meng Meng reaches out her small hand to grab it early. Su Mian is about to think that the pacifier is quite attractive when suddenly Meng Meng swings her hand and throws the pacifier onto the ground. Su Mian, Lin Xiang, who was nearby and saw this scene, was slightly surprised. She whispered, "My brother's niece also doesn't like pacifiers. She can try one at 3 months old, but I heard it's hard to stop using it." Su Mian nodded. She picked up the pacifier from the ground, planning to disinfect it later and keep it as a backup. In this mutated world, there are always various dangers. Su Mian hoped the pacifier could calm her down. If she didn't like it, then she would just have to do without. When they arrived, the street was already in chaos. The mutated tiger was covered in burn marks. One was badly injured, but the others seemed unchanged. However, long-term fighting had slowed them down quite a bit. Meanwhile, well-trained soldiers were using different tools to reduce the tiger's aggression. The leader looked very young. He was the only one brave enough to get close and attack. From his movements, he was quite skilled, but his weapons weren't sharp enough. He hit the tiger's vital points several times, but couldn't subdue them. His comrades behind him also helped by firing small shots, but these didn't cause much damage to the tiger. Ranwu was very anxious. He had a feeling that this rescue mission might fail, and he might get hurt here. But giving up wasn't in his nature. When he went on this mission, he promised his parents he would come back safely. He also felt responsible for his teammates. He thought a lot, but didn't dare to be careless. He hated how thick the mutated tiger's skin was. If he had known, he would have asked for more powerful weapons like the ones they were using now, which looked pretty ineffective. Just then, he heard a shout. "What is that?" "So amazing!" Renwu thought someone was hurt again, but when he turned around, he saw a girl with her back to him, moving nimbly in front of the mutated tiger. In that moment, he saw her drive a dull-looking dagger into the tiger's neck easily. It was a very relaxed and smooth motion. While he was stunned, the girl turned back and threw something at him. He instinctively caught it. As he felt its weight, he realized it was a weapon similar to the one she used, but longer, with the end fixed to an iron rod. The dagger's material wasn't clear, dark in color, and nothing special about it. Runwoo didn't have time to say much. The mutated tiger he had just fought took the opportunity to come closer. He instinctively dodged and used his new weapon, unexpectedly seeing it cut through the tiger's fur and causing a loud roar. His pupils widened with excitement. He never thought the dagger would be so sharp. After seeing the girl skillfully kill a mutated tiger, Runwoo masked his surprise and shock and joined the fight to help kill the remaining tigers. With the help of the weapons, Runwoo's speed was good. After a few minutes, with his teammates' help, he successfully got the first kill. His teammates were excited by his actions, but dared not imitate him without their own weapons. Suddenly, a bunch of similar daggers was thrown in front of them. They looked up in surprise, only to hear the girl's calm voice say, "Everyone who can move, attack now." It sounded a bit blunt, but no one minded. Those quick to react started grabbing the daggers. The added weapons gave them great courage. The tigers that seemed hard to kill just moments ago now didn't seem so scary. Compared to Runwoo and Su Mian, they weren't as strong. Usually a few people fought one tiger, and the result was still good. After Su Mian killed another tiger, she noticed Meng Meng seemed frightened by the tiger's roar. She quickly decided to leave the battlefield. She supported the wheel of the vehicle and jumped onto the military truck, patting Meng Meng to comfort her. Once Meng Meng calmed down, she focused back on the fight. With the help of the daggers, the mutated tigers started to fall back and showed signs of retreat. Looking at the players, Su Mian saw Lin Xiang also holding a dagger to help. Her small figure among the men was not very noticeable, but her fierce movements couldn't be ignored. Although her attacks weren't very powerful, her presence was impressive. There was also the determined figure Su Mian had seen from the start. She was using a dagger too, moving skillfully and fighting alongside the soldiers, giving off a brave and spirited vibe. After nearly half an hour of fighting, most of the mutated tigers were defeated. The remaining ones, seeing the situation was bad, dragged their injured bodies and retreated. They ran fast, and catching up was impossible. Everyone could only watch, feeling regretful that they hadn't finished them off in one go. The crisis was over. Only then did they turn their attention back to Su Mian. Earlier, when she appeared, someone saw her holding something protectively. Now, facing her directly, they were shocked to see what looked like a baby in her arms. They didn't bring anything dangerous, and even the mutated tiger wouldn't dare attack them. They were very alert, yet she was still holding a child? Su Mian sensed two unusual looks. One was from a young soldier who seemed skilled, and the other was from Sister Qian of the Battle Axe team. The soldier's gaze was strange, suspicious, and a bit complicated, but he stayed silent. Sister Qian looked excited, as if she wanted to rush over, but was holding back. Su Mian thought the soldier looked familiar, but she couldn't remember anything about him. As for Sister Qian, the only player she had interacted with in this game was Tao Feifei. The others were just acquaintances, so she didn't expect her to look at her like that. She was sure Zhang Qian wasn't Tao Feifei. First, their names were different in the real world. Second, their fighting styles were different. Tao Feifei was fierce but precise, while Zhang Qian had a rough, weathered look, like she had been through tough times and learned to fight in desperate situations. "Qian Jie, this is Su Mian who helped us twice. She's very strong. I just want to ask her for help," Lin Xiang said, noticing Zhang Qian's gaze fixed on Su Mian. She thought Zhang Qian was curious about her and quickly introduced her. She also told Su Mian about the soldier they fought with earlier. "Captain Runwoo came to rescue us this time. The base has arranged a safe place for us. You were right earlier. Qian Jie was delayed by the mutated plants, which caused the delay. Luckily, you brought us out, or Qian Jie said we wouldn't be able to leave for another 2 days." She looked at Su Mian gratefully. Su Mian was still thinking about the name, Runwoo. It seemed she knew who he was. Lin Xiang knew Su Mian didn't plan to leave the village for now. She was worried about her sisters trapped with the wolves and urged Runwoo and the others to help rescue them. While they packed their things, The knives were cleaned and returned. Su Mian took one. Then she saw Zhang Qian come over and point to one of the knives. I don't have the right tools right now, but if you like something, I can exchange it with points after we're done. It's only enough to buy a temporary item. I want to trade for this knife. Her voice was very neutral and light. Although she had no strong emotions, what she said made Su Mian feel that she was somewhat familiar with her habits. This strange feeling confused Su Mian. She nodded and casually picked a dagger to hand over. The other person said thank you. As she left with the crowd, she took a few steps back and couldn't help but turn around to say, I'm still far from enough. I only know your name from others, but luckily I have good luck. Su Mian was confused by her words. Even Lin Xiang, who was with her, looked back and forth at the two of them. If the timing had been better, she would have wanted to ask what was going on. On the other side, Renwu didn't speak to Su Mian. He just looked at her, the child in her arms, then got into the car and left with the others. Meanwhile, others also wanted the dagger in Su Mian's hand, but Renwu stopped them. He was about to say something when Su Mian, who had just jumped down from the car, threw the daggers onto the vehicle. Use them if you want, but remember to return them. Renwu looked at her gratefully, with a deep sense of guilt in his eyes. Su Mian didn't look at him. She turned around and walked back along the way she came. Dream was calmed down and fell asleep after a long time. Su Mian got up, tidied the room, and put unnecessary things into the space. Then she jumped from the balcony to the first floor and opened the door. The military vehicle was parked about 50 meters away. Only Renwu and Zhang Qian came to the door. After thanking him for cleaning the daggers, Renwu reluctantly returned and left. Then he said the first words they exchanged. I only found out about your situation a few days ago. I'm sorry that my family and I couldn't help you. If you want, you can come back to the base with me. I'll find you a place to stay so they won't bother you. He spoke sincerely and hoped Su Mian would agree. Looking at his slightly nervous face, Su Mian still refused. I don't want to change places for now. As for my situation, it's none of your family's business. I remember Annie is not in good health. Don't tell them about seeing me. Renwu felt uneasy inside. Actually, when he first saw Su Mian, he wasn't sure if she was that cousin. In his memory, Dai Mei was quiet and gentle, but this time, she looked different. If she hadn't been holding the child, Renwu wouldn't have dared to recognize her. What surprised him even more was that his cousin was so capable. He had just asked the girl who came to find Dai Mei for help and learned that she was living alone with her child in this village, which had few survivors. To him, it seemed like she was forced to stay there by the Dai family. Unfortunately, their families didn't get along well. After Dai Mei had her baby, the Dai family contacted them but immediately scolded Dai Mei and said many harsh words. In the end, they made them speak out to criticize their own daughter. At that time, Renwu was on a mission. He only found out about this after his parents came to tell him. Luckily, his parents were reasonable and didn't get involved. They often told him that Dai made him seem like the kind of girl her family described. What he didn't expect was to meet this cousin in such a situation. In fact, her appearance had saved their team's life. Seeing that Su Mian was refusing to talk, Renwu promised her she could go to the base anytime she wanted, and he wouldn't tell the Dai family. Next to them, Zhang Qian couldn't help but say, she doesn't really want to talk about her family. If you're done, give me some time so I don't waste hers. Her words sounded a bit rude. Renwu blushed slightly and nodded. He signaled to Su Mian and then ran over to the team. Su Mian watched him leave, then looked at Zhang Qian. The person who had just been so fierce instinctively avoided her gaze when she noticed. She felt a little embarrassed and said, we're players. I know you don't like to get involved in things that aren't related to us, and I really don't want to waste your time. She knew Su Mian still had her child, and leaving for too long would make her worried. Do you know me? Su Mian asked directly, not wanting to beat around the bush. Zhang Qian nodded, then shook her head. Not yet, but we will know each other in the future. Her words sounded a bit strange. At first, Su Mian thought she was talking nonsense, but then she remembered she could travel through different instances, so she guessed maybe the system had done something. Although it seemed unbelievable, she didn't deny what Zhang Qian said. Curious, she asked, did we meet in the instance? No. It's in my world, a world where humans are about to go extinct but suddenly find a new chance. When she said this, her eyes shone with passion, and her emotions made Su Mian feel the heat. She was about to continue asking questions when a sudden reminder appeared in her mind. Please do not explore unknown worlds too much, as it may cause negative consequences for later tasks. Su Mian felt like her curiosity was suddenly suppressed by force. She was convinced that Zhang Qian's situation was completely related to the system. Since Zhang Qian didn't even know her name, it showed that in her world, she had to hide her identity. If her situation was connected to the task's outcome, she couldn't know too much now, or it might affect her judgment. Since you survived, it means your world shouldn't have gone extinct. If that's the case, then Zhang Qian's situation is similar to hers. Both worlds were in danger, but the system said she might have a chance to change the outcome. In other words, Zhang Qian's world might be saved because of her. Zhang Qian nodded. She seemed to understand that she couldn't say everything openly, so she changed the subject and mentioned her items. I remember you like collecting items. I've also accumulated points from these missions, but the items are too expensive, and I can't afford them yet. She seemed a little sorry about this, as if it was her fault she couldn't give Su Mian better items. Su Mian didn't know what she had done in her world to make her treat her this way, but she was sure Zhang Qian wasn't the type to do things for free. She didn't explain anything to Zhang Qian, only listened as she talked about the items she could buy. They sounded interesting but not very practical. Su Mian interrupted her. Send them back to the base first. We'll talk about the items next time we meet. She had a feeling that they would cross paths again. Zhang Qian also felt her items weren't very impressive. She was worried she might not see her again, but she knew some things couldn't be rushed, so she agreed. Before leaving, she looked reluctant, as if she had many things to say. In the end, she only said, I came to see you to prove that I can also complete the task well. Even though they are not strong and might cause me trouble, you're right. Helping them has definitely increased my points. After saying this, Zhang Qian left. She seemed relaxed, but Su Mian was left confused. From her words, did she help the Battle Axe sisters and those people because she wanted to, or was it for her own reasons? She remembers that many of these side quests for players are about saving people, but she has never heard that completing them will definitely earn points. However, Zhang Qian means she has already tested this and found that helping others can increase her points. Su Mian feels herself becoming more confused. She wanted to ask the system, but it disappeared right after giving that reminder. Even if she asked, she probably wouldn't get an answer. The noise made when the army and the Axe sisters left was quite loud. Su Mian heard various sounds fading into the distance, indicating they had already left the village. She didn't pay much attention and waited until she couldn't hear anything else around. Then she returned to her room, checked for any damp spots in the corner, and took care of Meng Meng. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. At this point, only a month had gone by since the mission started. Su Mian stayed in the village the whole time. She could feel that the plant's strange changes were still increasing rapidly, but so far, it didn't affect her. She regularly cleaned the area within 500 meters of her house. During this time, she collected 3 mutated trees over 10 meters tall, several vine-like plants, many predatory mutated flowers, and some mutated bamboo that created fog. Some of these plants she placed in front of her house for protection, most of them stored in her space. She always felt these plants would be very useful in the future. The only thing that wasn't going smoothly was probably Meng Meng. The 2-month-old baby was starting to be a handful. She liked to cling to Su Mian. Whether awake or asleep, as soon as she was put in the crib, she would fuss, but holding her instantly calmed her down. The parenting materials Su Mian downloaded earlier proved helpful. She knew that this month, the baby's stomach might be sensitive. When she had free time, she would hold Meng Meng on the balcony, sunbathing and massaging her tummy. Meng Meng now weighs nearly 10 jin. She's not fat, but her chubby little face looks adorable. Fortunately, Su Mian is strong. She can easily lift this weight with one hand. Even if she doesn't hold her all the time, she doesn't feel tired. But whenever she takes Meng Meng outside, the baby becomes very quiet, seeming like a little adventurer who loves to go out. Sometimes, Su Mian also checks her phone for him. Due to the plant's influence, the internet has largely collapsed. Su Mian uses a full coverage signal and can still surf the web, but few other survivors have internet access. Right now, she doesn't know much news. She only knows that the base's security measures are very good. They also developed a special powder to kill common mutated plants and analyze different types of mutated plants. They use the bodies of mutated animals to create targeted weapons, which are now being mass-produced. The military has started to use them widely, so fighting mutated animals is no longer as difficult as before. Su Mian also saw updates on the forum about the Battle Axe Sisters. They joined the search team, working with the military to clear mutated plants and rescue many people. Some male players saw this and couldn't help but post a few messages, criticizing them as overly self-righteous and acting like saviors, which led to them being scolded. Unwilling to give up, the male players gathered more friends and turned the forum into a place full of arguments. Su Mian didn't find any useful information and stopped paying attention. Finally, she saw a rescue post from a survivor. It mentioned that many ordinary people were trapped in the East City and couldn't escape. Su Mian remembered that East City was over 200 kilometers from their base. The city had no suburbs, with main roads in the center and commercial buildings around. Before the mutated plant outbreak, it was the most prosperous city in the province. Because of this, East City, being so far from the base, couldn't evacuate in time during the best opportunity. The local government could only organize rescue efforts themselves. Despite putting in a lot of effort, the limited area meant survivors were scattered, and many quietly died at the hands of mutated plants and animals. After the rescue post appeared, many people in East City were asking for help, but no one dared to go. It was said that the military planned to send a rescue team. As a reward, East City would hand over all stored supplies and give control to the local base. Most of the higher-ups had already died, so they had no other options. The rescue team had been preparing for 5 days. Many people in the forum discussed whether to join because it was mentioned that those who participated and returned safely would be rewarded with a position in the base, and if anything happened, their families would receive high compensation. For many desperate or ambitious people, this was a good opportunity. Su Mian wasn't very interested. However, the day after the official recruitment post appeared, a few visitors came to her door. When they approached from 500 meters away, Su Mian knew immediately. It was her who deliberately controlled the mutated plants to avoid attacking, making way for them. By the time they were close, she was already standing at the gate with Meng Meng, waiting. Qianzhang, Renwu, and a few unfamiliar faces, who seemed to be players, arrived. When they saw Su Mian standing calmly beside the mutated plant, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Their goal was clear. They wanted Su Mian to join them in going to the East Market for the rescue mission. After they finished asking, Zhang Qian was the first to step forward and say she was not part of this hope. She was just accompanying them and wanted to see if Su Mian was willing to go. She supported whatever decisions Su Mian made. The other players looked at her with displeasure. They probably thought she wasn't helping by speaking up and was instead causing trouble. They worried she might persuade Su Mian to stay behind. Su Mian looked at Renwu. I heard that the base has developed weapons to fight mutated animals, including solutions for mutated plants. At this time, you come to me, a person with a child, asking for help. I don't think I have that much power and I'm not very interested in the rescue mission. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living here alone with her child. Renwu's face turned slightly red. Could he really have thought of this idea for his cousin just now? Sorry, it was my suggestion to come here.
I'm not forcing you to do anything.
I just think the military benefits are good. Staying here with your child isn't a long-term plan. If you join the mission, the military will give you a position and help take care of your child. That's what I was thinking. Su Mian raised an eyebrow. If she weren't a player, Renwu's idea might be a good choice for Dai Mei. But unfortunately, her first choice for adopting Meng Meng was someone capable of protecting her and willing to care for her personally. Right now, there's no suitable person, but She definitely wouldn't give her child to the military. Zhang Qian, you all know her. Didn't you tell her that once the rescue mission is complete, we can? I heard from Lin Xiang and others that she's very capable. If she joins us, this mission will definitely succeed. The male player following Zhang Qian couldn't help but whisper to her. They knew Zhang Qian from this dungeon. They didn't see saving people as a saintly act, they just wanted to earn more points. After all, they had been participating in the dungeon for a long time to accumulate points and finish this fight. They always remembered their original intention. Zhang Qian shook her head. She doesn't need to. The two people spoke quietly, but Su Mian still overheard them. She looked unexpectedly at Zhang Qian. Although she was used to her knowing some things about her, hearing her comments from time to time made Su Mian feel like she wanted to ask everything out loud. But thinking of the system's reminder, she held back. In the end, she refused insistently, and they all left regretfully. Only Zhang Qian smiled at her before leaving. Su Mian kept watching the forum for updates about Dongshi City. The rescue team was scheduled to leave at 5 a.m. the next morning. If everything went well, they would arrive by noon. She saw Zhang Qian from the sister group post an update about their travel details. Because she followed their post, she received notifications. When she saw clear records of times and places, she felt strongly that these details were meant for her to see. With some free time, she comforted Meng Meng and took a moment to look at the updates. She learned that they had been attacked several times by strange plants. Because the roads were blocked, their trip was delayed by half a day. By the time they reached Dongshi, it was 2 p.m. Unfortunately, the local rescue teams were scattered, so they could only go in groups. Zhang Qian led a team to the sports center. They were lucky, her weapons and medicine powder helped a lot. They found survivors without much close fighting. Because there were many people, they took turns escorting everyone to the exit of Dongshi, where a temporary rest area was set up. They waited until everyone arrived before leaving together, to avoid mistakes. Zhang Qian also posted updates. She posted once every hour. Players not involved in the mission warned her not to post anymore and to focus on protecting herself. She said she was resting somewhere safe and that her posts didn't affect the mission. The updates continued into the evening. There were too many survivors. By night, only about 2/3 had gathered, not counting the supplies that hadn't yet been loaded onto vehicles. Zhang Qian claimed the base sent a second team to help tomorrow, aiming to bring everyone back then. Supplies could be collected gradually. But before the next day, things changed. Su Mian went to sleep at 11 p.m. Because Meng Meng needed milk every 3 hours, she woke up several times and didn't check the time. She felt like she had just closed her eyes when she suddenly woke up again. Dream's little hand was still randomly touching her face. It was chubby, but her nails had grown a bit long and curled up. Su Mian got up, washed her face, changed her clothes, put a diaper on Dream, and fed her milk. She also trimmed her nails. Afterward, she ate her own meal. When she looked at the time, it was already 8 o'clock. She thought to herself how quickly time with the children was passing. At first, she worried about how to keep going for a few months, but now she felt each day was quite fulfilling. Around 9 o'clock, she carried Dream to the balcony to enjoy the sun. The weather was just as nice, but the surrounding greenery had grown quite a bit, making her view a little limited. Su Mian decided to clean up later and took out her phone to check the forum. She noticed that since last night, Zhang Qian's posts had been updating sporadically. The sister group members asked if something had happened. Around 1 a.m., Zhang Qian replied she had encountered a small problem. Then there was no more news. Below, people speculated wildly. Even some male players who had been quiet for a while started mocking, and it turned into a big argument. Su Mian marked Zhang Qian as a special contact, so she could get notifications whenever she replied. She thought Zhang Qian didn't seem like someone reckless. Even if she faced danger, she should be able to protect herself, so she wasn't too worried. However, the delay extended another day, and the rescue team that was supposed to arrive still hadn't sent any news. That night, the officials couldn't help but admit they had lost contact with the team. Various messages spread online, hoping to recruit more people to check the situation. But if the army, equipped with lots of weapons, could lose contact, only a fool would go now. Another day passed in this tense atmosphere, and Su Mian received a notification. Zhang Qian, who had been missing for 2 days, finally posted again. She simply said, "We can't get out." She had contacted the base and described the current situation, but the information was too limited to be helpful. She explained that there was a lot of fog around them. The fog wouldn't cause people to faint, but it made it impossible to find their way. Their group was scattered in chaos. They could sense danger in the fog but couldn't solve the problem. Su Mian also received another message. The military had sent a special team to investigate, but they too were trapped at the city entrance by the thick fog. Even the military personnel were trapped at the entrance and couldn't get in, which shows that the thick fog was more dangerous than it seemed. Su Mian has encountered many plants that release fog, with different abilities. She dislikes those that emit toxic gases, which require full protective gear. It's troublesome enough for her, but for Meng Meng, who is so young, being wrapped up too tightly makes her uncomfortable. The bamboo in her space that emits fog was originally meant to help with sleep. At first, Su Mian was fine and Meng Meng even fell asleep. Fortunately, she checked and found no negative effects, or she wouldn't have taken the bamboo back. Later, she modified it so she could control the direction of the fog, which made her feel safer. But the fog that Zhang Qian encountered was clearly different. Dongsher City is quite large and can be covered on a large scale, so it's probably not easy to deal with. Moreover, the fog appeared at an odd time, only after many rescue teams entered. This suggests that the mutated plant has developed some thinking ability, almost like an instinct, setting traps and schemes. The more Su Mian analyzed, the more she felt that their group was in trouble. She turned off her phone, unsure whether she should intervene. Even if she might meet Zhang Qian in a future mission, she couldn't deny that they currently had no connection. Plus, with so many people involved in Dongsher City, the base was the one most urgent to save. A large group working together to rescue was much more effective than her acting alone, though it might eventually lead to large-scale casualties. Su Mian has never been someone who bears the burden of saving a world alone. Even if she unintentionally linked herself to this system and agreed to enter the game world to complete tasks for a second chance, it was all for herself, not for the world. Her sense of justice has long been worn down by time. She clearly understands her own insignificance. The ability to save the world is never something one person can possess. To be selfish, she only needs to do whatever it takes to protect herself. On the 5th day of the rescue mission in Dongsher City, Zhang Qian's replies still occasionally appeared on the forum. Although not very consistent, it showed she was adapting well. She reports the situation in Dongsher City daily. Currently, aside from the fact that there's no way out yet, she and a few companions have collected supplies and found a safe place to stay. The good news is that their range of exploration is getting larger. The bad news is that more people are witnessing deaths. The base troops have sent at least 3 more groups of people, but they're just hanging around the entrance and cannot go deeper. I heard that the base is developing powerful cannons and plans to force their way in. When Su Mian learned that the base was serious this time, she also hoped they could succeed. In the following days, she paid close attention to the forum. However, the base's actions are not updated there, so she only gets some news from people inside the city. She hasn't heard of any rescue troops encountering trouble, but she has seen many strong mutated plants she hadn't seen before. Zhang Qian and her group also faced big problems. Their shelter was discovered by mutated spiders. When they realized something was wrong, the exit was covered in spider webs. Luckily, Zhang Qian has fire powers, and she used a lot of effort to help everyone escape. But then they encountered a huge mutated tree with extensive roots, and half of their people were killed. It seems something has also happened at the base. The plants they thought had been cleared overnight grew back even stronger, with doubled abilities. The base's strength was already divided, with some forces sent to the city. The recent surprise attack caught them off guard. Rumor has it that the plants knocked down the high walls, causing many ordinary people to die. To make things worse, a mutated animal that had been watching the base escaped through the unrepaired high wall. Ordinary people can't handle mutated animals, The casualties are heavy, and rescue efforts are slow. After finally stabilizing the situation, the base's people didn't have time to repair the damage. They were overwhelmed by survivors demanding answers. Some unruly individuals even went to steal weapons. Eventually, a military officer had to step in and shoot dozens of people before things calmed down. With both external threats and internal problems, the base is extremely busy. They don't even have time to focus on the city, let alone themselves. In this urgent situation, Su Mian noticed strange activity in her village. She sensed a powerful mutated plant appearing on the mountain behind her. Almost immediately after sensing it, the ground beneath her started to shake. Su Mian only had time to pack Dream's belongings before she saw her room split open. Yes, it was that kind of like an earthquake splitting the ground in two. She grabbed Dream and used her whip to jump from the second floor, escaping just in time. She also managed to gather the plants at the entrance. When she looked back, she saw her house, which she had lived in for over a month, collapse. Su Mian felt very upset. The nearby rooms are all filled with green plants. Even if she cleared them out, the house would still be full of mold. It's a shame about her carefully maintained house. A few days ago, she was thinking about how to organize the top floor, since it has a better view. But then, something happened to her. Looking around, she realized she no longer had a place to stay nearby. Su Mian looked at the distant hill. The mutated plants she encountered this time are the strongest she has ever seen. Even from afar, she could feel their intense energy. With Dream with her, she wasn't confident she could handle it. Still, she wanted to try. Su Mian remembers almost all the routes outside the village. She doesn't plan to go to the base. She wants to take her time exploring nearby. If nothing works out, she might find an open space and settle in a container house. She still has many villas and sunrooms. She just wants a real house to live in. She walks slowly, stopping often. If it weren't for her strong memory, the green plants would have confused her completely. She noticed that in just a few days, the city center has become uninhabitable. The air is much more humid than in the village. She often sees various animals moving through the woods. There are even many brightly colored snakes. The shops she visited before are now unrecognizable. Everything inside has been replaced by green plants. The walls are stained with black-green liquids, looking unhealthy. When she reaches the road outside the city, only a thin layer of plants covers the ground. The original stone pavement is barely visible. There are many tire marks on the plants. Su Mian's sharp eyes spot a sign about 50 meters ahead, which she studies carefully. She frowns. The road ahead leads to the highway. If she's right, most vehicles heading to East City pass through here. This place is the cleanest, and it still shows fresh signs of human activity. Is this meant to guide her to East City? Su Mian doesn't really want to go there. 200 kilometers isn't far, but what would she do if she went? While she's thinking, she hears honking behind her. She turns around and sees several military vehicles approaching. She instinctively wants to hide, but there's nowhere nearby to take cover. She can only watch as the lead vehicle stops in front of her and a middle-aged man gets out of the passenger seat. After glancing at Su Mian and the child in her arms, he sighed. It's not easy to escape here. Don't be afraid. We are from the official base. Let's get on the vehicle first. When Su Mian sat in the back seat of the second vehicle, she suddenly realized that, under the sympathetic and eager invitations of the group, she had impulsively gotten on the car. The driver was a young man around 20 years old. The group was made up of new recruits from the military. It wasn't that Su Mian started the conversation, but because the soldiers saw her silent and sitting with the child without moving, they thought she was too nervous. They tried to lighten the mood by talking. Although she said she was afraid of the mutated plants, she used some light words to describe them. Su Mian also learned that they were the last team supporting the eastern city. The base can't send more people now, but the rescue signal has been continuous. The initial breakout plan was successful. They believe they can't give up easily. After a meeting, they decided to go again. Originally, we weren't qualified, but since the base is in chaos, they had to select new soldiers and also included some ordinary people. But don't worry. Being with us is definitely safer than traveling with a child. When we arrive, the officers will surely arrange a safe place for you. The situation at the base was also chaotic. Even if Soo Mi-yeon, who had a child, went there, she might not get help. This was a difficult situation. The officers' idea was to take her there first. If they could rescue her successfully, they would bring her back. The journey was only about 200 kilometers.
Soo Mi-yeon didn't speak.
She wasn't worried. If danger arose, she would run with her legs. She had agreed not to come to the eastern city, but she still followed. She wasn't sure if it was fate or her own desire to take this trip. Looking at Meng, who had fallen asleep after getting on the vehicle, Soo Mi-yeon sighed. The little girl would probably start fussing again soon. She hoped the plants and animals over there wouldn't be too noisy, or she would be too busy to handle everything. Thanks to the previous scouting trips, their journey was relatively smooth. However, because of the mutated plants, the road was uneven, and the vehicle's speed stayed around 40 miles per hour. This meant the trip would take about 4 or 5 hours. Meng woke up once during the trip. Soo Mi-yeon took out some prepared milk from her bag and fed her. The young soldier in the front passenger seat praised her, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. But since this trip might last several days, do you have enough baby formula for the child? When the time comes, I will tell the officer, and once we enter the city, we will help you find some formula milk." Soo Mi-yeon is not used to such warm-heartedness and says she still has 2 cans in her bag. She carried a hiking bag when she left the village. Since it was all about escaping, any size of bag wouldn't raise suspicion. It looked full on the outside, but inside, it was just filled with tissues separated by black bags. Unless someone forcibly opened her bag, it wouldn't be obvious. At most, they might be surprised at her strength. When she got into the car, the soldiers praised her. Soo Mi-yeon explained it was from her experience of running with children, and they believed her simply, even praising her courage to go out alone. Soo Mi-yeon mentioned she knew some self-defense, and luckily, she hadn't encountered any dangerous mutated plants. They all believed her. Usually, she doesn't feel guilty about lying, but when faced with a few clear, honest eyes, she found herself unable to say more. In the end, she simply stopped talking. When they were close to the East Market, the road ahead became clearly difficult. First, the plants thickened, forcing the car to slow down again. Then, these plants deliberately blocked their way, causing the front bumper to get tangled in green vines. They had to get out and clear the plants before continuing. Because of this delay, by the time they reached the East Market, it was already 3 p.m. Soo Mi-yeon looked out the window. The view from the overpass was still quite broad. The tall buildings in her sight had become climbing frames for the plants. At first glance, everything was green, but upon closer look, the coverage was not as dense as in the village where she had stayed. As they went further inside, a thin fog started to appear around the buildings, growing thicker as they approached. Just when they could barely see the road ahead, the convoy stopped. Driver Xiao Lu told them they had reached the rest area set up by the rescue team. However, the forum had mentioned that no one was seen in the rest area that held tens of thousands of people. Instead, the ground was messy, with signs of fierce fighting. After the army stopped, they began checking inside and found messages left by the people ahead. It seemed that mutated plants and animals had attacked the area together, forcing them to move. They didn't say where they moved to, but there were signs guiding the way. The team leader this time was Deputy Captain Jong-won from the Special Forces, the middle-aged man who had invited Soo Mi-yeon to get out of the car after discovering her. He left some people in the rest area to clean up and prepare the space for tonight's stay. The others followed the markers to explore the situation. Soo Mi-yeon was arranged to rest in the car. They said that since the car had glass windows, the mutated plants wouldn't immediately harm her and her daughter. Once they finished tidying up, they would see if it was safe to move and then inform her. Someone even brought a military-style quilt, saying that carrying a child all the way must be tiring. They suggested she lay the quilt on the seat and put the child on it, so she could rest too. Soo Mi-yeon didn't refuse. However, when someone brought her food for the 3rd time, she couldn't help but remind them, "I can take care of myself. I have enough food and drinks. You don't need to worry about me." The soldier nodded and agreed, but he said he would check on her again later. Su Mian chose to ignore it. She took the chance to eat lunch, change her child's diaper, and then place the child on the quilt. She gently massaged the child's slightly swollen belly while browsing posts on her phone. Zhang Qian's location was about 30 kilometers from her. 30 kilometers in the city isn't the same as on the highway. Zhang Qian had mentioned that most roads inside were blocked for cars, meaning it would take a lot of time to get there. At first, she said she wouldn't go to the East City, but now that someone was coming, Su Mian felt less worried. During her journey, she sensed the mutated plants. Surprisingly, she didn't find any dangerous ones, which meant the dangerous plants were near Zhang Qian's group. So, there was no need to worry. At 4:30 p.m., Captain Zhang and his team returned disappointed. They had followed the markers, but soon entered the fog. Despite using ropes and tools, their progress was slow, and strange noises kept happening around them. Several of his team members disappeared silently. When asked, no one noticed their teammates missing, which was frightening. Ordinary people might not notice, but they were soldiers. Even new recruits had training. The fact that they didn't sense anything showed there was a dangerous creature in the fog. Su Mian watched the group look dejected and carried her child down from the car. Little Lu tried to stop her, saying, "The area hasn't been cleared yet." "Don't come down," Su Mian told him. "I need to talk to your team leader. I have some clues that might help you find the right way." When Su Mian was brought before Zhang Wen, he was trying to report the situation at the base. Although the message had been sent, they didn't receive any good advice, only to continue exploring. If it became too dangerous, they should retreat. Hearing that Su Mian could lead the way, Zhang Wen was skeptical. In the fog, it's hard to tell directions, and there's no reference point. "Are you really confident you can do this?"
Su Mian nodded.
"I've managed to survive so far because I can sense some movements of the mutated plants. There aren't many dangerous mutated plants nearby. The missing people might be lost in the fog, and the fog's special effects are why we haven't found them." Whether true or not, Su Mian's words made Zhang Wen feel a bit more at ease. He was about to say something but hesitated, glancing at the child in Su Mian's arms. This time, everyone is determined to find the missing person. It's still daylight. If you can lead the way, I'd be willing to go again.
But
it's better to have the new soldiers take care of the child first. "No need. I will protect her." No one believed this, but seeing Su Mian's insistence, Zhang Wen stepped back. "Then I'll have someone walk beside you." Su Mian nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, Su Mian carried the child, walking away with Zhang Wen, while many new soldiers watched anxiously. She also saw the obvious, but hastily drawn marks, red 5-pointed stars. The marks disappeared into the thick fog about 5 meters ahead. Su Mian didn't follow Zhang Wen's advice to stay in the middle. Instead, she stayed on the right side. From the moment they entered the fog, Su Mian released some small mutated vines. These branches moved ahead of her, helping to scout the way. When encountering less dangerous plants, Su Mian would help them by letting them be swallowed directly. At first, Zhang Wen was worried about more of his people going missing. He kept checking on his team members along the way. But after half an hour, nothing bad happened, no more incidents, and the journey was surprisingly smooth. Especially when he looked at Su Mian's back, walking ahead, only half her body visible, with a calm expression and steady steps. Zhang Wen wasn't sure if she was really leading them correctly. Dream was sleeping soundly in the fog. Su Mian was worried about the damp air, so she brought a transparent mask for her. This way, she could monitor Dream's condition at any time. Sometimes, Dream would open her eyes and see Su Mian nearby. After an hour of walking, Su Mian sensed that her plant abilities had slightly improved. She avoided the area where mutated plants had taken root and paused for a moment before choosing a quiet, clean little path. Zhang Wen saw scattered bones on the ground, belonging to either humans or animals, and signaled everyone to take out their weapons and stay alert. He even warned Su Mian not to walk too fast, but she said she was fine and that the area was temporarily safe. Safe? Hearing this, the soldiers looked around at the endless fog, the blood-stained ground beneath their feet, and the dark, narrow path that blocked their view. They all felt that something big was hiding nearby. But after walking for an hour, they had come to trust Su Mian a little. They could only suppress their fears and quietly follow behind her. After another 10 minutes, Su Mian stopped. She looked calmly ahead, sensing a group of moving mutated animals. The plants scouting ahead had already started moving. Without her saying a word, Zhang Wen and the others heard the sounds coming from ahead. "I'll go ahead and check things out," Zhang Wen said. Before he finished, Su Mian stopped him. "Not yet. Wait a moment." No one knew what she was waiting for. The strange sound kept ringing, making everyone feel uneasy. About 15 minutes later, all the noises suddenly stopped. Su Mian finally spoke. "Let's go. It's safe now." Everyone looked a bit strange, full of questions but didn't ask. When they got closer to the place where the sounds had come from, even though the fog was thick, the sight of the rat corpses on the ground made their stomachs turn. These rats were as big as cats, with red eyes, shiny black fur, and sharp-looking teeth. But now, they were all torn apart and tangled in a patch of mutated plants. Zhang Wen instinctively looked at the girl beside him. She had a calm expression, seeming unbothered by all this. Thinking about her sensing ability, Zhang Wen finally believed her. "Your power is quite special."
Su Mian nodded.
"I think so too. Otherwise, I and the kids would have died long ago." Zhang Wen wanted to say more, but he sensed something was wrong with the place, so he kept quiet. With Su Mian leading the way, the group walked for 2 hours and stopped in front of a gym. The area around the gym was covered in vines. Su Mian prepared to act, while Zhang Wen ordered the new soldiers to go and clear the entrance. In no time, the door was cleared. Su Mian went up and knocked. Zhang Wen and the others didn't understand what she was doing until, after a few minutes, a muffled voice came from inside. "Asking humans? Why do you ask? Are there non-human creatures knocking on the door?" Although confused, Zhang Wen responded, "I am Zhang Wen from the rescue team. Can you open the door? There's no danger outside right now. Rescue team has arrived. Oh my, can we get out now? I feel like I might burst from holding it in." Suddenly, a few voices came from behind the door, probably too excited to keep their voices down. After a moment, the big door opened, revealing a few faces that looked both scared and hopeful. One person was wearing clothes similar to a new soldier's. When a group of soldiers entered the gymnasium, the people inside became even more excited because the soldiers looked clean and not like they had just escaped. Everyone started talking quickly, sharing information. Meanwhile, Su Mian found a quiet, unnoticed spot to stand. A few minutes later, the soldiers brought a stool for her to sit on and explained that the gym could hold about 400 or 500 people. They had been trapped here for 5 days. Not only was food running low, but many people's mental health was affected by the fog. Before they arrived, the gym was attacked by a group of mutated spiders. Luckily, the place was well sealed, and there was little fighting on either side. This is also why the people behind the door asked if they were human, because those spiders had learned to knock on the door to trick them. Su Mian found this very strange and said, "It's already dark. You should remind Captain Zhang that it might still be possible to leave now." She could sense strange movements nearby, so she guessed tonight would be lively. Perhaps her expression was giving a hint, because the soldier turned around and asked. Within a few minutes, Zhang Wen came over and asked, "Do you suggest we turn back now?" Although they had been walking for 2 hours, it wasn't very tiring for them. As long as they avoided mutated animals and plants, they could do this 1 or 2 more times. Seeing her expression, Zhang Wen immediately made a decision. He discussed with the gym's manager and decided to leave immediately, but there were some difficulties. Some people thought it was too dangerous outside and preferred to stay and starve rather than go out. Continuing to persuade them would only waste time, so Zhang Wen decided to leave those people behind. The good news was that they had a vehicle nearby, though they weren't sure if it still worked. Zhang Wen then asked Su Mian again. When she confirmed it was okay, he felt happier. Now, they could take more people with them. Everyone at the gym now knew Zhang Wen's identity. They saw him repeatedly asking a young girl holding a child, which made them feel confused. Someone asked a soldier who was with them, and when they learned Su Mion's identity, they looked at her with surprise and some distrust, but no one said anything. Once everyone was organized and ready to leave, Su Mion volunteered to sit in the last vehicle with the others. She also asked that the people in her car have experience fighting mutated plants and animals and be skilled. Zhang heard this and decided to stay in the back vehicle himself. He told everyone to keep their communication devices ready for updates and chose some capable people to go with him. Su Mion was still placed at the very back of the vehicle. If she hadn't insisted on sitting inside, she would have been in the cockpit. Before leaving, the others at the gym stood at the door watching. Zhang looked around as the darkness made the surroundings look even more eerie. He asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to come with us?" They all firmly refused. Some even said openly, "There are still supplies behind the mutant plants at the back of the gym. If you can leave safely, you'll probably come back later. We don't want to be the first to die. We can wait here."
Su Mion looked at the man speaking.
It seemed he was the one encouraging others to stay. But they could wait, and the mutant plants and animals around might not. The supplies sounded good, though. She remembered Zhang Qian saying that the East City had plenty of supplies and good protection, or else the base wouldn't have come to rescue them. Right now, the mutant plants and animals had stopped industry and farming. They could only rely on already produced or semi-finished food and grains. Even though the base had enough stock, they still needed to keep gathering supplies. No one knew when this disaster would end. They couldn't fight forever and starve first. She looked away from the group of people who thought they were very clever and urged Zhang to start the vehicle. The radio crackled with reports from the front vehicle.
Su Mion listened quietly.
She leaned against the side of the car, where a partition had been prepared for her by the soldiers. Even if the car sped up, she wouldn't be jostled and would have a place to lean on with her child. It was quite thoughtful. Su Mion felt at ease and leaned in comfortably. She could sense that the people inside the vehicle were very tense. After all, Su Mion asked the skilled fighters to stay in the back, so everyone could see what to do clearly. The car was much faster than walking. Even at a slow speed, the 2-hour trip was cut in half quickly. While everyone relaxed and sat down to rest, Su Mion, who had kept her eyes closed, opened them and looked back. She whispered, "They're coming. Get ready." Around them, only the sounds of wheels and the engine could be heard. Everything seemed the same as before, but everyone suddenly became tense. They stared at the back of the car, waiting for something to appear, their eyes tired. They doubted if the message was wrong. Suddenly, a big mouth appeared in the fog, with sharp teeth scraping the car's rear bumper, making a harsh sound. The first soldier to react tried to shoot but missed. The others finally woke up and started using both guns and weapons. But they couldn't dodge in time. A few soldiers were bitten on their arms by the animal. This was a group of large, similar-looking leopards. If their markings weren't obvious, it could be mistaken for mutated monsters. They were fast, had sharp teeth, and fierce eyes. It looked like they saw the people in the car as prey. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. Though they fought awkwardly, they managed to block the leopards. Zhang also joined the fight. He fought close up with a special weapon that could accurately hurt the leopards each time. Su Mion looked at the long dagger in her hand. She guessed it was a weapon developed by the authorities to fight mutated animals. It looked like an animal's tooth, and its sharpness seemed good to the eye. All the soldiers had similar weapons, but some weren't good at fighting and used guns to help. The car kept moving forward. When the noise was heard, others in the convoy wanted to help, but Su Mion refused. She signaled for the car not to stop, and Zhang naturally listened to her. They fought for nearly half an hour. Everyone was tired, and the leopards didn't get much better either. As they neared the exit, Zhang didn't want to lead the leopards outside. He wanted the front car to get down and settle first. He decided to stay and finish off the leopards before leaving. His wrist trembled slightly from the force he used, but it might also be excitement from fighting large animals. Maybe understanding everyone's determination to finish this quickly, the leopards also fought fiercely. One of the leopards suddenly charged through the crowd and jumped into the car. The small space caused everyone to scramble wildly. When they saw the leopard tumbling inside and rushing towards Su Mion and her child at the back, Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Zhang Wen's face changed drastically. This is bad. Just when they thought the leopard might bite Su Mian's throat, she suddenly dodged sideways. She had a black dagger in her hand, and with one arm holding her child, she quickly aimed at the leopard's neck with her other hand. In just a few seconds, the dagger flipped skillfully in her hand. The fast movement made everyone's eyes blur. They didn't see how many times Su Mian stabbed the leopard, only that the leopard seemed frozen. Less than a minute later, it fell to the ground with a loud thud, blood flowing from its body and quickly staining the ground. The huge mutated leopard died almost without resisting. At this moment, a strange thought crossed everyone's minds. What was all that fighting for just now? Su Mian, feeling disgusted, jumped to a safe spot. She turned her head and saw a group of people staring at her like they were in a daze. She couldn't help but say, "Only two left now. This place is too dirty. I'll go down first. You can keep fighting." Then she jumped down from the car, ignoring the two other leopards less than 2 meters away from her. Her comeback made the soldiers stare in shock. It was Zhang Wen who finally shouted at them, and only then did they realize they had almost chased after Su Mian to fight the other leopards. Even though Su Mian's actions had motivated the soldiers like they had been injected with chicken blood, it still took more than 20 minutes. When they finally staggered back to the rest area outside the fog, Su Mian was already sitting on a chair, calmly feeding her child. Not only the soldiers felt strange, but even Zhang Wen had an odd feeling he couldn't explain. The others, having learned they had encountered a mutated leopard, came over to treat the wounds and ask about their situation. Zhang Wen stood in place for a while before walking over to Su Mian. He looked at the unremarkable girl with a complicated expression, finding it hard to connect her with the brave person just now. "Your abilities and skills would definitely be useful in the base." Su Mian, already knowing what he was about to say, didn't give him a chance to finish. "I'm afraid it would cause trouble, and I don't like being around a lot of people." While speaking, Su Mian kept gently patting the child. She looked calm and didn't fear the consequences of refusing Zhang Wen, nor did she worry about him bothering her. She spoke politely, "The base is a safety net for others, but it doesn't help me much. I don't want to tire myself out. So far, I just want to take good care of the child." Zhang Wen could tell she was being sincere and felt a bit regretful. But he was not the type to force others. Plus, with a child present, it was indeed difficult for a mother to give up caring for her child and risk entering danger. Moreover, they had already offered to help and even taken action to assist. In the end, he realized he was being too greedy. "Don't worry, I just want to give some advice and won't make things difficult for you. We haven't thanked you yet for helping us today. If you're willing and still have the energy tomorrow, we might need your help again," Zhang Wen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. His intentions were obvious, almost written on his face. These men relied heavily on a young mother. This time, Su Mian didn't refuse. "Okay, I will do my best." That night, Su Mian was assigned to a small tent. Although simple, she received special treatment. The tent had a foldable bed and blankets. The soldiers who brought supplies also brought hot food, and even offered to help take care of the child. Su Mian appreciated their kindness, but politely declined. She accepted the food and entered the tent. After closing the curtain, she took out the baby stroller and gently placed Meng Meng inside. She quickly ate her meal and then opened her backpack, packing some lightweight items that might be useful. There was plenty of baby food, all pre-soaked, so she could manage for the next few days without issue. After checking everything, she soothed Meng Meng to sleep. Then, Su Mian looked at the forum again. Zhang Qian had posted another update. They had been chased by mutant plants today, running from place to place. But they also learned the habits of these creatures. Although they couldn't fight them directly, they could avoid them in time. They had already started contacting others. She even discovered supplies hoarded by previous survivors, whether intentionally or not, and marked the exact location on the forum. Most people felt envious, but they only thought about it. No one wanted to risk danger to search for supplies. Su Mian put away her phone and recalled what she observed earlier in the fog. The East Market looks serious, but there is no large-scale plant coverage. Many buildings here remain unchanged. Without the fog, it looks almost the same as before the incident. So, it's not surprising that food is still being stored normally. Soo-mi-yeon has many supplies at her space, with a full variety. Even though she can carry only so much, she still wants to stock up more, since she's already here. That night, Soo-mi-yeon slept well. Soldiers were on duty around her, ready to handle any small movements. At first, she paid some attention to her surroundings, but once she saw that the plants in the fog didn't pose any danger, she gave up watching. She woke up at dawn the next day. While everyone was still asleep, Soo-mi-yeon changed Dream's diaper and put on a clean one, along with a new one-piece long-sleeve outfit. Because of the fog, the weather here is cooler than in the village. Soo-mi-yeon wore short sleeves herself, but didn't want Dream to catch a cold, so she dressed her warmly. She finished getting ready, and outside, she heard soldiers tidying up. She waited more than 20 minutes before going out. When she stepped outside, she saw Jong-won standing nearby, hesitating to come over, probably worried about disturbing her. He quickly approached and said, "You're awake. I was thinking of letting you sleep longer, but there are too many people, and it's too noisy." "No, I slept well," she replied. They sat together and ate breakfast, reheated steamed buns and warm rice porridge, which Soo-mi-yeon found very comfortable. It was just past 7:30 when they set out. This time, Jong-won arranged for half of the people to transport the survivors to the base. He led the other half into the fog, leaving only a few people behind to organize supplies and provide support. Soo-mi-yeon thought this plan was good. Otherwise, as more people came out, the rest area wouldn't be enough, and it might attract mutated animals, which would be dangerous. Or, like the first rescue, they might fail to save everyone and end up risking their own lives. They followed the same route as yesterday, but this time they went farther. The vehicle was much faster than walking, especially with Soo-mi-yeon acting as a living GPS. They reached the gymnasium from yesterday in just half an hour. "Wait, something doesn't seem right inside," she said. The vehicle stopped. As the team prepared to knock on the door, Jong-won noticed something was wrong and stopped them. He held his weapon and approached the door, testing it. To his surprise, he found it wasn't locked. It was impossible for the people here not to lock the door, unless something had happened. They didn't hear Soo-mi-yeon warn about danger. Jong-won tried to go inside. At first, they were very careful, afraid of disturbing the people inside. But as they entered the gymnasium, everything in front of them made them stop in place. They saw a large amount of blood on the ground and walls. Over the night, many green plants had grown there, all covered in blood. Every few meters, they saw a corpse. Some were badly mutilated, others had turned into just skin and bones. Everyone found it hard to describe how they felt. After checking around, they realized that none of the 50 or 60 people left there survived. Jong-won sighed. "If I had known yesterday, I would have forced them to leave." Soo-mi-yeon didn't reply. While everyone was searching, she also looked around. She remembered that the person yesterday said there were supplies here, but they had been taken over. Since they came, they couldn't leave empty-handed. Soon, she found the storage place for supplies. It was a basement behind the gym. There was a tunnel leading underground, with its entrance blocked by thorny vines. Some flowers with sharp teeth were blooming on top, and nearby was a long, 2-meter snake with a patterned body. Soo-mi-yeon started to understand why they didn't dare come here. While Jong-won and the others hadn't noticed, she used her whip to pull the roots of the vines closer. She absorbed some life energy with her powers, then threw the dried vines into her space. She cut down the man-eating flowers and set them on fire. Before she could deal with the poisonous snake, it suddenly escaped quickly. Soo-mi-yeon raised an eyebrow, but didn't chase after it. She could tell the snake wasn't mutated. It seemed to understand that Soo-mi-yeon was not someone to mess with and chose to run away. That saved her trouble. She unlocked the door and waited outside for a moment before walking into the tunnel with her lamp. Inside was surprisingly clean. Less than 2 meters in, she saw the supplies neatly packed and displayed. All the items were protected against moisture and carefully stacked on shelves. Soo-mi-yeon walked along, and wherever her fingers touched, the supplies entered her space. She took a quick look. There was everything needed for food, clothing, shelter, and daily life, even medicine and weapons. Almost as soon as she finished collecting, Zhongwen arrived behind her. Seeing the empty basement, he sighed. It's safer to hide here. Why don't they come here? Su Mian lowered her hand, which had just used wind powers to clear the ground traces, and silently followed him as he turned around and then left. Since these people no longer needed help, Zhongwen made the tough decision to have everyone retreat. Rather than dealing with the bodies, they needed to use their limited time to find more survivors. That was the real reason he came to save people. Su Mian felt she had little sense of morality. When people die, their lights go out, and the bodies will eventually disappear with time. She thought there was no need to bother with them. Soon, the vehicle started again, this time on a new route. The journey was not as smooth as before. They encountered various mutated plants, some stronger, some weaker. Nearly an hour passed, and they had only covered less than a third of the distance they had previously. In the end, they had to abandon the vehicle and continue on foot. Surprisingly, they moved faster this way. Su Mian held her child steadily behind them. At first, Zhongwen was worried about her stamina, but when he saw she had been walking for a long time without even catching her breath, he stopped worrying and didn't say any more caring words. Actually, he noticed yesterday during the 2-hour walk. At first, he didn't think much of it, but later, when he realized something was wrong, he saw how impressive Su Mian's strength was. That made him feel it was okay. But sometimes, when he saw his soldiers sweating and gasping while Su Mian was still walking calmly, Zhongwen felt very complicated inside. It would be great if such a person was in the army. It would be great if his soldiers were like that too. What a pity! They found the second group of survivors after 3 hours of walking. By then, everyone had reached the center of East City. At first, they couldn't tell which way was which, but the survivors were staying at a pure water factory located in the middle of the area. When Zhongwen went to meet the survivors, Su Mian stared at the large factory, her eyes thoughtful. Finally, when they agreed to leave quickly, Su Mian approached Zhongwen on her own, claiming she wanted to wait for others and wouldn't leave with them. Since they had already marked the way when they came, and with Su Mian leading the way, the marks were precise and easy to find. The only danger was encountering obstacles on the road, but that was something they had to face anyway. But it's too dangerous for you alone. I'll leave a few people with you. All right, I forget, they're not as good as you. Moreover, during these 2 outings, not only was he guiding Su Mian, but he also learned some skills. With Su Mian's tips, he was now able to keep his sense of direction in the fog. The only thing he needed to watch out for was those mutated plants that might attack unexpectedly. The soldiers with him also heard that Su Mian was staying behind. They were surprised and worried, but they knew they had no say in the matter. Before leaving, they looked at Su Mian a few times. This time, the team was large, and it took a full hour to leave everything behind. Su Mian waited until the last person left before she emerged from her hiding spot. She didn't leave immediately, but headed straight to the factory she had previously checked out. This factory was among the top 500 in the country. She had recently looked up information about it. The factory had a long history, good water quality, and a great reputation. It was famous not only in the eastern city, but also well known across the country, and even abroad. Su Mian's space had stored a lot of water, but as one of the most used resources, without water abilities, she could only ensure she wouldn't run out of drinking water. Long baths or washing would become difficult during shortages. In her last mission, she also stored some lake water, but not much, and she hadn't found the reservoir she wanted. She had been thinking about how to stockpile more water. Unexpectedly, she found a pure water factory. She visited the factory, checked the equipment and stock. As a major seller, the factory had many bottles of drinking water everywhere. There were different brands and sizes and quite a lot of stock. Especially inside the factory, there were several connected warehouses. The most stored here were 18.9-liter barrels of water, including mineral and purified water, along with 12-liter and small bottles under 400 milliliters. The shelves in the warehouse stretched endlessly. She saw signs of movement, indicating that survivors had taken some of the supplies. Su Mian first stored the large barrels into her space, then took some small bottles of mineral water. She then went to the part of the factory that sold water purifiers, took all the stock and replacement filters, and even filmed a video of the installed purifier to learn how to operate it. She also took a manual for using the device. Finally, she removed the generator outside the factory, took away the diesel, and also carried off more than 10 large water tanks about 3 meters high. Of course, this wasn't the end. According to the information she saw, there was a spring nearby the factory. Su Mian worked hard to find the spring source. She connected the water tanks to fill several tanks at once. Once all were full, she packed up and left. Seeing the space filled with water, the last bit of emptiness in Su Mian's heart finally felt complete. She then opened her phone, found Zhang Qian's latest post, and sent her a private message with the factory's address, briefly saying she would wait there for 2 days. Whether Zhang Qian would come or not, Su Mian decided to stay for 2 days. She calculated the distance between the two places. With Zhang Qian's skills, it shouldn't be difficult unless she didn't want to take risks. After sending the message, Su Mian went to the factory's office building, which was already in a mess, but luckily, the structures remained intact. Outside the 5th-floor reception room, there was a glass outdoor tea room. Su Mian went inside to look. It was spacious and clean, with air vents on both sides. On the right side, there was a window that could be opened, and around it, there were blackout curtains that could be drawn. It was a perfect resting place made just for her. She took out a baby crib, gently put Meng Meng to sleep, and ate lunch nearby. At 3 p.m., when she checked her phone, she saw Zhang Qian had replied with just 2 words, "Wait for me." Su Mian raised an eyebrow, guessing the other person already knew who she was. Honestly, the factory's location was quite good. Although she was on the 5th floor, the view was open. She could see the sky above the thick fog and distant buildings peeking out, dense and far away, yet seeming close. It felt like life had returned to the village. Su Mian continued her usual daily routine. What surprised her was that, within 2 days, there was movement outside the factory that night, something big. She sat up from lying down and saw flames in the thick fog. Su Mian packed up the stroller and lounge chair, carried Meng Meng in a sling, and went downstairs. The fire in the dark night was very striking. Before she got close, she saw Zhang Qian fighting with a vine as thick as her wrist. Not only her, but everyone around her was entangled in the vines. Several had already been dragged away, and despite Zhang Qian's efforts to rescue them, she was helpless. Someone shouted loudly, "I knew I shouldn't come here. You all kept looking for someone. I wish I had stayed underground, even if it meant dying here." As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled away by a mutated vine. He yelled loudly, still struggling, but he couldn't free himself. Desperate, he called for help from his companions, but everyone was too busy to assist. Just as he was about to be dragged into the thick fog, the man looked hopeless and decided to give up fighting. At that moment, he suddenly stopped. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the vines on his feet had been cut. Confused, he looked around and saw something swinging in front of him. With 2 loud snaps, he realized that his nearby companion, also caught in vines, was being saved. The group quickly understood and untied the vines on their legs, then ran back. At the same time, they saw a figure standing in the fog. The figure was slim, holding something in her arms, and was swinging a whip with one hand. It was the weapon they had seen earlier but hadn't recognized. Before they could be too surprised, they saw that under the whip's influence, all the people caught in vines and unable to free themselves were suddenly safe. The vines that had been difficult to deal with were suddenly thrown off. Moreover, the vines seemed to retreat as if frightened by something terrible. They retracted their branches, and in an instant, no vines could be seen around. The survivors, who had just escaped danger, stared in disbelief at this scene. They caught their breath, feeling grateful to be alive, while secretly glancing at the figure controlling everything. At this moment, Zhang Qian stepped forward. She first asked about the child. Hearing that Su Mian was still asleep, she smiled and said, I was planning to come quietly, but I accidentally wandered into the lair of the mutated vines. We fought our way here, so we probably disturbed you. Su Mian shook her head, indicating it was no trouble, then looked behind her. There were at least 20 or 30 people with Zhang Qian, half men and half women. The men looked unfamiliar. One of them stood not far from Zhang Qian, seemed to have looked at Su Mian for a while, then quickly looked away, feeling it was inappropriate. The remaining girls were mostly from the Battle Axe sisters. They didn't know Su Mian well but remembered that she had saved them several times. Seeing her now, they felt a little excited. It's too late. Staying here isn't safe. Let's go to the office building first. Everyone agreed with Su Mian's words. They looked like a group of obedient followers who had just been convinced, and they quietly followed Su Mian to the same floor where she was resting. There were many rooms on this floor. After a little tidying up, staying overnight was completely fine. Zhang Qian was worried about making too much noise and disturbing Su Mian and the children. She went ahead to arrange the rooms for everyone to rest. Finally, she came alone to the glass house where Su Mian was staying and expressed her thanks again. When you sent a message, I knew it was you.
I was just joking around.
Last time, I said I was doing pretty well, but I still needed your help. She looked a bit shy when making eye contact with Su Mian. At this moment, Zhang Qian was no longer as calm and cold as she appeared in front of others. It seemed that she only showed a softer side when she was with Su Mian. Her voice was very quiet. After she finished talking about her plans, she mentioned the man standing behind her earlier. Did I feel like he knows you? About your identity in this world. I accidentally said your name. I hope it doesn't cause you trouble. Su Mian remembered the man who looked at her with a glance. Although she couldn't see him clearly at the time, she remembered that he looked good, was tall, and stood out among the crowd. She asked softly, "What is his name?" "Li Jingchuan." "The surname is Li Jingchuan." Su Mian's eyes flickered slightly. It was easy to find information about this person in her memory. However, Dai Mei often heard this name, but had never seen the person himself. She didn't expect to meet him at this moment. I think he doesn't mean you any harm, so I brought him along.
If he
offends you, I will handle him myself. When talking about this, Zhang Qian's eyes regained their usual sharpness. Su Mian said it wasn't necessary, just a little surprised about why he came here. He is from the rescue team. We met him the day before yesterday. He used to be in the army, then did business with his family. When the plants mutated this time, he volunteered to rejoin the team. I heard he had a big argument with his family. I observed him. He's someone worth making friends with. Su Mian nodded. She wouldn't interfere with how Zhang Qian made friends. Just then, Meng Meng whined softly. Zhang Qian took the opportunity to say she was leaving. Su Mian closed the door, comforted Meng Meng, and soon she fell asleep as well. The next morning, just after dawn, Su Mian got up. She had good hearing and could hear that the others outside had also woken up. She fed Meng Meng and changed her diaper. When they were ready to leave, everyone had already packed up, showing they were prepared to go at any moment. Su Mian remembered Ren Wu, who was with Zhang Qian, and asked about him. The other person hesitated and said, "When we parted, he was badly injured. In this situation, I think his chances of survival are low. By the way, Li Jingchuan wants to talk to you," Zhang Qian added. She then said, "I already refused him. I feel like he's looking at you in a strange way. I can't let him affect your mission." Su Mian felt Zhang Qian might have misunderstood. Refusing him was fine. She didn't want to talk to him now, anyway. Thinking about what she had considered last night, Su Mian stopped Zhang Qian and took her to a room to talk for half an hour. When they came out, Zhang Qian asked uncertainly, "Have you made up your mind? Are you sure about this?" Su Mian replied, "There's no other choice. This is the best plan I could think of. I have to prepare early." She looked down at the child in her arms. Even though they weren't related, she hoped the child would be safe and sound. "Since you've decided, I support you. Let's hurry. It's time to go," Zhang Qian said firmly. Su Mian nodded, checked the room to make sure nothing was left behind, then went downstairs to meet the others. They gathered to discuss the plan for today. Su Mian planned to lead them to meet Zhang Wenhui. The mark from yesterday was still there. They hadn't been affected much on their way back. When they were 3 kilometers from the rest area, the surrounding fog suddenly thickened. Zhang Qian warned everyone to stay close, alert. Su Mian looked toward the dense fog with a serious expression. At first, dense branches suddenly grew under their feet. These green plants were numerous but not very aggressive, so everyone worked together and weren't seriously hurt. Then, the branches turned into thicker vines. When they wrapped around someone, they would quickly extend small roots into the body to blood wildly. Zhang Qian went to help others, while Su Mian faced the attack from the direction with the most branches alone. Soon, Li Jingchuan moved beside her, helping to share the burden. Su Mian saw that the knife he used was from the base. She casually handed him a long dagger. He took it without question and skillfully cut through the nearby branches. However, he was still an ordinary person and had sustained some minor injuries. Retreat to the back. I'll handle this, Su Mian said. Li Jingchuan didn't follow her advice. Instead, he ran ahead of her and helped clear more branches. Su Mian looked up at the person who was already a bit disheveled and noticed the mutant animals hiding in the thick fog beginning to approach. She immediately called Zhang Qian over and handed her backpack. Hold my things. Don't go inside. At this moment, everyone could sense that something in the fog was moving restlessly. Li Jingchuan was about to follow when he saw something jump out of the fog and land right on Su Mian. His face changed. Before he could help, Zhang Qian called him back. He saw Su Mian lift the mutant leopard off her and turn to face the others. Li Jingchuan, who was at the front, wanted to go help, but suddenly Su Mian directly shoved something warm and soft into his hand. When he looked down, he was stunned. Meng Meng had just woken up, curious about her surroundings. Suddenly, she was picked up by someone else, and she started to hum and twist her body. Su Mian looked at Li Jingchuan, who seemed frozen like a statue, and quickly said, "Protect her. Leave this to me. You all retreat first. The team leader Zhang will arrange for you at the rest area. Once I finish dealing with this, I'll come find you." As Su Mian stepped into the fog, the sounds of several mutant leopards could be heard. Li Jingchuan reached out to hand the child to Zhang Qian, but was brushed aside. Meng Meng is her treasure. She wants you to hold her. Just hold her tight. Going over now will only mean feeding the mutant leopards willingly and won't help her at all. We should listen to her and retreat. Li Jingchuan was a bit surprised. Aren't you worried about her? What's the point of worrying? I trust her strength more. And now isn't the time to care about feelings. Zhang Qian looked at the child in his arms. She's taking the risk for us. The best thing we can do is support her behind the scenes and make sure she has no worries. That sounded right, but Li Jingchuan still didn't quite agree with leaving Su Mian alone in the danger. Moreover, when they arrived last night, Zhang Qian's attitude was clear. She was determined to see her no matter what. Now, she was casually throwing her into the dangerous fog. He felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the end, under Zhang Qian's forceful insistence, Li Jingchuan and the others left. Before leaving, he looked back toward the direction Su Mian had gone. He could still hear the sounds from inside, but they were getting farther away. An inexplicable feeling of unease grew in his heart. The rest area was easy to find, almost just beyond the fog, with a sign hanging high on the roof. Zhang Wen heard someone approaching, holding a child, and thought it was Su Mian returning. He eagerly went out to greet them but didn't see the familiar face among the crowd. Why are only you here? The child is here too. Where is she? Zhang Qian stepped forward to introduce herself and briefly explain the situation. She was worried about Meng Meng being in danger, so she told us to retreat. I believe she will come to join us soon. Zhang Wen also thought so. The child was treated like a treasure, and he had also fought a mutated leopard. Since she dared to stay alone, she must be confident. He led the group inside. Most of the survivors who returned yesterday from the rest area had already left, with a few staying to help. Li Jingchuan carried a child over, attracting attention. He had no experience holding children, so he held the child with both hands as if he was showing off a treasure. Despite many corrections from Zhang Qian, he still felt like he was stealing someone else's child. A middle-aged aunt from the logistics team didn't like his way and came over to give him some advice. She managed to teach him properly. When she asked about when the child last had milk, Li Jingchuan didn't know. Finally, Zhang Qian took out some cans of milk and a record book from her backpack. That settled the matter. Li Jingchuan repeatedly asked to find someone more suitable to take care of Meng Meng. He was rough and worried about starving or hurting the child. But Zhang Qian refused. Although I am a woman, I'm not good at taking care of children either. I'll say this again. She trusted you enough to leave the child with you.
Just your best.
There are experienced people here who can help. Ask them and you'll learn. Li Jingchuan was speechless. In the end, he took the initiative to ask someone experienced for help. Zhang Qian saw him struggling to change the child's diaper, but didn't help. Instead, she went to find Zhang Wen. 3 days had passed, and Su Mian had not appeared at the rest area. At first, Zhang Wen was confident she was delayed, but as days went by and the fog around their camp grew thicker, he became uncertain. On the afternoon of the 4th day, he found Zhang Qian and others, saying that after helping the last group, the main team would leave the East Market at the same time, probably the day after tomorrow at the latest. Zhang Qian did not respond. She looked into the thick fog, appearing deep in thought. Li Jingchuan, who had been caring for the child for 3 days, looked visibly sad when he heard this. Meng Meng was starting to get used to his scent and now leaned toward him willingly. Thinking about the sleepless nights caused by torment, Li Jingchuan found it hard to accept that this kind of life might go on forever, especially since he didn't believe that a person could just disappear like that. Everyone told him that the child had been treated like a treasure by her mother. She was never left alone, not even when sleeping, and was always held close when going out. This showed that if she was safe, she would definitely be found here. Captain Zhang also mentioned that she was good at navigating through the fog, but now that such a skilled person hadn't returned, he had to start thinking about the worst. Anyway, there are a few days left. Don't worry too much. I will do my best to find her. Li Jingchuan watched as Zhang Qian packed up to leave without saying a word. She had been searching for the girl these days, but each time, she returned empty-handed. He thought that this time would probably be the same. Sure enough, in the evening, Zhang Qian came back exhausted. She had some new wounds and looked weak. Someone familiar brought her water, which she drank eagerly. Seeing her bleeding and trembling hands, Li Jingchuan couldn't help but say, "You said she's better than you, so why keep looking? If she doesn't come back by the day we leave, we'll just head back to the base with the team." As he said this, Li Jingchuan let out a deep sigh. Zhang Qian looked up at him. But what about her child? If I leave her to others, how can I be at ease? Li Jingchuan tightened his grip on the child. Just then, Meng Meng sensed his gaze and giggled. He hesitated, but in the end, he didn't say, "I'll find a good family to take care of her. Let's talk about it when we get back to the base." Having cared for the child these days, he had gained some experience, but his body was not used to the frequent waking and forced sleep, which made him look a bit disheveled. If he kept doing it, it might still be okay. Zhang Qian watched the man lost in thought, her mind elsewhere. Zhang Qian was thinking that if she left the day after tomorrow, she only had 1 more day left. She raised her hand to look at it. Although she tried to control it, the excessive strength and energy use made her tremble uncontrollably. But she could feel that her ability was becoming more skilled, and she was starting to understand some new ways to use her fire powers that Su Mian had taught her. Although this was something she had looked forward to for a long time, she couldn't help but sigh. Su Mian was really strict when training people. But if she was going to act, she had to do it properly. She went out empty-handed every day and came back without leaving any marks, which didn't make sense. In the end, the plan had a flaw. It was the children. Li Jingchuan, who was very straightforward, was clumsy when taking care of the kids. Several times, she almost couldn't help but step in to help. But she remembered what Su Mian had said, and she pretended not to see and walked away coldly, which made her feel frustrated. Seeing Li Jingchuan had already taken the children to a separate tent, Zhang Qian sat for a while and then looked up at the distant fog, which was closer than yesterday. Zhang Wen had said more than once that the situation in the East Market was getting worse. Only she knew that the thick fog was man-made, and the person responsible was nearby. Thinking about the training scheduled for tomorrow, Zhang Qian didn't want to think about anything else. She quickly treated her wounds, ate some quick food, and went to bed early. The next morning, Zhang Qian followed Zhang Wen's team to assist with the last group. She left the sisters with the axe to watch over Li Jingchuan. This trip took up most of the day. Once she felt her body had recovered enough, she escorted the survivors back to the rest area, then re-entered the fog. Following Su Mian's directions, she took a few detours and finally stopped in front of a small, single-story villa. It seemed as if it knew she was coming. A few minutes later, the door opened, and out came the person everyone had been searching for, Su Mian. Su Mian put the villa into her space without wasting any time. Let's go. I sense the nearest mutated plant is within 3 kilometers. This time, it's a bit closer than yesterday. Just follow the previous plan. Zhang Qian was silent. Although she had been looking forward to this, it felt a little too harsh. On the way, she told Su Mian about the situation at the rest area and mentioned Li Jingchuan's words from yesterday when he had advised her to leave. I think he's been wanting to give Meng Meng to someone else. What if he actually does that? Su Mian paused and said, if he chose, he would definitely check things out before making a decision. You also said he's a good person, so we should trust him. All right, I thought you would say to immediately take back Meng Meng. I still don't know you well enough. Every decision you make surprises me, especially since she personally gave birth to the child and cared for him for over a month, then suddenly felt comfortable leaving him with someone she had only met once. Although the child has nothing to do with her, Zhang Qian agrees that women generally have maternal instincts. She can see that Su Mian cares a lot about the child, but she also finds her too calm about this matter. So calm that she feels she couldn't be so decisive if she were in her place. Su Mian seemed to understand her thoughts and smiled. I'm not suited to be a mother because I don't even understand love. In her original world, the apocalypse caused many families to fall apart. She used to feel pity for homeless children and couldn't bear to harm babies turned into zombies. She would instinctively want to show mercy to pregnant women. But after suffering many setbacks, her heart became colder and harder, and she became clearer about when to show compassion. Mengmeng's existence is very special. She doesn't deny that giving birth to a child feels unique, but she is more rational and understands that the child has nothing to do with her. To be cruel, in her world, if she saw a baby, she might feel sorry for it but wouldn't take it in to raise because there are too many people in need, and she lacks the ability to extend such faint kindness. She knows Zhang Qian can understand this, but she doesn't want to explain further. Zhang Qian could only hold back her words and didn't want to interfere with her decision. Seeing she didn't want to talk more, she didn't ask further. When they arrived at the place where the mutated plants were, Su Mian acted as before, provoking first, then immediately retreating. Zhang Qian took a deep breath and charged forward with a dagger. Vines almost wrapped around her completely, but Su Mian watched from the side without rushing in. She watched Zhang Qian struggle against the vines. At first, she was passive and nearly drained her blood, but at a critical moment, she unleashed her potential. Her abilities and combat skills were triggered simultaneously, allowing her to react early, avoid danger, and even fight back. Just like yesterday, when the mutated plant was nearly defeated, Su Mian stepped in to help. She absorbed the plant's final life force, pulled out the roots, and threw them into her space. Seeing the scene, Zhang Qian was not surprised because she had seen the same thing dozens of times in recent days. The two of them did not stop there. Although there were not many dangerous mutated plants nearby, there were still many mutated animals. For example, the mutated leopard that Su Mian had approached earlier. There were also various mutated tigers and wolves nearby, which were perfect for practicing skills and reaction time. Zhang Qian watched as Su Mian trained her hard, treating her like a beast of burden. Instead of feeling angry, she was happy because she knew that Su Mian did not treat unrelated people like animals. She kept a safe distance from Su Mian, who was nearby gathering supplies. Zhang Qian was dealing with mutated animals on her side. Neither of them disturbed the other. Sometimes during rest, they would exchange a few words through messages. She worked until it was almost dark before dragging her exhausted body to say goodbye to Su Mian. Before leaving, she looked back nervously. The villa in the thick fog looked like a mirage. She knew Su Mian stayed there to improve her special abilities, which made her feel a little emotional. She thought Su Mian was already very powerful, but she seemed to keep improving herself. No wonder she was so strong. Zhang Qian wanted to stay and chat, but she had other tasks to do. In the future, she could only come back now, and then when she had time. In the rest area, Zhang Qian returned looking disheveled, which was not surprising to others. At most, they just thought she cared a lot about Su Mian, or she wouldn't risk going out every day. The next morning, Zhang Wen led the remaining survivors to set out. Zhang Qian also got into the military vehicle, sitting next to Li Jingchuan. His condition was much better than before. He was more skilled at holding Meng Meng, even though it felt a little strange for a grown man to hold a baby. But Meng Meng seemed to have accepted the embrace. The base had been repaired recently. The broken walls were rebuilt, and when Zhang Qian and her group arrived, the area had been expanded. Li Jingchuan had contributed a lot this time. With a child now with him, and the child's mother helping find more survivors, Zhang Wen applied to the higher-ups to give him a suitable room for taking care of the child. The facilities inside were normal. When the Li family heard the news, they contacted Li Jingchuan, wanting to move in together. He hadn't responded yet, so Zhang Qian went directly to Zhang Wen to refuse them and also talked with Li Jingchuan. Dai Mei and Li family's past conflicts were already clear to Zhang Qian from Su Mian's words. Although she thought Li Jingchuan was a decent person, she still disliked how the Li family looked down on Dai Mei. She told Li Jingchuan that he was saved by her and also by Su Mian. Basically, he belonged to Su Mian now. Since Su Mian gave him the child, everything should be centered on the child's well-being. Others have no right to share the benefits gained from this. It's said that you were the one who decided to abandon the mother and daughter. She is generous not to hold this against you. Compared to others, they never had good intentions toward Meng Meng. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't let you all live together. I wouldn't want that either. Zhang Qian wasn't asking for his opinion but was informing him. If Li Jingchuan's soft heart allowed the Li family to come in, she wouldn't mind hurting a few of them. I understand. I also didn't agree. Li Jingchuan nodded slightly. Before the mutant plants appeared, the Li family was indeed wealthy. But fleeing to the base made them no different from others. When Li Jingchuan joined the team, he used that honor to secure basic needs for the Li family. They might not be better than others, but as long as they didn't cause trouble, they would live much more comfortably than ordinary people. As for the decision to abandon the mother and daughter, he couldn't deny knowing about it. He knew about it, but he didn't interfere. He even let his family handle it in his name. In other words, if Dai Mei hadn't been so powerful and sensed the mutant plants, she and the child might have died early in the chaos. He had no particular impression or feelings for the mother and child, and he admitted that he caused many bad consequences. Now, looking at the small body softly resting in his arms, his gaze naturally softened. Zhang Qian thought he would oppose her, but she was surprised when he agreed. I will send someone to tell them. I won't meet with them for now, and I won't let them know about Meng Meng's existence. Zhang Qian nodded. That's for the best. Although Meng Meng's father is your younger brother, Su, Dai Mei has never acknowledged him and even dislikes him. As for the Dai family, no matter how eloquent they are in the future, Meng Meng is your child outside. I hope you, as her big uncle, can think more about her. Li Jingchuan looked at her and said, You seem sure she won't come back. That look seemed to see through something. Zhang Qian realized her tone when giving her last words was too urgent, worried about ruining Su Mian's big matter. She tried to hide her emotions and said, This isn't like before. Anything can happen now. I'm prepared for the worst. In a few days, I will go to the East Market. If I can't find her, I will keep looking. Dream can only rely on you now. It's normal for me to worry about you. Hearing that she planned to go to the East Market, Li Jingchuan didn't know what to say. Her words about entrusting her to others made him feel some pressure. He could only promise, "I will try my best to take care of her." Zhang Qian corrected, "It's to be taken care of personally, not through others." Li Jingchuan was silent. After a moment, he said, "I considered giving the child to someone more suitable, but I changed my mind." "You're right. I am Dream's big uncle, and I am the only one she can rely on now. If even I think she's a burden, others won't protect her well." Hearing this, Zhang Qian felt a little relieved. "That's good." Later, just as Zhang Qian said, she left again after resting for 5 or 6 days, this time alone. Everyone, including Zhang Wen, didn't understand her persistence, but she didn't explain anything. She definitely couldn't say she wasn't really looking for someone but was here to train herself. She needed to become stronger quickly, so that next time she could help Su Mian instead of always relying on her to save or take care of her. This was something she had to do. Zhang Qian stayed for 10 days before returning. The people at the base even thought she had an accident. They were surprised to see her driving back with a vehicle. The things she brought back were supplies. She had reported to Zhang Wen that everything was baby and child items, covering everything from when Dream was a newborn to 18 years old. Only some unused items were given to the base for free, and the rest were sent to Li Jingchuan. After more than 10 days apart, Li Jingchuan was more skilled at taking care of the child. Zhang Qian watched him change the baby's diaper, prepare milk, feed him, and pat his back without showing any emotion. Her worries gradually eased. In the following days, when she had free time, she would come to see them. She usually didn't speak, just watch Li Jingchuan take care of the child. Sometimes, they would push the stroller to walk on the road near the base. This kind of day continued until the mission was almost over. Zhang Qian found Li Jingchuan the night before to say a final goodbye. Li Jingchuan seemed to sense something. "The East Market area isn't safe anymore. Are you still going there?" Zhang Qian nodded. "Yes, I have to go." She didn't have much to worry about now. Although the mutated plants were dangerous, the base was constantly improving its functions. She had helped clear trouble around the area, and the soldiers were becoming stronger. Plus, the base was working with other regions to develop this place as a key area. No matter if the mutated plants could be completely removed in the future, this would be the safest place. Dream staying here was the best choice. And she definitely wanted to stay close to Su Mian. She didn't know when they'd meet again, so she wanted to cherish the time. That night, Zhang Qian walked under the moonlight to Su Mian's small villa, risking danger. It seemed like she knew she would come because there was dinner, fruit, and desserts on the table. Zhang Qian ate and drank happily. Su Mian packed up the villa. The two sat quietly in the thick fog, waiting without speaking. At midnight, electronic sounds rang in their ears one after another. Before leaving, Zhang Qian looked back, then her figure disappeared into the air. Su Mian returned to the endless void. The familiar darkness made her silent for a moment. Only the system's voice kept sounding in her mind. "Congratulations to player Su Mian for completing this survival mission. Reward, 100 points. This mission involved saving a special person. Extra reward, 10,000 points. Because the player performed well, the warning system will now activate. There are items that can extend the time limit. Please choose whether to freeze or extend." When Su Mian heard this, she spoke up. "Freeze at first." This was a tool Zhang Qian gave her before leaving. She heard she had thought about it for a long time. She added, "System, activate and extend the cleaning suit. Command successful." Freezing the item costs 100 points. Extending the cleaning suit costs 100 points. Your current points balance is 112,000. Su Mian asked, "What is the warning system?" The warning system means that after entering a new world, you will receive early warnings about disasters in this world. It sounded pretty good. That way, she wouldn't have to look up information or guess what might happen. Su Mian's mood in this world is complicated, and she needs some time to recover. She didn't leave immediately. Instead, she lay down on the dark ground to rest for a while. Thinking about it, it's quite interesting. When she first entered, she wanted to complete the next task right away. Now, after getting used to this darkness, she actually prefers to stay here. She closed her eyes and recalled her experience in this copy. The most vivid image in her mind is Mingming's face. She wonders what the little girl will look like when she grows up. Daimei looks pretty good, and Li Wenhao is not very handsome but not ugly either, so she probably won't be unattractive. But it's better if they're not too good-looking. In this world, it's hard to tell how long it will take to return to normal. Being too beautiful requires strong self-protection skills. She's so delicate. She wonders if she will learn martial arts in the future. For the first time, Su Mian felt like she had truly become a mother figure. She even fantasized about what the children in this copy might be like in the future. She sighed, organized her emotions, and spent half an hour clearing her mind of these thoughts. After about another half hour, Su Mian softly said, "System, continue the mission." Okay, teleporting to the copy. The familiar feeling of floating came again, and Su Mian experienced the sensation of a roller coaster. She closed her eyes and felt the dizziness until her body was completely steady. Only then did she open her eyes, but the blinding light made her head buzz, almost causing her to faint. She covered her eyes to adapt, then took a moment to look around. She was in a space about 5 square meters, like a sealed balcony. Most of the space was taken up by a foldable bed about 1 meter wide. 2 bags hung at the head of the bed, filled with what looked like clothes and some daily necessities. On her left was a closed sliding glass door. The curtains were drawn, so she couldn't see inside, but she could feel a cool breeze coming from behind the door from time to time, contrasting sharply with the scorching heat of the surrounding area. As her senses returned, she realized she was very hot, so hot that even her breathing felt burning. There was a buzzing sound in her ears that made her irritable and gave her a headache. She looked at the air conditioner outside the corner. The machine wasn't right next to her, but the heat was blowing in through the window. The temperature around her was already high, and with the air conditioner, Su Mian felt that staying here much longer could be dangerous. Having experienced several unpleasant encounters with the true identities in these copies, Su Mian was no longer surprised when similar situations occurred. She was about to access her core memories when the glass door suddenly opened, and a cool breeze hit her face. Compared to her current environment, she felt like she was in heaven. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Gu Yuqing, there's no more ice cream at home. Hurry and buy some for me." In front of her was a boy about 17 or 18 years old, wearing loose autumn clothes. He had a delicate appearance, with striking blonde hair and an impatient look on his face. It seemed he didn't take Su Mian's body seriously. After speaking, he slammed the glass door shut. A woman's voice faintly came from inside, as if scolding him for making too much noise. The boy, however, argued that it was too hot outside. Su Mian was ready to slap him, almost calling out, but when she saw the closed glass door, she held back. Yes, it was very hot outside. She looked at her own body, which was not much different from the boy's, and wondered why she was treated so poorly. But Su Mian wouldn't accept being wronged. She picked up her only old phone, which she had noticed on the bed, pushed open the glass door, and strode inside. The room was very comfortable. As soon as she stepped in, Su Mian felt all her negative feelings vanish, as if she had been reborn. She glanced around. The TV was on, the air conditioner was set to 18 degrees, and 2 people on the sofa were holding snacks and looking at their phones, seeming very relaxed. When she entered, the boy glanced at her. "Hurry up. You need to buy it in 10 minutes, or tonight you'll sleep on the balcony." His tone was natural, as if this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Next to him sat a woman around 40, wearing plain cotton pajamas and a face mask. Her face was large, and the mask looked like she had stolen it from someone else. She was playing with her phone and said casually, "Hurry up and buy it. My cigarettes are also gone. Remember to bring a new pack. I know your dad gives you money, so don't think about complaining. I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Su Mian ignored them. She headed straight toward the bathroom. As she closed the door, she still heard the woman saying she was uncultured. Su Mian locked the door, washed her face with cold water, and then looked at herself in the mirror. The reflection in the mirror shows a girl about 17 or 18 years old, with fair skin, bright eyes, and long black hair tied in a ponytail. She looks fresh and lively, seeming not to have suffered any abuse. Soo Myeon doesn't believe these superficial appearances. She wipes the mirror clean, sits on the toilet lid, closes her eyes, and recalls the memories of the original owner, Gu Yuqing. You don't realize how frustrating it is until you see it yourself. Gu Yuqing has been a sensible girl since childhood. Her mother passed away from illness when she was 5, and she has lived with her father, Gu Xiaojun, and her grandmother, Li Huiying. Although she lacked maternal love, her life was comfortable, especially when her father started a small factory at age 10, improving their living conditions. The change happened when Gu Yuqing was 15. Gu Xiaojun met his current stepmother, Zhenzhen, through a business partner. At first, Gu Yuqing couldn't accept having 2 more people in her family because Zhenzhen brought along Yang Xiao, who was only 2 months older than her. But Gu Xiaojun hadn't felt love in a long time, and Zhenzhen was good at managing daily life. Within less than half a year, they fell deeply in love and got married quickly at the end of the year. Initially, Gu Yuqing's position in the family didn't change much. Zhenzhen was kind to her in front of Gu Xiaojun. But within 6 months, she stopped pretending. When Gu Xiaojun was around, Zhenzhen was warm and caring. When he left, she would show her temper and make her do chores. Fortunately, Gu Yuqing moved to a boarding school after high school, so they didn't spend much time together. Grandmother Li Huiying had already moved back to her hometown when her parents married. Gu Yuqing also understood that it wasn't easy for her father to find someone he trusted, so she tolerated it. But she didn't expect that during summer vacation, Yang Xiao, a troublemaker, would come back drunk with friends and try to touch her. Luckily, she fought back strongly, pushed him, and he hit the table and fainted, escaping danger. Afterward, she couldn't bear it and told her father, Gu Xiaojun, about what happened. She also reported everything Zhenzhen had done to her over the past 2 years. However, she overlooked Zhenzhen's methods. No matter how much she targeted Gu Yuqing, Zhenzhen always appeared understanding and never spoke badly of her in front of Gu Xiaojun. Coincidentally, on the night of the incident, Zhenzhen had spent the whole day shopping for Gu Yuqing's birthday gift, buying her many things. When her son's actions were revealed, Zhenzhen immediately slapped him and apologized to Gu Yuqing. Gu Xiaojun thought his daughter misunderstood the situation. The final result was that Yang Xiao apologized to Gu Yuqing, and Zhenzhen promised to pay more attention to her. And so, the matter was settled. Gu Yuqing always thought she understood her father. She believed that even if her father married a stepmother, she was still the most important person to him. But this outcome made her suddenly realize that her father really had become the stepfather he talked about. She couldn't accept that someone who always protected her had changed like this. However, Gu Xiaojun felt guilty because his wife had hit her son to punish Gu Yuqing, and he had been staying with Zhenzhen. It was clear he didn't want to bring up this matter again. What hurt Gu Yuqing even more was that after these events, Zhenzhen started to target her more openly. Although these were small things, Gu Xiaojun used to see them and say, "Qing Qing, why are you causing trouble?" Or, "Qing Qing, you are so unreasonable." Zhenzhen, angry because her son was slapped as punishment, became even more aggressive after Gu Xiaojun went to work. At first, she made Gu Yuqing run errands and clean the house. Later, she would mock her with sarcastic comments. Recently, with the weather getting hotter, she even thought that using the air conditioner in her room was a waste of money. She forced Gu Yuqing onto the balcony, claiming she disrespected elders and was disobedient by refusing to wash clothes. This house had already been officially registered in Zhenzhen's name earlier this year, so she handled these matters easily. When she found out Gu Yuqing cared about her grandmother, Li Huiying, Zhenzhen threatened her by refusing to pay the elderly care fees. First, she made Gu Yuqing stand on the balcony for 2 hours as punishment. Even when Gu Xiaojun saw this, he confidently said that she was taking the child to see a traditional Chinese doctor because she was weak and cold, needing some sun exposure. He also said Gu Yuqing stayed in the air-conditioned room all day and refused to come out, which was not good. Seeing her daughter's rebellious look, Gu Xiaojun believed Jinjun and even praised her for being considerate of his daughter. Supported by her husband, Jinjun went to the trouble of bringing a folding bed and even sent a message to Gu Xiaojun, saying she was worried the child would get too tired from sunbathing and that she could lie down. Now, Gu Xiaojun believed whatever Jinjun said. Gu Yuqing initially tried to send him messages, but after he yelled at her once, she never mentioned it again. But she never expected her own father to treat her like this. If he had shown even a little concern, he would know that she was most afraid of the sun. If she stayed in the sun too long, she would feel dizzy. And anyone with common sense knew that you should avoid the strongest sunlight when sunbathing. Did Gu Xiaojun not know this? Of course he did. But he simply didn't care, thinking it was no big deal. Reviewing her memories of her body, Su Mian took a deep breath to calm herself and let go of the frustration she felt for Gu Yuqing. In this situation, Gu Yuqing died because her body couldn't handle the heat from being on the balcony for too long. Even if Yang Xiao came later to call someone, it was probably too late to save her. Su Mian felt sorry for the stubborn girl. If she had been a little stronger, she might have turned things around. But she cared too much about family. She said she was disappointed in Gu Xiaojun but kept waiting here, hoping her father would change his mind. Now, she had lost her life because of it. Thinking of this, Su Mian suddenly stood up. As soon as the bathroom door opened, both mother and son spoke at the same time, as if they had planned it. Why are you making such a loud noise? Are you giving me the cold shoulder? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and buy me an ice cream. Su Mian strode over and glanced at the pile of things on the table. She picked up the cooled water jug and poured it over Yang Xiao's head. What ice cream? Let's cool your head with some water, you fool. Are you crazy, Gu Yuqing? You're asking to die. Yang Xiao yelled like a monkey, jumping up and trying to shake the water out of his hair while shouting at Su Mian. Next to them, Zhenzhen reacted quickly. She rolled up her sleeves and shouted sharply, "You little brat! How dare you splash my son? You haven't learned your lesson, huh? I won't let you get away with this." Zhenzhen, who had always been strong and did housework often, saw this as her chance. She was not weak and had good strength. When she slapped, she could feel the wind from the movement, and she used all her strength. Unfortunately, before her hand could land on Su Mian's face, Su Mian blocked it with the water jug. The other's hand hit the jug with a loud bang, and her face twisted in pain. Before she could react, Su Mian swung the water jug and hit her head. The glass shattered and spilled everywhere. Zhenzhen also started bleeding from her forehead. Yang Xiao, who had wanted to help, was stunned by what he saw, staring at Su Mian as if he saw a ghost. I've tolerated this for so long just to see how evil people can be. You and your mother really surprised me. Do you think bullying others is okay? Do you even know what that means? Su Mian snorted and strode into the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding 2 kitchen knives. Since you think sunbathing is good, you definitely can't do it alone. Are you going out by yourselves, or should I help you? Her voice was soft, but her tone was serious and not joking at all. Especially when she saw Su Mian's cold, stern look, both mother and son realized she was serious. Gu Yuqing. No, Qingqing, we can discuss things. The knife is so dangerous, and it could hurt you. That's not good. How about this? Auntie was wrong. I'll call your dad right now to come back, and I will personally apologize to you. Just as Zhenzhen reached for her phone, something flew into her view. She screamed and felt her phone being pulled away forcefully. When she reacted, she saw a scene where a kitchen knife had pierced into the cement wall. It was almost cutting her hand. Zhenzhen's face turned pale with fear, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Don't play tricks with me. I'll say it one last time. Are you coming out or not? She didn't dare try again. Shaking, she pulled her son and ran straight to the balcony, shouting as they ran, I'll go out. Please don't move the knife anymore. In response, the sliding glass door behind them was closed. Su Mian calmly locked the door and drew the curtains, then sat down on the sofa after putting down the kitchen knife. On the TV, a street interview show was playing on a satellite channel. The host's face was red from the heat, sweat dripping down, and the interviewees looked impatient. After answering a few questions, they hurried into a small shop with air conditioning. The host joked, "It's really hot lately. I don't even want to talk. Everyone, stay cool at home." Before he finished, the camera suddenly shook, and the last thing seen was the host collapsing. Soo Mi-yeon glanced at the high-temperature warning in the top right corner of the TV. Remembering the abnormally high temperature she felt, she started to suspect something. At the same time, a ding sound rang in her mind. Warning: copy environment activated. This copy is a heat crisis. The highest temperature will reach nearly 100 degrees Celsius. Please prepare in advance to avoid heatstroke or death. Soo Mi-yeon had never experienced what nearly 100 degrees Celsius felt like, but she knew she wouldn't dare touch boiling water at that temperature. Her current task was similar to before. First, survive for 3 months. Second, help the elderly Lee Hyo-ying pass away peacefully. In Gu Yuqing's memory, her grandmother Lee Hyo-ying was always in poor health. After her son got married, she was worried about affecting their relationship, so she voluntarily decided to move back to the old house, which had been turned into a tourist attraction. Soo Mi-yeon remembered that the land was full of trees, making it a good place for summer cooling. She made up her mind and couldn't sit still anymore. First, she went to the room that originally belonged to Gu Yuqing, packed a few clothes, took some books and notebooks, and finally found Gu Yuqing's bank card, which was locked away. Junjun was right. Gu Xiaojun had always been generous to his daughter. She received plenty of pocket money, New Year's money, and birthday gifts, but Gu Yuqing was sensible and mostly didn't spend it. The girl was eager to learn and had dreams of opening a coffee shop after college to live quietly with her grandmother. Unfortunately, she wouldn't have that chance anymore. Soo Mi-yeon remembered there was 150,000 yuan in the bank card. It sounded like a lot, but money was the least durable resource, especially now. If she wanted to prepare supplies early, she needed money. Otherwise, it would be no different from bandits in a peaceful world. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw the caller ID. Dad. She remembered young Xiao had just gone out holding his phone, probably to complain to Gu Xiaojun. She wasn't worried about the other person finding out, so she ignored it. Sure enough, as soon as she answered, Gu Xiaojun's angry voice came through. Ching, why did you hit someone? And use a knife to cut your aunt? If I hadn't seen the photo, I wouldn't believe you could do such a thing. Believe it or not, I did it. Are you calling just to cause trouble for them? Her tone was so calm that Gu Xiaojun was stunned for a moment. You did something wrong, and that's your attitude? Is that how your father taught you? Soo Mi-yeon coldly replied. You only know I acted, but have you asked what they did to me? No, you haven't. And what have you taught me? Before, you were busy and Grandma took care of me. Later, you married this woman, and your eyes are only on her and her son. You know very well if I suffered any wrong. You just choose to ignore it because you don't want to give up this superficial happiness. I'm tired of this life. I won't play with you anymore. Your family can live happily without me. In the past, Gu Yuqing always spoke to Gu Xiaojun with a lot of grievance. Her only goal was to get him to comfort her. Her words were not harsh and lacked focus. Now, Soo Mi-yeon spoke directly, leaving Gu Xiaojun feeling confused. Especially after hearing the firm tone in her voice, Gu Xiaojun became anxious. Ching, I admit I was wrong before, but this time, you are really over the line. I will pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Don't do anything foolish. Stay at home and wait. I am coming back. You're overthinking. I am not talking about wanting to hurt myself, but about ending things with you. Soo Mi-yeon didn't give Gu Xiaojun a chance to speak. Grandma is sick. She has been holding back and didn't call you. I decided to go back and take care of her, but you need to pay me the medical expenses in advance. I won't be coming back this time. Don't bother me anymore. From now on, we will live separately. After saying this, ignoring the explanations from the other side, Soo Mi-yeon hung up the phone and sent her bank account number. Her phone still had full battery. She had downloaded a map earlier, so she checked the nearby location while waiting for the cache to load, and also looked up insulation materials online. After wasting more than half an hour, she took her charger and left the room. There was no sound on the balcony anymore. When Su Mian was in her room earlier, Yang Xiu was knocking on the door, begging her to open it. Su Mian simply ignored him. First, she turned off the air conditioner in the living room, then went to Zhenzhen and Gu Xiaojuan's room. She found a 3-layer makeup box in the wardrobe. It was filled with gold and other jewelry, some belonging to Zhenzhen, and some bought by Gu Xiaojun for his daughter. But Zhenzhen had kept them there for safekeeping. She took everything without feeling guilty at all. When she left the house, it was exactly 11 in the morning. Almost no one was outside in the neighborhood. Su Mian left through the back door. She took a taxi to a nearby warehouse area, contacted the manager to rent a warehouse with a freight elevator, and paid 100 yuan as a commission to help receive goods. Then she took another taxi to a direct sales aluminum tile factory and ordered 300 square meters of new aluminum tiles for 30,000 yuan. She chose a reasonably priced option, although there were cheaper ones, but they were too far away and she didn't want to bother. She provided the warehouse address to the factory and explained everything over the phone. Then, Su Mian went to a second material factory. She still had plenty of insulation cotton at home, but she bought insulation boards, reflective panels, and some thermal insulation coatings that vendors said were useful. These items cost her another 10,000 yuan. Then she asked someone to help contact a truck driver to buy an extra 2,000 liters of diesel at a higher price, and they agreed to buy as much as possible in the next 3 days. The diesel restrictions are very strict, and Su Mian is worried she might run out of time to act. She also has some diesel stored in her space, but since it's for heat resistance, this copy's consumption must be huge. She needs to prepare more, or she might get cooked alive. She left her contact info and delivery location with the driver, then went to the shopping mall. She had almost all daily necessities stocked up. This time, she was buying clothes for the elderly. She didn't choose styles carefully, just picked dozens of comfortable, cool clothes. She also bought underwear, socks, and shoes. Next, she went to the pharmacy and bought salt, herbal drinks, and liquids based on an online shopping list. She bought a little cooling ointment, electrolyte water, saline solution, and some glucose from the wholesale store. These items aren't expensive, and Su Mian managed to gather about 20,000 yuan. Adding the 20,000 yuan for diesel, she now has only 70,000 yuan left. Worried she might not have enough money for diesel in the next 2 days, Su Mian spent a few thousand yuan on small items, then went to a nearby hotel to rent a room. She took a shower and changed into her automatic cleaning suit. The suit looks like regular sportswear. Su Mian set it to long-sleeve mode and was surprised that she didn't feel hot. She even took a walk to the door. Although she was sweating, her body stayed cool, as if the suit automatically blocked sweat and kept her from feeling stuffy. Almost as soon as she returned to her room, her phone received a message. Su Mian looked at it and saw that Gu Xiaojun had transferred her money. He sent a one-time payment of 100,000 yuan, along with a long message about reflecting on himself. In the end, he hoped she could compromise for the sake of the family and live harmoniously together. Su Mian immediately blocked him. Initially, in the freezing world, she never thought there would be a hot day. At that time, her focus was entirely on stockpiling supplies, and she overlooked the fact that ice could also be a useful everyday item. Unfortunately, it's now too late to change anything. She calculated the prices from a few ice factories and chose two with reasonable prices, but different qualities. One used pure water, making edible and safe ice, while the other used tap water, mainly for industrial use and preservation. The price difference wasn't large, but she decided to save where she could. She left 10,000 yuan from Gu Xiaojuan's recent payment and used the remaining over 70,000 yuan on her card to buy nearly 10,000 yuan worth of ice. The ice factories didn't have much stock, and her order wasn't large outside, but it would still take 2 days for delivery. Su Mian called to arrange the delivery times, making sure the two companies delivered on different days to the warehouse. She planned to go to the warehouse early the next morning to watch over the delivery, so she wouldn't have to move things into her space later. Not long after she finished, food delivery arrived at the door. Su Mian received everything and filled the table with the packages. She tasted each one, remembering the tasty ones and setting aside the less good. She didn't want to waste food and planned to eat the leftovers later when she had less appetite. An hour later, she ordered 15 portions of her favorite foods from each of the 7 different drink shops, totaling 100 cold drinks. During this time, at least half the shops called to ask if she had ordered by mistake. After she confirmed she hadn't, they promised to deliver as soon as possible. Soo Myeon's actions were quite noticeable. Even if no one paid special attention, the delivery people kept coming back with more food, sometimes bringing more than before, which drew some attention. The hotel staff peeked several times, but Soo Myeon pretended not to see. Anyway, once the door was closed, no one knew what she was doing. She checked her room and found no surveillance signals. Even if there were, she wasn't worried. Because of the preparation process, she received all her ordered items by 5:30 p.m. After putting away the drinks from the last shop, Soo Myeon decided to go out for a night walk. The hotel she chose was right next to a snack street. A few minutes to the right, there was a large chain shopping mall, and further out, a department store area. It was a place where she could find almost anything. It was still early, and only half of the snack stalls had opened. Most were still preparing. She had pre-ordered some snacks she liked, paid for them, and planned to pick them up later. The vendors greeted her with smiles. She then moved to the shopping street, bought many batteries and flashlights. When she saw cheap candles, she bought a few boxes. Finally, she bought some toilet paper, which she used a lot of, and her stockpile was almost filling a wall. When she reached the grain and oil section, Soo Myeon paused again at the round eggs. She had already thought about rice, oil, and flour in previous trips. Eggs, however, she hadn't paid much attention to before. Her space could only hold a few boxes, so it wasn't that she didn't like them, but she rarely encountered eggs. Now that she saw them, she naturally took as many as she could. Later, she found she liked many items in the store. She decided to write down what she wanted on paper, noting the quantities such as rice, flour, oil, noodles, grains, and beans like soybeans and mung beans. She didn't buy vegetables because her space already had enough from her own farm. She had seeds for all kinds of vegetables she'd seen before, so she wasn't lacking in that. After browsing around, Soo Myeon went to a pharmacy at the corner of the street. She bought some fever patches, a thermometer, iodine solution, bandages, and other essential medicines like anti-inflammatory and cold medicine. She also bought some alcohol, masks, and disinfectant. Since these items were in short supply, she made sure to stock up. If a certain mission required large amounts, she might not be able to get them in time. In the end, she didn't buy more after realizing she had spent several tens of thousands of yuan. She arranged for the store to deliver everything to her warehouse, then went to a snack street to pick up some prepared snacks. Because there were quite a few, she couldn't put them directly into her space on the street. Even with 2 woven bags prepared in advance, it looked quite impressive. As she walked, she became a noticeable presence, with some people even secretly filming her with their phones. Soo Myeon isn't shy about social interactions. Over the years, she's learned to stay calm in front of others. She simply ignored the stares. She avoided the cameras, turned into a small alley near a bar street, and put the items into her space. She paused for a moment, looked around, then left through another exit and returned to her hotel. That night, her phone vibrated several times. Gu Xiaojun probably realized he had been blocked, so he used Yang Xiu's phone to call and message her. Soo Myeon only glanced at it, then deleted the messages. She blocked everyone in her contacts except Lee Huiying, who was connected to her current body. What she didn't expect was that Gu Xiaojun couldn't reach her and had even contacted the local authorities. Soo Myeon originally turned on her phone to avoid missing a delivery person's message. When she saw a familiar number on the screen, after some hesitation, she answered. "Hello, is this Gu Yiching? We are from the local office. Your father reported earlier this evening that you might be under some pressure and unreachable. Don't worry, we have located your position. Just tell the truth, Soo Myeon." She patiently tried to keep her tone calm. "He is lying. I am not under any pressure. I just needed to get some fresh air after being mistreated by my stepmother. Please don't use your resources for such small matters. Also, please tell Mr. Gu Xiaojun that I have explained everything to him over the phone." I will return to my hometown by the day after tomorrow to take care of my sick grandmother. If he still has a conscience, please don't bother us anymore. Gu Yuqing, it's better to. Su Mian cut him off. Sorry, my stepmother makes me sunbathe every day. I am already showing signs of heat stroke. I bought medicine, and the doctor told me to rest more. I really can't talk much right now. That's all. She didn't give the other side a chance to speak again, and simply hung up. This time, she put some effort into marking the delivery person's number, planning to reject all calls except those she had recorded. Maybe her lie worked and her phone finally quieted down. Su Mian slept until the next morning. After washing up, she renewed her room for 2 more days and then headed to the warehouse. Su Mian was coming from the warehouse staff's shift change. When the staff arrived, they were yawning. Upon hearing Su Mian's request, they immediately found the warehouse key and handed it to her. Before leaving, they couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, are you opening a shop or what?" Everything was delivered yesterday. I thought there was a mistake. Su Mian had already considered this question. She smiled and explained, "My hometown needs renovations. My family saw that things here were cheaper and ordered some. Luckily, we have a car, so I'll bring everything back today. As for the rest, most of it is for helping fellow villagers." I don't really know what they're doing. The staff finally understood and kindly reminded her about the weight limit of the elevator. They suggested she call the trucking company to stop outside the freight area to avoid carrying heavy loads. Su Mian originally rented this place because the stairs near the freight area had no surveillance. After thanking him, she watched him leave and then went inside the warehouse. All the delivered goods were neatly stacked inside, each with its own delivery note attached. Su Mian checked the quantities and, finding no mistakes, sorted them into the storage space in batches. In less than half an hour, the fully stocked warehouse was completely empty. She didn't even pretend to go toward the stairs. Instead, she moved a chair to sit by the window in the warehouse, waiting for the ice cubes to arrive in an hour. The ice factory delivered on time, even 10 minutes early. Several trucks arrived, almost blocking the entrance. Su Mian had laid a clean mat and plastic sheets on the warehouse floor in advance. She counted the items nearby while workers busily loaded and unloaded using machines. Almost as soon as one truck finished unloading, the next arrived. Seeing the warehouse nearly full again and the second delivery approaching, Su Mian paid the remaining balance to the other party and eagerly closed the warehouse door to store the ice cubes. She laid the mat back down. Just as she finished, the second batch of goods arrived. The ice worth 10,000 yuan was not small, and each piece was quite large. Su Mian had imagined many things when buying, but seeing it in real life was still astonishing. This time, not only the workers but even she was sweating profusely. Luckily, her cleaning suit helped prevent dehydration or heat stroke in the hot weather. Before the workers left, she ran to the convenience store and bought dozens of electrolyte drinks. Most of these people were middle-aged or older, sun-darkened from the heat. Su Mian didn't mind spending a little more on them. After receiving many thanks and sending the workers off, Su Mian received a call from the driver. He had gathered 5,000 liters of diesel and asked if she wanted it. Of course, she needed it. So she waited another hour, and the truck driver brought a convoy with the diesel. Since it wasn't entirely legal, the diesel was loaded and even wrapped up so the contents couldn't be seen. After inspecting, Su Mian paid in cash and handed over the goods. Before leaving, the driver mentioned that they might be able to provide a little more the next day, but not much. It's been hot lately, and somehow diesel supplies are running low. We have limits on refueling each time, so we can't take risks. They usually also run their own vehicles and need to keep some stock, which is why they occasionally take orders like Su Mian's. Su Mian calculated her money, and when she heard they could give her about 2,000 liters more, she decisively agreed. All the diesel has arrived, and her storage is nearly 10,000 liters, which is enough. That night, she usually went back to the hotel to rest. Su Mian also picked a few new shops and ordered lots of takeout, including cold and hot drinks. Delivery was slow that evening, and by the time Su Mian finished receiving her goods, it was almost 11 p.m. She was thinking about the time and planned to leave for her hometown once all the supplies arrived the next day. Early the next morning, Soo Mion went to the warehouse again. She followed the same process as yesterday to get the ice and only received the diesel at noon. During the conversation, she learned that a driver was heading to a place nearly Huiying's home, which was a few hundred kilometers away, in the afternoon. Soo Mion quickly booked a seat with them. At 2 o'clock, she left the warehouse, intentionally mentioning that she was taking a truck, giving the impression that her goods were being transported by truck. Even if some people thought her items were being moved too quickly, no one would bother to investigate. Soo Mion then went back to the hotel to check out. Before leaving, she found a very large suitcase and packed Li Huiying's things inside. She found the agreed-upon truck, which had already left at 3:30 p.m. What she didn't know was that at 6:30 p.m., Gu Xiaojun, with Zhenzhen, who had a bandage on her head, and Yang Xiao, looking unhappy, went to the hotel front desk to find someone. After showing her household registration and various proof of identity, the hotel staff reluctantly checked for her. When they learned that Soo Mion had already checked out and was nowhere to be found, Gu Xiaojun was stunned. Where could she have gone? The front desk couldn't say anything. They were just employees. Zhenzhen, however, seemed in a good mood. She was already upset from her injury, and she didn't expect Gu Xiaojun to ask her to come and apologize, saying she should try to coax her daughter back. After all, she was his daughter. To keep up her act, Zhenzhen had to bring her son along. She even thought about how to deal with her stepdaughter once she returned home. When she found out that the person had left again, she was very happy. But she still pretended to be upset, pulling Gu Xiaojun's arm. I think Qingqing is really angry now. It's all my fault. I didn't do well enough. If I had known, I would have gone to a different class. That way, I wouldn't see her often and she wouldn't be annoyed with me. As she spoke, she accidentally bumped her forehead and winced. Gu Xiaojun, who was already in a bad mood, saw her face turn pale and sighed. It's not your fault. I didn't do well enough. Qingqing used to be very obedient.
I don't know what has happened to her now.
Not only does she cause trouble for you, but she also got physical this time. Luckily, you didn't blame her, but she is still my daughter. I have always treated her unfairly before, and I don't know what to do anymore. Yang Xiao listened nearby, sniffling and glaring. When Zhenzhen noticed and nudged him, he stopped and said reluctantly, Uncle Gu, I think you should let her go back and calm down. The summer break isn't over yet. It's a good time for her to stay with her grandmother. If you're worried, call her grandmother later. Once she arrives, just leave her be.
Give her some space to think.
When she's ready, she'll come back. Gu Xiaojun could only agree for now. He still had work to do and couldn't travel far back home because of this. Plus, the hot weather recently caused several employees to get heatstroke and their workload increased. He had considered asking Zhenzhen to help out for a few days, but now his daughter had injured her, so he had to handle everything himself. At that moment, his phone rang again. When he heard that an employee working overtime had fainted, he became anxious. Take her to the hospital first. Tell everyone to stop working overtime. The shift bonuses will still be paid. I'll take a taxi there now. Gu Xiaojun was very busy. He only had time to tell his mother and son before rushing off. As soon as he left, Zhenzhen stopped pretending and said, Gu Yuqing is quite the troublemaker. But that's good. Old Gu is too busy to come out. If I say a few words, he'll probably get annoyed. After she's been gone for a while, he'll forget about it. Yang Xiao agreed. It's better if she doesn't come back. Gu Xiaojun was really busy and running around in a panic. After meeting with the staff, he learned that the hospital had received more heatstroke patients than usual in the past 2 days. The hospital was crowded, and even patients in a coma couldn't be assigned rooms. Although they provided emergency treatment, the patients were still unconscious and had to wait in line. He tried to contact other hospitals to transfer some patients, but after calling around, he found that none of the nearby hospitals were free. He didn't have time to wipe his sweat and helped cool down the staff, checking their breathing. Fortunately, they finally got a bed for the patient. They waited all night. Although the patient received emergency care, they still hadn't woken up. Gu Xiaojun didn't expect a heatstroke to be so serious. When he heard the hospital wanted to transfer the patient to the ICU, he felt like the sky was falling. During the busy summer overtime, regardless of whether it was related to employees' health issues, as the boss, he had to take responsibility. When he learned from the management group that several employees were feeling unwell, Gu Xiaojun became more anxious. He first sent each employee a few hundred yuan as a heatwave allowance and announced a 3-day holiday until everyone recovered. He couldn't leave the hospital because the employee in a coma was from out of town. Although he contacted the family, they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. With the nurses busy, he had to stay and watch over him himself. After work, he planned to visit his daughter, but didn't eat anything. When he couldn't find her and more people arrived at the hospital, Gu Xiaojun felt overwhelmed. At first, he thought it was just moodiness, but when he started to feel feverish and the noise around him sounded like thunder, he realized something was wrong. When he stood up, he felt dizzy and saw the world spinning. In the last moments before losing consciousness, he heard the family of another patient shout, "Someone fainted, doctor." The truck was traveling on the highway without traffic jams. Su Mian thought it would take 3 hours to reach her destination, but she arrived in just over an hour. After saying goodbye to the driver, Su Mian took a taxi to Li Huiying's village. Gu Yuqing visits her grandparents every year and is very familiar with this place. This year, the area had been fenced off for development. The trees and buildings she saw on the road were more numerous than she remembered. The cement road had been replaced with an asphalt road marked as a scenic spot, and many tourists were around. Although they were mostly locals, the village no longer looked like the small, shabby place it once was. As an open scenic area, Su Mian's taxi drove all the way to her grandmother's house. It was a large detached house. It looked a bit old in her memory, but now it had been painted white with a modern design. The front door was replaced, and a few traditional statues were added to the roof, giving it a mountain villa feel. The door was unlocked. Su Mian heard voices inside and saw a group of people in the yard, with faint sounds of crying. Through a gap, she saw someone lying on the ground. Recognizing it as Li Huiying, her grandmother, she didn't hesitate and squeezed in quickly to check her condition. The grandmother's face was pale, her breathing weak, but not critical. She was still feverish, likely caused by the heat. Onlookers whispered about who Su Mian was. The woman holding the elderly person's hand and crying looked surprised when she recognized Su Mian.
Vink, Su Mian ignored her.
She felt hot just standing at the door. The yard had no trees, and they had simply laid the person on the ground while a crowd gathered to watch. She directly picked up the person and brought her inside. The bed was already covered with a cooling mat, but it was still very hot. Su Mian turned on the fan and, without hesitation, stopped the crowd from entering. "My grandma is probably fainted from the heat. The room is too small, and good ventilation is needed to wake her up. Everyone don't come in." The woman who had been crying earlier was Li Huiying's youngest daughter. She seemed to ignore Su Mian's words and try to go inside.
Su Mian blocked her.
"Little aunt, how long has grandma been unconscious?" The woman was annoyed at being stopped and said impatiently, "How would I know? You all have some money and run off to the big city. If I hadn't come today, no one would have noticed." Her words sounded harsh. If it weren't for Gu Yuqing's memory that this little aunt wasn't a good person, Su Mian might have thought she was just angry about her grandmother. "Did you call an ambulance?" The woman looked embarrassed. "Not yet. Recently, many people have heat stroke in this hot weather. Grandma's condition looks like heat exhaustion. If you don't call an ambulance and just gather people around, it could be worse. Luckily, her condition isn't too serious. If she hadn't been affected by the heat, you might have caused her harm instead. I heard you crying earlier. You're old enough to know that crying won't save anyone." Gu Little Aunt's face turned sour instantly. "I'm your elder. How can you talk like that?" Su Mian replied straightforwardly. "That's just how I talk. If you don't like it, don't listen. I remember there's a clinic nearby. Did you call a doctor?" At first, the neighbors watching thought Su Mian was too rude. But the more they listened, the more they felt she had a point. Seeing Gu Little Aunt's speechless response, their expressions also started to look strange. They had indeed come because they heard crying, but they didn't know what was happening. When the girl just spoke, Everyone thought the elderly person was in serious trouble. Gu's little aunt couldn't bear the accusing looks from everyone. She was angry and humiliated. You only come back once a year.
I usually take care of Grandma.
Even if I made a mistake, it's because I was in a hurry. And I don't need you younger ones to lecture me. I'll call your dad later and see how he teaches you. You are well aware that Duming takes care of everything. The house was built by my father, and he is responsible for the living expenses. At most, you just come over occasionally to pick up some things. If you want to know more, just ask a relative from the Gu family. But I don't have time to discuss this with you now. In the future, I will take care of my grandmother, so please don't come here unless it's necessary. Gu Xiaogu was shocked to hear Su Mian say this. She wanted to say more, but Su Mian had already turned and gone into the room. Inside, the temperature was still much cooler than outside. Su Mian poured water to wipe the old woman's face, then pretended to get something from the fridge. In fact, she took out some cooling patches to put on the places that could cool down quickly, then loosened the old woman's clothing at the chest, and finally used a clean towel dipped in water to wipe her lips. The people at the door had been standing there, watching Su Mian busy taking care of the old woman. Seeing that her face looked better, they gradually left. Gu Xiaogu didn't want to leave at first, but everyone kept looking at her, making her feel embarrassed. In the end, she said some unpleasant words to Su Mian and left angrily. Once she was gone, the room became quiet. Su Mian immediately went out and closed the door. When she returned, she observed the yard's layout and decorations, already thinking about how to improve it. Back inside, Su Mian checked the old woman's temperature again. It wasn't high, just as she had said, and the situation wasn't serious. When the old woman woke up, it was almost 7 o'clock. The sun had set, but the temperature hadn't dropped. The thermometer in the room showed 35 degrees Celsius. That was after cooling measures, and she remembered that this old house used to be cooler than others in hot weather, so the outside temperature was probably even higher. She had been in this copy for nearly 3 days. Based on how things were developing, the temperature would likely rise sharply in the next 2 days. When the old woman woke up, she still looked unwell. Su Mian brought her a cup with a straw. She drank most of it before feeling better. She held Su Mian's hand and smiled, saying, "Grandma thought she was dreaming. It's really sunny, and Qingqing is back." Su Mian asked directly, "When I came back, you fainted on the ground. I remember last year the house had air conditioning. Why is it gone now? On such a hot day, a good fan would be enough for someone in good health, but Li Ruiying had underlying health issues and lived alone. Even if she didn't faint today, she wouldn't be able to hold on later. It's not just because it was a bit cold at the beginning of the year. Your little aunt's family had a granddaughter, and she thought the house was too cold. She stayed here for a month. I was sleepy and couldn't sleep well. The air conditioner was blowing hot air, which made me uncomfortable. There was also a child crying constantly, so I simply asked her to move out. She said she would come back when it was hot again. But last month, she said the air conditioner was broken. I thought, since I am alone and the air conditioning is just a waste, I didn't want it anymore." Su Mian. She knew there was no good news coming. The broken air conditioner was just an excuse. She didn't want to fix it. Gu Yuqing remembered that her little aunt often did things like this. Her in-laws were not kind, but Gu Xiaojun didn't care much about these small issues, so she got used to it. Su Mian didn't plan to spoil her. She found the phone number of the private car listed on the wall by the elderly and made a call to arrange transportation. When she returned inside, she also called Li Ruiying to come for her. "Grandma, many people in the city are going to the hospital because of the heat. I came here just to escape the heat. I asked someone to bring the air conditioner from my little aunt's house. You're not afraid of the heat, but I am. I even found someone to fix the air conditioner, so it will definitely work tonight." Li Ruiying was a bit stunned. "But your little aunt, does she give it?" Su Mian immediately understood. She knew that her little aunt's excuse about the broken air conditioner was just that, an excuse. But since it was her own daughter, she didn't want to argue. If she doesn't give it, she still has to. "You fainted from the heat. I called and checked. You can't be exposed to the heat anymore. You're still thinking about holding your grandson, but if something happens to you, you won't see him again." The elderly woman looked at her granddaughter, who spoke so calmly and hesitated. In the end, she followed Suamian's words. "All right, I'll listen to you." As Li Ruiying said, this time getting the air conditioner was not smooth. When the driver called to say the other side wouldn't open the door, Suamian immediately called the local police. She also gave the driver a few hundred yuan as a tip, asking him to find some villagers who could talk well. They stood at her little aunt's door, tricked her into leaving with the air conditioner, and loudly spread the story of how the elderly woman fainted at home because no one was taking care of her and the air conditioner was taken away. At first, her little aunt tried to act innocent, but when the police cars arrived, she was stunned. Eventually, after everyone pointed fingers and discussed, she found out that almost the entire village knew what she had done. Her face turned green with embarrassment. When Suomian received the video from the driver showing her little aunt's twisted face, she felt very satisfied. The air conditioner was carefully chosen by Gu Xiaojun. It cost only a few hundred yuan to bring it back, which was much cheaper than reinstalling a new one. She didn't want to do it herself because it was hot outside and she had other tasks tonight. The driver returned at 8:30 p.m. with a technician who specializes in installing air conditioners. Su Mian listened nearby as the technician described what happened. She could tell he was happier than she was and that he looked down on Gu Xiaogu. When he saw the elderly person still lying in bed, he couldn't help but criticize. "You don't know, she has an air conditioner in each room of her small house. She doesn't need this one." Seeing the elderly person's vacant expression, Su Mian didn't stop the driver from defending her. In less than half an hour, the air conditioner was installed. After sending the two away and closing the door, Su Mian set the air conditioner to 25 degrees. It wasn't very cold, but not hot either. She was worried the elderly person might catch a cold if it was too cold. There was a small room in the house that hadn't been used for a long time, so it had a smell, but the bed was clean. Su Mian moved the bed into the elderly person's room and hung a half curtain in the middle. Now, one air conditioner was enough, and there was a private space. At a comfortable temperature, the elderly person, who had eaten half a bowl of porridge, fell asleep unknowingly. Su Mian covered her with a blanket, turned off the light, and quietly left the room. She used a ladder in the yard to climb to the roof and measured the space. She took out the heat-insulating tiles stored there. Worried about disturbing the elderly person's sleep, she only cut the tiles to the right size without fully cutting them, then sorted and arranged the materials and parts needed. After working for over an hour quietly, she tiptoed back to her room and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, when she heard the elderly person getting up, Su Mian also got up and changed her clothes. The elderly person was going to the bathroom and was surprised to see Su Mian up so early. "It's still dawn outside. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Su Mian took the opportunity to tell her about the technician coming to build a roof. The country issued a high-temperature warning. Even with the air conditioner, it doesn't work well when it's too hot. These materials were ordered by my friend's father. She shared some with me, and I had them delivered last night. Li Ruiying thought she had slept too deeply and didn't realize someone came last night. But we're not supposed to modify the house freely. It's okay. We'll deal with it later. I don't think they have the energy to care right now. As the weather gets hotter, I think most people don't want to go out. I kept asking Li Ruiying to rest and lie down. Su Mian prepared tasty porridge and vegetables for her, saying it was ordered from outside. The elderly woman appreciated the gesture and ate everything. At 8 a.m., the same driver from yesterday arrived with a few workers. They happily said they were experienced and assured everything would go smoothly this morning. Last night, Su Mian arranged this plan with the driver because the pay was good. The driver promised to make everything look nice. Sure enough, with more people, things went faster. Before noon, the heat-insulating tiles were neatly installed. Some sculptures that had been added later made things a bit tricky, but Su Mian insisted the workers remove them. Su Mian gave them extra money for meals and asked them to paint a heat-resistant layer on the small yard wall. They also installed a retractable reflective heat shield. Before leaving, the driver warned her to be careful. He guessed someone might come to talk about removing the shield in the next couple of days. Su Mian had already thought about this. After thanking him, she paid and saw the workers off. The heat-insulating tiles helped. In the afternoon, the temperature in the yard dropped quite a bit. Su Mian stayed in the room with the elderly woman. The TV was on, playing her favorite opera shows. Not long after sunset, they finished eating. Su Mian was wandering near the door when she suddenly heard loud knocking at the yard gate. The knocking was urgent and loud, clearly not friendly. Li Ruiying wanted to get up, but Su Mian firmly told her to stay back. Don't go out. I should tell you, I signed up for a boxing class recently. Usually, no one can bully me. The elderly woman's house was quiet all year, with few visitors. She had just moved back yesterday and installed an air conditioner. Su Mian already knew who was outside. Sure enough, when the door opened, it was Gu Xiaogu's family. Leading them was Gu Xiaogu's man, Zhang Liang, flanked by his brothers. Gu Yuqing had seen them before and remembered they weren't well behaved. They had a history of stealing chickens and dogs, and even as they got older, they didn't change. The worst thing they did was steal a car in the middle of the night, and they were even jailed for a few years. Seeing them trying to come inside, Su Mian opened the door and quickly locked it in front of them. Gu Xiaogu has been staying on the side of the crowd without stepping forward. This time, she was very angry. When she heard the man say to give her niece a lesson, she didn't speak up but didn't stop him either. She just wanted to see if the young girl could still be brave. Unexpectedly, she dared to lock them outside right away. Especially seeing her niece act so fearless, Gu Xiaogu also got angry. She raised her voice and said, "This is my mother's house. As a younger person, what kind of rule is it to block a group of elders? Move aside." Losing face in her husband's family made Gu Xiaogu feel very upset. Su Mian glanced at her and said, "Did I not make myself clear yesterday? This house was built by my father, and everything inside was bought by him. No matter how much you are an elder, you can't surpass me as the half-owner here. If you had good intentions, I might let you in. But now, with a group of people clearly here to cause trouble, you still expect me to be polite? Dream on." She thought that under the pressure of a group of adults, Su Mian would be scared. But to her surprise, Su Mian was not afraid at all. Gu Xiaogu couldn't speak out of anger. She simply looked at her man and said, "See? My niece doesn't even respect me. You all decide what to do. I won't stop you. Whatever happens today, I want her to remember this lesson." With this, Zhang Liang and the others became even more reckless. Originally, her mother-in-law's family had given them some benefits, and he was willing to give her some face. But yesterday evening, everything changed, and his family lost face. He couldn't swallow this insult. "Stupid girl, open the door quickly. The air conditioner is at my house, and those messy things you caused, I don't want them. Just ask your dad for 10,000 yuan, and this will be over. Otherwise, I can only take it by force." When they arrived, Su Mian saw that they were holding tools like wrenches. She knew they were reckless, but she didn't expect them to be so shameless. She looked around. When Zhang Liang and his group came, there was a loud noise and many neighbors had come to watch but didn't step in. They were clearly afraid of causing trouble. Knowing that talking more would be useless, she untied the whip she had casually wrapped around her sleeve. "I told you from the start that you came to cause trouble. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Just do what you need to do quickly so we don't waste time." Zhang Liang was stunned by her reaction for a moment. "Don't think I'm trying to scare you." Before he finished speaking, Su Mian swung her whip. The whip cracked through the air with a loud bang, startling everyone in front of her. They all stepped back quickly. Zhang Liang's face turned pale as he looked at her in disbelief. Gu Xiaogu gasped, "Gu Yuqing, how dare you hit someone? Are you blind?" "I was just swinging at the air. But if anyone dares to break into my house, this whip won't just hit the air." Zhang Liang's second brother couldn't help but say, "Big brother, she's just a little girl. Why are you afraid of her? Hurry up and clean her up, then take some things and leave." "It's too hot today." "Exactly, I'm not afraid of you," his older brother said with a hot temper. After speaking, he clenched his fists and moved to hit Su Mian. The onlookers were anxious. but dared not step in to stop the fight. They all lived nearby and knew everyone's temper. The Zhang brothers didn't respect elders or care for the young. If they got involved and someone got hurt, they wouldn't pay for it. They might even turn around and blame others. Everyone thought Su Mian was just pretending with the whip. They believed she would definitely be badly beaten by the eldest Zhang brother this time. But just as the punch was about to land on Su Mian, everyone heard a scream. The proud Zhang family eldest brother, holding his arm, ran back. Those farther away didn't see what happened. Only Zhang Liang at the front saw that the little girl had swung her whip. Seeing his older brother being hit, Zhang Liang also got angry. He had a tool in his hand, a flat stick used for carrying things. Without caring if he would hurt her badly, he swung it at Su Mian's head. He thought Su Mian couldn't dodge such a short distance, but not only did she grab him to stop him, her strength was also incredible. Zhang Liang felt himself being pulled, and when he reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He had already been kicked out by Su Mian. Before he could get up, another pain hit him. Su Mian smashed the flat stick onto him. 2 of the 3 brothers were injured. Zhang Liang's second brother, not willing to give up, also wanted to try. He was even more ruthless. He threw a wrench he was holding. The onlookers gasped in shock. Fortunately, Su Mian turned her head and dodged, but the wrench left a dent on the door. It was easy to imagine what would happen if it hit a person's body or head. Su Mian's gaze turned cold. She swung her whip again, without hesitation. Zhang's second brother had never felt such pain from a whip before and couldn't help but scream. However, things didn't end there. Su Mian wanted to teach these people a lesson. She pushed aside anyone trying to attack, including Zhang the eldest and Zhang Liang, who tried to sneak up on her. At first, the onlookers worried that a young girl like Su Mian might be bullied, but suddenly, the situation changed. Seeing a group of grown men crying out and running around wildly, it all felt like a dream. Even Gu Xiaogu was not spared. When she was struck by the whip, she looked stunned. If someone hadn't pulled her back, she would have been whipped again. Good job, Gu Yuqing. I remember this. We're not finished with this. It's not over yet, Su Mian snorted coldly. She grabbed Zhang Liang, who was about to threaten her, and twisted his arm. Everyone heard a sharp, and Zhang Liang's arm hung limply. Before Zhang Liang could scream, Su Mian kicked his thigh with a loud snap. Everyone present was so shocked they froze. I also want to tell you I came back because I was seriously ill and almost killed someone. If you want trouble, come on. Next time, I'll cut off your head and hang it on the gate. No one expected such words from a delicate, pretty girl. In the hot summer, everyone around felt a chill run down their backs. At this moment, seeing the sinister look in the girl's eyes, no one doubted she was serious. Zhang Liang was in so much pain, he couldn't stand. His 2 brothers stared at Su Mian in fear. When they finally reacted, she had already turned and opened the door, muttering to herself, "Since you won't leave, I might as well open up today." Hearing this, Zhang Liang ignored his pain and urged his brothers, "Hurry up, help me out. This girl is crazy. She might really hurt someone." Su Mian knew they had hurt her. She didn't slow down, but moved even faster. She pretended to go into the kitchen and came out holding a watermelon knife. The 3 brothers, who had been hesitating about how to carry Zhang Liang, suddenly screamed when they saw Su Mian at the door with a knife. They were so frightened that they lifted Zhang Liang and ran away. Others also did not fall behind. They ran while looking back, too afraid to look directly at Su Mian. Gu Xiaogu was a step slow and saw her niece walking toward her. She was so scared she started crying. "Don't hurt me. I'll leave right now." Because she was scared, she fell several times and finally ran away stumbling. In the blink of an eye, the people at the front gate had all left. Su Mian looked into the distance. The neighbors watching nearby were clearly frightened by her. When they saw her gaze, they quickly looked away. Seeing this, Su Mian knew her plan worked. That was exactly the effect she wanted. She hoped this story would spread, believing no one would bother her for a while. Feeling good, She locked the door and was messing with a watermelon knife when she heard the door to the inner room open. She looked up and saw Li Ruiying standing at the door, staring at her blankly, her eyes also fixed on the knife in Su Mion's hand. Su Mion thought, I forgot this house isn't soundproof. She wasn't sure how much the old lady had heard, so she decided to explain, I was just scaring them. Seeing her still staring at the knife, Su Mion added, this is a knife the handyman bought when he brought back the watermelons today. To prove she wasn't lying, Su Mion pretended to go to the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding 2 big, round watermelons. As for the watermelon knife, she had replaced it with one that didn't look bloody. The old lady seemed to believe her and sighed, it's Grandma who's useless. You just came back, fixing the air conditioner and building a house. Your aunt is also unkind. I haven't even died yet, and they come to bully you. But Qingqing has really grown up. She's so brave, she even scared those troublemakers away. I was about to call your dad to come back. It turned out she was worried about her, and came out to see her. Su Mion breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor said you need to rest quietly. If I don't say something harsh, they won't stop bothering us. She then carried the watermelons into the room. When she came out again, she was sweating again. Before closing the door, she looked at the thermometer in the yard. It already read 37 degrees Celsius. Even with insulation, the temperature was so high, especially in the evening. It showed how the temperature was rising rapidly. The old lady sat back down to watch opera. Su Mion sat on the nearby rattan chair, opened her phone, and checked the weather forecast. It still showed 37 degrees. No wonder people say the weather forecast is often wrong. This temperature is clearly inaccurate. She looked through the local forum again. There wasn't much talk about the weather, mostly just people complaining about the high temperature. However, there was an interesting news report. Recently, there have been several thefts and robberies in the city. The authorities issued warnings to remind everyone to protect their belongings. The stolen items included a few small supermarkets' goods, mostly snacks and water, not valuable cigarettes or alcohol. All the surveillance cameras had been deliberately damaged, and the images captured showed masked figures, so their faces couldn't be seen. In addition, a generator factory had over 10 machines stolen. The security cameras there were also destroyed, and 2 security guards were injured. Strangely, the guards didn't know how they got hurt. Su Mion guessed that the thefts were probably carried out by players. Maybe they were rushing to stockpile supplies and prepare resources, so they chose the most daring method. She watched some other videos and noticed an elderly person's gaze falling on her. Su Mion looked up and saw Li Ruiying staring at her thoughtfully. When she noticed Su Mion's gaze, she smiled and said, Qingqing feels a bit different now. She's grown up and talks less. Su Mion couldn't really respond to that. Gu Yuqing was lively around the elderly, often making jokes and saying nice things. Su Mion never intended to imitate her. She knew the elderly would notice the difference sooner or later. But she didn't bring it up, though the elderly seemed eager to say something. After secretly watching her several times and being noticed, the elderly finally couldn't hold back and said, Every time you come back, you tell me about your dad and stepmother. You even mention it on the phone. Why didn't you say anything this time? Grandma still hopes that if he bullies you, you'll call and scold him. Actually, Li Ruiying had called him, but her son's phone was unanswered and no one replied. Used to his busy work and forgetfulness, the elderly didn't think much of it. Su Mion decided to tell her the truth. She explained how Zhenzhen had bullied Gu Xiaojun behind Gu Yuqing's back, threatened her with the elderly, and how she was often pushed onto the balcony to sunbathe, nearly fainting. She only realized what was happening and fought back, even injuring the mother and son. She also told her everything in detail, including how she dealt with Gu Xiaojun and the real reason she returned home. The elderly person was stunned after hearing this. She stared blankly at her granddaughter, unable to speak after several attempts. Su Mion knew that the shock of the truth was too great. After all, Gu Yuqing never told the elderly what her real grievances were. She mostly just complained a little. Don't think about easing the tension between us father and daughter. His actions clearly show he chooses that mother and son. I have no expectations of him. Also, I heard that this hot weather is unusual and might cause big problems. We should focus on living well now. I feel pretty good coming back here. Soo Mi-yeon was worried she would insist on this issue, so she took out a pre-made chart. I've been recording the weather these days. The temperature has been rising every day. An expert on a forum said this year might see the highest temperatures in hundreds of years. She also showed pictures of the heat's effects. Lee Hyo-ying initially had no mood to look, but gradually she sensed the danger and started to worry about what to do if the temperature kept rising. Soo Mi-yeon mentioned she had arranged for food and supplies to be delivered in the next few days, so she didn't need to worry. But unexpectedly, she was awakened by the heat that night. When she got up, the room was stuffy, and the air conditioner was still running. Because it hadn't been too cold these days, she kept it at 25 degrees to prevent the elderly from catching a cold. But clearly, 25 degrees was no longer cooling the room. Seeing that the elderly was still sleeping soundly, Soo Mi-yeon lowered the temperature by 2 degrees. Once she felt the room was cool enough, she lay back down. The next morning, she changed clothes and went outside. As soon as she reached the yard, she felt the heat hit her face. While in the air-conditioned room, her breathing was cool, but once outside, her whole body felt like it was on fire. She knew it wasn't just the outside temperature being too high. It was because she had stayed in the air-conditioned room for too long, and her body had adapted to the cooler air, creating a false impression of extreme heat. The thermometer confirmed this. Although the air conditioning was nice for Soo Mi-yeon, who constantly needed to improve her physical strength, it wasn't a place to stay for long. Not enjoying good fortune was indeed ungrateful, but she couldn't ignore the essence of the problem just for temporary comfort. Especially now when the high temperatures were just beginning. Thinking of this, Soo Mi-yeon looked toward the empty corner of the room. The apartment is great in many ways, but the bathroom is not very convenient. It's small, and the distance is quite far, especially since it's enclosed, so odors can't escape. When you enter, it feels like a hot oven. Soo Mi-yeon saw the elderly go in several times, come out refreshed, but covered in sweat. She didn't doubt that if the heat continued, the elderly might faint inside. So she quickly opened her phone to search for the best construction team. After browsing for a while, she couldn't find any relevant services. Feeling helpless, she contacted the driver again, briefly explaining her plan. Without hesitation, he agreed, promising to have the materials ready today and start work by tomorrow at the latest. Soo Mi-yeon found the driver very capable. He had only been back 2 days but had helped her with many small and big tasks. He worked quickly, efficiently, and carefully, making it hard to find any fault. She lied, saying a friend warned her that the hot weather would keep intensifying and asked him to start construction tonight. The price was negotiable. She suggested doubling the workers and finishing within 3 days. Since it wasn't a big project, Soo Mi-yeon thought the timeline was quite reasonable. The driver sensed her urgency and agreed. He asked if his family could help with the work, especially with cleaning the bathroom, since they had experience and wanted to earn a bit more money. Soo Mi-yeon believed that as long as the work was good and the quality was high, it didn't matter who did it. Hearing this, the driver became excited and said he would come soon to measure the space. He arrived quickly before 9 a.m. with his small vehicle parked at the door. Inside, he checked the spot Soo Mi-yeon pointed to, measured, and confirmed the location was suitable. 3 days was enough. Without delay, he called his friends to bring over stones and tiles. He also let Soo Mi-yeon choose the color of the flooring on her phone. In the end, she picked white because it looked clean and cool. The bathroom appliances were all complete before. The elderly usually saved money and didn't dare to use electrical appliances alone. The water heater, bought 3 years ago, still looked new. The toilet had been used, but was cleaned thoroughly. However, it lacked ventilation, so there was some odor. Soo Mi-yeon agreed on a price with the driver. They roughly calculated the costs and settled on a flat rate of 2,500 yuan. Although it was a simple renovation, Soo Mi-yeon offered a higher labor fee. Compared to market prices, this was already quite cheap. She didn't need to worry about the rest. Watching the driver leave, Soo Mi-yeon went inside to inform Lee Hyo-ying about the bathroom repair. She didn't seem very concerned. Whatever happens, it's fine. Ching Ching, you just watch and do your thing. Grandma will give you money. After saying that, she sighed as if she was feeling emotional. Grandma won't let you suffer here. I have money, and from now on, all my money is for you. Seeing her about to open the cabinet, Su Mian stopped her, thinking that Gu Xiaojun had already given her enough money to spend freely before she returned. In the next few days, Su Mian spent her days sitting with the elderly in the room. When she had free time, she went outside to watch the workers fix the bathroom. The work finished faster than she expected, just 2 days, and the bathroom was almost ready. The weather was getting hotter too. Even though Su Mian prepared fans, everyone was still sweating all over. These days, I feel like I can't stand it. Just moving makes me sweat. This morning, I saw the temperature was 39 degrees. I thought I was seeing things. This was the young son of the workers, who looked strong and was very hardworking. Now, even his clothes were soaked with sweat from the heat. Others also joined in the conversation. Some said their own homes were better, but their older neighbors, who couldn't bear to turn on the air conditioning, had fainted several times from the heat. The elderly know how to save energy, but they end up getting sick and needing expensive medicine. They could have just turned on the air conditioning for a few years. Some people also sighed. It's not just the elderly. Now, electricity is expensive. If you turn on the air conditioning, it runs all day. Our house has more than one room, so it costs a lot of money just to keep cool. Many families squeezed into one room to save electricity. It was cooler, but their sleep quality suffered. Some people praised Su Mian for her good insulation work. Although it was still hot, they could clearly feel that the yard was cooler than outside. Su Mian didn't say much, but she politely responded when others talked to her. When someone asked if the high temperatures would get worse, she confirmed, "It's good to prepare early. I heard about this and came back home. You should stock up on water and medicine." Hearing this, the family decided to prepare more supplies after finishing their work. On the third afternoon, the bathroom was completely finished. All the debris from the renovation was cleaned up. Su Mian looked at the new room with satisfaction. After paying the workers and seeing them off, she went over to adjust the door between the room and the bathroom. She installed the bathroom in a corner of the house, with 2 exhaust fans inside, one mainly to vent odors outside, and the other to transfer cool air into the room. As long as she turned them on a bit before using the toilet, it used very little electricity. She tried it out that day and found it very convenient and comfortable. Even Li Ruiying praised it a few times. Above the bathroom, she added a water tank that used tap water mainly for flushing the toilet and taking showers. Su Mian added a filter net, which caught some impurities, but not many. When she noticed the temperature rising a few more degrees, Su Mian initially took Li Ruiying outside to sit and balance the heat. But as the elderly person started feeling worse, she had to keep everyone in the air-conditioned room all day. On the 11th day of the trip, standing at the gate, Su Mian could feel the air getting hot enough to burn her lungs. The street, which was usually busy with tourists, was now empty, filled with bright sunlight, and the air was so hot it seemed to ripple. She checked the ground temperature, which was already around 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Quite extreme. The temperature inside the small courtyard had reached 41 degrees, and outside it was 45 degrees. For some hot regions, this isn't unusual, but locally it broke all records. Online forums were filled with words like scorching heat, and some people had started stockpiling medicines because they realized how serious it was. Others predicted that if the temperature kept rising, no one would survive. That post was banned from the forum shortly after. Su Mian usually just read without commenting. She only started to consider moving to the countryside to escape the heat after seeing a suggestion online, and she happened to notice her village was listed as one of the livable places. Although the post only contains some people's suggestions, she feels that Bishui one is likely to be flooded with many people seeking coolness soon. This house can handle ordinary people well. The walls are tall enough, and the door is quite sturdy. But when it comes to players, caution is still needed. Su Mian has no doubt that if any player gets too hot and can't stand it, they will definitely target the locals. Her house, with its heat-resistant roof and sheltering 2 people, is the top choice for theft. She has spent so much effort to stay put and doesn't plan to move, nor will she allow such things to happen. After reviewing the post again, Soo Mi-yeon comes up with a plan. That night, after the old man fell asleep, she chose a small-sized mist bamboo plant and placed it in the corner inside the wall. She kept it slightly taller than half a meter above the wall, with its head just peeking out, making it not very noticeable. She also took a small pile of thorny brambles and placed them on top of the wall, spreading out to cover the top evenly. The thorns are yellow-brown, blending in with the wall at first glance, so most people wouldn't notice anything special. Soo Mi-yeon only used a little bit of her special power to make both plants look lively. The mist bamboo even started to produce a white mist at its base, looking like dry ice mixed with water, giving a fairy-like, misty feeling. Since this isn't a mutated world, Soo Mi-yeon doesn't want to make her actions too obvious. She doesn't plan to rely solely on these plants for safety. They are just a warning. Even if players break in with the thorns and mist, they won't be able to get into the small yard easily, at least giving her some time to respond. 5 days after the post, the village indeed saw more people. Under Soo Mi-yeon's careful observation, she saw at least a dozen cars filled with luggage coming and going at the entrance road. These cars are quite good, and the visitors aren't interested in small places. They prefer the deeper mountains, probably thinking it's cooler there. Soo Mi-yeon remembers that a resort hotel is also being built in the mountains, but it's not finished yet. However, starting yesterday, her phone began showing messages inviting people to stay at nearby resorts. Clearly, the influx of visitors and the high benefits have tempted them to open early. But the hotel rooms are limited, and since they are luxury accommodations, most of the rooms are already booked by early reservations. Even those who are willing to pay extra later will find no rooms available, so they have to look for places nearby. It has been 3 more days since outsiders arrived in Lee Hyue-ing's area. The temperature has soared to over 50 degrees. Everyone goes out with umbrellas. Soo Mi-yeon has been wandering near the door whenever she has free time. After the last madness incident, neighbors who used to get along well with Lee Hyue-ing now avoid this place. Even when they see Soo Mi-yeon, they just smile from afar and quickly go inside, seeming afraid to approach her. Today, Soo Mi-yeon stood at the door with an umbrella, touching the hot door frame, when a neighbor came over. Probably afraid of Soo Mi-yeon, the neighbor kept a meter away, looking at the house behind her and asking about the elderly person's condition. Soo Mi-yeon saw a group of men and women standing together nearby, their eyes fixed on the house behind her, shining with interest. Still the same. She can't be exposed to the heat. These days, she's been kept inside, not daring to come out. Seeing that Soo Mi-yeon was speaking normally, the neighbor seemed to become bolder. You know, many outsiders have come to our village recently, right? They are from big cities, coming here to escape the heat. The mountain hotels are full, and now they want to rent houses in the village. They don't mind the size of the rooms. They pay 100 yuan per person per day. We rented out 2 rooms, but they have too many people. Today, they said they liked your house and asked me to see if there are any available rooms for rent. Since there's no limit on the number of people in the rooms, 100 yuan per person is a good deal, especially for local villagers without jobs. It's like winning the lottery. Worried Soo Mi-yeon might overthink, the neighbor explained. I'm just asking for them. Whether you agree or not depends on you. But with such good money, you might want to consider it. Please refuse for me. I don't need money right now, and I don't want to rent, Soo Mi-yeon answered firmly. The neighbor wanted to say more, but Soo Mi-yeon added, my grandma and I need peace and quiet. The doctor specifically told me to avoid crowds. If I accidentally have a relapse, I might not only lose the money but also make things worse. Hearing this, the neighbor froze. Especially when looking into Soo Mi-yeon's cold, distant eyes. Like the day she held a knife, she felt a chill run down her back. Stammering, she said, That's true. I forgot about that. Okay, I'll tell them. Then, as if fleeing, she hurried away. Soo Mi-yeon saw this scene, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She didn't rush into the house but closed the door and stood at the entrance, watching the people coming and going on the road. Perhaps because of her sharp senses, She could easily tell the difference between ordinary people and players. She saw at least 3 groups of players, 2 of which had looked at her yard with greedy eyes. After observing for about an hour, Su Mian felt her face getting sticky, so she finally went inside and locked the door. She first took a shower in the bathroom, then dried herself before entering the air-conditioned room. It's worth mentioning that the air conditioner in the room, set at 23 degrees, was no longer effective. These days, it's been kept at 18 degrees, and sitting near the window even felt warm. Li Huiying noticed the unusual temperature and mentioned a few times that the weather seemed strange. Maybe because she had been in the air-conditioned room for a long time, the elderly woman was not feeling very well mentally. Although it was just a task, Su Mian tried to give her light, simple food. But because of her age and the temperature, the elderly woman's sleep was affected, and her eyes looked dull these days. Now, she didn't even go out for walks. Whenever she felt restless, she would just stand by the window and look out. Until one day, Li Huiying's phone rang. She answered it, but Su Mian didn't know what was said on the other end. The elderly woman's face suddenly changed, and she almost dropped her phone on the ground. Then she suddenly collapsed straight down. Su Mian reacted quickly and caught her, preventing her from falling directly to the ground. She laid her gently on the bed, reached out to check her pulse, and the elderly woman quickly woke up. Her eyes were cloudy, and she didn't speak, only tremblingly pointing at something. She probably wanted her phone. The call hadn't ended yet, and Su Mian could hear voices from the other side. Su Mian gently patted her arm to comfort her while picking up the phone. The person on the line sounded impatient, saying, "If everyone keeps avoiding the issue and not handling it, our place can only deal with it casually, as long as you can feel at peace." "Handle what?" Su Mian asked instinctively, not knowing what the other person had said to the elderly woman. But as she spoke, she could feel the elderly woman's body stiffen again. It seemed she recognized the caller, so the other person patiently repeated, "Mr. Gu Xiaojuan's body has been cremated. It was agreed that the ashes would be picked up today. My colleagues have urged many times, and only after the family agreed to change the person did they give this number. Are you a relative of Mr. Gu Xiaojun?" Su Mian was momentarily stunned. Was Gu Xiaojun really dead? She didn't believe anyone would joke about this. She simply asked about the cremation process, noted the hospital where the incident happened, and said she would pick up the ashes before noon. After hanging up, she thought for a moment and called the truck driver who had brought her there. "Yes, it might be a bit troublesome, but I can pay extra," the driver said. He mentioned a truck was passing by, but because of the hot weather and high fuel consumption lately, he wasn't sure if he was willing to make the trip. After Su Mian promised to pay more, he said he would try to persuade him. Then she called the hospital that issued the death certificate for Gu Xiaojun, provided her identity, and waited for half an hour. Finally, she learned the full story. It turned out that on the day she left the city, Gu Xiaojun had heat stroke and was taken to the hospital. His condition wasn't initially so serious, but because the hospital was crowded, he was temporarily placed in the corridor to recover. His family came to visit him for a day, but since the hospital was busy and the air conditioning was weak, they stopped coming the next day. The hospital also lacked enough nurses and caregivers. When they finally realized Gu Xiaojuan's condition was critical, he was severely dehydrated. Even with timely rescue, he was taken to the ICU. When they finally contacted his family, they made various excuses to avoid visiting. By the time they arrived, Gu Xiaojun had already passed away. Later, the hospital, angry and threatening to call the police, finally got a visit. But they only issued various certificates and arranged for the hospital to contact the crematorium directly for cremation. The rest was no longer their concern. In other words, after Gu Xiaojun died, Zhen Zhen and her son simply abandoned his body at the crematorium. They might have been annoyed by phone calls and finally gave Li Huiying's number. No wonder the elderly woman fainted immediately after hearing the phone call. Anyone would be overwhelmed by such tragic news, being asked suddenly to go to the crematorium to pick up their son's ashes. Su Mian was surprised at how quickly Gu Xiaojun died. Rumor had it he died less than 4 days after being hospitalized, which showed how much suffering he endured. It was only his own blindness, thinking Zhenzhen was a caring person, willing to endure for her daughter, that led to this tragedy. Ironically, she indirectly caused his death.
Sumian felt no emotional disturbance.
She had no real connection to Gu Xiaojun, but she suspected Li Huiying wouldn't be able to handle this situation much longer. She looked at the person on the bed. Since she hung up the phone and arranged the car, Li Huiying hadn't moved. It didn't seem like she didn't care, but rather like she was hopeless. Yes, it is sad. White-haired people sending off black-haired people. Gu Xiaojun was still her only son. She used to talk about wanting grandchildren, but now everything is gone. As Su Mian guessed, Li Huiying stopped eating at noon. Su Mian saw her face looked very pale and her eyes lacked shine, as if she was ready to leave at any moment. After spending a few days together, although it was for a task, Su Mian still hoped she could live a few more days. The driver had already told her that the ashes had been collected, but the car wouldn't leave until 3:30 p.m. The items probably wouldn't arrive until evening. While watching the elderly's condition, Su Mian checked the outside temperature. It had risen another 2 degrees today, and there was a smell of melting plastic in the air. She noticed the outdoor air conditioning unit was starting to malfunction. Inside the house, it wasn't hot, but it also didn't feel cool. She could only avoid sweating, even though she had lowered the temperature to 16 degrees. At 3 p.m., the sun made the doorknob hot to touch. Su Mian heard noise outside the door. She opened it and saw it was the neighbor who had asked her to rent the house. After listening for a while, she learned that many people lived there with a lot of electrical appliances running. Recently, the wiring burned out, and none of the appliances could work. She contacted a repair worker, but they couldn't come today. The damage to the wiring was severe, and there was a shortage of workers. In this hot weather without air conditioning, it's easy to imagine how annoyed people could get. It was much easier and cheaper to cram many people into the house before, but now it was causing trouble. Some guests wanted to get a refund and find another place, but the neighbors believed the electrical overload caused the wiring damage. They didn't want to pay for repairs, and the two sides argued. In the end, everyone couldn't stand the heat anymore. After some arguing, nothing was resolved except everyone sweating heavily. The tenants had no choice but to find other places to stay. But this area was full of residents. If the rent wasn't high or there was no available space, they couldn't stay. Su Mian heard they planned to go into the mountains. At 6 p.m., the driver contacted her to pick up the ashes at the village entrance. Although vehicles weren't restricted in this area, trucks weren't allowed in. The village entrance was about 2 kilometers from Li Huiying's home. Su Mian took an old motorcycle from the yard, locked the door, and hurried out, planning to go quickly and return soon. The air was a bit hot. Even though the high speed of the car brought some wind, it still felt very warm. Su Mian's clothes helped her a lot. Besides feeling a little hot, she didn't feel any discomfort. She guessed it was because she had been walking in the sun recently. She met the driver, transferred the money, and took the ashes. She casually put them into the space and then turned around. She was delayed for less than 20 minutes. When she was close to home, she saw a few people gathered at the gate. One of them was messing with the lock. Su Mian frowned, took out her whip, and sped up to crash into the gate. The sound of the engine startled the people. When they saw the motorcycle rushing toward them, they quickly moved aside with surprised faces. "Are you blind? Can't you see someone is coming and still drive here?" The people who moved away looked angry and embarrassed, glaring at Su Mian with frustration. Su Mian swung her whip hard. The person hit by it fell to the ground. She said in a serious voice, "Breaking into my door. What if I hit you?" "So what?" Su Mian acted quickly and spoke fiercely. The man was stunned and looked at her suspiciously, his voice weaker than before. "Are you one of us?" There were 5 of them in total, all men and all young and strong. Su Mian glanced at the group gathering around and understood they weren't planning to give up. She got out of the car, holding her whip and waving it. "Want to steal my house?" "Just to be clear, I won't hold back." She didn't deny it. She basically admitted it. When they arrived, they had already heard that the house was recently upgraded with heat-resistant tiles, even though the weather wasn't hot at the time. They immediately guessed the owner was a player. They didn't want to take risks at first. But when the temporary resident said it was an old person and a young girl living there, they felt a bit more daring. Even though the person mentioned that the girl had some mental issues and that they almost killed someone to get there, they didn't take it seriously. The owner was just a woman, and most players had killed before, so that wasn't enough to scare them away. They chose today because the air conditioning in the house was very poor, on or off, it made no difference. They didn't want to buy a new one, fearing they might get heat stroke. It was a quick decision to come and check things out. Originally, she planned to knock on the door and have a friendly talk. But as she got closer to the house, they seemed more satisfied. Since there was no movement inside, she decided to go in first. Unexpectedly, the owner of the house was out, and she happened to meet him face to face. The players had done many wrong things in the game, and being caught in person was just a little embarrassing at first. Now, facing others of the same kind, they didn't know how to be polite. They thought they had the advantage in numbers over Tsunami and said straightforwardly, "This house is big enough for all of us. Let's each step back a little. We apologize for what happened earlier, but you need to make space for us to stay here." Tsunami was tired of talking. "I can see you're pretty shameless, but I don't want to." The group looked unhappy with her refusal. It was hot, and they didn't have much patience. One of them said, "Don't say we're bullying a little girl." That person had just been whipped on the face and was already annoyed. Seeing this, he shouted for others to attack together. Tsunami had been prepared for a surprise attack and thought they might use tools. But they came at her empty-handed, not taking her seriously. Since they had no weapons, Tsunami didn't bother to defend herself. She decided to use her whip and fire, swinging it out. No one expected Tsunami to have the skill. The sudden flames almost burned the group, and even if they dodged, they still felt the sting of the fire. At this moment, they realized who they were up against. They looked at Tsunami with fear, especially at the flames that seemed to appear out of nowhere. It turned out she was an experienced player who had bought a fire source. It was too late to retreat. Tsunami never tolerated anyone coveting her things. She whipped the group back onto the main road, then quickly wrapped her whip around one player's neck. The player screamed in pain from the burns, and before he could struggle, the tightened whip snapped his neck. The other 4 didn't expect her to be so ruthless. They were filled with regret and ran away without looking back. Poor the player on the ground, feeling the heat and pain from the fire, looked back at Tsunami approaching. Frightened, he fainted immediately. Tsunami kicked him, but didn't kill him. She looked at the other 3 people who had already run away and dragged the person to a nearby tree, hanging them up with a rope. From a distance, the disjointed relationship made it look as if this person was hanging at the entrance of a house. Tsunami pushed the cart into the house, locked the door, stored the cart in the space, and then looked back at the swaying bamboo facing her. She went over and touched it. For now, the high temperature hasn't caused much damage to these mutated plants, but their vitality is still slightly lower than before. When she carried the urn into the house, the old woman was still lying in the same position as before Tsunami left. The water beside her remained untouched, but Tsunami knew she hadn't fallen asleep. She placed the urn beside Li Huiying and said, "This is Dad's ashes. I know you can't accept it. Please look and see how to handle it." The old woman's mouth moved, but she didn't speak. Tsunami saw her hand trembling slightly as she placed it on the urn, so she decided to give her a little more time. Around 8 p.m., Tsunami took a shower and changed her clothes. She was surprised to see Li Huiying sit up. Although her face looked unwell, she seemed a bit more alert. "Ching, go out with Grandma for a while." Tsunami had just finished her shower and didn't want to go out, especially since it was still very hot outside. She didn't think the old woman could handle it. But before she could persuade her, the old woman had already gone to change her clothes. She moved methodically, sighing as she did. "Why is it so easy for people to lose their lives? Yesterday, I dreamed that Xiao Jun was cooking for me, and today he's gone in a box. His father was the same, disappeared quietly. I thought good days were coming, but things only got worse." Tsunami didn't interrupt her rambling about her life over the years. Her tone was free of blame, filled only with deep helplessness. After changing clothes, she wore a bright, patterned long dress she had never seen before. The old woman looked much more spirited in it. She smiled and said, "This was the first dress Xiao Jun bought me when he earned money. I thought it was too flashy to wear, but now I think it's pretty good. I'll wear it to send him off." Su Mian understood what she was about to do. While the old woman was busy with her belongings, she also changed into a clean outfit. She asked the old woman what she needed, made an excuse to go into the room to get things, and prepared everything: incense, fruit, but no paper money. Before leaving, Su Mian took a small shovel with her. When leaving, Su Mian wanted to take the urn, but the elderly woman insisted on holding it herself. Seeing her insist, Su Mian had no choice but to let her. On the way, they still saw many people, mostly in a hurry. Most of their clothes were wet, and everyone looked unhappy. Li Huiying was quite noticeable, but at most, people just looked at her curiously. Su Mian followed her onto a small path. After walking for about 20 minutes, when she suggested not to go further to avoid tiring herself, the elderly woman stopped. That's when Su Mian saw a bump behind the pine trees nearby. When Li Huiying went over, she looked confused and didn't know what to do. Su Mian sighed and, resigned, stepped forward to a nearby spot and started digging a hole. "Grandma is confused. Luckily, Ching Ching brought a shovel," she said. After 10 minutes, Su Mian dug a deep enough hole. She watched the elderly woman reluctantly place the ashes inside. As soon as she stepped back, she covered the hole with soil and then arranged the items she brought in front of the small mound. Maybe because it was too hot, the elderly woman couldn't stay long and didn't linger. When she got up, she still had a smile on her face and asked, "Remember the way?" Before Su Mian could speak, Li Huiying pointed to the slightly larger mound of earth and said, "When I was young, I didn't like bringing you here, but I had to recognize the place. This is your grandfather. Now I've placed Xiao Jun nearby, and on the other side, I want to leave some space for myself. Maybe when I go down there, I might meet." She seemed to hesitate, as if she was imagining things and couldn't finish her sentence. Su Mian was now sure that the elderly woman came out tonight to choose a place for herself, deliberately asking her to follow, so she wouldn't be lost. She could see that Li Huiying was calm about death. Su Mian wasn't sure if she was overwhelmed by grief and wanted to go immediately. Although she had no right to interfere in others' choices, Su Mian didn't understand this kind of hope placed on others' lives. She even wondered if she should stop her if she decided to do something foolish in front of her. The two of them walked back in silence. The elderly woman hadn't been out walking for many days. Now, after experiencing this, she couldn't walk much and had to stop and rest on the side. She didn't let Su Mian carry her, but leaned on her hand. After catching her breath, she continued walking. The 20-minute walk back took almost 40 minutes. Near the door, Li Huiying suddenly stopped and pointed at the entrance, asking, "What is that?" Su Mian looked up, and then her eyes flickered. She forgot about the person hanging in the tree. She thought the players would take the opportunity to rescue the person while she was inside, but she didn't expect them to be so timid. Now, the person had been hanging for several hours, and from how stiff the body looked, they were probably dead. She felt relieved that she had already burned the body to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it. "I made a fake person," she explained. "Recently, many outsiders came to the village. I heard they were trying to rent better houses by stealing others' homes. I made the look real to scare them off." Li Huiying's eyes weren't very good. When her granddaughter said this, she didn't doubt her. Instead, her eyes showed some worry. "Isn't anyone in the village watching? How can we feel safe like this?" "It's okay. The neighbors are pretty good. If anything really happens, they would help." As they hurried inside, Su Mian deliberately stood beside Li Huiying so she wouldn't notice the hanging body. She led the elderly woman to sit in the air-conditioned room, then checked the yard again before returning to her own room. The old woman was drinking water. When she saw Su Mian come in, she smiled shyly. "Ching Ching, is there anything to eat?" "I'm a bit hungry." Su Mian looked at her suspiciously and nodded. She went out once and returned with a bowl of instant wontons. The brand was quite good, and Soo-mi-yeon thought it was the best thing she could offer right now. Seeing the old woman staring curiously at the small bowl, she went out again and came back with a glass of milk. The old woman ate happily, always smiling, and talked about how people nowadays are good at making food. She finished the small bowl of wontons completely and even drank the milk. For the first time, Soo-mi-yeon was so focused on watching someone do something. She watched the old woman eat and rest, then go take a shower. After she changed into new clothes and lay in bed, Soo-mi-yeon waited until her breathing was steady and she was asleep before she still felt confused. She couldn't understand what her change was for. The next morning, the old woman woke up early. Unlike usual, she got up and moved around the room. When she saw Soo-mi-yeon also got up, she looked energetic and said she was very tired after walking for a while yesterday, probably because she hadn't moved enough, so she planned to move more. It seemed she was starting to pay attention to her own health. Soo-mi-yeon saw that she had no other unusual signs, so she washed her face and went out to prepare breakfast. After they finished eating, Soo-mi-yeon took advantage of the sun not being too hot and wandered around the door. There were more pedestrians on the street, mostly tired-looking, covered in dust, carrying bags and parcels. She even saw someone lying on the ground nearby. Passers-by acted as if they didn't see him, moving like zombies. Soo-mi-yeon's scene at the door was also seen by them. Someone noticed the things hanging on the tree behind her. Even though they looked tired, they stared at her in surprise. When Soo-mi-yeon looked back coldly, they quickly looked away and left. During this time, she also saw some neighbors she had met before, busy rushing around. Soon, she learned the reason from the gossip of others. Because of the high temperature, some households' electrical systems were broken, and many air conditioners in people's homes no longer cooled. Not only repair workers, but even neighbors tried to borrow tools or materials to fix things themselves, hoping to find some relief from the heat. Some people simply set up a water basin at home. When it was too hot, they would soak in it, but they needed to change the water often. Otherwise, the water would heat up quickly in the sun, making it hot and uncomfortable instead of cooling. The water sources in Biu Bay are actually quite plentiful. Not just the natural reservoir near the resort, but small rivers can be seen everywhere in the village. For now, there is no shortage of water. Soo-mi-yeon stayed for about an hour. She felt sweat was uncontrollably dripping from her body, so she returned to the yard. The temperature in the yard was a bit cooler. She moved a stool to sit and wait for the sweat to dry. During this time, she took out her phone to check recent updates. The post about avoiding the heat that was shared earlier had already been marked in red. Besides that, many posts from all over the country about good places to escape the heat appeared on the forum. Even short videos started promoting cool summer destinations, and some health experts shared tips on how to prevent heatstroke and provide first aid. Soo-mi-yeon watched a few, and they matched her understanding. They were somewhat helpful. She also saw a few health bloggers encouraging people with good conditions to face the high temperatures directly, activating their body's self-regulation mechanisms to prevent their health from weakening over time in the heat. This idea was the same as Soo-mi-yeon's understanding. Even though many people sarcastically said that going out would be deadly in the heat, the bloggers kept sharing knowledge about the human body. After half an hour, the sweat on her body started to dry. Soo-mi-yeon went into the air-conditioned room and saw the elderly person holding a radio, listening to opera. She seemed to like it, smiling on her face and moving her hands along with the music. When she heard the door open, she opened her eyes and asked Soo-mi-yeon how things outside were. She said she heard strange noises from the air conditioner and thought it might be broken, so she asked someone to check it. Soo-mi-yeon nodded while thinking that calling someone to fix it might be useless. Still, she found an excuse to go outside. She looked around and planted a climbing vine near the outdoor air conditioning unit to block the sun. Then she took a hose connected to the bathroom tap and rinsed the unit, avoiding the wires. Although it was still very hot, this was the only solution she had for now. That night, around midnight, Soo-mi-yeon was woken up again by the heat. This time, it wasn't the temperature but a power outage. The room was completely dark. Soo-mi-yeon got up to check the circuit breaker, which was fine, so it wasn't an internal wiring problem. She saw that the elderly person was also not sleeping comfortably, so she quietly opened the door and stepped outside. There was a lot of noise outside in the yard. Gradually, more people started talking. Soo-mi-yeon opened the door halfway and went out. She saw everything around was dark, confirming her guess that the village had lost power. She heard someone cursing loudly on the phone about no one taking responsibility and others calling the authorities. But judging by their angry expressions, they hadn't achieved what they wanted. Soo-mi-yeon wasn't surprised. She had seen on the local news during the day that the officials were severely short-staffed. Because there were too many accidents caused by the heat, they couldn't handle them all. Plus, many workers got heat stroke while working in high temperatures, creating a vicious cycle. It's said that the city was even more chaotic. City people, used to being served in various ways, could only vent their anger when things went wrong. Hospitals were full, and everywhere she saw unconscious passers-by. At first, some people helped move them, but later, everyone was too busy to care. Some thought the locals were too weak physically. Although over 50 degrees Celsius was very hot, many residents had lived in such temperatures since birth and were still alive. So, they wondered why it was a problem for others. People who couldn't stand the noise started shouting at each other, each with their own reasons. It seemed that only this way could they release their frustration from the heat. Soo-mi-yeon watched as the people outside went from angry shouting to eventually dispersing. She then went inside the house. She locked the door, took out the generator, and placed it under the eaves, operating it skillfully. In less than 10 minutes, the machine was running, producing only a moderate noise. Soo-mi-yeon connected the wires, turned on the air conditioner, and also turned on a fan to help cool the room. Soon, the room became quite cool. When the temperature stabilized at 24 degrees, she turned off the fan, poured water on the outdoor unit of the air conditioner, and finally lay back on the bed to sleep. In the following days, the old man's condition remained surprisingly good, while the outside chaos continued. Several times, loud noises could be heard from the room. Lee Hyuying asked a few times, and Soo-mi-yeon explained that too many people came to escape the heat, and there wasn't enough space, so they were noisy. During this time, she only went out once that night through the yard. At that moment, she wasn't paying attention to any changes in the yard, and when she returned, she didn't notice anything different. Even though Soo-mi-yeon had placed a generator in the yard, she was unaware of it. City trees are fewer and people are more, so the heat is normal. But in previous years, no one came to escape the heat. This year is different, she said, then changed the subject. Luckily, you took back the air conditioner early, or you would have had to suffer the heat with Grandma. I'm older and used to it, but you probably can't stand it. Soo-mi-yeon was silent. Actually, the temperature was occasionally shown on TV, but the old man didn't pay much attention to the numbers. She only knew it was very hot, but she hadn't experienced exactly how hot. She believed she had lived 50 or 60 years and had experienced all kinds of heat, so she said that. Soo-mi-yeon didn't correct her, but wondered if the villagers, pushed to the limit, might also want to take over the small courtyard. After all, the old man hadn't gone out for many days. Every time Soo-mi-yeon dressed neatly, even if she didn't know what was happening in the yard, she could guess they hadn't been too affected by the heat. People can do anything when impulsive. She had to be cautious. It seemed to confirm Soo-mi-yeon's suspicion. When the temperature soared to nearly 60 degrees, she was already asleep. Suddenly, the misty bamboo, which had been still, made a noise. Soo-mi-yeon immediately sat up, but she wasn't faster than the people outside. She heard a scream, and then the sound of something falling. The noise was so loud that Lee Hyuying was awakened too. She instinctively asked what had happened. I called the neighbors to check. It should be someone else's noise. You can keep sleeping. I'll just look in the yard. It's fine. Soo-mi-yeon pretended to make a call while opening the door, then closed it behind her as she stepped out. Everything in the yard was normal, except for a few fewer leaves at the top of the mist bamboo near the gate. Outside, there were faint sounds of talking and complaining. Soo-mi-yeon took out a whip, hesitated, then also grabbed a watermelon knife. She went to open the door. The people outside didn't expect anyone to come out. A group of them, supporting a man with one foot raised, faced Su Mian. Although it was dark outside, it didn't prevent her from seeing clearly after a while. After coming out, Su Mian closed the door casually. She looked at the group, noting they didn't seem like players. One of the people inside looked very familiar, like a neighbor nearby. Is there something you need? The group looked a bit guilty at first. Seeing the prominent watermelon knife in Su Mian's hand and recalling an elder's warning that she might go crazy, they instinctively stepped back. Our village's power is out. Only our house still has lights. We thought we'd come to check. Su Mian remained expressionless. Did you check everything? Maybe because it was nighttime, or because Su Mian's calmness seemed a bit strange, the group gradually lost their initial confidence. One person stammered, Yes, we checked. You have a generator. Then, gathering courage, he added, We're all from the same village. Your grandma often helps in the village. If you have an engine, you shouldn't hide it. Don't you know how many people in the village have fainted recently? Su Mian sneered. Do I need your permission to use my stuff? And what does it matter if someone fainted? I'm not saying that. I mean, can't you help others if you can? We young people are fine, but what about the elderly and children? You're from the city, supposed to be more caring. Why do you look so indifferent? So, they couldn't get what they wanted and resorted to moral pressure. Su Mian's tone grew more impatient. If you have hands and feet, why can't you figure it out yourself? Why should I give my hard-earned things to others? If it weren't for the fact that you're neighbors, you'd be hanging from a tree by now. The man was stunned. Hanging from a tree? Su Mian glanced at the tree behind them. They followed the scene with confusion, then their faces suddenly changed, and they let out scared screams. One person even collapsed to the ground. The corpse in the night looked even more frightening, especially since Su Mian's hanging body was not fixed. The corpse faced the group directly, with a twisted, terrifying expression like a big boss in a horror movie. These young people had just returned from the city. If they hadn't seen the lights in Su Mian's yard today, they wouldn't have come over and they wouldn't have noticed the person in the tree. Not only them, but even the neighbors nearby, who had seen it before, never thought about the corpse, let alone take it seriously. Su Mian stepped forward with a watermelon knife. I heard the security team is all broken down. Even if I kill a few people now, no one will stop me. Maybe I should practice on you guys. Before she finished speaking, the group backed away as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't wait for Su Mian to make another move and ran away quickly. Su Mian watched this scene coldly. She noticed something out of the corner of her eye and looked toward the woods nearby. The hot weather didn't cool down just because night fell. Instead, under the dark night sky, it made people more restless. Su Mian didn't stay long. She looked around silently and returned to the yard with a blank face. Almost as soon as she entered the house, a few relaxed breaths came from the woods across the street. After about 2 or 3 minutes, confirming no one was coming out of the yard, a few figures quietly slipped out of the woods. They looked regretfully at the neat yard, their eyes uncontrollably lingering on the corpse hanging from the tree, then suppressed their frustration. No wonder those people didn't dare come to rescue. She's not an ordinary player, or she wouldn't be so reckless. She hasn't even caused chaos yet, and she's already started killing. Another person wasn't paying attention to that. The one who climbed over the wall suddenly fell. I was watching and I saw something moving on the wall. The other side must have used some kind of tool. The more they talked, the more they felt it was right not to act rashly. She's good with a whip, bought fire seeds, and also bought protective gear. And she's so young. This time, she probably faced a top-tier player. I thought young people are easier to deal with. If we really fought, we might end up hanging from that tree too. A companion thought his words were too exaggerated. Has she not killed anyone? The few people weren't the ones who hurt her. At most, they just scared her a little. Maybe she was just pretending. Before she finished speaking, others responded with disdain. Which one of you can pretend to be her? Don't underestimate people, especially those who don't look impressive. Have you heard the saying? Sometimes, seemingly harmless old people or children can be very powerful. I think this might be one of those cases. If it hadn't been so hot and there was nowhere else to go, they really wouldn't have wanted to come here. That's right. I think she didn't attack, because these people aren't players. That shows she's clear about her enemies. We should be careful and not provoke her. As long as we don't bother her, she probably won't attack us. A player who is pretending to be tough said, but there are no suitable places nearby. If there's none, then find one. I don't believe we can't find a way out. If you want to try, go ahead. We're not planning to die here. Another person added, we need to keep our lives to finish the game. Provoking a high-level player means death. I choose to face the heat. At worst, we find a lake to soak in. It's only been a month or so. It won't be hot enough to burn us alive, right? Everyone who has finished the game knows that no matter what kind of challenge it is, the difficulty is limited. Even if it's dangerous, as long as you find a way, there's still hope. Their words got the support of the others. Finally, they wiped the sweat from their bodies and left the main road. They didn't know that just after they left, the bamboo on the wall shook slightly. At the same time, Su-mion looked out from inside the room through the door. She had always known that someone was hiding across the street, but she pretended not to notice. When she learned they had left, she wasn't surprised. Any smarter person probably wouldn't have come to provoke her, especially perceptive players. She sat for a while longer, waiting until the old man was asleep, then lay down again. The next day, the temperature kept rising. At noon, it reached an astonishing 65 degrees. Not to mention how the people outside were doing, Su-mion was worried the air conditioner might break down. She went out to water the plants every half hour. Fortunately, the air conditioner was powerful and still working normally. By evening, the temperature dropped a little, but over 50 degrees was still very hot. Since noon, Su-mion had been hearing more noise outside, mostly crying. She guessed someone couldn't handle the heat and might have had heat stroke or something worse. She wasn't sure what the young people who left yesterday had told their family. As long as they didn't come back to provoke her, she didn't plan to kill anyone casually. So, she didn't plan to go outside these days, to avoid reminding others that she was doing well and attracting unnecessary trouble. Li Huiying was somewhat paying attention to what was happening outside. Maybe she guessed something, but she didn't ask much. Sometimes, Su-mion would see her staring thoughtfully at the window. That day, Su-mion measured the temperature in the yard as usual. When she went inside and saw the old man sitting at the door, she was surprised again. He was wearing a bright, patterned long shirt from that day, with his silver hair neatly combed back. When he saw Su-mion, he gestured for her to sit on the stool beside him. The old man's smile was kind and friendly, making it hard to refuse. Su-mion walked over and handed him the milk she was holding. He took it naturally, inserted a straw, and started drinking. He looked like a cheerful, lively old lady. But Su-mion felt something was off. Time has passed so quickly. In the past, Grandma was sad she couldn't see her grandson. Later, when she came back here, she gradually understood that as long as the family was happy and safe, having a grandson wasn't necessary. After all, I already have a well-behaved granddaughter. People shouldn't be too greedy. Grandma thought that taking a step back could make your family happy, but she was wrong. If anyone is to blame, it's your father for not having that luck. He couldn't keep your mother back then, and now he can't protect you. Now, even she has become just ashes. When she said this, she suddenly looked at Su-mion, carefully examining her features. Her expression remained kind, but her eyes seemed to hold something else. I was worried about what would happen if one day you were left all alone, but now I'm not worried anymore. Ching-Ching has grown up and has many secrets I don't know. She can protect herself now. That makes me feel at ease. Her gaze seemed a little distant. 7 days have passed. Staying here too long isn't useful. My body can't do anything anymore. It's pointless to just be a burden on you. Su-mion couldn't help but say, I don't think you're a burden. The old man smiled. That's why I think I'm lucky to be in this family. He placed the empty milk carton on the table and sighed. This milk is pretty good. I was thinking, Ching-Ching's world must be better than here, right? Otherwise, why would I, an old woman, be so good to me? Su-mion originally wanted to say that the food was good, but when she heard the rest of the words, her movements paused slightly. She looked again, and the old man had already leaned over with a smile. Let Grandma rest for a while. It's almost noon. I'm getting old, and I can't hold on. I get sleepy when the time comes. He closed his eyes as if he was truly exhausted. Su Mian kept her head turned, her gaze lingering on the old man's face for a moment. She rested one arm against him, while her other hand took the empty milk carton and looked at it. Her eyes stayed on the prominent production date and manufacturer on the side. She fell into silence. It was the year 2034 in Dong City, Tai'an Province. So, she had underestimated the old man's sharpness and overestimated her own carefulness. She had already sensed something was wrong, but pretended not to notice. Perhaps the reason she was trying to live well for a few more days was to wait until the 7th day after Gu Xiaojuan's death. When Su Mian snapped back to reality, she realized that the breathing beside her had stopped at some point. She rarely moved, just sat quietly. For the first time, her mood felt complicated. Su Mian had never seen anyone she cared for pass away. When the zombie crisis suddenly appeared in her world, her family hadn't even had time to react before they became the first victims.
She didn't even get to say goodbye.
Later, countless times, she returned home but couldn't find any trace of her family. All those regrets gradually faded during her difficult survival in the apocalypse. Now, seeing Li Huiying quietly leave, she suddenly remembered her own family. But her memories were already blurry. She had forgotten many moments spent with her loved ones and even forgotten what she was like before. She thought that she was probably like a normal girl, smiling, playful, maybe like Gu Yuqing. Su Mian sat for half an hour, but decided to handle the old man's body early. She didn't know how the old man sensed she was about to leave, but he had changed into clean clothes and tidied himself up. At first, she thought about burning the body after he left to make things easier. But now, she didn't want to ruin his dignity. She didn't have a coffin, but there was plenty of wood. Su Mian used her phone to look up how coffins were made, trying to follow traditional customs. She measured everything carefully: height, width, thickness, and then started working. First, she placed the elderly person's body on the bed. She turned on the fan and brought a basin with crushed ice to place in front of the bed, to help keep the body in its original state. The room quickly became messy. Su Mian didn't use many tools, but inevitably, some trash and dust were created. She tried to do everything in one smooth step, but couldn't manage everything at once. After 2 hours, the coffin was ready. She wiped the small beads of sweat from her forehead and looked at the plain-colored coffin in front of her. She decided not to change its color, as it wasn't necessary. It was too hot now. Su Mian ate some food to regain strength, waited a little longer, and when it was 5:30, with the sun already setting, she carried the elderly person on her back. She took her motorcycle, opened the gate, and locked it after placing the person on her back. Then she got on the bike, securing the body with a rope. In less than 10 minutes, Su Mian arrived at the place where the elderly person had once taken her. She placed the body on the ground, added some ice nearby, set up a small tent for shade, and quickly started digging with a shovel. Digging a hole alone was hard work, but she was strong, and aside from feeling hot, she didn't get tired. Even though she worked quickly, it took her over 40 minutes to dig a deep enough hole. She lowered the coffin into the hole, lined it with the old cotton blanket used by the person, then placed the body inside, covering it with a thin blanket she usually used. After a final check, she made sure everything was fine, then sealed the coffin with nails and covered the hole with soil, restoring it to its original appearance. She didn't use any wreaths or decorations, nor did she want to leave food, to avoid attracting attention from passers-by, which could damage the site. In the end, Su Mian only transplanted 2 small pine trees nearby, letting them grow to about 2 meters tall, standing in front of the grave. On the way back, Su Mian's mood had mostly recovered. As she passed a bend, she decided to check the nearby area, riding toward the mountain. There were still people walking around, and she saw many men sitting shirtless near the woods. Her figure passing by on the bike drew some attention, but no one reacted strongly. She followed the main road into the resort area. The further in she went, the more people there were, until it became quite crowded. There are both living and dead, which might sound exaggerated, but it's just the truth. Especially the locals nearby, who seemed used to this scene. Some even sat in front of the bodies. Soo-mi-yeon did not arrive at the hotel entrance. Instead, she observed from a distance. After staying for less than 20 minutes, she turned back along her original path. This time, a few less observant people blocked her way in front of her car. They said, "Miss, with your outfit, you probably have a place to stay, right? It's very hot here. We can pay you if you let us stay at your place." Although they claimed to be asking, their actions of crowding around Soo-mi-yeon were not polite. People nearby saw this but only looked on without stopping or helping. Everyone was exhausted from the day's troubles and had no energy to interfere. When Soo-mi-yeon approached, she felt many jealous eyes on her. She expected trouble and was not surprised. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressed the gas pedal harder, and drove straight ahead while the others looked like they dared not to hit her. Before they could react, she hit one of them, knocking him into the air. Others instinctively moved aside, watching her drive away quickly. The man who was hit was still alive, bleeding from his face. His thigh was bent at an unnatural angle. He cried out in pain, calling for help, but only a few people went to check on him. When they saw his injuries were serious, they hurried to contact the hotel to call an ambulance. However, they were told the line was busy and no one answered. At first, they worried about the man's condition. But as the hotel grew impatient and stopped following up, they gave up. All that remained was the man crying out in pain. The weather was very hot, and everyone was already irritable. The man kept shouting, and finally, someone threatened him. He could only grit his teeth and endure it until he fainted from the pain. When his companions found him, his face was flushed, and he looked unwell. Soo-mi-yeon didn't care about what happened to those people. She rode her bike home, cleaned her room, then took a shower and changed into more comfortable clothes. While clean clothes are useful, wearing them every day can feel like they need to breathe. She hung her clothes on a hanger to air dry. She moved the bed where her elderly relative had slept, which was now cleared, to the side and brought her own bed over. This was the best spot in the room. Since her relative was gone, Soo-mi-yeon wanted to make herself more comfortable. The room temperature had risen to 25 degrees Celsius, meaning the air conditioning was less effective. Even though she had recharged the refrigerant, the heat still made the air conditioner work too hard. Soo-mi-yeon thought the temperature was okay. She wasn't sure when the system warning about approaching 100 degrees would appear, but she guessed she would install an air conditioner in advance when that time came. There was also ice, but Soo-mi-yeon felt it wasn't needed yet. At least for now, she didn't notice any discomfort. Her daily routine continued for another half a month. It had been over 2 months since Soo-mi-yeon arrived at the copy. She still went out in the evening, but now she walked instead of riding her bike. Although she sweated each time, her body felt less stiff and sluggish than when she stayed in air-conditioned rooms for a long time. Recently, she noticed the water level in the village pond was clearly dropping and the water was becoming murky. Most villagers still took baths daily, mostly by adding water at home to cool down. Until one day, Soo-mi-yeon noticed the water in the pipe was getting smaller. She usually took a shower once a day, quickly rinsing off sweat without wasting much water. That day, after washing, she saw the water was low. She rinsed quickly and went outside to check. She then found that the nearest pond to her house was almost dry. The water source drying up was not good news. It didn't affect Soo-mi-yeon much because she had enough drinking and household water stored in her space. But the native villagers would probably have a hard time. She remembered that the water here was fresh and Bichue Bay was outside the village. If the nearby ponds dried up, other places wouldn't be far behind. She wasn't sure how long the mountain reservoir could last. She guessed it wouldn't be more than a few days. Sure enough, her guess was confirmed. 5 days later, when there was no water left in her bathroom, the village was in chaos again. She locked the door and went out to see what was happening. She learned that because of the extreme heat and no rain to relieve it, the nearby streams had dried up. After discovering this, someone had secretly shut off all connected pipes, claiming it was to save water from the reservoir. But in reality, the authorities had long since gone on strike because of the heat, so no one was managing these things. It was probably some individuals acting on their own. Soo Mi-yeon knew that many players gathered at the resort hotel. She guessed the situation was related to them. But now, the people relying on the reservoir for water were unhappy. When she learned that people were guarding near the reservoir and that water could only be taken by individual effort, everyone started arguing loudly. Some people already sensed the danger and began packing their things to move toward the reservoir. What a joke. On such a hot day, our bodies are already struggling and need lots of water. Now that the water is gone, staying here means only dying of thirst. Most people shared this idea, thinking that leaving early might help them find a good spot, and they wanted to get more water in advance. Unfortunately, their hopes were doomed to fail. Soo Mi-yeon remembered passing by the reservoir a few days ago and seeing it crowded with people. Some sat close to the water to make it easier to get, even risking sunburn just to keep their spot. Their worries weren't wrong. When the body overheats, it sweats to cool down, and it needs to be rehydrated. Without enough water, even the healthiest person can't last long. With 10 days left in the game, almost everyone in the village had moved away. No one paid attention to Soo Mi-yeon's small yard, and no one disturbed her. She still kept her daily routine of going out. She saw more and more people fainting on the roadside, and some unburied bodies with flies buzzing around in the heat. The air was not only hot but also filled with a foul smell that could be smelled at any moment. Near her house, Soo Mi-yeon usually set a small fire and waited for it to burn out before leaving. There are many trees nearby, and the sun has been so intense that the ground is almost dry. If she accidentally started a fire, it could cause a serious wildfire. Soo Mi-yeon had no interest in being an arsonist. What she didn't expect was that something she always paid attention to actually happened. It was still late at night when she was sleeping and was awakened by screams. The sound seemed far away, but very loud and dense, not just one person shouting, but many. Even if she could only hear a little, it was enough to make her scalp tingle. Soo Mi-yeon lifted the curtain and saw the sky outside turning red. She was stunned, then quickly woke up, changed her clothes, and ran outside. As she left the yard, she saw a large fire in the distance. When she reached a more open part of the main road near her house, she could see more clearly. It was in the direction of the resort hotel, but now the entire sky was lit up with red light, covering everything. From a distance, she could feel how fierce the fire was. Soo Mi-yeon first analyzed the chances of the fire burning toward her side. Feeling it was unlikely, she didn't go over, but instead stepped onto the empty house next door and climbed to their rooftop to observe for a while. From the size of the fire, it was clear that besides the hotel, the nearby forest was also burning. That forest was originally a scenic spot for guests, mostly filled with 100-year-old trees with lush branches. Recently, due to the hot weather, many trees had dried up and withered. In this situation, a fire was as dangerous as igniting a bomb. She saw the flames lighting up the sky, with screams and shouts from far away that seemed to reach her ears. The sounds made Soo Mi-yeon feel uncomfortable, but she knew she couldn't do anything about it. Water and fire are ruthless. Even professionals might not be able to control such a fire, let alone her. Moreover, a mountain fire is the hardest to extinguish. In any world, such a fire would cost lives. Thinking about the people staying at the resort hotel, Soo Mi-yeon could imagine that the death toll wouldn't be small this time. She stood on the rooftop for a long time, watching the fire grow bigger instead of dying down. It even spread to other areas, turning into a blazing dragon. Gradually, some people escaped from the mountain and stopped in the village. She saw those people gasping for breath, sitting on the ground in a mess, crying and wailing. It was likely that their family members hadn't escaped. Seeing more and more people coming out, Soo Mi-yeon jumped down from the rooftop and returned to her small yard. Originally, she thought that since there were only a few days left in the copy, these people guarding the reservoir might endure some suffering but could hold on. Now, with the fire burning so fiercely, they were pushed to the brink. She feared it wouldn't be long before she was also targeted. In other words, her expected peaceful days were about to end, and she would need to be even more alert to anyone approaching her yard. After all, the hottest weather hadn't arrived yet, and she still needed this yard. That night, Su Mian only took a quick nap. The next day, she didn't go out, just moved around in the yard and returned to her room before sweating too much. She persisted like this for 3 days. Finally, on a hot noon, someone knocked on her door. She heard someone cursing loudly outside. Su Mian initially didn't want to pay attention, but suddenly, the mist bamboo started warning her frantically that someone was breaking in. Reluctantly, Su Mian opened the door and stepped into the yard. Just as she came out, she saw a hand gripping the wall. A man around 50 was trying to climb over the wall. However, as soon as he got on top, thorns pricked his arm, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip, and he fell down.
This was not the end.
Soon, a ladder appeared on the wall, and 2 men were leaning over the top, looking into the house. Although there was a heat shield in the yard, Su Mian was standing not far from the door. When the 2 men looked down and saw her clean clothes, their eyes filled with madness. "You brat, why don't you open the door at home? I heard you have a generator. Hurry up and let us in." Su Mian knew there must be many people gathered outside the main gate without needing to go out. Since they weren't scared even after seeing the dead body up close, it was clear they planned to give up and break the rules to cool off. At this point, talking was useless. She whipped her long whip, which looked like it had eyes, and swung it at the wall. The men didn't expect her to act suddenly. The whip hit them directly, causing them to scream and fall off the ladder. Su Mian used the wall to jump up, and the thorns under her feet automatically moved aside to make space. At the same time, she noticed that not only was there a large crowd at the gate, but the road far away was also packed with people. Su Mian's appearance was like a sudden bright light in the darkness. Many eyes looked her way, some with greedy intentions, which made people feel very uncomfortable. She remained calm. When she saw a man unwilling to give up and trying to climb up to grab her leg, she quickly whipped her whip and caught his head, swinging him away. Her incredible strength surprised many. The man was thrown several meters and fell heavily, not moving anymore. Curious, some people went to see him and found blood coming from his nose and mouth, looking as if he was about to die. They couldn't help but gasp. "You dare to kill someone?" It seemed like the man who had climbed the wall had found a reason to accuse Su Mian. His eyes were crazy as he said, "We all saw it. You can't deny it." Su Mian responded indifferently, "If I kill, I kill. Why deny? I'm not the first and I won't be the last." Her gaze on the man was very clear. The man looked at her in disbelief, but he was not easy to fool. He quickly realized her attitude and became fierce. "It's like someone's afraid to kill. I don't believe you can kill all of us alone." Since they knew there was not only a generator to cool the place but also stored food in this small yard, they couldn't hold back their madness anymore. Climbing over the wall was just the first step. Now that someone had died, they had even fewer worries. Su Mian saw the sharp glint in his eyes and knew he didn't have good plans. She watched the man suddenly run toward the main road and shouted loudly, "Everyone's hot and thirsty, right? Do you see that house across? Inside, there's just a young girl guarding the door. They have an engine and air conditioning. She hasn't come out to buy food or drinks for days, so there must be plenty of supplies inside, but they don't want us to go in. Honestly, we're almost dying of heat and thirst, and no one is stopping us. Why not go all out? If anyone wants to have some fun, just follow me inside. I can't stop you." Her bold words caught the attention of many people. Hearing that they could cool off, drink water, and escape the heat, many stood up immediately. They stopped looking exhausted from the sun and stared at Su Mian with eager eyes. Some even loudly asked, "Did we take over the small yard? Does that girl belong to us now?" "Of course. She dares to kill, so she's not a good person. Maybe it's time to pay her back." Encouraged by these words, more people became restless. Without needing further persuasion from the middle-aged man, a large group started heading toward the small yard.
Su Mian watched everything calmly.
Even without the middle-aged man's provocation, she had expected that one day these people would gather to attack her house. But she didn't expect their thoughts to be so wild. They're almost dying of thirst, yet their minds are still stuck on those disgusting ideas. As they stared at her with straightforward eyes, Su Mian's expression grew colder. Even the thorns beneath her feet seemed to tremble with her rising anger. The middle-aged man thought that leading a big crowd close to Su Mian might scare her, but unfortunately, he still saw no change in her face. When they got closer, Su Mian suddenly tore a thorn branch and jumped down the wall right in front of them. The man was pleased. "I thought you wouldn't be afraid. Looks like you know when to come down," but he didn't see the thorn branch in her hand start to grow rapidly. He turned to mock his companions, but before he could say anything, his partner seemed to see something terrifying. His mouth opened wide in shock, unable to speak, and he pointed at her in disbelief. Not only him, but the few people at the front froze in place. Their fierce attitude just moments ago seemed to be paused, eerily frozen in the same position. "What's wrong with you all?" The man looked curiously at his companion's hand, but in the moment he turned his head, a long, thorny vine shot through his forehead. The speed was so fast that the person nearby only felt something splatter across their face. But no one screamed. They watched as the thorny vine grew densely around the young girl, starting from the thickness of a finger, then thickening to the size of an arm, until the entire courtyard wall was covered with thorns. The vine quickly drained the man's blood. His body shriveled and flattened until it was completely wrapped and crushed by the thorns. Only a few pieces of torn cloth remained, and only then did everyone realize what had happened. Despite the scorching heat, the group felt a chill down their backs. The scene they saw was beyond normal understanding. Su Mian didn't stop there. She pretended to reach behind her and grabbed a vine she had previously disliked, an ugly-looking carnivorous flower vine, and casually planted it on the left side of the gate. She gently stroked the leaves and branches of the vine. Suddenly, the withered vine turned green again. The vine, which was only half a meter tall, quickly rooted, extended, and grew larger. In less than 3 minutes, the small courtyard walls were covered with flowering vines, and the few flowers on the vine burst into bloom one after another. Just as everyone was stunned by this strange sight, the beautiful flowers suddenly opened. A blood-red, toothy mouth bit the arm of the nearest man. The man could only scream in horror before being pulled toward the carnivorous flower. The others nearby didn't have time to grab him. The flower's branches and leaves wrapped around his limbs, twisting him into a ball, and then it bit off his head. Blood splattered everywhere, and only the crunching sound of tearing flesh remained. The sudden stop of the scream plunged those who had been shouting and retreating into a new kind of fear. "It's a monster. She's not human." The people behind realized what they had provoked. Frightened, they shouted this and turned to run. Food, drinks, none of that mattered now. Survival was all that mattered. With his warning, the remaining people became even more panicked. No one dared to fight back. They all ran away. Su Mian controlled the vines to catch the first few people who had threatened her. Amid shouts, screams, pleas, and cries, she took their lives. By the time the vines reached about 5 meters in front of the small house, everyone near the courtyard and even on the opposite street had already fled, leaving the area completely empty. The lively place was silent once again. Su Mian looked across the street at a group of players trembling and standing together. When they noticed her gaze, they hurriedly waved their hands, indicating that they were not involved. After a brief stare, seeing that Su Mian had no intention of attacking them, they seemed to relax and breathe a sigh of relief. They were not strangers. They were the players who saw a few young people stealing a generator that night, hoping to profit from the situation. This time, when they returned with the team and saw people gathering to confront Su Mian, they also had the idea of sharing the benefits. But their cautious nature made them dare not interfere, only watching from the side. Now, they were glad they did nothing. Even the teammate, who usually thought they were too careful, didn't dare to speak this time. After Su Mian entered the house, he even sat on the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead, unsure if he was hot or cold. "She scared me to death. She's so powerful." No one responded to him. It was clear that her strength was beyond just being powerful. Facing so many people calmly, even killing a few easily, showed she had done this many times before. Imagine a young girl with many abilities. Killing people was no longer a big deal for her. Isn't that terrifying enough? Can we still ask her for help? The person who asked was immediately shot down by everyone. Are you crazy? Our status is even worse than those locals. She's probably annoyed with us. If we go to her now, we might not even see her before she eats us. Remember, you said she's a strong player with her own attitude and might help with small favors. But that was before. Now she's killed so many people, and they're just eyeing her yard. Asking for help from them is no different from asking for trouble. He quickly added, we're already back. We can't go to the reservoir anymore, and the dungeon only has a few days left. Let's find a place to hide and wait for things to settle. The others nodded in agreement. Although the heat was tough, it didn't seem impossible to handle for now. Players testing the dungeon had experienced the temperature, which recently peaked at over 70 degrees Celsius around noon. Now, during the day and night, it's mostly stable at over 50 degrees. While still uncomfortable, as long as they kept their strength up and drank water in time, this temperature wouldn't be deadly. There were too many people everywhere, making it very hard to find a quiet spot. A group of people decided to go behind the house to a small hill. The hill had a special shape with many dips and holes. But they arrived too late. Others had the same idea, and all the shady places and holes were already taken. While resting, they overheard people talking about what had just happened. Some called the strange creature, that monster, sounding scared and confused. They didn't dare be angry. They probably understood that even if they took the yard, their small generator wouldn't last long, and they might end up wasting their effort. As for food, the villagers usually store grains. Besides the water shortage, food wasn't too hard to find. Since it was so hot, most people had little appetite, which saved some food. A few players looked around and finally found a spot on the edge of a cliff to rest. It was a little better than staying on the busy road. It was still hot, but the ground wasn't burning hot anymore. Wow, look at the forum! One player suddenly shouted, his face changing color. He looked up at the sky, acting strange, like he was lost in thought. The others glanced at him, thinking he was acting weird. But the player knew he was looking at the forum, so he opened it quickly. When he saw a post that made him gasp, the others also looked at the screen with worried faces. The post was about someone complaining during a heat wave in a game. They said it was the hottest few days they'd ever experienced, and they couldn't take it anymore. Posts like this appeared almost every day, mostly about different game challenges. Most people just chatted a little and asked about how bad the challenge was. Some had prepared in advance to avoid trouble, but they didn't gain much experience. This time, an experienced player who had been through a heatwave challenge replied. He first comforted the person, saying it was tough. Then, when asked about the temperature, he said it reached over 70 degrees Celsius. He added, "You're pretty lucky then." The experienced player said he had gone through a heat challenge where the temperature started at over 50 degrees. During the challenge, it reached around 70 degrees. The native people were smart and built underground shelters early on, so most of them moved underground to escape the heat. I thought it was over, but in the last few days of the dungeon, the temperature suddenly soared to over 90 degrees. The sudden rise in temperature caused many people to die, and the order that had just been established collapsed instantly. He said he doesn't want to remember those hellish scenes anymore. If he hadn't been afraid of dying, he would have exchanged for cooling clothes earlier. Otherwise, he would have been roasted alive. Did he mention that usually, dungeons that seem not too hard tend to become more difficult in the last few days? I have a bad feeling about this. The others reread the words of the veteran player, and the more they looked, the colder they felt. Comparing with him, they realized their situation was much easier. It's over for us. I don't have enough points to exchange for clothes. If it really gets to 90 degrees, can we survive? The host also asked about their worries. The veteran player took a long time to reply this time, but his words made everyone feel a bit better. That I was too scared back then. Now I think I should have endured a bit longer. Spending points is even more painful. He said that later. He met a few players who had cleared high-temperature dungeons. From them, he learned that while 90 degrees sounds terrifying, being in hot water at 90 degrees is a different matter. The same temperature can't be directly applied to human environments because water molecules are less dense and have less energy, so the effect isn't the same as boiling water at that temperature. In short, 90 degrees sounds scary, but it won't really burn people to death. It's more like roasting, but with proper protection, nothing serious will happen. Unless someone stays in that temperature for a long time, then either they adapt to the weather or everything will be destroyed, but that takes time. It sounds a bit more comfortable, but it's still pretty scary. Do you think we still have time to dig a hole now? This suggestion was naturally rejected. We haven't finished digging yet, and we'll be exhausted and dead. I plan to call a few more players, and we can buy a cooling device together. It's just burning points. With more people over a few days, we should be able to afford it. The cooling device is highly recommended in the dungeon shop. It's expensive, but not unaffordable. Its cost lies in the points it consumes, 200 points per hour. If not for this post, no one would dare to dream of it. But we can't have too many people. They need to have good character. Its cooling range is limited, and if we don't divide the work properly, it could cause more trouble. Meanwhile, the players were busy preparing strategies. On the other side, Su-mion also received a second warning from the system. The highest temperature will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Players should prepare for ultimate protection. This heat wave will last until the end of the dungeon. Sitting in her room and looking at her phone, Su-mion's expression grew calm. The system said the highest temperature would be close to 100 degrees. She had already sensed that the temperature in the dungeon didn't seem like typical high-temperature survival conditions. Now she understood what was waiting for her. If it starts tomorrow, she only needs to endure for 3.5 days to pass. Thinking about her stored supplies, she felt confident she could manage. Despite her words, Su-mion still prepared early. On the day the heat began, she woke up early and divided her room into 2 parts, leaving the side with most windows intact. The small space suddenly felt much cooler. Although she could only control the temperature to about 25 degrees from 16, breathing felt fresher and cooler. She then changed her plan for air conditioning. The generator would need to handle high temperatures, which could cause hardware damage. She didn't want to risk unnecessary problems. So, she assembled several backup engines and placed them in the space. She had already reserved a spot in the room for an ice basin and even left a convenient area for it. The bathroom was not far, but its larger size would likely increase the temperature. Since the water pipes were no longer working, she used some cat litter to absorb odors and kept supplies for 3 or 4 days. It was manageable. She decided not to take a bath if it got dirty, so be it. By noon, when the heat was at its peak, Su-mion kept a close eye on the thermometer outside the window. The outdoor temperature had already reached 64 degrees, though it might be influenced by the proximity of the air conditioner. She had connected a pipe from the outdoor unit through the window to spray water and cool the area, using ice water for better effect. At 3 p.m., when the temperature should have started to drop, today was noticeably different. People outside could feel the air becoming dry and hot, as if the air had stopped flowing, creating a feeling of being trapped in a stuffy room. By 3:30 p.m., everyone noticed the sky had changed color. It was a dull brown with a faint yellow tint, and everywhere looked foggy and heavy, as if sand and dust were frozen in the air. At 4 o'clock, the humans still exposed outside began to feel a stabbing pain on their skin. When they noticed something was wrong, their breathing became rapid. Slight movements caused sweating all over their bodies and a feeling of suffocation. Just 10 minutes later, their faces turned visibly red, and by then, they could no longer sweat. Most people who had run back to the village had not replenished their water in time. Now, with the temperature suddenly rising, their blood seemed to boil inside their bodies. It was a very uncomfortable and painful feeling. Some people didn't find a cooler place in time and fainted immediately. Others, realizing the situation was serious, had no strength left to help and started crowding into the depressions. Under the extreme heat, they ignored morals. Some even fought over spots, leading to bleeding incidents. Everywhere was chaotic, with sights of blood and dead bodies. Meanwhile, players who had already reached a hilltop were gathered under a large sunshade. The cooling device wasn't a typical machine. It was actually a large umbrella. It looked ordinary and nothing special, but anyone under the umbrella could enjoy a lower temperature. The players were glad they bought the umbrella after losing a lot of blood. However, they soon found out it had a hidden problem. The temperature adjustment depended on points. For example, to reach about 18 or 19 degrees, 200 points weren't enough. They needed to double that amount. Considering they still had 3 or 4 days left, a few of them pooled their points and spent 250 to enjoy the rare 30-degree, cool temperature. Yes, for players who had been suffering in the heat for days, 30 degrees felt like happiness. However, the point system sounded a bit unpleasant. The gap between levels was too large, so they could only accept this mockery. At the same time, near the resort hotel, a hellish scene unfolded. The fire hadn't been extinguished. Although it was smaller, it still caused the nearby temperature to rise sharply. They had hoped controlling the reservoir's ownership would help, making things better nearby, but no one expected the stable weather to suddenly turn hotter again. Many players were present, and some paid close attention to the temperature. They noticed the increase almost immediately as the indoor temperature started to rise. Although discovering something is useful, and even though it gives a strategic advantage, it is clear that this heat wave is unusual. When the temperature rose to 92 degrees, they were almost too scared to think. Things got worse for those near the fire source. At over 90 degrees, their senses felt even hotter. Unable to bear it, they ignored safety and water quality, rushing into the water like dumplings. Even though the water wasn't cold, it was much better than on land. But there were too many people. Before those in front could stabilize, the crowd behind pushed them deeper into the water. Some couldn't even struggle and were accidentally stepped on, drowning under the surface. Despite many drowning incidents, the crowd kept growing. Most players were frightened. Many couldn't swim and didn't want to take the risk. In the end, they looked at the shop. Some bought life pills, planning to revive themselves with full health if they were close to death. Though painful, it was a good way to save their lives. Others bought cooling devices, biting their lips and pooling their money. Some, unable to afford more points, chose extreme measures out of desperation. Su Mian, unaware of the outside situation, was sweating in her room. She said she was prepared, but the sudden rise in temperature made her feel hot. She only sweat from the heat. Every 30 minutes, she turned on the water pipe. She heard strange noises from the air conditioner several times but kept going. She also didn't miss the engine. Worried about water getting in, she chose a small watering spot. She guessed she would need to replace it by tomorrow. Then there were the plants at the door. Su Mian almost forgot about them. When the vines crawled through the door, she saw they had turned yellow. She took the chance to absorb their life force, daring to bring them into her space. Her sweat was the result, and she experienced firsthand what extreme heat feels like. It was very hot, breathing felt like it was being heated. She believed her body was strong, but stepping outside, she felt suffocated. She couldn't imagine how ordinary people could survive. After returning to her room, she saw that the room temperature had already reached about 50 to 60 degrees. She decisively took out a fan and placed several ice buckets, barely lowering the temperature a bit. Feeling still uncomfortable, she filled the room with more ice cubes around her. In the heat, the ice cubes in the room kept emitting white vapor. Although they melted quickly, the room finally cooled down. Su Mian avoided sweating from exercise and lay directly on the bed. Through a corner of the curtain, she looked at the yellowed sky, feeling stuffy inside. Even if she didn't go outside now, she knew the outside was like. No one can be completely cold-hearted, not even Su Mian herself. She was just used to protecting herself first, prioritizing her own interests. She always remembered her original goal of entering the survival game. She didn't want to waste this rare second chance at rebirth on unnecessary kindness, nor did she want to waste effort on useless copies. It sounds funny, but she was really saving the world. The process involved watching others' worlds fall apart. It's hard to accept, but after getting used to it, it's okay. She thought for a long time until she felt her mood was dragging her down. Su Mian decisively stopped her thoughts. Sitting up on the bed, she opened her phone and browsed the forum. There were fewer posts on the forum now. Because of the high-temperature damaging circuits, many people's phones had stopped working, so there was less communication. She looked at the latest post, updated an hour ago, which was a farewell letter from a 30-year-old single man. The content was very ordinary, but it made Soo Myeon feel uncomfortable. She scrolled through posts from several days or even dozens of days ago. Back then, people were still lively, even joking about the heat, saying how cool and carefree they would be afterward. Many agreed. Now, looking again, all the profile pictures of the posters had turned gray. Soon, Soo Myeon saw a familiar name. Owns a house and a car, seeking a caring man to provide a cool refuge, generous reward. There were many similar posts. The reason she opened this one was because the poster's name was Yang Xiao. The profile picture showed Yang Xiao covering half his face, pretending to be sad. The tone of the post was more like Zhenzhen's. He said he had an accident, leaving only himself and his mother. He owned a house and car, had substantial savings, and was hinting that he was looking for a partner. Many people replied below. Some asked for revealing photos. Zhenzhen actually posted a picture, but it was heavily edited and looked like a different person. Several men left their contact information, and Zhenzhen said she would private message them. The post was 10 days old. Soo Myeon saw someone say that a commenter was a scammer. He even privately messaged the original poster to warn them, but no one responded. It's likely the scammer was already tricked. Soo Myeon felt a little moved. She checked the small company Gu Xiaojun had started, but found it was listed for sale. Even their house was being sold through an agent, and this was just a few days after Gu Xiaojun's accident. It shows that the mother and son planned all this before Gu Xiaojun died. Such a mindset doesn't seem like they wanted to live a normal life with others. Fortunately, the two people she cared about most were gone. Soo Myeon wasn't interested in the fate of the mother and son anymore. She browsed a few more posts, then lazily switched to short videos. She wanted something light, but her phone started playing news about hospitals being overcrowded. Even with many scenes blurred, the situation looked terrible. The crying and shouting inside couldn't be drowned out by the background music. She scrolled for over 10 minutes, seeing similar scenes: pregnant women in urgent need of help during the heat wave, children too young to handle the heat, elderly people fainting and never waking up, and young people rushing to work but collapsing at their desks. There were countless such tragedies. The authorities mostly comforted everyone, saying not to be afraid. They claimed humans are very adaptable, and as long as they endure, their bodies will recover. Later, the talk started to drift into superstition, showing how the heat wave had already thrown the world into chaos. Soo Myeon had always been curious about one thing but never bothered to find out before. Now, her curiosity suddenly grew. When she called out to the system, she described her question. The system responded coldly. The host's concern will not affect the ending of this world. Since the first player entered the copy, this world has become a survival world. If lucky, encountering opportunities might allow it to return to normal after many years, but most worlds will end along with the world itself. Soo Myeon thought of a possibility. Has the world I entered already been destroyed? The system was silent for a moment. This question exceeds the host's inquiry permissions. No information can be provided.
Sumian Said.
Again, the same unhelpful answer. But Soo Myeon almost knew the outcome. Since she could meet Zhang Qian in the copy, who knew her, but they had never met before, it showed that the timeline of the copy was also chaotic. If there was an ending where the world was destroyed, she must have entered a point in time when the world still existed. Currently, she couldn't tell which copies had already ended, but even if she knew, it didn't matter. Opportunities like that didn't come by easily. She also asked herself, if there was a chance to take a risk and save a world that had nothing to do with her, could she do it? Soo Myeon found she had no answer. She thought she was selfish and cold, but at the same time, she felt sympathy for those humans who faced similar struggles. She was luckier, having a chance to change her fate, while they remained stuck in the same place, repeatedly suffering the destruction of their world. As she pushed herself into a near-depressive state again, Su Mian realized she was stuck in an endless loop. She decided to clear her mind and not think about anything. The air conditioner broke the next night due to the heat. Su Mian went out to get a new one. When she accidentally touched the old machine's shell, her hand burned and turned red. She looked outside. The sky was even more chaotic, with a dull yellow-brown color that made her feel heavy. She didn't stay long and simply replaced the generator with a new one before going back inside. Today, the indoor temperature was still set at 25 degrees Celsius, maintained by a lot of ice she used up. After wiping off her sweat, Su Mian took a basin of water and cleaned herself with a towel again. She touched her slightly hot cheek, avoided the air vent, and sat quietly for a while. She had never felt so anxious even when facing extreme cold. It turned out that high temperatures could also make her mood irritable. No one could escape that. On the third day of the heat, Su Mian's days remained relatively comfortable compared to others. To avoid thinking about all sorts of messy things, she read a book all day and ate only the best food, truly staying indoors and not stepping outside. On the day the copy was about to end, Su Mian timed it carefully. Half an hour before the end, she packed up everything she brought into the house. She walked out of the small yard sweaty, planning to face the tragedy directly in the last 20 minutes. The road was not as full of corpses as she had imagined. There were some bodies, but most of them were outside in the woods. Even if they knew they didn't have much time left, they probably wanted to find a comfortable place to rest. She didn't go toward the reservoir because the heat from the mountain fire was still there. The water in the reservoir was likely gone, and the situation was probably very bad. She also didn't see anyone at the village entrance. Su Mian followed the traces left behind and went to the back mountain. This time, Su Mian saw a large group of people before she got close. They were lying randomly on the ground. Some looked like they had already died, while others moved a little, but were close to death. Even though she had seen many people die in front of her before, she was still shocked by what she saw now. She looked up at the sky. Night had fallen, and the temperature had dropped a lot since daytime. The red moon looked like it was showing a hellish scene to everyone. She couldn't describe what she felt. She felt sorry for these people, but her face was mostly numb. Suddenly, she heard voices. She looked toward the sound and saw a huge sunshade first. She saw more than 10 people, their bodies close together, slowly moving toward her. They seemed lively and were arguing about something. When someone saw Su Mian at the foot of the mountain, the talking stopped. In this strange atmosphere, Su Mian's eyes met those of the group. Her dark eyes showed a hint of doubt. When she observed that these people didn't seem affected by the heat, her gaze finally landed on the sunshade. The players had wanted to finish the mission quickly and finally come down from the mountain to get some fresh air. But they didn't expect to meet Su Mian. In the past few days, they had been talking a lot about this mysterious, ruthless girl who kept to herself. They discussed her among themselves and even vented on forums about what they saw. But because they knew so little about Su Mian, many people thought they were just talking nonsense. They mostly spent their days arguing and fighting with other players to pass the time. Now that they saw her in person, they felt a little guilty for no reason. Thinking there was no real conflict between them, they exchanged glances and nervously walked past her. Just as they were about to leave the mountain and breathe a sigh of relief, a voice came from behind them. "Is this umbrella good?" "Yes, very good." I didn't expect Su Mian to start talking to them. A player who had seen Su Mian a few times bravely responded, "It's just that it costs a lot of points. We chose 30 degrees, which costs 250 points per hour." When she saw the number of points she mentioned, the girl looked surprised and curious. She immediately wanted to slap herself for mentioning the 250 points again, as it made them seem foolish. Su Mian didn't think these people were foolish. She was just surprised that this item used points that varied with temperature. At first, she was interested, but now she had lost that interest. Seeing that these people felt uncomfortable and wary around her, Su Mian didn't speak anymore. She walked along a small path at the foot of the mountain, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. After realizing Su Mian had finally left, the players all sighed in relief. Is this what it feels like to face a big boss? I almost suffocated, afraid she might kill me with a flick. I've barely managed to hold on until now. Everyone felt the same. They found it strange because she looked small and harmless, but when they looked into her eyes, they felt unexpectedly scared. They thought they should have asked her name earlier. Even if they couldn't be friends, knowing her name would help them avoid her next time. They were worried that if she changed her face, they might offend her without knowing, and that would be the end. But thinking about their recent encounter, they all felt too scared to speak. Fortunately, they knew the big boss liked to use a whip and play with fire. They thought that if they ever met someone with similar abilities and habits, it was best to say nothing and run away. Soo-mi-yeon endured 20 minutes in the hot environment and drew a not-so-good conclusion. She believed that if she kept this temperature for a long time, not to mention people with strong bodies, most others wouldn't last long. Especially since they hadn't heard about the underground shelter announced by the country, she felt the world was already in danger. Just before leaving, she couldn't help but look at the bright red moon. Suddenly, everything went black, and a system voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations, the host has completed the side mission. You earned 100 points. After waiting for a while and not hearing the system's voice again, Soo-mi-yeon felt a bit strange. It was the first time she heard such a simple system notification, but she thought since she hadn't done much in this world, not receiving any special rewards was normal. I haven't forgotten the 9 frozen items. Soo-mi-yeon recalls their functions and chooses a health-boosting pill. This pill is said to strengthen the body's immune system and improve physical fitness, helping the user adapt faster and eliminate negative external effects. Before experiencing this challenge, Soo-mi-yeon always thought her physical condition was good. However, the suffocating heat made her realize her weaknesses. She is still an ordinary person. Even with special tools that give her powers and increase her strength and body resilience, it's not enough to safely complete the remaining challenges. Item activated and extended successfully. 100 points used. Current points balance 112,000. After the system's voice finished, Soo-mi-yeon found she was holding something. She couldn't see clearly, but she could feel it was a small yellow bean-sized pellet. It had no taste. Without much hesitation, she put it in her mouth, and it melted instantly. She waited a while. Besides feeling warmer, she had no other reaction. But she could still feel her body becoming more relaxed. The endless void always maintained a comfortable temperature that suited her body. Having just experienced the heat, even after returning to her original form, Soo-mi-yeon still enjoyed this comfort. She lay down on the ground and looked back on everything that happened in the challenge. She felt like she had never experienced so many emotions before, so much that she wondered if she might have a mental health issue. The darkness seemed to soothe her restless mind. Soo-mi-yeon decided to rest, and soon she fell asleep. She had another dream. She was in a completely white room. The walls and electronic monitors surrounded her, with a control panel directly in front. There were many familiar and unfamiliar instruments, with jars of various sizes on shelves beside them. Inside the jars, things were covered in green moss, and she could vaguely see something moving. Suddenly, a beep sounded from the wall. An invisible door appeared on the otherwise seamless wall. A group of people entered the room, all wearing the same white coats, with serious expressions. Soo-mi-yeon noticed they all gathered around a young girl with a ponytail. She looked very young, with very fair skin, but her expression was cold. Dr. Soo, the new medicine we developed is very effective. Soon, we might be able to completely remove these excess plants, they said. The person spoke with a very excited tone, but was interrupted by a cold voice. You're too happy too soon. I had someone test it, and the potion still doesn't work on high-level plants. Soo-mi-yeon saw the Dr. Soo take a clear box containing a small, twisting plant seedling. She pointed at the glass with her finger, her gaze seeming even colder than before. Disgusting thing. One day, I will make sure you all disappear from this world. Soo-mi-yeon watched this group of people study the seedling again. She was sure they were in a mutated world, but she didn't know exactly when. Just as she was about to look closer at the date on the top, a flash of white light appeared in front of her. Everything around her started to change shape. It was as if a big hand forcibly pulled her out of the room. When she regained her senses, she was standing in front of a pure white building. The round roof was made of an unknown material, looking beautiful and grand. Everything here seemed to be replaced by high technology. She saw many well-equipped soldiers coming out of hidden electronic doors, then walking along a white road to a tall wall on one side. What surprised Su Mian even more was that, somehow, the wall suddenly became transparent. She saw floating, transparent diamond-shaped patterns in the air and the world behind them. It was a lush green forest. The forest kept about 50 meters away from the wall, and there was a clear boundary between them, with no overlap. She also saw soldiers pouring a green liquid into a container, then sprinkling the diluted liquid on the ground outside the wall. Suddenly, a strange scene happened. The plants seemed to sense some danger and moved back in unison. She seemed to understand why the boundary was so precise. Although she didn't know what year it was, she was happy that humans had developed this technology and even gained the ability to fight mutated plants. She also thought of the young female doctor from earlier. For some reason, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. Before she could think more about it, everything suddenly went dark. When she regained consciousness, she was back in the endless void. Su Mian remained lying on the ground without moving. She realized that whenever she slept here, she would dream about the worlds she had experienced in the game. Although the system mocked her for overthinking, Su Mian felt that everything she saw was very real, not like a dream. She even thought that what she saw might be the future of the world after leaving the copy. As for what she didn't dream of, Su Mian didn't dwell on the negative. "Host, do you want to enter the next copy?" Maybe because Su Mian hadn't responded for a while, the system couldn't wait and asked proactively. Su Mian still didn't move. Wait a little longer. The last world left her with many feelings. She wanted to sort out her emotions here, so they wouldn't affect her next task. She knew she wasn't a very emotional person. Recently, doing many copies and seeing human tragedies so often had affected her. And there was the loneliness she felt just before leaving. She had been alone in the apocalypse for so long and never felt lonely, but one copy made her feel this way, which was very bad. Host. Su Mian didn't know how long she had been resting. The system's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of hesitation. "Just because I haven't started the task doesn't mean I won't. You don't need to rush me," Su Mian said with a frown, a little impatient. The system recognizes that the host needs help. Based on the host's seriousness and cooperation in previous copies, the system has decided to offer a guidance program. This program requires entering the copy to activate. Please make good use of it. Su Mian didn't think twice. "I don't need it." It seemed the system was playing the role of a human therapist now. Rather than being guided, she preferred to be alone and feel her emotions. The program has been issued. The host cannot cancel the choice. Please enter the game as soon as possible. Su Mian. So, the guidance was a lie, and urging her to start the copy quickly was the real goal. Please do not maliciously interpret the system. Su Mian was even more speechless. If it didn't want her to say anything, fine, but to control her thoughts was too much. Due to the host's strong dissatisfaction with the system will automatically enter update mode. To enter the copy, the host can silently say, "Enter." Update mode is now active. Estimated duration, 5 days. Su Mian. Without the system speaking in her ear, everything around her fell silent again. Su Mian, with nothing to do, looked at her space and stored a batch of ripe fruits on the shelves. Then she planted rice seeds. She had never tried growing rice before and didn't know if the taste would be as special as the fruits. After finishing these tasks, she organized her inventory. She wanted to count everything, but there were too many items to keep track of, so she gave up. Luckily, she sorted the items by type each time she restocked, making it easier to find things. She worked for a while and then felt satisfied with her progress. She looked around at the dark surroundings. The place was good for resting, but not for staying long. She felt like her eyes were about to go blind. Sighing, she silently thought, "Enter the new copy." Almost as soon as she finished these words, a familiar feeling of her soul shifting came over her, and the surroundings brightened. When she opened her eyes, she hadn't yet seen clearly where she was. Su Mian saw a basin on her head. She instinctively stepped back, but bumped into something. At the same time, water from the basin splashed onto her. Even though she dodged, she still got soaked. Outside, she heard girls laughing and mocking her. I bet she's laughing right now. She's become a real drenched chicken. Let's see how she still tries to attract attention. At that moment, Su Mian realized she was in a bathroom. The weather was a bit cold. She was only wearing a short-sleeve shirt. She touched her forehead and felt the lingering fever. The few steps she moved just now made her legs feel sore and stiff. She guessed she hadn't been here long. The girls outside were still talking proudly, saying no one would help her all night and telling her to stay away from Chio-chun. Since taking on this identity, Su Mian had heard the name Chio-chun many times. Every time she heard it, her heart felt heavy and sore. These were leftover feelings from her body. Su Mian didn't rush to leave. Just now, she received an alert. Heavy rain crisis has begun. Please take precautions to avoid a second crisis and save your life. What is the second crisis? Su Mian had never heard of such a thing before. It sounded serious, but she still wanted to understand what was happening to her body. Ignoring the sounds outside, Su Mian closed her eyes and recalled her memories. In less than 3 minutes, she opened her eyes again, feeling sorry for the poor girl she had become. The head of the family is named Songwon. She is just 19 years old and a second-year college student. The young girl has had very bad luck. Her family comes from the mountains, and it was only in recent years that their conditions improved. At the beginning of the year, Songwon's parents were in a car accident and died instantly. Since the other driver was at fault, Songwon received a substantial compensation. Normally, Songwon, being 19, should be able to support herself even while still in school. With the compensation money, even if her younger brother becomes seriously ill and needs ongoing care, she should be able to manage comfortably. However, she was very protected by her family and didn't understand how money could influence people. After the accident, her uncle's family, who hadn't been close before, moved nearby under the pretense of caring for her. At first, they lived separately, but later they found it inconvenient. They claimed they could save on rent and buy her some health supplements, so they moved into the luxurious top-floor apartment that her parents had worked hard to buy. Songwon didn't know how to refuse. She went to school during the day and visited her brother at the hospital when she had free time. When her polite refusals failed, the situation was simply settled without much thought. In fact, the house her family bought wasn't in a very good location. It was on the top floor, which was high up, and although the decoration looked grand and beautiful, it had many problems. But no matter how many issues there were, owning a sizable apartment in the city was something many people could only dream of for their whole lives. For example, her uncle Song Mingguang's family. Although Songwon was cautious, she was not very good at expressing herself. Every time she tried to explain something, she failed and was instead drawn into her uncle's family's schemes. However, she was not completely naive. She kept her money in the bank, claiming she didn't trust carrying cash and preferred to keep it safe, which kept her away from her uncle and the many relatives who suddenly appeared asking for loans. But she never expected that she would still be harmed by her own family. In fact, she was framed and made to take the blame by her cousin Song Jejia, who caused her downfall. Jejia was quite pretty and liked her senior, Chio-chun, from the first day of school. However, her family was not well off, and Chio-chun was a local. Deep down, she wanted someone who was not necessarily wealthy, but at least settled locally. Initially, Jejia's pursuit of Chio-chun was a back-and-forth game of enjoying and rejecting, which seemed unlikely to lead anywhere. But after seeing the luxurious apartment that Songwon's family owned, Jejia developed other plans. She took advantage of Songwon's absence, discussed with her family, and brought Chio-chun to Songwon's house, claiming that her family was still renovating and had not yet shown him the place because they felt it was not presentable. Chio-chun didn't expect that this junior girl really owned a house locally. Although she was very picky, it wasn't impossible to get along with her. The two of them started dating. After they began their relationship, Song Jejia kept a close watch on Chio-chun. But he was the kind of person who flirted everywhere without taking responsibility. This led to a silent understanding among the girls. Since everyone liked him, no one should expect special treatment. One day, Chio-chun announced he was dating someone. The girls immediately started asking who it was. Song Jejia had liked Chio-chun for many years. She knew how ruthless these girls could be. She had been pushed to drop out of school and even stripped and left on the grass in broad daylight. She had seen it once and still felt scared. She didn't want to give up on Chio-chun, but she also didn't want to get hurt. So she came up with a bad idea. She deliberately spread the rumor that Chio-chun's girlfriend was Song-won, claiming that Song-won had been pestering him to be her boyfriend. She even created a fake coincidence, showing both of them arriving at Song-won's house one after the other. Unaware that she had become the scapegoat, Song-won was confused and was suddenly beaten up. At the same time, the hospital called to say her brother was in danger and might not last long. She wanted to see her brother, but had no time to deal with these people. Her reaction was seen as defiance. They grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into the bathroom of the under-instruction teaching building. They said they would give her a chance, call anyone except Chio-chun. If someone came to help her, they would let her go. She couldn't call the police. In this big city, there were many people, but Song-won had no close friends or caring family. The only person she thought of was Song Jejia, who had shown concern earlier. So she decided to call her. She briefly explained her situation, hoping her cousin would help her. But instead of help, she received only an apology. Feeling guilty, Song Jejia told her the truth. Only then did Song-won realize she had been beaten up for her cousin. I'm really scared. They didn't hold back. I was just with Chio-chun and didn't want to cause him trouble. Please, Won-won, help me this time. I'll be very grateful. Song-won was silent. The girls outside the door were still laughing and waiting for her answer. Seeing her expression, they laughed even more. In the end, she didn't refuse. She only asked Song Jejia to go to the hospital to see her brother and to have her younger cousin or her uncle come pick her up. Song Jejia agreed and hung up the phone. But she didn't expect that no one would come to pick her up all night. Before leaving, those girls took her phone and coat, pushed her into the water pool several times, and then locked her in a bathroom stall, blocking the door with a wooden stick. The weather was cold, and it was raining outside. The renovated bathroom was not windproof. Song-won curled up in the corner, hoping that someone would come. She tried to push the door, but it wouldn't open. There was nothing to stand on inside, so she had to give up. Late at night, she felt very hot and dizzy. She wanted to call for help but had no strength. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Maybe she didn't realize how weak she was. She just slept and never woke up again. After recalling Song-won's memories, Soo Mi-yeon felt that the girl had died feeling very frustrated. She didn't see her brother, and she didn't even get to enjoy the compensation money before she died. It's obvious that once she's gone, those things will fall into someone else's hands. There was movement at the door. Soo Mi-yeon knew the girls hadn't left yet. She looked up, just in time to see the bathroom door open from outside. Several stylish girls stood at the door, looking at Soo Mi-yeon and whispering, "This suits you better. It's still raining outside. Let me think, if you appeared like this at school, many people would enjoy seeing it." One girl cheerfully reached out to pat Soo Mi-yeon's head, just like yesterday. But before she could touch her, Soo Mi-yeon grabbed her finger with her hand. She expressionlessly pushed her back, causing a crisp sound that silenced everyone's laughter, leaving only the girl's loud scream. The others tried to pull the girl away, but Soo Mi-yeon was faster. She pulled her over and threw her backward. The girl hit the door of the stall with a heavy thud and let out another scream. There were only 5 of them in total. Yesterday, each of them had attacked her. Although they didn't intend to kill, their actions were even worse than murder. What's more, the cause of this behavior was a man who was completely useless except for his face. Soo Mi-yeon looked at the other 4 women who were stunned by her actions and slowly stepped forward. Maybe because she looked very different from yesterday, or because her expressionless, disheveled appearance was frightening, the girls instinctively stepped back. Soo Mi-yeon looked at them. Weren't you guys pretty fierce when you hit me yesterday? Why are you so timid today? Most people can't handle being provoked, especially when the person in front of them is someone they've already fought before. Feeling humiliated, the four of them instantly became angry. They shouted, "How dare you talk to us like that? Have you forgotten how you begged for mercy yesterday?" They usually liked to bully others. Hitting people was easy for them, and they had plenty of experience. When their anger flared up, they forgot how fierce Soo Mi-yeon had been to their friends just moments ago. They rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. Their plan was the same as usual: grab hair first, kick, and then surround her. No matter how she fought back, she wouldn't escape. But as soon as they moved, everything changed instantly. Before the girl grabbing hair could reach Soo Mi-yeon, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her scalp. Soo Mi-yeon, who was standing in front, had already moved behind her. She grabbed her ponytail and pulled, causing the girl to scream in pain. Soo Mi-yeon dragged her into the nearby room and threw her inside. The girl with the injured finger tried to stand up and leave, but was pushed back. Both girls cried out in pain. The other two froze in place, unsure what to do. But Soo Mi-yeon didn't give them a chance to react. She grabbed the nearest girl by her collar with force and dragged her over. She slapped her hard across the face. The girl, furious, glared at her. "You." Before she could finish, Soo Mi-yeon slapped her again, this time on the other cheek. She said calmly, "You like slapping people, right? I have to say, hitting feels pretty good." Soo Mi-yeon's strength was much stronger than yesterday. With each slap, the girl's words became unclear. Soon, her face was swollen like a bun. As usual, after being thrown into the room, she forgot to get up. The remaining two girls saw that things were getting serious and tried to run, but Soo Mi-yeon stopped them. She didn't rush to attack. Instead, she locked the bathroom door and slowly walked back. Seeing her actions, the two girls swallowed hard. Even now, they couldn't believe it. How could the person who was beaten and scolded yesterday suddenly change? Were they so scared after being locked up all night that they lost their minds? Soo Mi-yeon didn't give them time to think. Mimicking how they fought Song Won yesterday, she grabbed one of them with one hand. Realizing Soo Mi-yeon's incredible strength, the two girls' eyes filled with terror. But their revenge, long overdue, wouldn't be skipped just because they were scared. Soo Mi-yeon first kicked one girl in the stomach, then pulled off another girl's jacket. She stepped on the tattooed shoulder of one girl and bent down to slap her several times. These were things Song Won had experienced before. Soo Mi-yeon only did the same to others, doubling the pain. She didn't hit with full force, just enough to make the two girls cry and bleed from their mouths. Then she threw them into the bathroom together. 5 people crowded into one stall, which was very tight. Since everyone was hurt, even a small movement could hurt others, causing screams and complaints. The atmosphere was far from friendly. They were no longer good friends. It wasn't until Soo Mi-yeon closed the bathroom door that they realized and tried to push it open. But the door was weak and hard to open, especially since Soo Mi-yeon had blocked it with something. She looked around inside and found an abandoned cement bucket. She connected a water pipe to fill it with water, then poured the water into the bathroom. The girls inside screamed in surprise. The small space left no room to hide, and each girl was splashed with water. Soo Mi-yeon poured 5 buckets of water, trying to share equally. When the girls started begging and crying, she finished her work, threw down the buckets, and said to the people inside, "Chio Chen's girlfriend is Song Jia, a third-year finance student. Don't get it wrong." Then she took out her phone from the stolen jacket, forced the password, and took a few photos inside the bathroom. She posted them in various group chats where the girls were, then found Chio Chen's account and sent a message asking where he was, planning to surprise him. He responded with a location in less than 3 seconds. It was the second-floor restaurant of the school's number 2 building cafeteria. Soo Mi-yeon calmly put away her phone, looked at her reflection in the small mirror in the bathroom, and tidied her hair. She found a long-sleeved shirt and jeans that fit, then changed her clothes completely. Before leaving, she looked back at the silent building that had taken the life of a 19-year-old girl. Her actions weren't to seek revenge or ask for anything from the other side, but simply to vent her anger. Outside, the rain was heavy. Soo Mion held a black umbrella and left the quiet alley, blending into the crowd, looking unremarkable. A few boys without umbrellas passed by, cursing the weather while happily hiding under pedestrians' umbrellas. Most of the girls who were forced to help didn't dare to refuse and even exchanged contact information with them. Soo Mion felt someone approaching and quickly switched the umbrella to her other hand, speeding up her steps. Isn't it just sharing an umbrella, Junior? Do you have to hide so quickly? A boy who missed his chance was momentarily stunned. His friends teased him openly about his lack of charm. Watching the straight back ahead, the boy followed again. What made him speechless was that no matter how fast he moved, the figure ahead always stayed one step ahead. By the time he reacted, she had already reached the cafeteria, and he had been soaked in the rain all along. He saw the girl, whose face he couldn't see before, close her umbrella. Her hair was a little wet, and her profile was very pretty. She carried her still-dripping umbrella and went straight into the cafeteria. Curious, the boy couldn't help but follow her inside. He watched her go up to the second floor, and then followed again. Unexpectedly, she stopped in front of a group of boys, who looked familiar, Chio-chun and his friends from the same department. His heart sank. Chio-chun and his friends were all good-looking. To be honest, most girls they liked would end up liking Chio-chun and the others. But these girls seemed bewitched. They couldn't see Chio-chun's flirtatious side and kept getting close to him, making the boys feel both jealous and envious. His good friend's message asking about his progress came through on his phone. The boy sighed, about to reply, when he heard a scream. He instinctively looked over, and what he saw stunned him. The girl not only flipped Chio-chun's food but also poured a bowl of soup on his head. Probably never having been treated like this by a girl before, Chio-chun was stunned. His roommates nearby exaggeratedly teased, "Wow, is this a bad love curse?" Soo Mion looked down at the angry man. She lifted Chio-chun's chin with her umbrella handle and, in his incredulous gaze, coldly mocked, "You have a good face, but you're not a good person. You and Song Jejia are truly a perfect match. She made me take the blame, and you want me to get beaten up for her. Am I wrong to do this?" At this moment, Soo Mion was pulling on his chin, and he felt even more humiliated. He reached out to push her hand, but unexpectedly, he didn't move it. Seeing that many people had already turned to watch, he became angry and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't blame me for the quarrel between Song Jejia and Song Won. What you said has nothing to do with me." Soo Mion didn't say anything about the matter, but she was sure it was unrelated. It was obvious she knew that Song Won had been beaten up by her admirer, who mistook her for Song Jejia. Actually, Soo Mion came to test whether he approved of Song Jejia's actions. When Song Won called Song Jejia, the other person asked her for help and even said she would ask Chio-chun to help too. No one knew that Song Won had a good impression of Chio-chun, whom she had only met a few times. But it wasn't love. She just liked his looks. She usually didn't care about conflicts among girls and didn't know much about Chio-chun's background. She didn't even expect to get involved with him. But the only thing that got tangled was her own life, so Chio-chun was not innocent. Soo Mion, who was good at observing, had now confirmed that Chio-chun knew what was going on. She guessed that maybe, without Song Jejia saying anything, her admirers would just talk about it for fun. Guys, after all, like it when girls get jealous or even fight over them. Even if they say they don't want that, they secretly enjoy it. Although Soo Mion hadn't interacted much with Chio-chun, his proud look and various gestures showed he was all show. Thinking of this, she kicked Chio-chun's chair over. The chairs in the second-floor restaurant were individual, but not very spacious. When she kicked, he and the chair fell backward onto the tables behind him, then hit the ground hard. Her roommates finally saw that Soo Mion was not someone to mess with and stopped watching with a teasing smile. One went over to help him up, while another pretended to comfort Soo Mion. "Junior, Chio-chun might have handled things poorly, but he's definitely not the type to incite bullying. Just say a few words to him if you have a problem. Hitting someone is going too far." "Too far? You guys must be inexperienced." Soo Mion didn't even look at the person speaking. She grabbed the just stand-up Chio-chun and pulled him in front of her with great strength. The roommate trying to help him couldn't even move him. Chiu Chen's back was still sore from the fall, and suddenly, he was pulled by the collar. His dignity was severely trampled. He also lost his temper, grabbing Su Mion's hand in return. "I don't hit women, but you've crossed the line." A strong statement usually means someone is ready to fight back. The roommate told him to stay calm, but Chiu Chen couldn't. He had lost face, and if he didn't regain control now, he wouldn't be able to stay in school. However, his attempt to look confident by raising his fist failed. Before he could even punch, Su Mion pressed his hand back with. He was determined and pushed harder, his face turning red, but he still didn't throw a punch. Su Mion mocked him, saying, "I thought you had some skills." Then she pointed her finger like a fist and said calmly, "Let me show you how to punch." Chiu Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Just as he was about to speak, a strong wind hit him, and her fist landed on his side face. The pain made him cry out in surprise. Su Mion let go at that moment, and he staggered back a few steps, covering his face, shocked and angry at her. The other roommates nearby were stunned. "Wow, this is amazing. I need to record this for everyone," said a guy who came with Su Mion, already taking out his phone to record. Su Mion ignored the looks from others around her. She moved her wrist again, ready to fight. Chiu Chen, feeling embarrassed and angry, tried to dodge, saying, "You're still coming?" But he couldn't escape from Su Mion. Before he could run downstairs, she grabbed his clothes and threw him back. He was tossed onto the ground like trash. He kept trying to run away, but her fist was already coming down again. Everyone watching was stunned. No one expected that a girl who looked fragile and weak could be so fast and fierce. They heard that Chiu Chen was vice president of the martial arts club, yet now he couldn't even defend himself. All they could hear was the sound of fists hitting flesh. It didn't hurt them directly, but it felt like they were getting hit themselves. At first, they thought Chiu Chen must have done something terrible to make the girl so angry and hit him. Now they thought unless it was something huge, this beating wasn't worth it. His roommates wanted to help, but before they could step in, Su Mion looked behind her and said coldly, "If you want to get beaten, just come over." Chiu Chen's hope faded as he saw his roommates hesitate. He truly regretted agreeing to help Song Jejia hide that she was his girlfriend. Su Mion kept hitting Chiu Chen until his face was unrecognizable, then stopped and asked again, "Now, can you tell me who your girlfriend is?" "Yes, it's Song Jejia." "Are you aware that your admirers were misled by Song Jejia and came after me?" "Yes, I am aware." "Should I hit you again?" Chiu Chen, who was unable to fight back under Su Mion's fist, dared not lie. He answered honestly, and even started crying. "Yes, I should." He felt like he was about to be beaten to death. Why hadn't the security guards come yet? Chiu Chen didn't know that outside, it was pouring rain. Several drains on campus were clogged, and water was starting to accumulate. For student safety, the guards had been called to clear the drains. It wasn't until Su Mion left, after confirming she had gone out the cafeteria door, that her roommates quickly called an ambulance. When the paramedics carried him away on a stretcher, the people around couldn't help but sigh and watch. Those who didn't know the situation asked questions, and once they learned the truth, they looked shocked. Chiu Chen wasn't actually unconscious and was even happy to be saved, but when he passed by the people talking about him and heard their discussions, he fainted out of anger. Su Mion had carefully controlled her strength, so she wasn't worried about Chiu Chen's life. After leaving the school, she took a taxi home. The building where Su Mion lived had 33 floors, and her apartment was on the 33rd. The door used an electronic lock. Su Mion used some tools to replace the lock, then found a matching lock cylinder in her space and swapped it out. It looked a bit mismatched, but the material was good and very sturdy. After changing the lock, Su Mion entered her apartment. The Song family hadn't moved out yet, and the place was filled with their belongings. Not only was Songwon's parents' room occupied, but Songwon's own room had also been forcibly shared with Song Jejia. Seeing this messy scene, Su Mion immediately called a cleaning service to come and tidy up. The rain outside had not let up. When Su Mion returned, the driver had already increased the fare. The housekeeping service also said it was troublesome to send someone out in the rain, so Su Mion paid up front, trusting they would do a good job and satisfy her. Sure enough, within half an hour, the housekeeping staff arrived. There were over a dozen people dressed uniformly, looking very organized. Even the neighbors downstairs were alarmed and came to take a look. Soo Mi-yeon took charge, instructing them to clear all the belongings that didn't belong to Song-won's family into the living room. When they started, she realized that Song Mingwang's family had brought over decades of belongings. It was clear they had no plans to leave anytime soon. "Miss Song, where should we put these things?" she asked. The pile in the living room was already difficult to navigate. Soo Mi-yeon remembered that before moving in, Song Mingwang had rented a house nearby in the same neighborhood. According to the lease, it hadn't expired yet, but it was farther back, so leaving the neighborhood required a detour. Of course, Soo Mi-yeon wouldn't just send everything back there. Leaving the items outside the door would only hinder her movement. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a good idea. An hour later, Soo Mi-yeon paid the housekeeping company the remaining balance and gave the workers an extra 100 yuan as a tip for their hard work. Everyone was very happy and said they would contact her company again for future jobs. Some even handed her their personal cards, which Soo Mi-yeon accepted. After they left, she looked back at the house, now clean and tidy, and felt a sense of relief. However, after all her busy work, she was surprised that the Song family hadn't appeared at all. She checked the time. It's 3:30 p.m. The rain outside was still falling, and it had even gotten heavier. Knowing the rain wouldn't stop, Soo Mi-yeon definitely wouldn't stay at home doing nothing. She locked the door and left a small, unusual vine-shaped charm near the lock. The house was just cleaned, and she knew the Song family wouldn't come back. As long as they dared to tamper with the lock, Soo Mi-yeon wouldn't be polite. Her first stop was the local wholesale market. It took over 40 minutes by car, but once she arrived, she found it was worth it. The market had many items, with clear signs and directions. Soo Mi-yeon headed straight to the rain gear shop, buying a batch of raincoats, umbrellas, waterproof boots, waterproof jackets, and motorcycle covers, everything she could use. The boss noticed she was generous and offered a discount. She also mentioned that it had been raining a lot recently. Their store had received a batch of dryers, both large and small, so they weren't worried about clothes not drying. There were also moisture-proof powders in bags and barrels. She said they were all from direct suppliers, better than overly packaged products on the market and cheaper too. Although she knew the other person was trying to sell something, after seeing the product's effectiveness, Soo Mi-yeon felt she really needed it. The city wasn't near the coast, but long periods of rain would cause houses to get damp. Soo Mi-yeon had lived in a humid room before and experienced the feeling of heavy rain outside and a leaky roof. She didn't like that sticky, damp feeling everywhere. She bought a batch of moisture-proof powders, desiccants, and a portable small drying machine. Then she was taken directly to the warehouse to pick up her goods. Soo Mi-yeon noticed that only the main gate had surveillance cameras nearby. She used the excuse of going to start her car but actually went to the storage space to get a small, unregistered truck and drove it over. The workers helped load the goods. After she paid, most of the items were already loaded. She drove the truck to a place without cameras, stored the items in her space, and then returned to the market. This time, she went to a store recommended by the boss, mainly selling inflatable boats. In her first space, she didn't have much room, and the island store didn't have many supplies either. Compared to other items, the stock of boats was limited. Since inflatable boats fold up small, she bought over 100. Before leaving, she heard the boss's family also sold small motorboats. She took their contact info, planning to check them out later. Her space did have a few jet skis, but they were few and simple in style. If she had enough money, she would buy whatever she could. Following that, Soo Mi-yeon bought more high-powered flashlights, power banks, and windproof lighters. Even with her abilities, she knew sometimes she needed to hide her powers, especially since these items were very cheap. Before she knew it, it was late. After buying several more loads of supplies, she prepared to head back. She still took a taxi home. On the way, she wondered if she had missed anything. Halfway there, her phone rang. The caller ID didn't show a name. She remembered leaving her phone number with the security guard before leaving, asking him to call that number if anyone looked for her. She guessed it might be someone from the Song family. Sure enough, when she answered, the guard politely said, "Miss Song, can you come back now? Your great-uncle and his family are causing trouble at our gate." Soo Mi-yeon's eyes flickered slightly. She knew what the other person was upset about because she had told the security guard that they no longer lived in the house, and their belongings were stored in the empty underground parking lot of the community. Maybe hearing this news was hard for them to accept. Faintly, she could hear some noise coming from her phone. The security guard probably made a secret call. When he heard she would be back in about 10 minutes, he hung up. When Soo Mi-yeon returned, she was 10 minutes later than expected. The roads were flooded, and several sections were closed for cleaning. The driver took a longer route to bring her back, and the fare was naturally higher than usual. From afar, the security guard saw Soo Mi-yeon and ran out holding an umbrella. I couldn't stop them. They said they want to go upstairs and break the lock, and they even found someone to unlock it. You should go check. Is this really your uncle? How could he do such a thing? The Song family had recently moved in, but they were kind and friendly, and the security guard knew them. Hearing the guard's concern about whether she wanted someone to accompany her, Soo Mi-yeon declined. The more people there were, the more it affected her focus. When she went upstairs, there were quite a few people gathered at the door. Besides the Song Mingguang family, there was also a couple dressed unusually. Neighbors at the stairway were peeking up. When they saw Soo Mi-yeon come out of the elevator, their curiosity grew even more. At this moment, Song Mingguang was shouting something. The locksmith stood in front of him, looking furious, with one hand bleeding. "Anyway, you have to pay me. Can't even open the lock and you're asking for money? Your hand is injured because of your poor skills. This whole thing is a mess, and I have a right to complain." Song Mingguang didn't expect his niece to play such a trick on him. His family had just come out of the hospital when they learned that their belongings had been moved to the underground parking lot, and they couldn't stay in his niece's house anymore. While unlocking the door, he was pricked by something, and the locksmith couldn't open the lock. His hand was injured, and now he even wanted to extort money. The more Song Mingguang thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed the locksmith and wouldn't let go. Until Song Mi-yeon's aunt saw Soo Mi-yeon coming out of the elevator, her eyes lit up. Song Mi-yeon is back. People at the door looked over. Soo Mi-yeon stepped forward and said to the locksmith, "This is my house. Opening the lock without verifying identity is illegal. But I have other things to do now, so I won't pursue this. You can leave." The locksmith looked at Soo Mi-yeon and then at Song Mingguang, confused and stunned. Song Mingguang was not willing to give up. "Song Won, what do you mean? You agreed on something, but now you're changing your mind? Not only are you moving our things out, but you also changed the locks. Do you no longer consider me your uncle?" Also, about the locksmith, he couldn't open the lock, and he hurt his hand but still dares to blame me. Since he broke the law, you should have someone arrest him right away. It's so frustrating. His tone was just like before, giving orders to Soo Mi-yeon effortlessly. Soo Mi-yeon didn't look at him. She only stared at the locksmith, who finally understood that the young girl in front of him was the real owner of the house. He decided to stop pushing and quickly packed up his tools. Ignoring Song Mingguang shouting behind her, she headed straight for the elevator and left. "Song Won, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Soo Mi-yeon glanced at him. "Your voice is louder than a dog's bark. How could I not hear?" "What did you say?" Song Mingguang's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you talk to an elder like that? Do you think I'm a dog?" Soo Mi-yeon was tired of pretending. She looked at the well-dressed couple and said, "If you are friends of Song Mingguang, I'll be honest. I don't plan to let their family stay in this house anymore. In the future, if you come here, don't get the wrong place." The couple looked at each other. The woman examined Soo Mi-yeon carefully and said stubbornly, "This isn't Song Mingguang's house. How can it be yours? You're just a young girl. Don't talk nonsense. Is this Song Mingguang's house?" Soo Mi-yeon noticed Song Mingguang's nervous and guilty expression and guessed what was happening. "If it weren't for him asking us to come here, I wouldn't want to. It's old and broken and only a little bigger than other places. I wouldn't stay otherwise." The woman grew angrier and finally looked at Song Mingguang. "I only agreed for your sake, because I saw you had a house here. If this isn't your house, then it's a scam. The promise we made before is no longer valid." Hearing this, Su Mion's eyes flickered. Are you the parents of Chiao Chen? But the woman misunderstood her. She thought Su Mion was also interested in her son. Do you know my son Chiao Chen? Su Mion knew that Chiao Chen was probably still in the hospital after being beaten so badly. Seeing how relaxed these two looked, they probably didn't know about it yet. She was about to remind them kindly when Song Mingguang suddenly stepped forward and whispered, Wan Wan, what's wrong with you today? How can you mess with your cousin's lifelong happiness? You should just give your uncle some face and calm both of them down first. The rest of the matter, uncle will apologize to Jai on your behalf. Do you also know that Song Jai asked me to take the blame for her? Song Mingguang looked a bit uncomfortable. Although he didn't admit it, his reaction already showed he agreed. Su Mion almost laughed out of anger. How dare he yell at her just because he knew the truth? No wonder Song Jai thought of blaming others. Her family isn't good people. Thinking about Song Wan dying helplessly in the bathroom, Su Mion also lost her patience. She directly said to the couple, Song Mingguang promised that you have nothing to do with me. This house was bought by my parents and has nothing to do with Song Mingguang. Also, I don't like you two very much. Please don't hang around in front of my house. Seeing that the couple was angry, Song Mingguang got anxious.
Song Wan.
This isn't your decision. This house is yours, so what? I'm going to stay here. You should have said that earlier, so I wouldn't have wasted so much effort talking, Su Mion replied. Before he could understand her words, someone grabbed his collar. Su Mion pulled him toward the stairs. When she let go, Song Mingguang, unprepared, fell down. He was tall and strong, but this fall scared the neighbors who were watching, and they quickly moved away. Only the screams from inside the stairs remained. Everyone was stunned by Su Mion's actions. Uncle's wife screamed even louder. That's your uncle. Song Wan, you uneducated girl. How could you push your uncle down the stairs? If anything happens to him, I won't forgive you. Before she finished her harsh words, she suddenly cried out in shock. Su Mion had already gone up and grabbed her hair. With her eyes still wide with shock, Su Mion repeated what she had done to Song Mingguang. The neighbors, who had just calmed down, saw another person fall and were completely stunned. Someone kindly wanted to come for her, mainly to tell Su Mion that she might be questioned by the police. Su Mion looked at the neighbors and, instead of blaming her, she took 2 minutes to explain what Song Wan and Song Mingguang's family had done. I dare to do this because I am responsible. Thank you all for your concern. Also, there might be heavy rain for a while. If you have time, please stock up on supplies and rain gear. I have classmates at the Weather Bureau, and they're already preparing to move and take shelter. After saying this, Su Mion didn't care whether they believed her. She turned back to her house and looked at the couple. This time, she hadn't made a move yet, but the two people spoke first. This is a misunderstanding. Our house is leaking. Song Mingguang told us to come and stay. Since the house isn't his, we should leave now. After speaking, they immediately pressed the elevator button, not daring to look back at all. When the elevator arrived, they ran inside, as if being chased by someone. The only person still standing at the door was Song Mingguang's son, Song Wei. He is only about 10 years old, not very well behaved, but he witnessed his parents being thrown down the stairs by Su Mion without resisting. Now, he was so scared he was stunned. Especially when he saw Su Mion staring at him, he trembled and said, You can't hit me now that you've hit my parents. I can go downstairs by myself. He then ran toward the stairs, occasionally looking back, afraid that Su Mion would chase after him. Not only was Song Wei scared, but even Song Mingguang and his wife found it hard to believe that their niece dared to hit them. They remembered struggling to break free at that moment, but they couldn't. After calling an ambulance for help, Song Mingguang didn't say anything else. He waited until the paramedics arrived, then confidently shouted at Su Mion, as if telling her she would pay the price. Su Mion walked over and sneered, I'll wait for you here. Don't forget to come. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and when she looked at him, it seemed like she was glowing with a ghostly light. Song Mingguang immediately shut up. Everyone left, and the top floor was quiet again. Su Mion closed the door with the mutated vine. She felt like she had forgotten something, but She couldn't remember what it was. The next morning, Soo Mi-yeon discovered she had over 10 missed calls from different numbers when she turned on her phone. Once her phone was working properly, she received more than 100 messages. All of them were insults, accusations, and complaints from various people. These people included Chio Chen's classmates, friends, and classmates from her department. The most messages came from Chio Chen's family, who threatened that since Soo Mi-yeon dared to hit them, the police might come the next day. Soo Mi-yeon glanced at them, but didn't pay much attention. She opened the school group chat and saw many mentions of her in the department's chat, along with a few links. She clicked on them and saw that someone had posted about her beating someone up on the school's forum, even including some pictures. The photos were taken secretly and not very clear, but Chio Chen's swollen face and bruised nose were quite clear. Soo Mi-yeon looked at them and appreciated her own skills, feeling proud of her fighting ability. She didn't explain the situation to these people because it wasn't necessary, and probably no one would believe her. After turning off the group message notifications, Soo Mi-yeon contacted the seller of the motorboat to get an idea of the available stock. They agreed to meet at 10 a.m. for the exchange. Then she tidied up, had a simple breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks, and prepared to leave. But as soon as the elevator doors opened, Soo Mi-yeon suddenly felt less urgent. Inside the elevator was Song Jejia, with a swollen face and nose. She was thinking about how to cause trouble for Soo Mi-yeon later when she saw her figure at the door. Her emotions got the better of her, and she rushed out, shouting, "Songwon, you dare to trick me?" Soo Mi-yeon simply shifted slightly to avoid her hands. Jejia missed, her face twisted in anger, glaring at her. "Did you make those girls trouble me?" Soo Mi-yeon was initially wondering what she had done to become like this. Hearing this, she realized that her warning to those girls yesterday had worked. But how could Jejia have the nerve to blame her for this? Seeing her come again, Jejia reached out to scratch her face. Soo Mi-yeon grabbed her wrist and twisted it back. Jejia screamed, that hurts." Soo Mi-yeon didn't let go. She sneered. "Did you forget? Those girls were actually going to hit you. I just told them the truth. Now you're the one getting beaten up. Can't handle it, huh?" Jejia, furious, said, "You're doing this on purpose. You must be jealous that Chio Chen is my boyfriend, right?" When she said that, Soo Mi-yeon understood that Jejia probably didn't know what had happened that day. Looking at her torn clothes and her obvious exhaustion, she found it amusing. "Did you get locked up overnight too? You're so proud, huh? You got hit, and yet you still want to drag me in. I'll tell my parents about this later." Jejia tried to run into the house, but Soo Mi-yeon held her wrist tightly, blocking her way. She shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, Songwon is hitting me. Come out quickly," but no one responded, no matter how much she called. Finally, her wrist hurting too much, she looked at Soo Mi-yeon's teasing eyes. Soo Mi-yeon kindly reminded her, "Your parents have already been chased out by me. No one is here to help you now. Also, I beat Chio Chen yesterday. His parents were brought here trying to stay in my house, but I drove them away. I think they now know you're lying." Every time Soo Mi-yeon spoke, Song Jejia's expression grew more unpleasant, her face always looking quite ugly. Finally, perhaps fearing the consequences, she screamed uncontrollably and spat out all kinds of harsh words. "You idiot! You did this on purpose. Songwon, you deserve to die. Your parents are dead, and so is your brother. I forgot to tell you, he died last night too. I didn't sign the papers on purpose. He's just a waste of money alive, haha." Even though Soo Mi-yeon is not Songwon, hearing Song Jejia curse like that still felt very cruel. She sneered, "You really don't know when to stop. So what if I don't? You won't let me have a good life, so I won't let you either. I will curse you every day and bother you for the rest of your life." Song Jejia acted like she was crazy, laughing and cursing at the same time. It seemed she knew her words would hurt Songwon deeply, and she didn't hold back. Soo Mi-yeon looked at her with a cold face. "I think your tongue is a bit too much." Hearing Soo Mi-yeon's icy stare, Song Jejia felt a chill in her heart, but knowing more about Songwon, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt proud and said, "What can you do to me?" Before she finished, Soo Mi-yeon pushed her to the ground. Her mouth was forced open, and she couldn't move. Soo Mi-yeon smiled at her, then made a gesture over her mouth. Song Jiejia looked at her in horror, not knowing what she was planning. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her mouth, and something dropped onto her tongue. She reached out and saw her own blood. She wanted to scream, but found she couldn't make a sound. When she touched the object on her neck and saw it was her own tongue, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. But she was quickly awakened by another sharp pain. Su Mian grabbed her hair and threw her at the staircase entrance. Your parents went down these stairs yesterday. The whole family needs to be together. Go on, maybe if you go downstairs, you can save your tongue. When Song Jiejia fell down the stairs, she was still dazed. She looked at her tongue in her hand and suddenly, in a frenzy, ignored her leg pain and started running down the stairs. Her screams echoed loudly in the stairwell. She bumped into a resident who was just coming out, and they were terrified by her blood-covered face. Su Mian was in a good mood, met with the seller, and ordered a 2-story, 2-bedroom yacht. It wasn't the latest model, but since Su Mian could pay in full, the seller gave her a very good price. To build a long-term partnership, the seller gave her some yacht equipment and promised to help solve the diesel shortage problem. They agreed to deliver the fuel tomorrow, without asking why she needed so much. Meanwhile, Su Mian received a call from the police station. Both Chio's family and Song Mingguang had reported her. The police said she should come involuntarily to give a statement and cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, she would be detained forcibly. Su Mian agreed verbally. While secretly using some evidence she had stolen from her phone to delay for 2 days, claiming she was dealing with her brother's affairs. She admitted that after she arrived, she forgot about the person. Last night, she realized she had overlooked this, but since Songwon's brother was already hanging by a thread, leaving now was probably better for him. On her way, she contacted the hospital to ask them to arrange for the crematorium. However, the hospital hesitated and told her that Songwon's brother's body was missing. According to the hospital, he disappeared the night before, on the way to the morgue, and no surveillance footage captured anything. They couldn't contact Songwon either, so they reported it to the police. There's no update yet. Su Mian frowned and asked them to inform her once they had any news. Su Mian didn't plan to go looking for anyone. Although her brother was missing, he was already dead. Finding the body wouldn't help much, especially since the police were involved and likely faster and more efficient than she could be. But she also understood that during heavy rain, many departments would be short-staffed. If the body wasn't found in time, the city might fall into chaos. Otherwise, her delay in going to the police station, which normally wouldn't be allowed, was understandable given the circumstances. She didn't pay attention to the current outside situation and decided to prepare some supplies before the storm worsened. She wasn't worried about daily necessities. Su Mian planned to buy more water storage barrels. She found a cheap food-grade water barrel. It wasn't as good as stainless steel, but since she planned to store it in a place protected from sunlight and rain, it was sufficient. She called the manufacturer in advance to confirm the capacity she needed. Once assured they had stock, she took a taxi to the factory. There were fewer taxis on the road now, and only those charging high prices were available. Su Mian didn't mind spending the extra money. She arrived near the factory and found a place without surveillance to unload her unregistered truck again. The water storage tanks are very large, but each vehicle can only carry a limited amount. Every time, she fills the tanks completely, then drives out of the factory, and a new vehicle comes in. Because of the heavy rain, no one minded that Su Mian, who is still young, kept changing trucks, even without license plates. They just wanted to finish quickly and go home. Yes, the authorities have issued an emergency notice for heavy rain. All roads that are blocked are advised to shut down and factories and companies are told to close, prioritizing people's safety. The factory knows that business is slow on rainy days and plans to close in the afternoon. If it weren't for Su Mian's order, they would already be packing up to close for the day. Su Mian took 4 or 5 tries to finish loading everything. After parking the truck in the space, she waited another half-hour before calling for a ride. On the way home, she downloaded a local map on her phone and looked at the routes near her home. After memorizing the places she might need to go, she finally arrived home. There were many people gathered outside her apartment building. When Su Mian approached, the crowd's chatter quieted down a lot, and some even secretly looked at her. Among the crowd, Su Mian saw the security guard who had helped her pass a message yesterday. He saw her too, his eyes brightening as he walked over. "You're back. What's been going on at your place these days?" Yesterday, a few people from the hospital took some away, and today, a girl covered in blood showed up. Everyone was scared. "Look at the blood on the ground. That's so frightening." The building's cleaning staff were overwhelmed. The bloodstains on the floors were still there, and it was even more terrifying because rainwater was seeping into the stairwell. The blood drops, washed by the rain, formed small streams that stretched from the top floor down to the ground, looking like a crime scene. Adding to the chaos, someone involved in helping Song Jiejie described the situation, which made everyone in the building worry that there might be some troublemakers around. During the discussion, they also talked about what happened yesterday. Since it all happened on the top floor, some neighbors saw Su Mian hitting someone and assumed she was responsible. When the security guard came over, some people wanted to call the police. They had children and elderly at home and were worried about getting involved. But the security guard believed Su Mian was not the person they were talking about. He explained that her parents had just left, her relatives had come to bother her, and she was pushed to the limit. As for the injured girl today, there might have been some misunderstanding. When Su Mian returned, those people had just given up on calling the police. However, their eyes still looked at her with suspicion. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through and scared everyone." After learning a bit about the situation, Su Mian calmly apologized and gave the security guard 300 yuan to find someone to clean the stairs. The neighbors who were afraid earlier saw the money and said they could handle it, then went to discuss with the guard. Some people even came up to comfort Su Mian, saying she was doing her best. Su Mian smiled, replied briefly, and went upstairs. At home, she filled the water storage bucket, connected the water pipe to fill it, and labeled it household water. The hot water on the floor was heated with gas. Su Mian set the temperature to about 50 degrees Celsius, filled a bucket, and marked it as well. She didn't need to prepare drinking water for now. She had a batch of water from the water purification factory collected during a previous mission, and she still had plenty of bottled water stored from before. She wasn't short of water. However, household water consumption was high and Su Mian's space was large, so she decided to store more. At noon, Su Mian moved a table to the balcony and cooked hot pot in the heavy rain. She noticed the rain seemed to lessen, and she could see more people walking downstairs from the window. During the meal, she took out her phone to check the outside situation. Suddenly, she remembered the system's guidance program. She realized she hadn't found it since waking up, and she hadn't paid much attention to dealing with the messy people around Songwon. Could it be that the program needs her to explore it herself? Recognize that the player is actively exploring the guidance program. The mini-program will start shortly, please wait. Su Mian. So, she wondered why she was thinking about this. She understood the guidance program as something like a psychologist. When the white light flashed in front of her after 5 minutes and a floating transparent screen appeared, she was still stunned. Program activated. Player successfully bound. Guidance data is being filtered. The floating screen changed from a loading message to a forum-like interface. Several red headlines on the homepage were highlighted and displayed in front of her. If she had only suspected before, now she was sure. This thing was a forum. New user guide mode activated. Estimated time: 3 minutes. Please study carefully. After another 3 minutes, Su Mian watched the electronic voice teacher step by step how to use the forum. The page continued to display the filtered guidance data, and Su Mian felt overwhelmed. After completing multiple dungeons, how do I stay positive? I need to keep going. To have a strong mind, you need to do these things. Basic qualities of a good player include Su Mian. So this was the way to help her relax. She thought the system had created a data person for her. But maybe this forum isn't what she initially thought? Thinking about this, Su Mian reached out to go back to the main page, but was prompted to confirm her real name. After seeing she could hide it, she chose to do so. She scrolled through the latest posts. The forum didn't seem much different from the one she used on her phone, just with more content. especially when she saw words like disaster, survival, and dungeon. Su Mian was sure this was the player forum she had been curious about. Su Mian used to want to see what a player forum looked like. Later, the system told her there was no such command, so she accepted that setting. But then, the system suddenly sent her one. She wondered if the system could always understand her questions and goals, but was just pretending not to know. While thinking, Su Mian's fingers kept moving. She noticed something interesting. Without considering how new or helpful the posts were, she saw that the posters' names were all complete, not fake names or anonymous like Xiao Tian and others had mentioned. She could even see some details about the posters, like how long they had been on the forum, how many dungeons they had cleared, and even their ages. The only thing hidden was the introduction to this world. Su Mian checked her own profile. Her name was covered with a mosaic, looking lazy, and the rest was just question marks, like a virus that had been forcibly inserted. Following the beginner guide, she used the hidden search window and typed storm. The main page instantly showed only posts related to storms. She clicked through the posts. One helpful post listed basic supplies, but she already had everything on the list, so it wasn't very useful. Other posts were complaints from people currently in dungeons, mostly saying they were in bad shape, had nothing, or were about to be flooded. Su Mian noticed she couldn't see the posting times, only reminders like a few minutes ago or a few days ago. She deleted the words heavy rain and typed double crisis, but this time the screen was blank. Could it be that players haven't experienced a dungeon with a double crisis before? Su Mian knew her system was special, but she didn't expect the world she experienced to be unique. She had wanted to find some hints here, but that idea was also dismissed. After browsing for about 20 minutes, Su Mian closed the floating page and continued to look at the local forum on her phone, which had been open for a long time. After the rain eased, many people thought it was just an unexpected disaster, and some even planned to go out at night to celebrate. Su Mian looked outside again. The rain did seem to be stopping, but it was still very dark, so it didn't look like the sky would clear up anytime soon. Some people also said that this heavy rain was a warning. It might be better to wait until it stopped a bit before buying some things they hadn't been able to get these days, to prevent the same situation from happening again. When someone was called a worrywart, they didn't say anything more. Besides that, there were many posts about cleaning the roads and storm drains, and some citizens sarcastically criticized the local officials for inaction, saying they were lucky it rained, or else they would know how many problems their area had. There were also short videos showing people trying to fix leaks at home, with industry workers being called back to work busy and hurried. By the time she got a rough idea of the situation, Su Mian's hot pot was almost finished. She took a cold drink and casually opened a local food delivery app. She selected some snacks, drinks, and rice from the many options, ordering about 100 portions and filling in her floor address. After finishing her meal, she tidied up the mess, then checked the water collection progress. The bucket was almost full. At this rate, the buckets she brought back tonight could be filled completely. By 8 p.m., the delivery people kept knocking on her door one after another. Because she ordered so much, several delivery workers carried everything in together, placing it on the table she set up in the stairwell. Su Mian secretly disabled the building's security cameras. After the delivery people left, she quickly stored the items in her space. She repeated this process each time. By 11:30 p.m., all the buckets were filled with water. Su Mian marked the time again, then cleaned up the water stains and dirt left in the room. By midnight, the room was clean and bright again. Su Mian still didn't feel sleepy. She went straight to Song Wan's room to organize the clothes she could wear, packed them into compression bags, and stored them in the closet. There weren't many girl items in the room. The furniture and decorations were simple. Su Mian changed the bed with new sheets, threw the old ones into the washing machine, took a shower, changed into comfortable clothes, checked the doors and windows, and then went back to her room to sleep. At 2 a.m., she was awakened by the loud sound of heavy rain. She got up, pulled back the curtains, and saw it was raining again, this time even harder and more densely. Downstairs, she could vaguely see the flashlight moving. She guessed that some drain in the neighborhood was blocked again. There was nothing she could do. In this city, Where heavy rainstorms are common, the drains are not used to handling such large amounts of water. Even if the problem was noticed, it couldn't be fixed in just a few days. Soo-mi-yeon watched for a while and felt that the rain probably wouldn't stop. She pulled the curtains back and continued to sleep. The difference between a heavy rainstorm and a typhoon is here. No matter how much it rains, the amount of rain in one night is limited. There's no need to worry about being washed away, so just sleep peacefully. Maybe because she felt too safe, Soo-mi-yeon slept quite comfortably. She woke up at 7 a.m. and brought breakfast to the balcony. She saw that there was already a lot of water on the ground in the neighborhood. Early risers were walking around with umbrellas in the water, looking busier than usual. On the local forum, there were over 100 posts overnight, mostly asking why the heavy rain hadn't stopped and why it was getting worse. Some people even reported that water was already seeping into their first-floor homes and were considering moving. They also warned neighbors on the first floor to prepare early. If this continued, not only the first floor but even the third could be at risk. Soo-mi-yeon watched the lively scene for a while and finished her breakfast. She waited until 8 a.m. before heading to the dock where she had made an appointment with the seller yesterday. The seller had already told her last night that everything was prepared and to wait until the rain eased before coming. Soo-mi-yeon just wanted to get the yacht as soon as possible, knowing the seller worked until 9 a.m., so she planned her timing carefully. When she arrived, the yacht was already docked. Just as she was about to go over, she saw a large group of people approaching from a distance. They headed straight for her yacht, talking excitedly, with bright expressions in their eyes. She also saw the seller of her yacht running behind the crowd, looking anxious. He was saying something hurriedly, seemingly trying to stop them, but he was pushed aside. Until she saw Soo-mi-yeon, he looked sorry and quickly walked over. "Miss Soo, what should we do? I already sold the yacht to you, but they insist on taking it away, saying they will pay double the price. I told them I can't decide, but look." While he was speaking, a group of people had already jumped onto the yacht. They seemed to see the diesel covered on it, happily talking among themselves. When the seller tried to reason with Soo-mi-yeon, he also whistled at her in a flirtatious way. Worried that Soo-mi-yeon might get angry, the seller quickly said to the others, "I really didn't lie to you. The yacht has been sold, and the owner is Miss Soo here. If you're serious about paying double, you can talk to her." The group looked tough, and the seller didn't know how they found this place. He was worried earlier that his yacht wouldn't sell well, but now they were eager to buy, and it looked like trouble was coming. He felt anxious. The people on the yacht quieted down when they heard this. The leader was a muscular man, decent-looking but with a fierce look in his eyes. His companions whispered something to him. He glanced at Soo-mi-yeon and said directly, "Name your price. I want this yacht and the diesel on it." The rain was loud, but it didn't hide the man's deep voice. He was just talking about buying, but his tone didn't show any intention of backing down from the offer. Soo-mi-yeon also responded, "Not for sale." Her firm refusal made the seller worry for her. He even stepped closer to remind her, "I suggest you agree. I also refused them just now, but they didn't listen. They caused trouble in my shop and forced me to tell them where the yacht was. I can see they are not easy to deal with. You're just a young girl. Don't get involved with this group, or you'll lose everything." The seller spoke quickly and wanted to avoid trouble. After he finished, he saw the people on the yacht staring at him and quickly said, "The yacht no longer belongs to me. You all need to negotiate among yourselves. I won't get involved." He stepped aside as if avoiding trouble. Soo-mi-yeon didn't mind his retreat. She looked at the strong man and said, "So, can you all get off my yacht now?" She didn't expect such a small girl to have such a tough temper. Someone impatiently said, "Talking nicely with you, and you still don't listen. If it weren't for the rain, our boss wouldn't want your boat. If you're smart, just pay up and get lost. Don't make us force you. When that happens, we'll keep both the boat and the people." As expected, they are all so unruly. Seeing that everyone else shared the same attitude, Soo-mi-yeon knew talking to them was useless. She looked at the leading man for a moment and calmly said, "You also know what this storm means. Why should I give you my resources? Just because you have these temporary followers?" The man sensed something and looked at Su Mian with an unexpected expression, his tone unclear. You too? I didn't see that coming. Whether you see it or not isn't important. What's important is that you dirted my yacht, and I'm very unhappy about that. Su Mian just stood there, ignoring her appearance. She looked like an ordinary student, with a face that seemed like she was often bullied. Otherwise, the group at school wouldn't dare to pull someone away and beat her up. But the man, who was also a player, could feel that she was different. Especially the look in her eyes, cold with a hint of chill. Even through the rain, he could sense a hint of danger. Having cleared so many levels, he knew well the meaning of, don't judge a book by its cover. Looking at Su Mian, who seemed harmless and lacked attack power, and then at her companions who only cheered but had little real ability, he thought for a moment and then stepped off the yacht. Brother Feng, is that really necessary? Brother Feng ignored the reactions of those around him. He walked straight to Su Mian in the rain. His tall stature gave him a commanding presence. He extended his hand politely. It's fate to meet you. Nice to meet you. My name is Ching Feng. Su Mian looked down and sneered coldly. Are you sure you want to meet me? She also extended her hand, but just a flick of her fingertip made Cheng Feng's face turn grim instantly. He looked at Su Mian in shock, feeling that her hand carried the same sharpness as his own, even more fierce. What Cheng Feng initially intended as a test or threat, he retracted his hand quickly and said hurriedly, It was my mistake for not recognizing the situation. I apologize. I live nearby in a villa area. As a token of apology, if you need anything during the mission, you can find me. In just a few seconds, Cheng Feng's attitude changed remarkably fast. Su Mian was surprised that this person was so understanding. She didn't reply, but simply looked at him calmly. Under her steady gaze, Cheng Feng didn't dare stay longer. He turned back to the yacht, ordered someone to clean up their traces, closed the diesel tank, and then led his people off the boat. Before leaving, he even nodded to Su Mian and apologized. His companions, who came with him, were stunned. They looked at this scene with disbelief. They wanted to say something, but Cheng Feng's sharp eyes made them hold back. After everyone had left, the merchant hurried over and asked, What did you two just say? Why did he suddenly seem so scared of you and leave so quickly? He thought the young lady might get into trouble here. Su Mian glanced at him sideways. She didn't speak, but the merchant instinctively dared not ask more. He forced a smile and said, I won't bother you anymore. The diesel amount was sent to you yesterday. If everything checks out, you can take it directly. The remaining payment is my apology for today's mishap. Miss Su, I'll be leaving now. The merchant hurried away without looking back. Su Mian waited until everyone was gone before stepping onto the yacht. She untied the rope securing it, went to the cockpit, started the yacht, and drove it near the closest dock to her home. Before getting ashore, she stored all the diesel in her space. Then she found a quiet corner to stop the yacht, held onto the railing, and also stored the yacht itself in her space. Thanks to the heavy rain, no one saw what she was doing. After leaving the dock, Su Mian saw a taxi parked nearby. She asked the driver to take her to a shopping mall for a quick look around. The mall had a good selection of items, though not many. Su Mian bought 5 carts of goods, filled out her address, and arranged for delivery directly to her home. She also went to the 3rd floor to buy some suitable underwear. She could make do with other clothes, but when possible, Su Mian believed it was better to stock high-quality underwear. Passing by a mother and baby store, she paused instinctively, but then headed to the top floor's food court, ordering their signature dishes at each shop. It wasn't easy to hide her things in the crowded places, but the mall's large space and many blind spots, like the mother and baby room, made it easier. Su Mian repeatedly stored items in her space. Even if she left empty-handed, no one noticed any difference. After buying everything she wanted, Su Mian took a taxi back to the community, arriving around 5 p.m. She picked up the items delivered from the supermarket at the storage area, running up and down the stairs a few times pretending someone was helping her, but actually placing everything into the storage space. By the time she reached the elevator, about half an hour had passed. She felt like she hadn't done much all day, yet she also felt busy. The elevator opened, and Su Mian was about to enter her home when she noticed something and stopped. Su Mian heard a faint breathing sound, roughly near the staircase. The top floor usually has no visitors, and only Songwon's family lives on this floor, which is quite convenient. Someone hiding in the stairwell at this time doesn't seem friendly. Su Mian thought for a moment. She had made quite a few enemies recently, and maybe someone was here to get revenge. Rather than waiting for the other person to act first, she decided to take action herself. She turned toward the staircase, and as she got closer, she could feel the other person's breathing becoming more rapid. When Su Mian pushed open the half-open door, a shadow suddenly stood up like a spring. She raised an eyebrow, meeting the person's gaze. The other's eyes flickered, and they called out, "Sister." She was wearing hospital-striped pajamas, with messy hair and deep eye sockets. He was barefoot and looked a bit helpless, standing still and looking at Su Mian with uncertain eyes. Perhaps because Su Mian didn't speak, he seemed a little guilty. I didn't want to stay in the hospital. I faked my death and ran out, but it rained heavily, so I hid outside for 2 days. Nothing is more surprising than a dead person suddenly appearing before your eyes. What surprised Su Mian even more was Song Shi's explanation. She didn't point out the flaws in his story, just looked at him calmly and said, "Come inside." Song Shi nodded obediently and followed Su Mian into the house. His breathing was very weak, so much so that Su Mian felt she could knock him out with one punch, though she wouldn't do that. After they entered, Song Shi said he needed to go to his room to change clothes and asked Su Mian to wait for him, claiming he had something important to tell her. Su Mian sat in the living room, waiting. During this time, many thoughts crossed her mind, but she decided to wait until he spoke. More than 20 minutes later, a refreshed Song Shi came out. He is just 1 year younger than Song. The two siblings look somewhat alike, but he has a more heroic appearance. He has been in the hospital for too long, and his face looks a bit weak and sickly now. He seems unsure how to start talking. Seeing a bag of snacks on Su Mian's table, he swallows hard but resists the urge to eat. His eyes become serious. What I'm about to say might sound strange, but you have to believe me. It's about whether we can survive later. I had a dream. I dreamed I died, and I saw Uncle's family move into our house. They took the house away, and my cousin's boyfriend's family moved in. The dream was blurry, and I never saw you. But that's not the most important part. Do you believe me? It rained in the dream, and the rain kept falling for a long time. First, the neighborhood flooded, then the lower floors. Our floor held on for a long time, and many people came to take the houses, but they were driven away. At the end of the dream, I saw the whole city flooded. People had nowhere to go, and were rushing to the base. But it's not over yet. Su Mian listened in silence. Normally, this story sounds unbelievable, but since she can enter the game, it's possible the other person can be reborn. Especially because everything he described could normally happen. She asked the question she was most curious about. What do you mean by it's not over? Don't you think I'm just talking nonsense? Maybe Su Mian's calmness surprised Song Shi. His eyes rarely showed a glimmer of light, but it quickly faded again. Actually, I'm not sure either. These past 2 days, I keep dreaming when I sleep. I saw the base where everyone went. It looks a bit broken. Hearing this, Song Shi struggled to continue, as if he couldn't find the words. He didn't know why he had that conclusion, but the base in the dream did seem like it was in the mountains, and it was full of ruins, as if burned by fire. Su Mian saw him frown and try to remember, but seemed to get nowhere. She asked, "So, what do you think we should do? Stock up." In the dream, I saw many people unprepared. As a result, they either drowned, died from lack of medicine, or starved and thirsted to death. When I came back, I saw that the lower area hadn't flooded yet. I want to take this chance to stock up more supplies. He looked at Su Mian with some shame. I didn't save much money before. Can my sister give me a little? Su Mian replied, but I don't have much money either. How come? Are your parents' compensation funds quite large? Did you learn about this from your dreams? Song Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded. My eldest uncle and the others only came because they wanted the compensation money. I've heard them say that many times. I see, Soo Myeon said with some frustration. They do have a lot, but my eldest uncle's family kept asking about it, so I was worried. Now there's heavy rain, many places are closed, and even if I withdraw now, I can't get the money. She looked more anxious. I've been in the hospital for too long, wasting time. If we don't stock up now, we'll be trapped here. How much do you have left? Soo Myeon checked her phone and showed him a message about her bank card balance being less than 100. That's all I have. She looked troubled. He hugged his head and muttered, "This won't do. Big sister, I need to go out and think of a way. During that time, don't open the door for anyone. There are many strange people in the neighborhood lately." Seeing him rush out and disappear outside, Soo Myeon then went to Song-shi's room. When the housekeeper cleaned, it was already tidied up. Now, only a set of hospital clothes was added. Soo Myeon looked around, then picked up a black strap from the foot of the bed. She glanced at it, then put it back as it was and left the room. At 9:30 p.m., there was a knock on the door. Soo Myeon opened it to find Song-shi, looking disheveled with many bags, standing there. "Big sister, I bought." Achoo! Before he finished, he sneezed 3 times in a row. He could only point toward the elevator. Soo Myeon looked over and saw a pile of things there, mostly rice and flour, almost filling the elevator entrance. After about 10 minutes, Song-shi, with a red nose, came over to explain. He borrowed money from friends and bought some essentials. He planned to see what else was needed tomorrow and buy it then. Soo Myeon nodded and went to make him some hot water. Song-shi moved all the items into the kitchen by himself. He looked weak, but was surprisingly strong. He carried everything in a few trips and organized it neatly. Honestly, Soo Myeon hadn't been into this kitchen since she moved in. She knew her cooking skills and didn't want to waste food. There was plenty of food already, so she didn't bother to cook. So, after she finished tidying up and, with wet clothes, started cooking rice and preparing dishes. Soo Myeon's eyes flickered slightly. She always felt a chill on his back. He thought it was from the rain and didn't pay much attention. He had planned to change clothes first, but he was too hungry. He had just gone out to buy something and ate a piece of bread, but his stomach still felt empty. After preparing everything, he decided to wait until the rice was almost ready before cooking the dishes. When he turned around, he noticed a figure standing behind him for a while. The intense gaze from that person made him almost think he was missing something. He touched his nose, which was already red and sore, and said, "Sister, I'm going to change clothes and take some medicine. You'd better not get too close. I might have caught a cold and don't want to pass it to you." Soo Myeon watched him walk back to his room. Remembering Song-won's memories, she saw that the person in front of her, whether in speech or personality, was exactly the same as Song-shi knew. But she remembered one thing. Song-shi had lived in a boarding school since middle school and only went home once a month. He was somewhat shy and didn't have many friends. He had been in the hospital for half a year, yet he managed to find friends to borrow money right after being discharged. It was obvious he was lying. If she hadn't sensed no malice from him, Soo Myeon would have just dealt with him immediately when she saw him at the stairs. She was just curious about who he really was. He looked like a player, but what he said about dreams seemed like real experiences. Could it be that she was overthinking? Was he really someone who had been reborn? While she was thinking, she had already changed into his clothes. He skillfully found the place where medicine was stored at home, took some cold medicine and swallowed it. Then he opened the medicine box, turned back to the door, and from the pile of things he brought back, took out a large white bag. He picked out several medicines and put them into a box. He organized the rest and stored everything in the cabinet. While doing all this, he kept muttering instructions. Rain means you might catch a cold. If you feel unwell, take medicine early. The rain will get heavier. It won't damage the doors or windows, but if drainage problems occur, the house might flood. Be sure to stay dry, especially your feet. The water isn't clean, and any cuts on your feet can easily get infected. Even with ointment, such wounds are hard to heal. Severe infections can cause full body decay, which is worse than being sick. Soo Myeon spoke up. You can wear rain boots. The person squatting paused and said, I mean to avoid it as much as possible. But my sister reminded me that rain boots are necessary. I bought an umbrella and raincoat today, and I'll buy more tomorrow. He continued, we should eat well these days because we won't have the chance later. We need to stock up on water and instant food. What I bought today isn't enough. Soo Mi-yeon couldn't help but ask, why won't we have the chance later? Because in a few days, the water and electricity will be shut off in the community. We definitely won't have gas. You could prepare some liquefied gas. Song-shi paused again, looking at Soo Mi-yeon with bright eyes, as if she had said something very important. After a moment, he finally managed to say, my sister is right. I think I've been in the hospital too long. Now that you mention it, I realize what I should prepare for tomorrow. No, I need to get a notebook and write it down, or I'll forget again. Watching the young man get up and go back to his room like he was having a panic attack, Soo Mi-yeon soon heard the sound of him rummaging through things, and then some mumbling from inside the door. Suddenly, Soo Mi-yeon thought that if this person really was a gamer, he might not be very smart. She simply sat on the sofa and opened the gamer forum. The homepage had refreshed with hundreds of new posts while she wasn't paying attention. Soo Mi-yeon didn't see any familiar names among the posters. She tried typing in Zhao Tian's name and others, but access was denied, showing that this filter couldn't be used to find people. The posts weren't very interesting, so Soo Mi-yeon lost interest after a while. Just as she was about to log out, a new post suddenly popped up at the top. When she saw the title, she raised an eyebrow and without hesitation clicked on the post titled, My sister doesn't seem easy to fool. The word, sister, in the title was even put in quotation marks. The poster's name was Yuan Shui. He claimed he had experienced a catastrophic start, waking up from a morgue. Not only that, he was weak physically. Luckily, he arrived early enough to stock up on supplies, and his family still had a large amount of money. He had already planned how to spend the money, but after traveling back home, he found out the money was frozen and couldn't be withdrawn. He tried to borrow money but couldn't find anyone, so he had to sell some gold he had stored in his backpack for a long time at a low price. He posted to complain about his sister because, with only memories and no feelings, he felt very guilty. Every time he spoke, he deliberately positioned himself to appear weak, trying to show he was vulnerable. However, it had no effect, and he always felt like the other person was secretly watching him, making him afraid to get too close for fear of revealing his true feelings. There were already over 10 replies on the post, all calling him a kind and caring father. Most of the comments said they were just trying to survive and didn't care about the sister. If she looked annoying, they would just kill her. Some even suggested he take out a loan or mortgage his house to get money, since after the disaster, no one would chase him for it. Soo Mi-yeon finished reading the replies, and none of them wanted to keep her. Yes, now she was sure. Song-shi was just a player, with the real identity being this Yuan Shui. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Shui replied to the post. Everyone calm down. I think killing someone randomly is wrong. I also found her quite smart. For now, I need her help, but I will consider your suggestions. Survival means putting yourself first. Soon, someone replied, saying they were glad he understood and would wait for good news from him. After that, there was no more activity on the post. For the first time, Soo Mi-yeon saw a post where someone was advising her to kill herself. She wasn't angry, but thought these players were quite aggressive. As for Yuan Shui, since he was deliberately pretending, it showed he wasn't that weak either. Especially since he mentioned having a backpack, indicating he was an experienced player. But why would such a player go to so much trouble to create a story about rebirth? Is he just teasing her? Big sister, I'm going to cook. You should eat something later, he said. Someone had come out of the room unnoticed. He tilted his head to look at Soo Mi-yeon with clear, honest eyes, seeming like a caring younger brother who was thinking of his sister. Soo Mi-yeon couldn't help but remember the face at the angle he had deliberately shown in the post. She looked at him a little longer. She realized he only lifted his head halfway when he spoke, which she had thought was because he was uncomfortable. Now she understood, it was a way of showing weakness. Her mood was a bit complicated. She told the uncomfortable person, okay. Song-shi almost eagerly went into the kitchen. In less than half an hour, Soo Mi-yeon smelled a unique aroma coming from the kitchen. When 4 dishes and a soup were placed in front of her, she looked at Song-shi, who was wearing an apron and carefully serving her rice while thoughtfully handing her chopsticks. She casually asked, "I don't remember you knowing how to cook. When did you learn?" Song-shi was well prepared and explained calmly, "When you had extra classes in high school, I often came back. My parents were too busy to pay attention to me, and they said takeout isn't healthy, so I started cooking for myself. I got better at it over time, but my cooking isn't great. My sister just had to make do with it." Soo Mi-yeon noticed he was quite modest about this. When she took the chopsticks, she tried the food and found it tasted pretty good. Although she doesn't cook, from his usual way of plating and carefully choosing ingredients, he seemed to be quite professional. It's likely that in the real world, his job is related to cooking. At first, she just wanted to eat a little, but then she ended up finishing a whole bowl. Song-shi had an even bigger appetite and ate all the leftovers himself, leaving nothing behind. He probably didn't want Soo Mi-yeon to suspect anything, so he explained that he hadn't eaten normal meals in a long time and couldn't help himself. After eating, he took the initiative to wash the dishes and tidy up the table. He also kindly reminded Soo Mi-yeon to sit for a while before resting and suggested she stock up on water in her room while there was time, as he planned to seal the drain with cement once the water started to backflow. Soo Mi-yeon hadn't thought about the backflow issue. Her task in this world was to hold on until 3 months after the second crisis. She wouldn't leave the house for a short time, and it would be best if she could prevent the floor from flooding. However, he showed no intention of asking her for help, so she didn't bring it up. They both returned to their rooms. Soo Mi-yeon sat for a while, then opened her phone when she remembered something. In the middle of the homepage, she saw Yuan Shui's post again. He was asking how to mix cement, sounding quite humble. Soo Mi-yeon felt a bit speechless. Just now in the living room, he seemed confident and knowledgeable, acting like an expert. Turns out he was just pretending. She closed her phone and looked at the partially opened window. Rain was hitting the glass loudly, and judging by how heavy it was, the rainfall had increased again. Song-shi had said that in a few days, the water and electricity would be cut off. Given the increasing intensity, it didn't seem surprising. The next morning, Soo Mi-yeon woke up but didn't rush to leave. She pretended to arrange a few buckets in her room, filled them with water, moved around near the window, then changed into a new outfit and sat on the lazy sofa to scroll her phone. It wasn't until she heard the door opening and closing that she got up and went to the living room. Song-shi has already left. On the dining table, there is a bowl of hot meat porridge, accompanied by a small dish of greens and 2 fried eggs, all looking very appetizing. There is also a note on the table, written in neat handwriting. "Please wash the dishes when I return. Today, my sister might need to help me with the chores." A smiley face is drawn at the bottom. Soo Mi-yeon raises an eyebrow, sits down, and tastes a spoonful of the porridge. It is flavorful and smooth, quite delicious. The side dishes seem to be portioned according to her appetite, just enough to finish without feeling full. She places the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen, but does not wash them. At 8:30, there is a knock on the door. Soo Mi-yeon goes to open it. Outside stands a delivery person wearing a supermarket vest, unloading a pile of items at the door, saying they are ordered by a guest named Song-shi. Soo Mi-yeon takes the items to her room, briefly glances at them. They are mostly daily necessities: tissues, toothpaste, body wash, and so on. When she sees the bottom of the pile, she pauses. There are also over a dozen packs of sanitary pads of various sizes, clearly prepared for her. Paying with her own money to prepare supplies for the residents? Soo Mi-yeon finds this even more confusing about what Song-shi is doing. At 9:30, 2 more deliveries arrive from grocery stores. This time, the scene is impressive. More than 10 bags of rice and flour each, filling the elevator completely. Soo Mi-yeon opens the door to let them in. After they leave, she feels a bit worried. With Song-shi stockpiling supplies like this, as long as he isn't reckless, it's obvious to everyone. If rain or other weather blocks the neighbors' access, those people might be the first to think of their house. She doesn't quite like this obvious hoarding, but she also wants to see how Song-shi handles it. He probably has thought about it too. At 11 o'clock, the bottled water company delivers 20 bottles. When signing, the delivery worker mentions this is their last batch. They wouldn't want to make the trip if they weren't paid extra. Soo Mi-yeon doesn't know how much gold song she has sold cheaply, but the living room is visibly filled with supplies. She receives a batch of goods roughly every hour. The last delivery is 10 large gas tanks. She returns around 4:50 in the afternoon. Seeing the house full of supplies, he is surprised and says, "Did I really buy so much?" Then, touching his head with a satisfied look, he adds, "More is better. No need to worry about running out of food later." Following the inquiry about how Soo Mi-yeon handled lunch, I heard she ordered takeout. She frowned immediately and said, "I wanted to come back at noon to cook for you, but the rain was too heavy and everyone was rushing to buy supplies. I think I won't be able to buy them tomorrow, so I left a bit early. I'll cook for you tonight. Next time I go out, I'll prepare everything in advance. You should eat less takeout. It's not healthy." Soo Mi-yeon listened patiently to his chatter and nodded. Okay. The room was cluttered without any clear order. After she returned, he changed clothes and started tidying up.
He was good at organizing.
Things that were still many looked much neater after he arranged them. Some unused consumables were moved to his parents' room, making the living room more spacious. At 7 o'clock, she cooked dinner. Pork rib soup, stir-fried beef, and some greens, all still looking colorful. Soo Mi-yeon usually ate a bowl of rice, then watched she finish the leftovers and clean up the dishes and the house. With a busy figure in the house, Soo Mi-yeon didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt relaxed, as if being taken care of. At 8:30 p.m., she planned to seal the bathroom in his parents' room with cement, as it was unavailable. He wanted to do it first, to prevent water from backing up and overwhelming the 3 bathrooms. Soo Mi-yeon nodded, watching him busy with moving cement and tools. Occasionally, there were sounds from the room, but sometimes it was very quiet for a long time. She felt curious and opened a forum, where she unsurprisingly saw Yuan Shuai's new post. "What's the right ratio of cement? I'm about to flood my house. Help, experts." At 11 o'clock, Soo Mi-yeon finished her shower and came out to drink water. She happened to see Yuan Shuai coming out of her parents' room. He was covered in cement, looking like he had been working with it all day. When he saw Soo Mi-yeon, he took off his dirty coat and said, "There was a problem with the drainage in my parents' room. I fixed it and sealed the pipes with cement. The project took longer than expected. Sister, you should go to bed now. The room is very dirty. Remember not to go in these days." Soo Mi-yeon nodded and watched him go back to his room. After he left, she went to open her parents' door. She only looked inside briefly before quietly closing it. It seemed the post was not exaggerated. Her room was almost covered with cement. The next day, she didn't go out. After breakfast, he claimed he needed to clean the room and went to the room where the cement had been laid. He was busy there for over 2 hours. When he came out this time, his expression looked more relaxed. He confidently said that next time, when sealing the other 2 rooms, they wouldn't get dirty. Soo Mi-yeon thought about the situation in the room she saw last night, but said nothing. In the evening, the residents' group chat sent a message saying the drainage system couldn't handle the water anymore. The water had already entered the homes of the first-floor residents. To prevent further damage, they advised all residents on the first and second floors to move to higher floors or stay temporarily with relatives. At the same time, TV and internet reports said the heavy rain wouldn't stop soon. The Weather Bureau issued a red alert for heavy rain. Several intersections in the city center had been closed, and garages were flooding. By 3 p.m., the subway at a central station was also flooded. Many people couldn't escape. The official report said over 100 people were missing, but online discussions claimed that the number of passengers on that line was over 100, making the official count false. People also accused the authorities of hiding the truth to avoid blame. Many tragedies caused by the rain had happened. Even though people were warned not to go out, some still went to work early, which led to more accidents on the way. Seeing the muddy water flowing through the streets on TV, she frowned and asked, "Is going to work more important? These workers are too dedicated. It's a shame a family was torn apart. I wonder what they were thinking. Soo Mi-yeon didn't reply. She hadn't experienced normal life for a long time and didn't understand how the working class managed to survive. She thought that maybe they had to go to work despite the danger because life was hard. At 8 p.m., someone knocked on the door. Before Soo Mi-yeon could speak, she went to open it. It was the property management staff. They talked for less than 5 minutes, and she came back. When he entered the house, he muttered with a frown, "Those people really dare to think like that. They said it's inconvenient to move during the rain, but they know our place is big, and there's not many people. They want to move in." They didn't dare say it directly, so they called the property management. The property management is the same, taking on any job. No one would be happy with this kind of thing. It's obvious they're just trying to take advantage of us being easy to talk to. It was indeed very unreasonable. Most people in the building know that Soo Mi-yeon lives alone on the top floor. When She returned a few days ago, he was either stocking up on supplies or at home. Most residents probably didn't know he existed. This suggests that the residents think Soo Mi-yeon is easy to talk to or perhaps easy to bully. She regrets being too polite to those residents when she previously scolded Song Mingguang and others. If she hadn't been so kind, these problems might not have happened. The issue isn't over yet. In the neighbor group chat, the property management team suggested that everyone should help each other in difficult times, which was clearly a hint. Soo Mi-yeon told She about this. He listened, took out his phone, and joined the residents' group chat, then started speaking loudly. Honestly, some people find moving troublesome but want to move into unfamiliar places without bothering others. I want to make my stance clear. My sister is usually lonely and has been bullied, but anyone who helps us now, after I've survived, should not think about bullying us again. Those trying to take advantage should think about their own limits. We have nothing to lose and aren't afraid of trouble, as long as your whole family can handle it. His words caused a big stir in the group. Some said she was too direct and harsh, but most understood the situation. Those who knew the truth felt that the residents on the first floor trying to move into the top floor were simply bullying others. If it were them, they wouldn't agree either. Usually, neighbors might visit each other, but the authorities said the heavy rain wouldn't stop soon. Living here isn't temporary, and no one wants a bunch of strangers in their home. After speaking, She tagged the property management team, saying, "It's not right to meddle like this. It's kind of you to bring people to the property center." The property management apologized, saying they hadn't considered everything. Because of the heavy rain, moving was indeed difficult. They changed their tone and asked everyone to be understanding. If the first floor really floods, they could lend a corridor for placing things. No one refused, but no one agreed wholeheartedly either. The entrance was piled with stuff, making it hard to walk, and everyone wanted a clean, tidy doorway. The farce ended here. When She closed the group chat, he was still muttering to himself. Finally, he looked at Soo Mi-yeon and, with a rare serious expression, said, "Sister, I know you're kind-hearted, but I have to tell you something clearly. The heavy rain caused serious problems this time. Helping anyone would be the start of more trouble later on. Our land is in a good position, so many people are interested in it. Things might not seem obvious now, but once the situation worsens, the owners will definitely come after us. So, before that happens, you must stay firm and agree with me. Neither of us should help anyone." He was even worried that Soo Mi-yeon might think he was cold-hearted. He gave several examples, including some over-the-top things neighbors did in his dreams, like directly attacking others. "That's so, sister, do you understand what I mean?" Soo Mi-yeon paused, then nodded. "You're right. I don't understand these things. From now on, you handle all related matters. I think you're good at talking." His words touched She deeply. "Yes, I will protect my sister. By the way, I forgot to tell you, when we were at school, my parents were worried I was too shy and might get bullied, so they secretly signed me up for boxing classes. Don't look at me now. I'm weak, but I remember all those moves. I can handle a few people easily. If there's danger next time, just stay at home, and I'll take care of everything else." Soo Mi-yeon felt this speech sounded strangely familiar. She remembered saying something similar when fooling the elders in her previous life. Maybe they already sensed her true identity back then. It was a strange feeling to hear someone honestly lie. She agreed. "That's great. With you protecting me, I'm not afraid anymore. Song-shi was inspired by her calm smile. For a moment, his pride was completely fulfilled. As Song-shi predicted, he took the lead in handling any issues at home, not just dealing with outside problems. Every day, the meals were just right, and she didn't have to clean. Most importantly, Song-shi paid close attention to the rain situation, analyzing the residents' conditions daily. Finally, after 2 days, he told Soo-mi-yeon that there would be a water and power outage today. Sure enough, less than 2 hours after he said that, the residents' group announced the news. The owners were furious, asking the property management to find a solution. Without water and electricity, life was impossible.
But there were too many repair sites.
Not only in their community, but even the main road's lines couldn't be fixed quickly. Many base stations were damaged by the rain, some with water and electricity mixed. Several people had been electrocuted in recent days. Under these conditions, even if someone wanted to help, no one dared to act rashly. Currently, the internet is still working and short videos show many local users sharing their daily lives. Most videos feature either water pooling on the streets or rainwater drifting into rooms. Some people are sharing tips on how to prepare tasty and long-lasting food. The main difference from a few days ago, when everyone avoided going outside, is that after nearby areas lost power one after another, more people started going out each day. Most of this change is due to a video from an online creator who explained that prolonged heavy rain could cause chaos in the city. He suggested that, since travel isn't too difficult right now, people with the means should go out to gather supplies and food for the future, both as backup and for survival. He was careful not to be too obvious, fearing official censorship, but many people understood his message. He was hinting that a food shortage was coming soon. As soon as they saw the video, people prepared to go out and also reminded their friends and family. Although it rained heavily every day, there were brief pauses. During these breaks, they took the chance to leave their homes, walking through the water with sticks or pipes to help find their way. The process was tough. Some even accidentally stepped into drain holes. Still, the trip was worth it. Before most people realized they needed to stockpile food, many shops still had plenty of supplies. Some stores were half flooded, while others had their doors locked and were closed. At first, a few people paid high prices to buy goods, but as supplies ran low, shop owners refused to sell. Even though the authorities ordered some supermarkets to stay open, they had to consider the real situation. During this time, making money was less important than staying alive. Soo-mi-yeon hadn't gone out for several days. Her space was already well-stocked, and Song-shi had bought a lot of supplies, so she didn't need to use her own food. On the first day of the power outage, Song-shi set up a gas stove on the balcony, placing a desk nearby with cooking essentials like seasonings. He tried to cook during the brief moments when the rain paused, closing the balcony door and opening the window to prevent smoke from entering the house. After cooking, he carried the food inside, without needing Soo-mi-yeon's help. By the 5th day without power and water, drainage problems began to appear. After learning the news, Song-shi became very motivated and brought several large bags of marijuana and cement bags. He told Soo-mi-yeon that he planned to seal off the sewer pipes and use his prepared deodorizing cat litter and disposable bags for bathroom needs. I only realized after buying the bags that the main function is the absorbent inside. Later, I asked the manufacturer to give the driver some packs to bring back. These things are rarely bought, cheap, and will last us a long time. Once the cement is in place, I will tidy up the guest room to be your private bathroom. There's a window for ventilation. I know you girls like to keep things clean. I'm a man, so I can handle it. Soo-mi-yeon raised an eyebrow, surprised that he even considered the bathroom. Indeed, both of their rooms have bathrooms. Although there are partitions, they usually rely on exhaust fans to remove odors. Now, with the power out, there's no ventilation, and after a while, the smell will become noticeable. Soo-mi-yeon has been doing nothing much. She wanted to help a little, but every time she tried, Song-shi would stop her, saying he could handle small tasks easily. After a few times, Soo-mi-yeon gave up completely. She sat on a chair on the balcony, watching outside and relaxing her eyes. Song-shi worked quickly this time. In less than 2 hours, He finished both bathrooms and left the doors wide open, not worried about being seen. It was clear he understood how to use the cement and ventilate the space. Soo Myeon watched him busy around the house, seeming to think about something, and didn't bother him. She took out her phone and started browsing. The posts on the local forum increased. The tone of the posters was no longer as calm as before. Many spoke in a more extreme way, mentioning that nearby supermarkets and shops had been forcibly looted and robbed. Some even planned to go out and steal. In the past, people might have criticized him for this, but now, given the situation, not only was there no criticism, some might have already joined in. Still, she hadn't seen any official news about the base, so Soo Myeon opened the player forum again. The post Yuan Shui made hadn't been updated for over 3 days, and she hadn't seen any new posts from him. She thought he was tired of complaining and finally gave up. But about half an hour later, the post she was watching received a reply. The player forum allows friends to add each other, but there's also a one-way follow option. After adding someone as a friend, players can chat freely and are not limited to participating in the same missions. Soo Myeon followed Yuan Shui, so whenever he posts or replies to posts she follows, she gets a notification. When she received the alert, she quickly checked it. It was the same help post as before, where Yuan Shui asked if anyone had experienced the heavy rain dungeon and how they passed the time. He said he was getting bored, living on the top floor, unable to go downstairs, and unsure of what to do outside. He also mentioned the danger of someone stealing his tools. He was worried about retaliating too harshly and being caught by his sister, who might notice something was wrong and ask for an explanation. Many people in the comments were annoyed that he still lived with the locals, and some even suspected he had other motives, like trying to flirt or something similar. Honestly, Soo Myeon was curious why an experienced player like him was so kind to the locals. Most players she knew didn't care much about the lives of the locals. Only a few treated them as equals, and even fewer spent time caring for them. Recently, she could see that she was genuinely kind to her, not just pretending, like she was truly caring for her like an older sister. She waited a long time before Yuan Shui's reply appeared, but his answer was vague. I don't want to fall in love with anyone in the dungeon, and I'm very loyal. I wouldn't do things that hurt women. As for why, you'll understand after you experience more dungeons and get similar opportunities. No one would do something that's not beneficial. That's all I can say. So, if he takes care of her, does he get benefits? Are those benefits points? Soo Myeon knew that players could earn rewards besides points, like special items, or even physical modifications and genetic changes. She guessed that for an experienced player to care so much for a local, the reward must be better than just points. This made her think of Zhang Qian in the plant mutation dungeon, who once mentioned reminding her to save more people. Could there be some special opportunity in later stages of the dungeon? Thinking this way, Soo Myeon started to feel a bit hopeful. The system had given her many rewards. Besides points, there were space modifications and low-cost extension items. But everyone wanted more benefits, and she was no different. After 5 more peaceful days, the situation where someone was eyeing their top floor, which song she had mentioned before, finally happened. Over 10 days of heavy rain caused the residents below the 4th floor of the community to be flooded. Those who previously thought about moving but found it too troublesome now realize they can't leave at all. The stairs are filled with residents' belongings, all kinds of clutter, making it look like a trash dump. These items are things they worked hard to buy over many years. They can't bear to throw any of them away. This has led to the stairwells above the 4th floor being piled up with stuff. At first, people could still walk through, but as it became harder to pass, residents argued a lot. The property management initially came to mediate but found it useless. When asked to arrange for their evacuation, they simply hid and ignored the situation. With the property unhelpful and the residents unable to leave, after several conflicts and even some physical altercations, they finally came up with a slightly better plan, helping to move these belongings to higher floors. Considering the rain might not stop anytime soon, they left some floors empty, starting from the 15th floor, and spread out residents there. Although the belongings are still many, each family now has some space to move around. The original residents on those floors also felt uncomfortable with the crowded hallways, but since they couldn't leave either, they didn't complain. Some of these residents even had children, and they didn't want to make things worse. Some kind-hearted people even gave food to children. Bored and with nothing to do, they would open their doors and chat with neighbors in the hallways. For a few days, things stayed relatively peaceful. Initially, it seemed impossible to move everyone to the top floor quickly, but someone suggested that no matter how much it rained, the top few floors were the safest. Before the residents on the lower floors acted, those whose homes hadn't flooded yet started to move. The first to move were a family of 6 living on the 9th floor. The father, a tall construction worker, and the mother, a teacher, along with 2 elderly people and 2 children, moved up during the day. They knew keeping furniture was pointless, so they only brought essential items like pots, pans, clothes, and bedding. The man disassembled their bed to fit in the hallway, making a makeshift bed for each family member. Besides sleeping, these beds also held their daily necessities. Although the space was tight, it was better than sleeping on the ground below. This family occupied most of the hallway, but still left enough space near the door for Tsunami and her family to stay. However, unexpectedly, some people saw their actions and became interested. They started copying by placing beds in the hallway. But it was too much when they brought in beds for couples and blocked the main door for convenience. She heard the noise in the hallway and went out to check. He pushed the door open, but only halfway. He could squeeze through, but only just, and had to turn sideways. Earlier, when a family of 6 came up, they at least greeted them. She asked Su-mion, and since she didn't mind, he didn't say anything. But he didn't expect some shameless people to block the door, especially one who saw She coming and, instead of moving, leaned against the wall with a mischievous smile, staring at the spacious house behind him. "Hey, this top floor is big. Bro, let's talk. Can you clear a room for us? It would be easier than blocking the door. It's just me and my girlfriend, so it won't be a problem." She then noticed that each of the 2 had made a bed that extended all the way to the elevator door, meaning they had to turn sideways to go down the stairs. He also heard that the noise was caused by the man turning his phone volume to the maximum. Actually, the house has decent soundproofing, but it's hard to ignore people loudly arguing right outside the door. She usually has a good temper and is polite when people speak nicely. But these people's bad behavior and rude words made him lose patience. He looked back at Su-mion sitting on the sofa, watching him, and decisively closed the door. He stared at the man and asked, "Are you deliberately blocking the door?" The man smiled and said, "Bro, what are you talking about? We have nowhere else to go. Everyone in the building knows that after heavy rain, some floors might flood. The top floor is the safest. I'm just trying to survive. As for blocking the door, this is the only space we have. If you don't let us stay, you'll have to be more tolerant. Also, I want to mention we're young, so there might be some noise. Hope you don't mind." He said it like a discussion, but it sounded more like a threat. After saying that, he beckoned his girlfriend over, hugged her, and held his phone playing loud dance music. In front of Shi, they shared a deep kiss. The youngest child in the neighboring family, who was already asleep, was woken up and started crying. The mother quickly comforted the child, while the father looked unhappy. In the end, he came over. "Little brother, we are all forced to be here. Although the corridor is a public area, it still affects the people living here. Blocking the door is already too much, and deliberately making noise is also wrong. My child was crying because of the noise. It's not very good to behave like this in the daytime, is it? It's clear that the man, though tall and strong, is honest and straightforward. Even when angry, he speaks politely and just wants to give some advice. Unfortunately, the young man doesn't listen. Like I said, this is a public area. I have the right to do what I want. If I make noise and disturb you, that's just how it is. I can't just suffer, so you can be comfortable. If you don't like it, you can move downstairs. There's space there." He looks shameless and even gives a teasing glance at Shi, clearly trying to provoke him. Shi almost laughs out of anger at this shamelessness. "You don't think I can do anything to you, do you?" The young man laughs. "The property management doesn't care anymore. I haven't committed any crime. The police can't do anything either. With these conditions, they can't come after me. Do you think I'm easily scared? You know the police can't come, and you still dare to provoke me? The man becomes even more proud. Honestly, with someone like you, I even hurt someone badly last month. Now I'm still here, which shows I have connections. I advise you to stop talking nonsense. Either let me move into the house, or you'll be stuck outside forever. Song-shi knows this person is just trying to annoy him and mainly wants to take over the house. He pats his pocket, thinking about how to deal with this troublemaker. Suddenly, the door behind him quietly opens. A gloomy voice says, "Brother, who's making noise? My head hurts again. Why aren't you fighting back? A few days ago, I even hurt someone badly. The police warned me. Come on, you do it this time." Song-shi turns around in shock and sees Soo Mi-on standing at the door, her hair covering her face with a sinister look. Then he notices the object handed to him, a 40-centimeter long watermelon knife. This was just the beginning. The words she said afterward made the young man feel a little nervous. "I remember you. You're from the 12th floor. Last time I killed someone, you said in the group chat that I was crazy. I went to your house several times, but you weren't there. Now you've come up yourself, which is great." Her strange tone gradually became more excited. Not only the young man but also Song-shi beside him and the man on the 9th floor were stunned and looked blank. You've been to my house." The young man finally found his voice. His voice was still loud, but his face showed clear signs of panic. Now he remembered. More than 10 days ago, there was a bloodstain incident on the top floor. Someone was injured, and the stairs were covered in blood. Everyone was talking about what had happened. Later, he learned that a young on the top floor had gone crazy and attacked to chase away relatives who were occupying her home. She even cut off a girl's tongue, who was about her age. He couldn't help but call her crazy, and others followed with harsh words. It was just a way to vent his boredom at home. But he never thought he would be hated, and that someone would come looking for him several times. From her words, it seemed she only looked for him when he wasn't there. So, what does she want to do to him? His eyes instinctively fell on the watermelon knife. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw that the blade was shiny and sharp, with faint traces of red that hadn't been cleaned off. It was as if he remembered something and swallowed hard. At the same time, Song-shi also noticed the young man's reaction. He understood what Soo Mi-on meant immediately. He quickly took the knife and said, "So, sister is looking for him. Don't worry, I won't let him go." Then he turned to the man on the 9th floor and said, "There might be some blood later. Go back and pull the curtain so the kids won't be scared." The other person, hearing something like a scary story, was a bit in disbelief. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and left. When he got back, he really pulled the curtain across the hallway. Song-shi kept smiling and looked at the young man. "This time, you can't run away." His tone was cold and happy, not much different from Soo Mi-on's earlier attitude. The young man didn't expect him to attack before he finished speaking. He shouted and quickly dodged. His girlfriend, who was in his arms, was pushed away. Song-shi relentlessly attacked again with a knife, this time cutting through the man's clothes. He cried out in pain. The corridor was very narrow, and the young man had no chance to fight back. To be honest, his previous tough words were just bravado. When he saw that the siblings didn't seem normal, he was so scared he went weak in the knees and didn't dare to approach anymore. But no matter how he ran, he was always caught. He couldn't remember how many times he was cut, and finally, he slipped and fell down the stairs, losing consciousness. When Song-shi returned, he still had a crazy smile on his face. His look was so strange that even Soo Mi-on found it disturbing. He didn't bother the woman in the couple, only told her to restore the corridor to its original state, and said he would visit again later, warning them not to run around. The woman was so scared she couldn't speak. Only when Song-shi truly entered the house with the knife did she collapse to the ground. But soon, she remembered something and, ignoring her fear, started moving things. In the room just across the door, Song-shi couldn't hold back his laughter. He looked at Soo Mi-on with admiration. "You're so clever, sister, coming up with this plan. Look, he's so scared he's trembling. But I guess I got a little lucky. After all those cuts, I only managed to scratch him a bit. He had actually thought about hurting the man badly, but given the situation, it was too risky, so he stopped. Then, he became curious. But how did you know he was on the 12th floor? And what's with calling me a lunatic? Sue Mion just finished tying her hair and pointed to her phone on the table. While you were talking, I checked the group chat. Not many phones are charged now. Someone like him probably talks a lot in the chat. I saw someone say they moved to the top floor and the profile picture and age matched. I searched his past messages and found out he lives on the 12th floor. As for calling him a lunatic, it was just a misunderstanding. I guess that too. You acted so convincingly that I was really scared when you just went out. But once you started talking about killing and police, I knew you were pretending. I think I did pretty well, right? She looked confident and proud of himself. He was very satisfied with his performance and thought they worked well together. Especially after Sue Mion praised him. He felt happy. He even said he would go to the 12th floor later to look around again and suggested spreading the story so no one would dare to come in casually anymore. He spoke a lot by himself, and only after a long time did he suddenly remember something. By the way, sister, I was so busy stocking up on supplies earlier that I forgot to ask you. I remember in the dream, Uncle and his family had already moved in. Why did they leave? Did they cause you any trouble during that time? Sue Mion glanced at him with a meaningful look. Then she replied calmly, yes, they moved in, but I scared them away. She didn't say more, but she seemed to realize something. His eyes brightened a little. So that was your trick? I knew you were acting so real. But getting their whole family to leave must have taken a lot of effort. Sue Mion nodded. Exactly. That's why the people on the 12th floor call me crazy. She believed her completely and didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, he admired her way of scaring them off by pretending to be crazy. Later, he accidentally revealed this trick and tried to do the same elsewhere. But he quickly stopped talking when he saw that Sue Mion wasn't paying attention, and he felt relieved. Half an hour later, She left the living room to go back to his room and rest. After waiting 10 more minutes, Sue Mion opened the gaming forum and saw that the other person had posted an update about what happened. There was an interesting comment below. If I remember correctly, you said before that your sister is timid and gentle. But pretending to be crazy and stupid is something a timid person wouldn't do. Be careful, she might really have some issues. Another person responded to this comment. Having issues is one thing, but I'm more worried she's truly crazy. I have to share an experience from a previous game. We met a very strange female player. When the locals tried to take her house, she said she went crazy and killed people to get here. We thought she was just pretending to scare everyone off, but we later found out she was serious. She kills without hesitation. Her eyes don't even blink. I still feel scared when I think about it. I'm glad I didn't get involved, or we might not have escaped either. Then the reply thread went off topic, with someone saying he was exaggerating, especially after mentioning that the female player had bought superpowers and could control plants to eat people, making everyone think he was delusional. She wasn't very impressed with the few players she saw kill others in the last game. She guessed it was one of them. When most players didn't believe his story, she found it interesting. No one knows how long the survival game has been going on. She thinks many players have special abilities and tools, but they don't like to show off. Even after going through several games, she can't say she fully understands the system's rewards. Everyone knows the saying, keeping treasures is a crime, so everyone hides their valuables well. After a quick analysis, she continued reading the posts. Yuan Shuai didn't reply to that comment. She wasn't sure if he didn't see it because there were many comments or if he believed the other person. Sue Mion looked at other posts to learn about several worlds she hadn't visited before. Finally, she logged out of the forum. At 5:30 p.m., the area outside the couple's room had been cleaned up. Even the trash on the ground was taken away. She cooked rice, prepared ingredients, and casually picked up a watermelon knife from the kitchen. He told Sue Mion, and then left the house. 20 minutes later, he returned with a big smile on his face. Sue Mion didn't ask what he did. She quietly took out her phone and looked at it. It was about 5 minutes later when a message appeared in the owner group. It was from a young man on the 12th floor. He wrote a long message saying he made a mistake and hoped the two adults would forgive him. He promised he wouldn't speak carelessly again and wouldn't go to the top floor anymore. He also sent a voice message apologizing, sounding a bit choked up. Soo Mi-yeon thought, so he really went to the 12th floor. She looked at the kitchen. She was in a good mood, humming while cooking. He looked as happy as if he had found money. She wondered what he did on the 12th floor to scare that man so much. Other people in the group didn't reply. Some had their phones out of battery, and others were busy dealing with the heavy rain, with no time or mood to care about others' affairs. The next morning, Soo Mi-yeon heard noises outside the door. Before she went out, She ran ahead to check. After a while, he came back and told her that a family of 6 on the 9th floor had moved out. Soo Mi-yeon looked out through the door he opened. The corridor was clean and tidy, as if no one had ever been there. That family was actually quite well behaved. I didn't expect them to be so timid. She sighed after speaking and then relaxed. It's better that they left. The corridor is still spacious and bright. Soo Mi-yeon didn't express any opinion. Even though the people on the 9th floor had deliberately moved quietly, children's natural tendency to play often caused crying and noise. Soo Mi-yeon doesn't dislike children, but doesn't particularly like them either. She prefers quietness. The days seemed to return to the initial calm. Every day, Soo Mi-yeon watched the water level rise little by little from her window. She felt that if this continued, the whole building might go crazy. Yesterday, someone in the group chat was asking for medicine and food, but at this time, who could really help? Even if they could, they wouldn't want to share, as they didn't have enough for themselves. Today, as usual, Soo Mi-yeon sat on the balcony. She saw a speedboat rushing past outside, which naturally disturbed the other residents. They all leaned out the windows and shouted loudly, but no one responded. Not long after, another boat appeared. Yes, it was one of those small wooden boats moved by manual paddling, with 4 or 5 men on board. They looked around eagerly, searching for something, while actively paddling. This time, they heard the residents' shouts and actually turned toward the building. The rain outside had just stopped, and the sky was dark and gloomy, as if it might rain again at any moment. From a distance below, Soo Mi-yeon only saw the boat approaching the building, but didn't hear what they were saying. About 20 minutes later, a small yacht arrived. Soon after, several people from the building carried their belongings and went up, seemingly preparing to leave by boat. Soo Mi-yeon called Shi over, pointing down to show him. He only looked for a few seconds before decisively deciding to go downstairs. Good, I haven't been to the 12th floor today. Soo Mi-yeon was speechless. He really was persistent. This time, Shi stayed out longer, nearly an hour, before returning. He excitedly told Soo Mi-yeon that the people on the yachts were exchanging people for food. If you provided enough supplies, they could take you anywhere you wanted to go. He also heard that staff at the government building were helping trapped people, and many were gathering food from their homes to move there. I'm not planning to leave anyway. The municipal building isn't taller than our house. Even if it's flooded, I don't believe anyone would still give out free stuff now. There's probably some hidden reason behind it. Soo Mi-yeon also suspected something was off. She learned that she had wanted to warn them earlier, but he was interrupted before he could say anything. His meaning was clear. He didn't worry about anything happening to himself since he lived high up, but they, with their families, couldn't afford to miss good chances, or they would struggle to survive. When people are pushed to the limit, they dare to say anything. Over the past few days, Shi carried a watermelon knife from the 33rd floor down to the 12th floor, causing many residents to feel scared. But now they had the chance to leave, so they no longer feared him. Some even thought She had bad intentions. It's just that I spoke too much. I'm not angry. I just feel sorry for them. Anyway, I think the city government building is a dangerous place. They are waiting eagerly to go inside, but they might be walking into a trap. He shook his head regretfully and said, the people on the 12th floor want to run too. After that, I won't have any fun. Soo Mi-yeon was speechless. He was addicted to this. That day, the residents downstairs were all moving out. The yacht went back and forth more than 10 times. Besides their building, Other floors also received news and used floating devices to come and trade. It was clear that everyone wanted to leave this place and was willing to empty their savings to do so. Soo-mi-yeon saw a reminder post on a forum by chance in the evening. If it hadn't mentioned the government building, she probably wouldn't have clicked on it. The message was simple, but the tone was urgent, as if it was written quickly in a dangerous situation. The poster claimed that the government building's aid efforts were a scam. It was occupied by a group of malicious men who pretended to help, but actually stole food. They sorted the people they tricked. Young men were sent out to find supplies and continue deceiving, while children and the elderly were kept together. If they were happy, they gave some food. Many people had accidents every day. Beautiful girls were forcibly taken, and the less attractive ones were assigned chores. After posting, many replied, but the original poster never appeared again. It was unclear if something had happened to him. When Soo-mi-yeon showed this post to Song-shi, he said they deserved it, but he seemed distracted. That night, Soo-mi-yeon heard the door gently open and close again. Approximately 10 minutes ago, a large electric rubber boat was thrown out of a window in a corridor downstairs, much bigger than the window opening. A figure then lightly jumped onto it and soon disappeared nearby. Soo-mi-yeon left the house when the rubber boat was launched. This was her first time going downstairs in several days. From the 32nd floor, she noticed the stairs were quite dirty, with shoe prints, trash, and discarded clothes and broken blankets. She didn't look into the corridor but could hear people talking and moving inside, showing that not everyone had left during the day. Some chose to stay. Soo-mi-yeon went to the window where the rubber boat had just disappeared. Both windows here had been removed, and the space was quite wide. She stepped onto the window ledge, took out the motorboat, and then jumped on it to sit down. During this, she adjusted her map, fixed her phone in the mount on the bike, connected Bluetooth, and put on her headphones. Only then did she start the motorboat and head toward the indicated direction. The floodwaters submerged many buildings. Soo-mi-yeon bypassed a large building and left the neighborhood, almost heading straight forward. The neighborhood was originally not far from the government building, but now, traveling in a straight line, she cut the distance in half. She started at 1 o'clock, and by the time she arrived, it was just before 1:30. She waited in an office building less than 500 meters from the government building. After about 10 minutes, she heard faint sounds from afar. Her good eyesight allowed her to see a rubber boat nearby on the opposite side, similar to hers, but not close. She couldn't tell what the people on it were doing. Sparks seemed to fly, and it looked like they were repairing something. Soo-mi-yeon patiently waited a long time until she saw movement again. This time, they moved closer to the government building, and when they were less than 50 meters away, they took out a loudspeaker. A deafening dance music blared out, breaking the silence and attracting the night watch inside the building. This move shocked Soo-mi-yeon. She watched as the people inside shouted something, and they responded to each other. Soon, a boat came over, but before it could get close, the figure on the rubber boat suddenly trembled, and everyone on it fell down as if electrocuted. Then, the figure jumped onto the boat, picked up something from inside, and walked away along the path where the others had come from. After a while, explosions sounded from inside the building. Flames lit up the night, and several people were blown out of the windows. The scene was intense and chaotic. Soon, the figure was chased out by others. He looked very anxious, but just as they caught up, he suddenly turned around and attacked. He had a watermelon knife in his hand, and with a few quick cuts, several people fell silent instantly. His speed and smooth movements seemed like he had done this many times. He then turned back again. Soo-mi-yeon watched for over an hour as the person killed. She didn't realize there were so many steps involved in killing someone. Only when the screams inside the building stopped did she quietly leave on a motorboat. What she didn't know was that at the moment the motorboat started, someone was peeking through the window. The other person watched the fleeing figure with some frustration. I was careless. When did someone hide inside? I can't tell if they are an enemy or a friend. After saying that, they immediately turned back, put on a mask, and pulled up their hat to go inside. After Soo-mi-yeon returned, about an hour later, Song-shi also came back. Not long after, she heard him snoring in his room. Soo Mi-yeon was silent. The next day, at 7 a.m., she got up as usual, but surprisingly, she didn't see Song-shi working hard as he usually did. Until 8:30, the other person, with messy hair, hurried into the kitchen. While busy, they said, "We played too late last night. Sister, you must be hungry. Wait a little longer. I'll make you my special egg noodles. They're simple, but everyone says they're delicious." Soo Mi-yeon didn't know if they were good or not, but she noticed he was wearing his clothes backwards and was missing one slipper. Soon, the egg noodles were ready. The smell filled the room. Soo Mi-yeon took a few bites, and he was right. He wasn't joking. They sat face to face and finished a big pot of noodles. Then she cleaned up the kitchen while Soo Mi-yeon moved her chair to the balcony to look down. At 10 o'clock, there was still no movement downstairs. Just then, Song-shi also finished and came out. He looked a bit tired and asked Soo Mi-yeon if the yacht from yesterday had come back. Soo Mi-yeon pretended not to know he was asking on purpose and shook her head. Probably because of the heavy rain. Better not come. Those people have bad intentions. Staying in the community isn't without risks. Look at those who dared to go out with wooden basins just to leave. They say they can't find supplies, but as soon as they hear someone is feeding them, they stop being afraid of water or rain. Basically, they just don't want to take risks and are waiting for a lucky break from the sky. He looked down on those who left, full of disdain. If it weren't for Soo Mi-yeon seeing him kill someone last night, she might have believed that was his true intention. Now, she is no longer sure what kind of person Song-shi really is. His actions are completely different from his words, giving off a wild, reckless vibe. For example, he keeps warning her not to feel pity. In this environment, feeling sorry for others is the first step toward disaster. To stay alive, you must learn to be cold. Of course, I got all this from a dream. Let's try to do our best, Soo Mi-yeon thought. This turn is too sudden. Talking about dreams, she asked, "Have you had any other dreams lately?" Even though she knows he is a player, some information he knows clearly isn't something a player would know. Soo Mi-yeon suspects he has other abilities, like sensing future dangers, using dreams to warn him. Song-shi shook his head but seemed unsure. "In my dreams, it's always raining, but the rain has gotten lighter. Still, everything is dark, and the forests are black from the heavy rain." This isn't the first time Song-shi mentioned the forests. Soo Mi-yeon still remembers how he disliked the base when he talked about it before. At first, she didn't think there was anything strange about his description, but his last words made her realize something. Heavy rain wouldn't turn the forests black. "Are you sure you saw it right?" This time, Song-shi looked very serious. "It really was rain. I even saw what the forest normally looked like in my dream. It was green, but after constant rain, it turned black." He mumbled, "But my sister is right. I've never seen heavy rain change color like that, as if the rain was poisonous." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them paused. Soo Mi-yeon suddenly felt enlightened, a clear realization on her face. Even Song-shi noticed it. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then asked, "No way." Song-shi initially thought he was just caught in a heavy rain. He had planned to stay here until the mission was over. Now he was told that the rainwater would become more harmful later. He couldn't accept that. His life motto was to enjoy life and avoid suffering. Now, not only would he have to suffer, but he would suffer greatly. When Soo Mi-yeon asked him about it, he felt a bit tired. "It seems the heavy rain stopped a few days ago. I don't remember exactly how long." Without a clear timeline, they needed to prepare a plan to leave early. "What do you think about the rainwater becoming more harmful?" Maybe because Soo Mi-yeon rarely spoke to him so seriously, Song-shi looked up at her calm and serious eyes. He didn't want to face reality, but he had to think. He gave his answer. "The harmful change is probably an increase or decrease in acidity and alkalinity. If it can damage mountains and trees, the acidity must be too low. But I don't know how low. It's basically what people call acid rain." He had only seen acid rain in movies and had no real idea about it. Not even how to deal with it. Soo Mi-yeon had already started searching on her phone. The results were mostly about special roof materials, protective films, and coatings, several of which she even had in her space. But relying only on these wasn't realistic. That rainwater could burn skin. If they weren't prepared properly, they might be stuck there waiting to die. If they had to rely on materials from their space to last until the end of the mission, it was possible but would be very uncomfortable. After thinking for a long time, Su-mion made a decision. Since the authorities chose to go into the mountains, it means the mountains have some resistance to acid rain. Let's check where the nearest mountain peaks are and see if there are suitable tunnels or air raid shelters. It's best to settle somewhere before the acid rain starts. That way, she still had time to find what they needed. Song-shi agreed that it made sense. He looked at Su-mion with bright eyes. You're right. Since the authorities built their base in the mountains, we can hide there too. I'll check now. His mood shifted from no energy to full excitement in an instant. Su-mion was still thinking about how to remind him to prepare some materials to resist the acid rain, but Song-shi had already rushed back to his room happily. Considering Song-shi's personality, Su-mion also went back to her room and opened a forum. Sure enough, she didn't even need to refresh. She saw a new post from Yuan Shui on the player forum. He had boldly faced the problem and directly handed the challenge over to the players. Perhaps because he naturally has a friendly charm, someone actually replied to the post, mostly giving him advice. Most of the suggestions focused on water, food, clothing, blankets, and medicines needed for cooling down. Some also suggested preparing a waterproof shelter, in case the cave leaks, so at least they could have some protection. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically, often complimenting Yuan Shui with comments like, "You're so clever," which led more people to offer him ideas. Su-mion hesitated for a long time but finally decided to reply to the post. Within 2 minutes, she received a private message from Yuan Shui. "Senior, you said there's a way to move without exposing the backpack. What is it? I really need to know. Please teach me." Seeing that he was interested, she explained her plan in simple words. The main idea was 2 words: lying. He understood immediately, but was a bit worried. "That means I'll probably be very busy," Su-mion replied. "Although facing the natives, the backpack is very special. It's best not to reveal it. Of course, you can also choose to tell her the truth. Forget it, being honest is more trouble. I feel like half my brain cells would die. I'd rather keep it a secret." They exchanged a few more brief messages. Su-mion also advised him to prepare materials to block acid rain, even listing what those materials were. She finally reminded him that if the task takes too long, it's better to prepare bedding and, if possible, a motor. "It's not too bad. I calculated it's less than 3.5 months, so it's not too long. But you're right, a motor is really necessary. My phone is almost out of battery. Without games, how can I survive?" Su-mion didn't expect to gain such unexpected information. Her task was simply to survive 3 months after the second crisis, but the players had given specific timing. Based on this, acid rain would arrive in less than half a month? If she had known it was that simple to get the timing, she would have approached Song-shi earlier on the forum to ask about his task. But it's not too late now. Worried that she might say too much and arouse Song-shi's suspicion, she didn't reply further. Lying on her bed, she thought about how the things she brought might not have been useful. Just as she was pondering, Song-shi's voice came from outside the door. "Sister, I'm going out to check the situation and find some moving tools. It's better if you stay at home alone. When I come back, I'll cook for you." Su-mion responded softly, and soon she heard the sound of Song-shi leaving. After he left, Su-mion also left the room. She didn't follow him, just stood on the balcony looking down. Song-shi changed into clothes she hadn't seen before, with his face fully covered, still using the same rubber boat from yesterday. He quickly disappeared nearby. Su-mion reminded herself that the items he left behind were hard to find now, but she knew he must have a way. Sure enough, as it was getting dark, Song-shi returned. He had changed back into his usual clothes. Although he looked tired, his eyes were bright, showing his trip had gone well. When he got back, he started cooking. While they ate together, he said he had found many things and that there was progress with the cave. He planned to go explore it first, and once ready, he would come back to pick up Su-mion. "Before I left, I made you a whole day of food, but the place is a bit far, so the trip will take some time. I can't promise when I'll be back. You might have to eat bread for now. Fearing Soo Mi-yeon might be unwilling to be alone, he added, "Today, I accidentally saved someone. To thank me, they gave me a good item which can be used for self-defense. So even if I'm not home, you don't have to be afraid. If it gets really bad, just move somewhere else and I'll find you." Soo Mi-yeon didn't expect him to be so efficient, finding the place so quickly. "I'm not afraid. You keep the item for self-defense. I'm safer at home than outside." Before she finished, Song-shi handed her something that looked like a small wooden gun. "You keep this. I feel more at ease knowing you have it. It's an anesthetic wooden gun, with only 5 needles inside. Use it only when necessary to avoid hurting yourself." Soo Mi-yeon hesitated, swallowing her words when she saw it was clearly a product from the mall. She opened the storage compartment and examined the needle. It was thinner than a normal embroidery needle. Only highly sensitive people could detect it easily. Otherwise, a surprise attack with this would definitely be deadly if used well. She really underestimated Song-shi. There were more secrets on him than she had seen, or even secretly discovered. No wonder he dared to do whatever he wanted. He was much bolder than she was in this regard. Song-shi was leaving tomorrow morning. He said he wanted to sleep early tonight and prepare breakfast for her in the morning, so they could manage their time better. However, at 11 o'clock, Soo Mi-yeon still received a private message from Yuan Shui on the player forum. He told her the plan was going smoothly. He felt he could now lie without showing any emotion, and he sounded a bit proud. Soo Mi-yeon was speechless. The next morning, Song-shi really got up very early. Soo Mi-yeon heard the sounds from the kitchen and thought there wasn't much food to prepare for the day. He didn't really need to get up so early. But after breakfast, when he brought the prepared food to the table, Soo Mi-yeon was stunned. In a perfectly sealed, transparent food container, there was a well-balanced meal with both meat and vegetables. There were more than 10 such containers, each different, and next to them was a large bag that looked like ice. She couldn't help but feel envious. It was as if she saw a new batch of delicious food waving at her from her space. Until Song-shi spoke to draw her attention back, saying, "The best way I can think of is to pack the food with ice to keep it cold. When you want to eat, just heat it up. It might not taste as good, but it's better than bread." This was also the idea he had last night after checking his backpack and seeing the ice inside. Soo Mi-yeon looked at him appreciatively. "That's a good idea. I like it." Hearing her approval, Song-shi was happy too. "I'll try to come back early. Be careful on the way." When Song-shi left, he carried a simple-looking bag. Soo Mi-yeon watched him go downstairs. After closing the door, her first action was to put the still warm food into her space. She didn't waste the ice either, and put it in with the food. Looking at the empty room again, Soo Mi-yeon didn't feel lonely. Instead, she felt more relaxed. She went to the balcony to watch Song-shi leave the community. Then she took out a motor engine, connected it to the washing machine and dryer, and set up a tea table with a charger. She recharged her power bank, which had recently run out of battery, and boiled some water. During this time, she had collected quite a few clothes. In front of Song-shi, she casually washed a few pieces and changed outfits. Actually, many of her clothes had a smell, so this time she washed and dried them to tidy up. The washing machine could hold all her clothes. While it was working, Soo Mi-yeon went to the bathroom in her room and filled a basin with hot water. The basin was a Yao bathtub she got from a health center, and the water was warm stored from when she arrived. A few days ago, she had already washed her clothes once. But in this humid environment, her clothes easily become sticky. So soaking in warm water made her feel much more comfortable. She had a cleaning set that she kept hidden from Song-shi, as she was afraid he might recognize it. After her shower, she changed into it directly. The washing machine worked all morning. After drying, all the dirty clothes became clean and smelled nice. Soo Mi-yeon also washed 2 new bedsheets and 4 pillowcases she had secretly swapped. These new bedding sets were fresh, unlike the old ones Song-won used for a long time, which she had already packed and put in her parents' room in the Song house. She mopped the floor with the water from her shower. After switching the space twice, she drained the dirty water outside on the balcony using a hose. Since the rain was heavy, the drain pipe wouldn't attract attention. Even the water from the rooftop was more than enough to flow out. When she connected the washing machine earlier, she had no worries about the pipe. The floor in the room was already damp. Soo-mi-yeon planned to dry it with a fan or dryer after mopping, but she thought that would take too long. So she decided to install a small standing air conditioner instead. The outdoor unit was placed on the balcony. She closed the glass door, turned on the cooling, and left the door to her and Song-shi's room open. Because the room was large, it cooled down slowly. But she could feel the sticky, humid feeling in the air gradually fading. By the afternoon, the room and floor were dry. After setting the temperature to a comfortable level, Soo-mi-yeon sat in the living room, played on her phone, and sipped tea. When she was hungry, she ate the food Song-shi prepared. When thirsty, she drank tea. To break the monotony, she added some fruit and drinks. She felt she was living too comfortably. She also took some time to reply to Yuan Shui on a gaming forum. He always responded instantly, but she deliberately delayed her reply by an hour or two. She knew Yuan Shui had already found a few good places to stay and planned to check them out before the afternoon. He even wanted to avoid the later base location to stay away from mountain areas, making it easier to defend against possible attacks. Soo-mi-yeon also gave some advice, but she didn't speak much each time. During the 3 days that Song-shi was away, Soo-mi-yeon repeated her daily, caregiving routine. She knew that at this pace, Song-shi would return by the latest on the 5th day. She planned to take back the items from the space on the evening of the 4th day. Although her plan was good, something went wrong on the 4th day. First, Yuan Shui, who had been in contact with her constantly, suddenly stopped responding. This was clearly not good news. Since the player forum is a virtual space, even if someone is trapped, they can still open it on their own. If he was too busy to reply, that wouldn't make sense. The only explanation was that his current situation prevented him from replying. Realizing this, Soo-mi-yeon felt a little worried. If something happened to him, she would have to find a new place to stay. Before she could make a new plan, someone from the community caused trouble for her again. Earlier, because of Song-shi's intimidation, almost no one entered the top floor. But in the afternoon, Soo-mi-yeon heard footsteps outside the door. Although the sound was very quiet, she heard it clearly from the living room. She immediately got up, turned off the power in her room, and packed everything away. Then she took out the washing machine and air conditioner and finally packed up the tea table and kettle. After checking that there was nothing in her room that shouldn't be there, she stood at the door and listened for a while. The people outside hadn't left. They were still talking quietly, probably near the window in the corridor. Soo-mi-yeon quietly sent out a vine. Through the vine, she saw the situation outside. 2 men were sneaking around in front of the corridor window, looking outside and whispering plans. Occasionally, they glanced at Soo-mi-yeon's place. Soo-mi-yeon wasn't used to seeing things from a plant's perspective and rarely did so because if she encountered danger, failing to disconnect in time could cause mental harm. She saw the 2 men standing at her door for a while. One of them looked around the area and then glanced at the vine on the ground, but only briefly, not taking it seriously. Not long after they left, Soo-mi-yeon opened the door and went outside. When she reached the stairs, she smelled a strong gasoline odor. She walked down a bit and saw several plastic buckets outside the window of the 32nd floor corridor. Confirming her suspicion, she realized the smell was coming from inside them. The 2 men who left seemed to go down to the 31st floor. Soo-mi-yeon didn't continue downward, but headed toward the corridor on the 32nd floor. As she walked, she sensed something was wrong. This building, except for the 33rd floor, has 3 apartments on each lower level. She doesn't know her neighbors well, but remembers they all come from small families. Now, it feels like each household is crowded with many people. There's noise and shouting, and sometimes someone scolds others. Especially at the entrances of these apartments, there are large black marks. One door and wall are completely black, as if they were recently burned by fire. Soo-mi-yeon thought of gasoline cans and, considering the many people in the rooms and the very clean hallways, she guessed what they might be planning. Before leaving, she passed by the hallway window and saw some red bloodstains. Looking out, She saw a pale body washed by rain, hanging from a hook on the beam, face up and suspended in the air. The person probably died not long ago, and their features are still somewhat visible. Su Mian remembered that she had seen this person before. When she chased away Song Mingguang's family, this person came to watch the commotion. She was sure they lived downstairs. This person was found dead here, but there was no noise from their family. Su Mian felt that the people responsible for the murder deliberately avoided attracting attention from other floors. She instinctively examined the man's body again. There was a burn mark on his hand, his shoulder clothes had a tear, and there were bloodstains on his stomach and legs. This suggests he was not killed with a single stab. It doesn't look like a typical attack by a player. Just as she was thinking about whether to go downstairs and check other floors, she heard voices from below. Someone was talking, running around like this is tiring. Once we finish with the 33rd floor, I'll ask the boss to let me stay there. It's spacious. I've taken out several people this time. The boss said I can pick any room. Maybe I'll find a girl. The one on the 28th looks good.
Su Mian frowned.
She didn't like the tone of this person's voice. Another person said enviously, I wish I could move in too. But the top floor only has a few rooms, and the boss is waiting. Then there are you guys, the key players.
We might get to keep some of what's left.
Honestly, I think you're just too timid. The boss said everyone gets credit based on how many people they handle. You're scared of everything. If you weren't with us, you wouldn't even get a room, let alone take what's left. The person immediately forced a smile and started speaking kindly. I just don't dare to kill anyone, but I do have some use. If I hadn't helped to shout at the door, these owners wouldn't have opened it for you. That would have taken more time. Anyway, I still need to hold back on killing, and it's up to you guys now. He sneered at him, but didn't say anything else. Su Mian realized the identities of the two people. One was outside, and the other was a resident inside the building. They were working together to trick the owners into opening the door, so they could kill and take the house. There are many rooms in the building, so they could have just chosen one to stay in. But they chose this sneaky way, which shows they are not kind-hearted people. She was thinking about the order in which they planned to act when she heard the resident inside say, "Be careful on the top floor." Others don't know, but I saw clearly that day. That girl is really strange. She can throw an adult with just a reach. And her brother, he's like a madman with a knife, running around and attacking. I heard they both have some illness. Got it. That's why they left them for last. When the time comes, the boss will make the move. The boss is back from a foreign mercenary group. She's stronger than her. Don't worry, they kept talking, but then someone called them, so they went downstairs. Su Mian quietly returned to the top floor and took some gasoline from the corridor on her way out. She sat on the sofa and opened the residents' chat group, which she hadn't checked for days. She found a message from 3 days ago that said, someone secretly tried to break into her house. Someone responded, saying they also heard strange noises, but soon after, she clarified it was just a passing neighbor. Later, their conversation was flooded with other messages, and those two didn't reply anymore. Su Mian saw their notes. One was for the resident on the 29th floor, and the other for the 30th. It was clear these people had been in the building for 3 days, for unknown reasons, secretly occupying the original owner's house and deliberately encouraging their followers to kill to clear the rooms.